The infection is severe, Dr. Williams said. She's also dehydrated and weak. Can you treat her? I've placed her on an IV with strong antibiotics and fluids, Dr. Williams said. But can you save her? Will she live? Alex asked, his stomach churning while he waited for the doctor's verdict. I don't see why not. She's young and strong. If nothing goes wrong, she'll be just fine. Alex slumped back into his chair. Oh, thank God. That's the best news I've heard all day. Can I see her? She's heavily sedated, but I'll allow you a couple of minutes. I'll send a nurse to escort you to her room, Dr. Williams said before excusing himself. Moments later, a nurse appeared and led Alex to Amy's bedside. She was in a room by herself, covered in a pure white sheet. An IV tube ran from her arm, and she looked frail and weak. Alex didn't care. All that mattered was that she was going to be okay. Amy smiled when she spotted him. Hey, Alex. Fancy seeing you here. A dozen horses couldn't drag me away, sis, Alex replied. How do you feel? Much better, Amy said. Where are we? In a hospital in Radcliffe. It seems safe enough, and the people are nice. Are we staying? Until you're healed, yes, Alex said. What then? What do you want to do, sis? Alex asked, although he already knew the answer. You know what I want, Amy said. We'll go look for Dylan. How's that? Do you promise? I promise. Amy smiled and closed her eyes as she eased back onto her pillows. Alex gave her hand one last squeeze. Sweet dreams, sis. Epilogue. Saul. Saul drove throughout the night, only stopping once by the side of the road to refuel. At least the raiders hadn't removed the jerry cans from the back. Most of their stuff was still there, including the Cure and Tara's hard drive. Unlike the first half of their journey, the second was uneventful. They encountered a couple of roadblocks, and a few times they were attacked by groups of infected, but the Humvee got them through every time. It was a tough vehicle, and even the bus hadn't been able to take it out of commission. Next to him, Tara had dozed off, while Dylan and Ethan talked in low tones, catching up on their respective journeys. They appeared to know each other from before, although he didn't have the details. Not that it mattered. It kept Dylan out of his hair and meant he could drive in peace. While he liked her well enough, she got on his nerves at times. Not like Tara. She understood his need for quiet at times. It wasn't long before they reached their destination, and he reached over to wake Tara. We're here. She yawned and brushed the hair back from her face. For real? We made it? We made it, he answered. She sucked in a deep breath. Well, I guess this is it. The moment of truth. Saul inclined his head. Here goes. He rolled to a halt in front of the main gates and immediately spotted two guards illuminated in the headlights. They were kitted out in full gear, and he suspected there were more of them inside. Saul flashed Tara a broad smile. Not only did we make it, but the fort is still standing. Tara returned his smile, her excitement palpable. I knew it. It seems you two were right, Dylan said from the back seat. I take back every mean thing I ever said about Fort Detrick. I've never been so happy to see a place in my entire life. Tara laughed out loud. Now it's my turn to say I told you so. Enjoy it while you can, Dylan replied, but without any sting to the words. The two guards ahead walked toward them, flanking the Humvee. Saul wound down his window. Good evening. I'm Lieutenant Saul Dlamini from the South African National Defense Force, and this is Dr. Lee, a research scientist and employee of USAMRIID. This is Dr. Ethan Hayes, a medical doctor, and Dylan, a civilian. We seek admittance. The soldier listened to Saul's introductions and nodded. Please wait, sir. He walked a couple of steps away and spoke over his radio, presumably to his superior officer. After a brief conversation, the soldier returned. "Admission granted, Lieutenant. I will escort you inside. Please follow me, and welcome to Fort Detrick." The gates opened, and Saul drove through with a feeling of intense achievement. After everything they'd been through, starting in the Congo, they'd finally made it. All their trials and tribulations suddenly seemed worth it, and even Fort Knox was nothing more than a pit stop along the way. Tara must have felt the same because she whispered, "We did it, Saul. We're here. I almost can't believe it. I must be dreaming. Tell me I'm not dreaming." He reached over and squeezed her hand. "Fear that? You're not dreaming. This is where we are meant to be, Tara. This is where the fight for humanity truly begins. Here and now." Tara nodded. "I like that. Here and now. Together." This concludes Apocalypse Z by Bailey Higgins. Narrated by Kristen James. Copyright 2019 by Bailey Higgins. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Bailey Higgins and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Apocalypse Z, Book 3 by Bailey Higgins, narrated by Kristen James. Chapter 1. Tara. Tara paced up and down the length of the hallway, her strides long and swift. Whenever she reached the end, she'd pivot around and repeat the procedure. The rubber soles of her boots squeaked with every turn, accompanied by the swish of her long coat. At the end of the hall waited a closed door flanked by 2 soldiers, their expressions blank and emotionless. For a moment, she considered talking to them again, but one look at their cold faces deterred her. They hadn't listened to her so far. Why would they start now? With a sigh, she dropped onto a nearby wooden bench, picking at her jeans with nervous tension. She had no choice but to wait, so wait she did. A clock on the wall ticked down the minutes, brightly lit by the fluorescent bulbs that ran along the ceiling. After 43 minutes, the door opened and a trio of men exited the room beyond. All 3 were junior officers, dressed in full combat gear and armed to the teeth. Neither acknowledged her beyond a curt nod. She'd have thought them rude if her keen gaze didn't detect the exhaustion evident in the lines around their eyes and mouths. They're overworked, tired and stressed. It meshed with the little she'd seen of the fort so far. The once mighty base was a shadow of its former self, running on skeleton staff and backup generators. Supplies were scarce, morale low, and no one was willing to talk. A week had passed since she first arrived with Saul, Dylan, and Ethan. A week during which all her hopes and dreams had been shattered. Her thoughts wandered back to that night, and she could still remember the excitement that fizzed through her veins, the certainty she'd felt knowing they'd arrived. That was all gone now. Instead, upon hearing that Saul and Dylan were survivors of the Vita virus, the major in charge of the base had tossed them each into a cell. He called it quarantine. She called it imprisonment. Her research and the remaining 3 vials of the cure were confiscated, and she confined to a small room with little freedom. Ethan was taken to the infirmary and put to work treating patients, and she hadn't seen any of them since. "Dr. Lee, you may enter now," a stern voice announced, dragging her from her thoughts. She jumped up and walked over until she came face to face with a tall man in his mid-40s. They shook hands, and she said, "Thank you for seeing me again, Major Reed." "Come inside," he answered, closing the door behind her. Tara cast her eyes around the Major's office, taking in every detail. This was the third time they met, but the first time she'd been allowed inside his inner sanctum. The room was Spartan, containing little more than a desk, a couple of chairs, and filing cabinets. A map filled with colored pins and post-its covered one wall. It was the kind of room she'd expect of a man with little patience for frivolity and waste. A practical man. Thus far, all of her efforts to convince Major Owen Reed to assist her in her mission had failed. Hopefully, this time he'd listen. The Major stepped behind his desk and waved her to a chair.
"How can I help you, Dr. Lee?"
"You already know why I'm here, Major," Tara said, studying his appearance. Like his men, he looked tired. Deep grooves lined his tanned face, and his dark hair, cropped short, showed signs of silver at the temples.
"I do, and I cannot fulfill your request. I've told you so already. Yet here you are, wasting my time again," he answered in brisk tones. "Your friends will remain in quarantine until I'm 100% certain they don't pose a risk to my men."
"I assure you they're not a threat, Major. I can vouch for that," Tara said.
"Tell that to your friend, Miss Young. Twice already she's displayed unreasonable fits of anger. She's difficult to handle and hostile."
"You mean Dylan?" Tara asked.
"Yes, Dylan. We quizzed her on her background. Did you know she was in juvenile detention for most of her teen years?"
"No, I didn't," Tara admitted.
"Then it seems you don't know Miss Young as well as you thought you did," Major Reed said. "And now she's refusing to cooperate."
"Do you blame her? We barely got here, and you tossed her into prison."
"Quarantine."
"Call it what you like. That doesn't change the facts," Tara said, secretly cursing Dylan for making things even worse. "Can't she behave just once in her life?"
"Be that as it may, she's dangerous," the Major replied with a stubborn set to his jaw.
Tara rolled her eyes. "She's not dangerous, just rebellious. It's got nothing to do with the virus or the cure. I promise."
"I don't know you, Dr. Lee, so your assurances mean nothing to me," Major Reed said.
"I'm an employee of USAMRIID, a research scientist with years of experience both in-house and out in the field," Tara protested. "I know what I'm talking about."
"I'm aware of your status, Dr. Lee," the Major said, stressing the word doctor in a manner that made it clear he didn't trust her. "Unfortunately, I have no way of vetting your so-called credentials."
"Surely there has to be someone who can speak for me. Records? Anything?" Tara said. "Where are all the scientists?"
"The lab is gone, I'm afraid," Major Reed said.
"Gone? What do you mean, gone?" Tara asked, aghast.
"Someone on the inside was infected. Despite all our precautions, this person managed to hide his condition until it was too late. He turned on his colleagues, and within minutes the place was overrun."
"How is that even possible?"
"You tell me, Doctor. You're the scientist here. Anyway, there's no one left to vouch for you. All the records are sealed inside the lab, along with 100+ zombies."
"When did this happen?"
"A couple of days ago," Major Reed replied.
"Can't you clear the building?" Tara asked, her desperation rising with each passing second. "I need the facility to study the virus and produce more of the cure."
Major Reed sighed. "Dr. Lee, the situation here is not what you seem to think it is. Much has changed since the outbreak."
"I'm aware of that," Tara said. "But the mere fact that you're still operational—"
"It means nothing, Doctor. We are holding on by a thread here. I have several thousand civilians living on this base. The families of resident officers and refugees like yourself. They all need to be fed, clothed, and protected. Every day more of my men die defending these walls. Every day we have fewer supplies to feed us. Washington has gone dark. as has most of the other military installations and bases. The government is MIA, and I am the highest-ranking officer left on these grounds. What exactly do you want from me?"
"I want you to get off your ass and help me," Tara cried. "Don't you understand? I'm the only chance you've got. If the situation is truly as dire as you say it is, then you need me. Unless you want to die just like all the rest." She jumped up and paced the room, laying out the facts as she saw them. The zombies aren't going away. They don't rot like normal corpses. Plus, they're drawn to movement and sound. Given a chance, they swarm into groups that number in the thousands. That's what happened to Fort Knox. She turned toward the Major, pleading with him. "Imagine what you could do if a bite from a zombie was no longer a death sentence. If I could cure any of your injured men before they turned. What if I could produce a vaccine? Get me inside that lab, and I promise you that we can turn things around. There's still time."
"I cannot risk the lives of the few men I've got left to secure that facility, Doctor. I need them to protect the fence. We've got kids here, women, old folk. My first responsibility lies with them."
"And mine lies with the world, humanity as a whole."
"You're being unreasonable. It cannot be done, not with the number of men I have at my disposal."
Tara stared at the Major with gritted teeth. She wanted to shake him until he understood exactly how vital her mission was. Didn't he get it? The entire human race was at stake. Suddenly, a thought occurred to her, one so wild she almost dismissed it out of hand. But her back was up against the wall, and she could see no other way out. "What if we do it for you?"
"What do you mean?" the Major asked, taken aback.
"Let my friends go. Arm us," Tara said. "Give us what we need, and we'll clear out the lab ourselves. Except for Ethan, Dr. Hayes. He's not a fighter."
"And you are?"
Tara lifted her chin. "Saul taught me a couple of things. I can handle myself."
3 people against 100 zombies? I may not know you, Doctor, but I didn't take you for the comedic type.
He pushed back his chair and stood up.
"Once again, you're wasting my time."
"Please, Major," Tara cried. "What have you got to lose? 3 people you don't trust. 3 fewer mouths to feed." The Major hesitated, his eyes narrowed.
"It's too risky."
"No, it isn't. The only risk lies with us. If we can't do it, you're still in the same position you were before," Tara said. "However, if we succeed, you'll have your lab back, and your men will have an edge in the fight to come."
"A cure doesn't guarantee we'll win," Major Reed said. "Nor does a vaccine."
"No, it doesn't. But it's more than you have at the moment," Tara said. "It's more than anyone does." Major Reed leaned on his desk with both hands, thinking it over. At the same time, a knock on the door interrupted them, and he looked up.
"Come in."
"Sir, zombies are attacking the Veterans Gate," a soldier said upon entering the office. A radio crackled at his side, and he had a wild look in his eyes.
"How many?"
"Dozens, more than King and his unit can handle. They're asking for reinforcements." Major Reed slammed his fist onto the desk. A pile of files toppled over and fell onto the floor with the impact.
"Great. Just what we need. Another attack. Send in one of the reserve units."
"Yes, sir,"
the soldier answered.
After a quick salute, he grabbed the radio and raised it to his lips. Shouting out commands, he dashed away, leaving Tara alone with the Major once more. She realized that they faced an opportunity to gain the commander's trust and turned toward him. "Let us help them fight the infected," she said. "Allow us to prove ourselves to you." The Major eyed her with disfavor.
"Are you still here?"
"Yes, and I'm not going away. I'm offering assistance. Take it," Tara said, lifting her chin and meeting his gaze with hers.
It's not my habit to send civilians into combat, the Major said.
These aren't normal circumstances. It will give us a chance to prove to you that we can fight. Besides, it seems to me that you can use all the help you can get.
The Major sighed. Fine, I'll send you to the fences for the night. If your friends can do even half of what you say, my men won't be needed anymore and can retire in comfort.
And afterward? Tara pressed.
What about it?
Will you allow us to clear out the lab? Tara asked. And will you let me continue my research if we do?
I'll think about it, he said with a frown,
and she realized it was the most she'd get out of him at that moment. It was better than nothing, though, and she stuck out her hand. We've got a deal. They shook on it, and he called one of the guards to escort her and her friends to the armory and contact points. After giving the instructions, he turned toward her.
Godspeed, Dr. Lee.
Thank you, Major. You won't regret this, Tara answered, moving toward the door.
I'm already sorry, but you've got a way of persuading people, Major Reed said. A gift.
If that were true, we wouldn't be in this mess in the first place, Major, Tara replied before stepping outside. She left behind a puzzled-looking commander. He couldn't know what her words meant, of course, but she'd never forget her superior, Dr. Bannock. Nor could she forget the way she'd failed to convince him to take the Vita virus seriously. They'd lost valuable time because of that failure, allowing the disease to mutate and spread. The fault for the outbreak lay on their shoulders. His for ignoring her warnings. Hers for not trusting her gut and going over his head. It weighed on Tara every day, driving her ever onward with her mission. It was her way of repenting for her mistake. But when it came to Dr. Bannock, if I ever see that man again, I'll shove the virus down his throat and watch him turn. Maybe then he'll believe me. Chapter 2. Dylan. Dylan paced up and down her cell with her hands clenched behind her back. It wasn't hard. It only took 3 steps to cover the entire length of her prison from front to end. Beneath her breath, she counted each step. 812, 813, 814. Each time she reached 1,000, she'd start over. She'd lost count of the times she'd started over. Her temper simmered just below the boiling point, and she was afraid it would explode at any moment. The first time it happened, she attacked a guard. The second time, she smashed the barred window and shredded her mattress with a shard of glass. All out of pure frustration. After that, they'd transferred her to a windowless cell, and she only got fed once a day through a tiny slot. Who knew what they'd do to her if she screwed up again? Give her the electric chair, maybe. Either way, death was starting to look like an attractive option. Without the sun, moon, or stars, time had no meaning. The lights were on day and night. The guards changed at the same hour. Dinner arrived like clockwork, and she never saw or spoke to anyone except the hand that pushed her food through the slot. She missed Ethan and Tara, even Saul, and she hoped they were all okay. What about Amy and Alex? Her mind was coming unhinged. She knew it. The guards knew it, too. Especially when she threw herself at the door like a maniac. Or sang karaoke songs in the tiny shower cubicle. Saul probably had it easy compared to her. A big cell with lots of sun, 3 meals per day, and a bathtub with real soap and shampoo. The man was the picture of calm when he needed to be. He probably meditates, too, Dylan mumbled to herself as she flopped down onto her bunk. The springs protested at the abuse, and one dug into her ribs. She wriggled around until she found a more comfortable spot and stared at the ceiling. One hand traced across the scar on her forearm. It had healed up, and the stitches had been removed by a nurse who refused to talk to her. The nurse had also given her a full examination before pronouncing her healthy. It was the only perk to being imprisoned. For the first time in weeks, there was nothing wrong with her. No injuries, bumps, bruises, or wounds graced her form. She got regular meals, enough water, and too much sleep. Ugh, sleep. With a sigh, Dylan rolled onto her side, resigned to another night spent tossing and turning. With the return of her health and energy, she hated being forced to do nothing. It brought out the worst in her, and she wondered how much longer she could keep from going insane. When the door to her cell suddenly opened, she was out of the bed in a flash. "Who's there?" "It's me, Tara." "Tara?" Relief flooded Dylan's veins. "What are you doing here? Are they letting me out?" "Temporarily," Tara said. "I struck a deal with the powers that be." "What deal?" "I'll explain on the way, but we need to hurry," Tara said, waving Dylan outside. "And please, no more shenanigans. I need you to be on your best behavior." "I'll do anything to get out of here," Dylan said, eyeing the guards. They let her pass with wary caution, their hands tightening around their gun stocks. It amused her, and a dry chuckle escaped her lips. "Dylan," Tara growled, "what did I just say?" Yeah, I'll be good, I promise," Dylan replied, following Tara down the hall. A soldier walked ahead of them while two more brought up the rear. Together, they marched toward another cell block where they found Saul. He emerged from his room looking as fit as ever, his expression smooth and stress-free. It seemed his time in the slammer had been easier than hers. "I knew you'd get us out," he said, hugging Tara and clapping Dylan on the back. "I'm glad to see you both." "You might not be so happy once you hear what I have to say," Tara answered as they walked away. In low tones, she explained the deal she'd made with the Major. "We get to fight?" Dylan said with rising excitement. Despite the danger, she itched to see a little action. Anything to wipe away the boredom of the past few days. Saul was less than thrilled. "Do we get our guns back? How many infected are we expected to fight? Where is the attack taking place?" "I don't know," Tara admitted, "but it was the best I could do. The Major refused to let you go otherwise." Saul grunted, not looking at all happy about the situation. "What about Ethan?" Dylan asked. "He's sitting this one out," Tara said. "Good idea," Dylan replied. "He's probably the only one of us who hasn't killed a zombie yet." "Move it, people," the lead guard said, beckoning them to follow. They were rushed out of the cell block and emerged into the darkness of the night. Above their heads glowed a new moon and a thick carpet of stars. Lights were placed at strategic intervals to illuminate the way ahead, and a cold breeze ruffled their clothes. In the distance, the muffled sound of gunfire rang through the air. It lent a sense of urgency to their mission, and they all broke into an automatic jog. Dylan was in her element. It felt good to stretch her legs and get fresh air into her lungs. She could feel the oxygen rushing through her veins and pumping into her muscles. She was more than ready for a fight. She ached for it. Their prison, a nondescript brick square, faded from view as they ran toward another, equally bland-looking building ahead. Both featured barred windows set high up in the walls and a wash of beige paint. 2 soldiers guarded both. That must mean there's something to guard. Dylan slowed to a walk as they neared the entrance. "What's in there?" To her surprise, the soldier in front, their leader, answered in mild tones. "It's an armory. After the outbreak, we set up several small armories scattered throughout the base. That makes it easier for us to resupply in a hurry during an attack by the infected." "Who are you, if I may ask?" Dylan said. "Sergeant Dean," he replied before approaching the 2 soldiers at the door. "We're here for a pickup."
For the civilians? One asked. That's right. Go ahead. Mac is expecting you.
Inside, they encountered a small room cut in half by a wooden counter. On top of the bar lay an empty duffel bag and an array of weapons. Yet another soldier stood behind the counter, sorting through the various guns, knives, and ammunition on display. He looked up when they entered and nodded to Sergeant Dean.
Is this them? Yep. Is everything ready, Mac? Sergeant Dean asked. I think it's all there. Everything they brought with them in the Humvee, Max said, waving his hands over the counter. Help yourselves. You heard him, Sergeant Dean said. Gear up. We've got zombies to kill.
Dylan wasted no time at all. She rushed forward and grabbed her machete, waving it around with glee.
This is more like it.
After sliding the sheath onto her belt, she added a combat knife as a spare blade. Next came the Glock, still tucked into its shoulder holster along with its 4 loaded magazines. She checked the load, grateful to be armed once more. Lastly, she picked up her spear, giving it an experimental whirl that sent several soldiers ducking out of the way with cries of alarm.
Dylan, Tara said with a frown of disapproval. Dylan shrugged. I wasn't even near them.
While Tara and Saul collected their things, Dylan smoothed her hair back and tied it into a tight knot. She left her jacket unzipped to allow access to the shoulder holster and made sure her skinny jeans were tucked into the top of her boots. She also removed her gloves and scarf, tossing it onto the counter. They'd only hamper her in a fight. Satisfied, she announced, I'm good to go. Just show me the way. Tara and Saul signaled their readiness, and Sergeant Dean took the lead at a swift jog. They ran into the night and toward the fence, sporadically hitting pools of yellow light along the path. To Dylan, it felt surreal, like they were making their way through a giant disco, especially with the rising beat of gunfire in the background. That changed when they reached their destination. Suddenly, it all became real. A cacophony of sound enfolded her mind. Shots blasted into her eardrums. Officers shouted commands, and the infected howled with never-ending hunger. Her stomach twisted into knots, and her adrenaline levels spiked as they neared the spot where the fighting was most concentrated. She stumbled to a halt and took a moment to assess the situation. It didn't take much to see that the base was in serious trouble. A line of soldiers fought along the security fences that flanked the Veterans Gate. A barricade reinforced the gate, and rolls of barbed wire glinted in the surrounding spotlights. A horde of zombies clawed at the barrier with eager fingers, not caring when they shredded their flesh on the wicked razors. On top of the barricade was a mounted .50 caliber machine gun operated by 2 men. A constant barrage of bullets streamed from its muzzle, cutting through the ranks of the undead. But even as she watched, it shuddered and died as it ran out of ammunition. Soldiers scrambled to take up the slack, forming a line of rifle fire several feet wide. Despite the hail of lead, the undead appeared unstoppable. When one fell, 2 more took its place. Even worse, the growing mound of bodies gave them a foothold, and they crawled over each other's corpses like ants. The first zombie reached the top and tumbled over. A bullet to the head took it down, but another one followed. And another, and another. They swarmed across the barricade and fell onto the nearest soldiers with predatory instincts. Screams filled the night, and blood soaked into the dusty earth as men lost their lives to tooth and claw. Dylan gaped at the scene with horrified fascination, flanked by Saul and Tara. Sergeant Dean and his 2 fellows threw themselves into the fight, not caring about their charges. Swallowing the fear that threatened to undo her, she glanced at Saul. "Ready?" He nodded. "We stick together, no matter what. Don't get separated. Got it?" Dylan nodded. "Got it." With a piercing cry, she gripped her spear with both hands and ran at the nearest cluster of zombies, flanked by her friends. An infected turned toward her, a snarl fixed onto its lips. 2 more joined it, while another crawled across the ground, its broken legs dragging in the sand. Tara blasted the crawler with her shotgun, while Saul picked off 2 more with his handgun. Dylan thrust the point of her spear through the crawler's eye, popping the eyeball and skewering the brain. Putrid liquid sprayed from the ruptured socket, and the corpse sagged in death. With 1 foot planted on its shoulder, she yanked her weapon free. Not pausing for a second, she whirled in a circle. The spear swept across the ground, taking the feed out from underneath another infected. She jammed the point through its throat, pinning it to the earth. The blade sliced through the neck vertebrae. Paralyzed from the neck down, the infected could do nothing but growl with insane fury. Another zombie came howling toward her, closing the distance with frightful speed. Dylan tried to pull out her spear, but it was buried too deeply to remove in a hurry. Abandoning the weapon, she pulled her machete from its sheath. With both hands wrapped around the handle, she slammed the edge down onto her attacker's skull. It cleaved through the bone and buried itself deep into the brain. A cry caught her attention, and Dylan looked up in time to see Sergeant Dean go down beneath the writhing bodies of 2 zombies. Yanking the machete free, she launched herself at the fallen soldier. With a powerful blow, she hacked into the nearest infected's neck. Its head flopped to the side, and she booted it in the ribs with a solid kick. It rolled away in a flurry of arms and legs, and she turned back to the sergeant. The second zombie had both hands buried in the soldier's jacket, its teeth clacking together as it sought to get a bite. Sergeant Dean was struggling to keep it at bay and failing. Just as she reached them, the infected lunged forward and bit into the man's exposed wrist. Dylan grabbed the zombie by the hair and tore it away from the wounded soldier. Rage flooded her mind, and red encroached on the edges of her vision. She could feel the effects of another episode nudging at her brain, seeking to take over. Gritting her teeth, she tried to control it. Think of Amy. Think of Alex. Think of anything but blood and death. But its lure was like a siren's song, and before she could stop it, a curtain of darkness fell across her thoughts. Tossing the infected to the ground, she rammed the machete into its open mouth. With her other hand, she reached for the Glock and pumped several bullets into the zombie's head. Its face disintegrated into a mass of blood and bone. Without stopping, she pulled the machete from its maw, breaking several teeth in the process. With the blade in one hand and the gun in the other, she stormed the undead ranks. Like a whirling dervish, she cut through their bodies, spilling blood and guts onto the cold earth. The sand soaked it up like a sponge, hungry for its share of death. Tara and Saul were forgotten in her frenzy to kill. All that mattered was the rage that had her in its grip, its hold on her mind relentless, merciless. When one magazine emptied, she replaced it with another and another until she ran out. Tossing the gun to the ground, she used the machete to chop through skulls and vertebrae. After a while, the edge grew dull with repeated use. With a frustrated cry, Dylan yanked out her knife and threw herself at a zombie woman. They tumbled to the ground, and she pinned the infected down with her knees. Her arm rose and fell as she stabbed the woman in the face over and over again. Without realizing it, she was screaming. Black blood splattered her face and soaked the front of her clothes, and still she didn't stop. "Dylan!" The voice came from a distance, far away, unreal. "Dylan, please!" It was closer now, familiar. "Dylan, stop! It's over! They're all dead!" Dylan paused her relentless attack and cocked her head. "Tara?" Tara's face appeared above her shoulder. "Yes, it's me." "It's over?" Tara nodded. "The zombies are dead. All of them." "Really?" "I promise." As sudden as it came, the rage receded from her mind, leaving Dylan drained and empty. She crawled to her feet and stared at her crimson hands with shock. The metallic taste of blood coated her tongue, and her muscles trembled with fatigue. "We did it? We beat them?" she asked, still unable to gather her shattered thoughts. "Yes, we did," Tara replied with a broad smile. "We won." Dylan returned her smile as a wave of triumph crashed over her. "Yes!" Tara tugged at her arm. "Come on, let's get you cleaned up. You're covered in gore." Dylan looked at her stained clothes and wrinkled her nose. "You've got that right. But what about Saul?" "I'm staying here to help with the cleanup," Saul replied, appearing from the side. He handed her the Glock she'd tossed earlier, and she accepted it with a smile. "Thanks." "No problem." He threw her a cryptic look before turning to Tara. "You'd better get her out of here." "I will," Tara replied, her expression somber. "Come on, Dylan. Let's go."
Okay,"
Dylan replied with a frown. Why are they acting so weird? "Is something wrong?" she asked. "Of course not. I just think we should get you washed up in case Major Reed wants to speak to you," Tara replied. "Makes sense," Dylan replied, shrugging off her concerns. With Tara taking the lead, she walked past the surviving soldiers. The path was littered with corpses, and she had to pick their way through with care. As Dylan stepped over one body, she spotted her spear sticking up into the air. The infected was still alive, its teeth snapping at the air despite being paralyzed from the neck down. With one boot planted on the zombie's head, she jerked the spear free from its throat. A quick stab through the eye ended its struggles, and the infected grew still. "Die, zombie scum," Dylan muttered, staring at the corpse. Suddenly, she became aware of several pairs of eyes trained on her. Soldiers. They stared at her with shock, their lips twisted with repugnance. The hair on the back of her neck rose as she looked around, sensing a growing wave of hostility directed straight at her. She couldn't fathom the reason. Surely they didn't feel sorry for the infected. Deciding it was a matter best left for later, she hurried onward. Tara? Yeah? Wait for me." Scrambling to catch up, Dylan jogged after the doctor's petite form. As they walked past a parked truck, she caught sight of her reflection in the window. A spotlight shone above her head, illuminating every detail with horrifying clarity. Dylan froze, staring at her face. Her skin was a mask of black blood from which her eyes shone like emerald stones, cold and hard. It was the image of a monster, a freak. Then it hit her. When the soldiers looked at her, they didn't see a fighter. They didn't see a woman, or even a human being. They saw a crazed killer, a zombie. Chapter 3. Saul. After Tara and Dylan left, Saul turned his attention toward the aftermath of the battle. The spotlights above their heads illuminated the grisly scene with a stark glow, and the deep shadows beyond their reach throbbed with menace. "I wonder how many more are out there, hungry, searching." He picked his way through the debris, a loaded pistol in his right hand. Bodies littered the ground, and the earth was soaked with blood. A couple of the zombies were still alive, wriggling around with broken limbs and shattered spines. Even worse were the screams and moans of the injured. A pair of army boots stuck out from underneath a mound of infected bodies, and Saul hurried over to clear them away. As the corpses rolled to the side, they revealed a man, and he quickly leaned down to look for a pulse. But the soldier's eyes were wide and staring, his throat torn to shreds. "Damn," Saul muttered. He reached for his knife and pressed the point to the soft spot behind the ear. A quick thrust ensured the soldier wouldn't rise again. A necessary evil. He continued onward in this manner, checking for wounded and destroying the brains of the dead before they could reanimate. Any living zombies met with a quick end. It was a grim job and a smelly one. The scent of blood, guts, and decay mingled into a thick haze that clung to the roof of his mouth. At least he wasn't alone. A tall officer called Lieutenant King shouted out instructions while a soldier relayed his orders over the radio. Within seconds, the cleanup began in earnest. Others joined Saul on the field, and the work progressed fast. Not long after that, Ethan arrived with a team of medics carrying stretchers and first aid kits. He spotted Saul and hurried over. "What are you doing here? Are you fighting with the soldiers?" "It's a long story," Saul replied as weariness settled into his bones. "Are you injured?" "No, I'm fine." "What about Dylan and Tara?" Ethan asked with an anxious frown. "They're okay," Saul said. "Thank God," Ethan exclaimed, running one hand through his hair as he surveyed the battlefield. "I've been worried sick all this time." "No need. They're alive and kicking." Saul looked around. "Which is more than I can say for a lot of these soldiers." "Yes, I'd better see what I can do for them. Hopefully we can save a few," Ethan said, turning away. He took a few steps, then paused. "But we need to talk. Soon. We'll arrange something, Doctor. I promise." After Ethan left, Saul noticed Sergeant Dean cradling his hand to his chest and walked over. "Are you okay?" "Not really," Sergeant Dean said, revealing the bite mark on his wrist. "Shit," Saul cursed as he eyed the crescent-shaped wound. It wasn't deep, but the skin was broken in places, and the flesh badly bruised. "Yeah, it'll be the death of me," Sergeant Dean said, his face pale and drawn. "Unless all that talk about a cure was true." "It's true. Tara brought 3 vials with her, but it was confiscated upon our arrival," Saul said. "We're having a hard time convincing the Major that we're legit." "I can vouch for your fighting skills. If nothing else, you know how to kill zombies," Sergeant Dean replied. "Plus, Dylan saved my life." "She did?" "Oh, yeah. I'd be zombie chow if it weren't for her. I'll make sure the Major knows that." "Thanks. Any help at this stage is more than welcome," Saul said. "I'll see what I can do, but first we need to clean up this mess," the sergeant said. "We have to be ready in case more hostiles show up." "Shouldn't you get that looked at first?" Saul asked, indicating Sergeant Dean's injured hand. "What for? It's not like they can stop the virus. My only hope lies with that cure you keep talking about, and for that I need to see the Major," Sergeant Dean replied. "And he won't be happy if I abandon my post and leave things like this." "Yeah, but at least get it disinfected and wrapped up. There's a lot of other things that can kill you. Septicemia, gangrene, the list goes on." "Fine, I'll ask one of the medics to do it quickly." As the sergeant walked away, Saul checked his watch. It was after 12 already. The fight had lasted longer than he thought. He just hoped more zombies didn't show up. The last thing they needed now was a swarm. The base was not equipped for that, and he was surprised they'd lasted this long. "I'll have to speak to the Major about that." The cold breeze ruffled his collar, and he shivered, grateful for his warm jacket. Winter had arrived, and the nights were getting longer and colder by the day. He looked around him at the battle-weary soldiers, the paltry security fences, and the empty 50 caliber gun. Fort Detrick was running on fumes, and they'd have to pull out all the stops if they hoped to see spring. "This time I can't run away. Not like Fort Knox. This time I'll live or die right here, defending the lab. It's the only chance any of us have." Trucks arrived not long after that to collect the corpses of the undead. They'd be taken to a dump some distance away from the base and burned. The bodies of fallen soldiers were carted to the mortuary for ceremonial cremation later that day. Not wasting any time, Saul busied himself clearing the field. Working next to him was Sergeant Dean and a couple of other soldiers. Together, they removed all the dead and loaded them onto the waiting trucks. A second team did the same on the other side of the fence, while a third reloaded the .50 caliber and repositioned the barricades. It was a big operation and took several hours to complete. By the time they were finished, dawn was breaking, and streaks of orange and purple lit the sky. A group of engineers and construction workers arrived from the civilian quarters to assist with the repairs, and a fresh unit replaced the battle-weary soldiers on guard duty. Saul wiped the sweat from his brow, more tired than he was prepared to admit.
A hot shower would be nice round about now. Sergeant Dean nodded. Let me show you the way to the communal bathrooms. I'm sure I can scrounge up a fresh uniform for you. After that, you can join us in the cafeteria. We might as well eat before we brave the dragon's den.
You mean the Major?
That's the one. I'll try to convince him to use me as a guinea pig for the cure. If it works, he might change his mind about you guys.
Enough to clear out the lab? Saul asked.
The lab? Sergeant Dean's eyebrows raised. That's crazy talk. There must be over 100 zombies in there.
Nevertheless, we need that facility. It's the only way Terra can produce more of the cure. Imagine if there was enough for all of you, Saul said. Nobody else would have to die from a bite ever again.
Sergeant Dean mulled it over. It's an attractive proposition, and it would give us an edge against the infected.
So you'll speak for us?
I'll give it my best shot, but I can't make any promises, Sergeant Dean answered.
That's all I ask, Saul said.
Now how about that shower? Sergeant Dean laughed. Follow me.
After a quick shower and a shave, Saul followed Sergeant Dean to the cafeteria, where he found Dylan, Tara, and Ethan. They were seated at one of the many long tables that graced the floor, half of them occupied by a mixture of soldiers and civilians. After collecting a bowl of soup and a cup of coffee from the serving counter, he sat down with his friends.
Hey, guys, this is Sergeant Dean, right? Dylan interrupted. I saved your ass, didn't I?
Dylan, Tara said in a shocked whisper.
Sergeant Dean grinned. It's okay. She did save my ass. I thought I did, but I wasn't sure. Everything's a bit blurry, you know? Dylan replied, wiggling her fingers in front of her face. Well, you did, and I owe you one. No problem. You'd do the same, I'm sure, Dylan said, taking a sip of coffee.
What's next? Tara asked. I'd say we proved ourselves last night. Surely the Major will listen to us now.
I wouldn't count on it. He's a stubborn one, Sergeant Dean said. Lucky for you, I got bitten during the fight. If I can convince him to let me try the cure, and it actually works...
He might be more eager to clear the lab, Tara finished, her eyes shining with excitement. Let's go see him right now.
Hold your horses, Doctor. Let me speak to him first, Sergeant Dean said. Saul can accompany me. As a fellow soldier, the Major might be more lenient.
Tara rolled her eyes. This is why I hate bureaucracy. All the red tape. It's the reason the world's in this mess right now. Why don't you wait at the infirmary? Saul asked. If the Major agrees, Sergeant Dean can meet you there.
Good idea, Tara said. Dylan yawned. I'm gonna hit the sack, though I've no idea where. I'm not going back to my cell.
Could you sort that out with the Major as well, please? Tara asked. We need a proper place to stay. Will do, Saul said, taking a big sip of his soup.
Much as I've enjoyed your company, I must go, Ethan said, pushing back his chair. The infirmary is bursting at the seams, and they need me.
So soon? Dylan asked.
That sucks.
I know, but there's a shortage of medical staff, so we all have to work overtime, Ethan replied. The other doctors, too. We could help you, Dylan and I, Tara offered. Besides, I want to see if anyone else has been bitten.
Dylan groaned. Really? I was hoping to get some sleep.
Come on, don't be lazy, Tara said. You can sleep when you're dead.
That would be funnier if I didn't almost become a zombie a few weeks ago, Dylan said, getting up as well.
Before anyone could reply, a passing soldier hit Dylan in the back and sent her sprawling across the table. Saul's half-empty bowl of soup ended up splattered on her shirt, and coffee drenched her hair.
"Hey!" she cried, struggling to extricate herself from the mess. "Watch where you're going."
The soldier smirked at her and remarked to his friends,
"Oh, look, clumsy me. Luckily it's only the zombie chick."
"Zombie chick? Who the fuck is your zombie chick?" Dylan said with a growl as she whirled around to face him.
"Oh, come on. Don't play the innocent. We all know you're crazy," the soldier said.
His friends chuckled, and Dylan honed in on one of them.
"I know you." "Yeah, you should. You attacked me a few days ago while I was guarding your crazy ass," the guy replied.
"Afraid of getting beaten by a girl?" Dylan taunted.
"More like eaten, zombie chick."
The atmosphere was rapidly turning sour, and Saul was afraid Dylan would have another episode. He needn't have worried, however. Sergeant Dean stood up and pointed at the group.
"Listen here, you lot. This lady fought as hard and as well as any one of you did last night. She placed her life on the line for us, and she saved my life in the process. Show a bit of respect."
"You heard him," a strange voice said. All eyes turned toward the newcomer, Lieutenant King.
"Show a little respect."
With a lot of grumbling, the soldiers walked away, and Saul heaved a sigh of relief. "Thanks, Lieutenant."
"Don't mention it,"
Lieutenant King said, his pale eyes unreadable as he surveyed Dylan.
"If I was you, I'd watch my back. Miller is one to hold a grudge, and so is your former guard, Jackson."
"I'll do that," Dylan replied, picking at her messy shirt. King sauntered away, and a grim silence fell across the table. Finally, Sergeant Dean said,
"I apologize for that. They should be grateful for your help, not acting like assholes," Dylan interrupted.
"Exactly." "It doesn't matter. I'm leaving soon anyway," Dylan said. "I'm going back to Alex and Amy. At least I know I'm wanted there." "You'll always be welcome by us, Dylan," Tara said. "Yeah, come with me. We'll get you cleaned up at the infirmary," Ethan said, leading Dylan away by the elbow. "See you later, Saul. With good news, I hope," Tara said, her expression strained. "I won't be long," he promised. Once the others were gone, Saul turned to Sergeant Dean. "Seems like we've got a problem."
"I'll keep an eye on him," Sergeant Dean said, pushing away his plate. "I'm done. Let's go see the Major."
"Can't wait." An hour later, Saul and Sergeant Dean stood at attention in front of the Major's desk. Major Reed studied them with a keen gaze, his lips pressed together. Finally, he spoke.
"Lieutenant King tells me you fought well last night, Lieutenant Dlamini, and that you played a decided role in the defeat of the enemy."
Saul inclined his head. "Thank you, sir, but it wasn't only me. We all worked together."
"Including your friends, Tara Lee and Dylan Young?"
"Yes, sir. They're capable fighters, and they've faced many a dangerous situation with bravery."
"Perhaps, but I also hear that Miss Young went berserk on the field. The men are calling her crazy. That, coupled with her previous infractions, makes me wonder if she can be trusted,"
the Major continued. "Dylan isn't crazy, just fierce," Saul said.
"And her fierceness has nothing to do with the cure?"
the Major asked. "No, sir. The cure doesn't cause aggression. Rather, it's a leftover symptom from the virus itself, which makes certain changes in the brain. The sooner a patient takes the cure, the better."
"She received hers later than you did?"
"Yes."
"In other words, she has brain damage. Or would it be more accurate to say that she got closer to becoming a zombie than you did, and now has some of their characteristics?"
Saul clenched his fists. She's not a zombie, sir, nor does she have brain damage.
Then what exactly happened out there? I'm assuming you saw her, covered in blood, crazed, screaming like a banshee. Does that sound normal to you?
She didn't hurt any of your men, did she? Saul pointed out. Only zombies.
That doesn't mean she isn't dangerous, the Major said.
She's not, Saul exclaimed. Why are you asking me this? Why not ask Tara?
Because Dr. Lee doesn't understand the dangers involved, not like a soldier would. And you are a soldier, right?
Yes, I am, Saul said.
Then tell me the truth. What's wrong with Miss Young, and does she pose a security risk? The Major asked.
As I said before, the virus causes certain changes in the brain. The biggest is heightened aggression. Both Dylan and I suffer from that to a certain degree.
Her more than you? Major Reed pressed.
Yes, the virus had more time to progress in her case. Even so, it can be controlled, Saul explained. I learned, and Dylan will learn too. She just needs a bit of time.
Are you certain of that, Lieutenant? Major Reed said. I cannot allow a wild card on my base. If she poses any danger at all, I need to know now.
She does not, Major. I swear it. Sergeant Dean cleared his throat.
Sir, if I may?
Major Reed nodded.
Go ahead. Miss Young is not crazy. She saved my life. The zombie that bit me would have killed me if she hadn't stepped in, and I owe her my life.
The Major studied them for a long moment before giving a curt nod.
Fine. I'll allow her to stay, but if she causes any problems, she's out.
Thank you, sir, Saul said, relieved beyond measure.
I'm assigning the 4 of you to a house in the private quarters. We have a number that are standing empty now, but you all need to contribute. Dr. Hayes will continue his work at the infirmary. What about you? Do you wish to join our ranks? I can offer you a position as a first lieutenant. No need for a demotion.
Saul inclined his head. I'm sorry, sir, but I would like to remain a free man for now. Enlisting in a foreign army isn't in the cards for me.
I see, Major Reed said with a frown. In that case, you can join one of our raiding parties. It's dangerous work, but you're a trained fighter. Plus, once you've proven your worth, you'll have the freedom to come and go as you please.
I accept, sir, and may I request that Dylan join me? It seems like a job well suited to her temperament, Saul asked.
Major Reed grunted. Agreed.
What about Dr. Lee?
I haven't decided yet, Major Reed replied. I still don't trust this cure of yours. It seems too good to be true.
Just give her a chance, sir, Saul pleaded. Sergeant Dean's been bitten, and without that medication, he'll die.
I'm aware of Sergeant Dean's condition. If he agrees, I'll allow him to take this so-called cure. He'll be confined until I am certain that the treatment is effective. If that happens, I'll consider clearing out the laboratory so that Dr. Lee may continue her research.
Saul sagged with relief, but quickly drew himself up again. Thank you, sir. In the meantime, may I suggest that she act as a consultant to your defense teams?
A consultant? Major Reed asked. What for?
Dr. Lee has extensive knowledge of the infected, more than anyone else on this planet. She was there from the very beginning, at the source. If anyone knows how we are to survive them, she does.
Thanks for the offer, but I think we have the situation in hand, Major Reed said, seeming ready to dismiss them.
Do you? Really? Saul asked. Let me be frank, Major. Fort Knox had a fighting force 3 times the size of yours, and their defenses were superior by far. Yet they are all dead today. You don't know what you're up against, but Tara does.
Can she make such a big difference, Lieutenant? The Major asked.
I promise you, she can. Dr. Lee is both brilliant and knowledgeable.
Let her help you, or none of us will survive this apocalypse."
Major Reed stood up from his desk.
"All right. Tell Dr. Lee she's to report to me at 0700 hours tomorrow. We'll see what magic tricks she has up her sleeve. As for you, Sergeant, report to the infirmary ASAP. The cure is waiting for you. Dismissed."
Sergeant Dean and Saul saluted and marched out of the office with barely contained grins. When the door shut behind them, Sergeant Dean blew out a deep breath.
"Thank God. For a moment there, I thought I was a goner. You're sure this will work?"
"I'm sure," Saul said, pulling up his sleeve. On his lower bicep, a knot of scar tissue shone in the light. "I got infected, and Tara saved me."
Sergeant Dean smiled with relief. "It seems I owe my life to you lot."
"Don't thank me yet. The episodes are nothing to laugh about," Saul warned.
"Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Is it bad?"
Saul shrugged. "Bad enough, but you're getting the cure sooner than Dylan or I did. Maybe you're lucky."
"Let's hope so,"
the sergeant agreed. Together, they walked outside and headed toward the infirmary. As the cold air hit his face, Saul reflected that he'd won a major victory that day. They all had. Let's hope our streak of good fortune continues. Chapter 4. Alex. Alex walked down the hallway toward Amy's room, his steps light and energetic. After a full night's sleep, a hot shower, and a solid breakfast, he felt good. Not even the smell of antiseptic could sour his mood, a scent he usually despised. He hated hospitals as well, but the community of Radcliffe had done a lot to turn this one into a home. While much of the place remained intact for its original purposes, such as the emergency wing, operating rooms, and the pediatric, OBGYN, and intensive care departments, the rest was repurposed as civilian housing. Wards became dormitories, and the cafeteria a common area where everyone took their meals. The gift shop was turned into a kindergarten, and the coffee shop into a school for the kids. More than that, curtains fluttered at the windows, ferns bloomed in vases, and throw cushions brightened up the wooden benches. It was a home, not just a place to live in until the zombies went away. In the gardens outside, neat rows of winter vegetables grew alongside transplanted fruit trees. Chickens lay eggs inside coops built for the purpose, and there were even a couple of pot-bellied pigs and goats wandering around. When he first arrived, the inhabitants accepted him into their ranks without protest. After his first successful supply run, they welcomed him with open arms, and he was only too happy to help out. He was due to join another much-needed supply run that morning, but wanted to say goodbye to Amy first. His boots squeaked on the clean floor as he turned the corner, and he was surprised to find Amy up and about.
"Shouldn't you be in bed? Resting?"
Amy tossed him a look of impatience.
"I'm not an invalid, Alex. It's about time that I started moving around. Dr. Williams says it will speed up my recovery."
"Are you sure? You're not making this up, are you?" Alex asked with a frown. "I know you're in a hurry to leave, but you're still weak."
"Weak schmeek," Amy scoffed, waving him off as she tied the laces on her sneakers.
"You can ask Dr. Williams yourself if you don't believe me."
"Where is he?"
"Right behind you, Mr. Donahue," Dr. Williams answered from behind Alex. "And your sister is correct. The sooner she starts exercising, the better." "But—" "No buts, Mr. Donahue," Dr. Williams interrupted. "Amy is young and strong. She has shown remarkable resilience thus far, and her recovery is almost complete." Alex wanted to say "but" again until he thought better of it. Instead, he managed to bury his reservations and said,
"As long as you don't overdo it, sis, I guess it's fine."
He watched as Dr. Williams took Amy's blood pressure and temperature, marking her numbers down on a chart. Afterward, the doctor gave an approving nod. "Everything looks good.
The infection is gone, and her wounds have healed without any undue scarring.
When can I leave? Amy asked, her eyes bright and eager.
A couple of days should do it. Once I'm satisfied that you're strong enough to walk around and defend yourself, you can join the general population.
Dr. Williams took his leave, and she turned on Alex. Did you hear that? A couple of days.
I heard, Alex said, but that doesn't mean you'll be able to travel yet.
Why not? Amy said with a groan of exasperation. We need to get to Dylan. What if she goes to the safe house while we're gone? She'll be out of her mind with worry.
I can't take the chance that something might happen to you on the road, sis, Alex said. I promised to keep you safe.
Oh, come on, Amy protested. Stop coddling me. I'm not a child anymore.
Alex threw his hands in the air. Fine, I'll give you 2 days to prove to me you're fit enough for the road. Deal?
Deal,
Amy said before surveying his clothes and weapons with narrowed eyes.
Where are you off to?
On a supply run. I just dropped in to say goodbye, Alex replied.
Will you be gone long?
No, this is a short run. We'll be back by noon.
Be careful, bro. I'd hate it if anything happened to you, Amy said with a tinge of worry.
I'll watch my back, sis.
They hugged, and he left the room with brisk strides. Around him, the nurses and other medical staff went about their duties with calm composure. A patient shuffled past him with an IV drip on a stand, while another sat reading in a wheelchair. A pregnant woman waited in the reception for an exam, and a group of kids played in the children's playroom. It was all very normal, and he marveled that it was even possible in the apocalypse. A couple of changes had taken place since he'd arrived, however. After the fall of Fort Knox, Officer Brown had quizzed him at length about what had happened. Alex had been able to tell him quite a lot thanks to Saul and Tara, and Officer Brown had taken several steps to ensure the Radcliffe Hospital community didn't meet the same fate. All roads leading to the place had been blocked off, and sentries placed at strategic points. Surrounding buildings were cleared of the undead, and the entrances closed. Volunteers with bikes stood ready to lead any hordes away from them, and the hospital was fortified to the max. It was now impossible to see into the grounds. Movement and noise were kept to a minimum, and all the windows had been blacked out. Even the animals were kept secluded and away from the road, walled off in an enclosure. Lastly, an evacuation plan had been set in place in case of an emergency. Alex reckoned all the extra preparations gave the community a fighting chance, at least, and he hoped they'd not only survive, but thrive. There has to be something left once it's all done. Something of humanity. He stepped outside and shaded his eyes from the bright sun. The sky was blue, and birds tweeted in the bare branches of the trees overhead. Despite the beautiful day, a chill breeze swept through the grounds, and he was grateful for the thick jacket he wore. In the parking lot, Officer Brown and Tony milled about, checking weapons and organizing the group gathered for the supply run. He counted 7 people, excluding himself, which brought the tally up to 8. 2 double-cab trucks with trailers stood ready to go, their tanks fully fueled and their engines checked. As a rule, Officer Brown was a man of few words and stubborn opinions. Alex had to hand it to him, though. The former policeman was an expert leader. He knew how to motivate people to get the best out of them, and he also knew how to deal with troublemakers. Tony, on the other hand, was a tough nut to crack. Ever since their first meeting, he had refused to warm up toward Alex. They rarely spoke to each other, and Alex avoided the man as a rule. He didn't want to start a fight when he wasn't planning on staying for very long. He strode over and joined the group. "Morning, guys." A couple of replies echoed around him, and Officer Brown nodded. "Glad you could make it. How's your sister?" "She's doing much better, thank you." "Happy to hear that. Are you ready to go? You've checked your gun,
Magazines? Officer Brown asked. I have, and I'm all set. Good. You can ride with me in the Toyota along with Jax and Molly, Officer Brown said. 4 people to a vehicle. Sounds good.
Alex heaved an inner sigh of relief that he wouldn't have to ride with his nemesis, Tony, and climbed into the front seat of the Toyota with haste. Tony favored Alex with a sour look as he walked past, his fleshy lips pressed together in his round face. His bald head shone in the sun, and despite the cold wind, sweat beaded on his forehead. Alex was distracted when Molly, a pretty redhead, got into the cab behind him. She was young, around his age, and a good fighter. While he didn't intend to make a move, he appreciated the way her long lashes fluttered at him in the rearview mirror. At least, he did until Officer Brown climbed in. With a pointed look at Alex, he adjusted the mirror away from her face. "Eyes on the road, boy. No distractions now," the cop said with a wry smile. A hot flush crept up Alex's neck as he looked away, and he swore he heard Jax snicker from the back seat. Jax was also their age, a good-looking jock who made no secret of his interest in Molly. Or anything that wore a skirt. Alex tried to hide his embarrassment by checking out their surroundings as they pulled out of the parking lot. Armed guards waved them through the gates before locking up tight again, and a couple more swept aside the barricades a block further down. Buildings flashed past his window, and the streets were devoid of any signs of life. Even the packs of feral dogs that used to roam about had been eradicated. Now only the rats flourished in the abandoned structures. Alex cleared his throat. "Where are we going?" "We're hitting a strip mall on the other side of town. It used to house that group of bad apples we spoke about before. The ones your friends wiped out." "Are they all dead?" "It looks like it. We've had guards sitting on it for days now, and it appears to be clear," Officer Brown said. "Even so, be careful and keep your gun handy." "All right," Alex said, hoping they'd get there soon. He was growing tired of the love-struck looks Jax kept throwing at Molly. He's going to start drooling all over himself any minute now. Luckily, they arrived at the place not long after that, and Alex climbed out of the truck with his rifle held ready in both hands. Like most of Radcliffe, the streets were deserted with little of interest to see. The horde of zombies that had run over Fort Knox had not returned, a tenfold blessing for all concerned. A brightly painted sign beckoned to them from above the mall's entrance, and Officer Brown quickly organized their parties into teams. "Right, everyone, gather around. Let's do this quickly and quietly. Molly, you're with me on the center aisles. Jax, you go with Rooney and take the left. Mick and Scott, you're on the right. Grab a shopping cart each and remember your lists. If anything happens, we all run straight back here. Got that?" "Got it," everyone but Alex and Tony said. "What about me?" Tony asked with a frown. "And me?" Alex echoed. "You two are on guard duty. Keep an eye out for zombies and warn us if you see anything out of the ordinary." Tony didn't bother to hide his dismay. "You're not serious. I'm supposed to stay outside with this guy?" Officer Brown nodded. "Exactly." "Why?" "Because I say so, Tony," Officer Brown said, his expression bland. "Do you have a problem with my commands?" Tony shook his head. "No, but I'd be more useful inside, not wafting in the wind like a glorified fart." "It's my decision, Tony," Officer Brown said, not giving an inch. "Fine," Tony grumbled, turning his back on them, shoulders stiff and his spine ramrod straight. "How about you, Alex?" Officer Brown asked. Alex wasn't thrilled with the decision either, but he had more sense than to argue with Officer Brown. "I heard you, sir." "Good. Here you go," Officer Brown said, handing him a two-way radio and securing the other to his belt. "Remember, if you see something or if you run into trouble, let me know." "Yes, sir," Alex replied, fiddling with the knob on the radio.
"Move out,"
Officer Brown ordered. He jogged toward the shop entrance with the rest of the group and tested the doors. They were unlocked, and after a thorough look inside to check for infected, they went ahead. Alex resigned himself to a long morning spent guarding the trucks while the others had their fun. With his rifle slung across his chest, he patrolled the area with measured steps. Tony did the same, and they studiously avoided each other. Twice, Alex stopped at his truck for a swig of water and a bite of his protein bar. Other than that, he kept moving. After 40 minutes had passed, the first load of supplies came out of the shop. Alex watched with jealous eyes as Molly, Jax, and the others unloaded their loot, their glee evident. Cases of water, cool drinks, juices, canned goods, dried foods, batteries, candles, baby food, diapers, and even candy bars filled one of the trailers to the brim. With rope and canvas, they covered and secured the load.
"Okay, guys, let's go back for more," Officer Brown said. "Is everything clear out here, folks?"
"Yes, sir," Alex replied.
"Tony?"
"All clear," Tony said.
"Good. See you soon."
The 3 teams ducked back into the shop, and Alex resumed his endless patrolling. After a while, he grew tired and sat down on the tailgate of the nearest truck. His legs dangled in the air, and he chewed at his bottom lip. His frustration was growing with each passing minute, and the lack of action chafed at his nerves. Today's a total bust, damn it. I should have spent it with Amy, rather. Instead, I'm stuck with Tony's company. His eyes panned across the road, following it to the end where it bent around a corner. A flicker of movement caught his attention, and he jerked upright. For a long moment, nothing happened. He was about to relax when he saw it again. Movement. Definite movement. Within a split second, Alex was on full alert. Lifting his rifle to his shoulder, he looked through the scope. The lens caught the reflection of an infected moving up the street with their telltale jerky stride. Behind it was another and another. They kept coming until he could no longer count them, a swarm headed straight for the strip mall. They were still a fair distance away, but the moment they spotted Alex and Tony, they'd break into a sprint. Whatever he was going to do, he'd better do it fast. Alex jumped off the tailgate and whirled around, searching for Tony. The other man was leaning against the second vehicle's front grille with his back to Alex. He hummed beneath his breath, nodding along to the words of the song in his head. Alex dared not shout to him. Instead, he hunched down low and ran toward Tony as fast as he could. He ducked around the side of the truck and reached Tony within seconds. Without hesitation, he grabbed the man's arm and yanked him to the ground.
"What the?"
Tony began to yell.
"Shh! Zombies!"
Alex whispered frantically, one finger pressed to his lips. Tony shut his mouth, looked around, and asked, "Where?"
"Close. Too close."
"How many?"
"Dozens, maybe more,"
Alex said with a shake of his head.
"We need to hide."
"Where?" Alex took a quick look around the corner of the truck and jerked his head back.
"Too late to make a run for it. Get down."
"Huh?" Tony asked.
"Get underneath the truck. It's our only chance," Alex said.
With a muttered curse, Tony dropped to his stomach and shimmied underneath the vehicle. Bit by bit, his legs disappeared. In the meantime, Alex grabbed the radio at his waist and pressed the button.
"Officer Brown, come in. Officer Brown, over." "Roger that. Go ahead, Alex. Over." "There's a horde coming up the street. I repeat, a horde of zombies. Over."
There was a brief moment of silence before Officer Brown answered.
"Can we fight them? Over."
"Negative. You'd better stay inside and keep the doors shut until I give the all clear. Over," Alex replied.
"What about you? Over."
"We'll hide under the trucks. There's nowhere else. Over."
Roger that. Be careful. Over. Will do. Over, Alex replied. Commencing radio silence, Officer Brown said. Alex switched the radio off and clipped it onto his belt. He dared another quick look at the approaching infected and swallowed a curse. The first zombie had reached the vehicles and was making its way toward him. They were out of time. Without wasting another precious moment, Alex dropped to his stomach. Tony was already in position, occupying one half of the space, and Alex crawled in next to him. He took care not to make too much noise, cushioning the rifle so it didn't rattle on the tar. He was scarcely under when the first pair of feet shuffled past them, dirty and bare. A low moan emanated from the figure, and it sounded like a lost child. But he knew the infected was anything but a lost, innocent kid, and prayed they weren't discovered. If that happened, they'd be ripped to pieces within seconds. Alex gazed at the strip mall's front entrance and spotted a pair of frightened eyes staring at him through the grimy glass. Molly's. The view was interrupted by another set of legs, and another. The infected kept coming, the crowd thickening as more streamed around the truck. Soon, the light was blocked out completely, and they were dumped into a twilight zone. One filled with the dead and nothing but the dead. They were trapped.
Chapter 5. Amy. After Alex left, Amy was determined to prove her strength. The sooner she was back on her feet, the sooner they could go. It wasn't that she disliked the Radcliffe community. They'd been very kind to her and Alex. She missed Dylan, however. Crazy, violent, red-headed Dylan, who hid a soft interior behind a wall of hostility. Amy thought back to the first time they met. It was in Louisville when Alex lay passed out in the car, sick from an infected stab wound. She'd been looking for help, and her eyes landed on Dylan. The memory was still as fresh in her mind as the day it happened, and she had no trouble recalling it.
"Can you help me, please? It's my brother. He's hurt. I need to get him inside."
Dylan hesitated, then shook her head. "I'm sorry, but I need to get out of this city. I don't have time to waste." She pushed past Amy, who grabbed her hand and pleaded,
"Please, I need you to help me carry him inside. He's in the car over there. It'll only take a moment."
Screams erupted behind them as a wave of the undead attacked the fleeing masses in the street, and Dylan pushed her into a dark alley. After checking that it was clear, she asked, "Car? You have a car?"
"You said you need to get out of the city, right?" Amy asked.
"That's right."
"Help me get my brother fixed up, and we'll take you wherever you need to go. He's a soldier, a fighter, and I can shoot too. Plus, he knows this city like the back of his hand. Together, we can make it."
"What's wrong with your brother?" Dylan asked.
"He was stabbed 2 days ago. We patched him up, but it's infected. He needs antibiotics."
"Where do we get that?" Dylan asked. "I haven't seen a pharmacy anywhere near here."
"There is a veterinary clinic 3 shops down."
"A vet?" Dylan asked, amused. "I suppose it could work."
"It will work. I know what to look for. I spent last summer volunteering there, and I learned a couple of things."
"I see," Dylan said. "So here's the deal. I'll help you get your brother safely into the clinic if you give me the keys to your car."
"No way," Amy replied. "You help me get him inside, fixed up again, and back to the car. Then I'll give you the keys, and we can all get out of here."
"You drive a hard bargain, little girl, but it's a deal," Dylan said.
"I'm not a little girl. I'm 16, and my name is Amy."
"All right, Amy. I'm Dylan. Nice to meet you. Now let's go save your brother." They shook on it, and the bargain was struck. And that was that, the beginning of an unlikely friendship. It didn't matter how it all began, however. All that mattered was that they were family now. One weird, dysfunctional family. All she needed to do was convince Alex that she was strong enough for the outside world. With her sneakers tied and her jacket zipped to the chin, Amy set off down the hall. At first, she stayed inside the hospital, wandering its halls with her hands tucked into her pockets. Many of the people she passed she already knew. Dr. Williams, a few of the nurses, and a couple of the guards. She greeted them all, sometimes stopping for a quick chat before moving on again. "Hey, Simone, how's the love life? Are you still marrying Donnie?" she asked a pretty young nurse who loved to fall in love. Almost every day she'd tell Amy that she'd met the love of her life, only to change her mind the next day. "Donnie? Who's Donnie?" Simone asked with a giggle. "Like that, huh?" Amy laughed before moving along. She couldn't believe she'd only been there for a week. It felt much longer already. Time was different in the apocalypse. Nobody bothered much with calendars and dates. It was all about the people you knew and the events that shaped your lives, good and bad. The kindergarten fascinated her, and she spent a long time watching the little children play through the window. In a way, they were a relic of the past. In a world where only the strong survived, children were scarce, especially babies and toddlers. "I wonder if I'll ever have children. I used to think so, but now I'm not so sure." The hospital boasted an inner courtyard with a skylight. It was filled with flower beds, and although it was winter, most of the ferns and bushes were still green. With gentle fingers, she examined the curling fronds. It reminded her of her mother's rose garden, and after a few minutes, she left. The memory was bittersweet, and she found she wasn't ready to think about such things yet. By noon, she'd covered most of the building inside and turned her attention to the outside world. A cold breeze swirled around her feet and tugged at her hair, but the sun felt good on her uplifted face. Its golden rays bathed her skin with warmth, and she wandered among the many trees that dotted the lawn. It was pleasant, but after a while, she became restless. "Where's Alex? They should have been back by now." Amy directed her feet toward the parking lot. A few cars and trucks were parked at regular intervals, but there was no sign of Alex or his party. She found a bench nearby and sat down, swinging her legs back and forth. A flock of pigeons landed in front of her, and she removed a cookie from her pocket. Breaking it into crumbs, she fed the birds, laughing when they fought over the delicacy. It felt good to be outside. After spending 3 days cooped up in a dark and gloomy basement, followed by a lengthy stay in the ER, she craved the fresh air. Her memories of her illness were vague, blurry. She did remember the way Alex had looked after her. She'd been in a bad place. Contracting a vicious infection on top of everything she'd lost, her parents, home, friends, Fort Knox, and Dylan, had nearly proven fatal. But Alex had been there for her every step of the way, and now it was her turn to show him what she could do. She would prove to him that she could fight and survive in this new world. Suddenly, a group of people ran past her, their urgency evident in their every move. 2 jumped onto bikes and raced away in a cloud of exhaust fumes and smoke. The rest milled about while one spoke on the radio. Finally, they jumped into a Jeep and spun out of the lot at full speed. Except for the guy on the radio. Amy jumped up and ran toward him, her heart banging in her chest. She didn't know the man, but that didn't matter. Something was wrong, and she was determined to find out what it was. "Please don't let it be Alex and his group." "Sir, what's going on?" Amy asked, tugging on the guy's sleeve. "Huh?" He turned toward her with a bewildered look. When he saw it was a teenage girl, he frowned. "Miss, you'd better get inside. It's safer there." "Safer inside? What do you mean? What's wrong?" she asked. "Miss, please do as I say," he replied, trying to wave her off.
but she wasn't going anywhere until she had her answers.
My brother is out there, and I'm not going anywhere until I know he's safe, Amy insisted, stamping her foot. Tell me.
Your brother? Who's that? The man said.
His name is Alex. He went out on a supply run this morning with Officer Brown and a few others. They haven't come back yet.
The stranger hesitated. I don't know, miss.
Tell me what you know, please, Amy begged. My brother's the only family I've got left.
Okay, fine. There are reports of a massive horde entering the city. They're moving this way, and we're going to try and lure them into a different direction, he replied.
What does that have to do with my brother? Amy asked.
Maybe nothing, but the horde is moving through the part of the city where they'd gone to gather supplies.
Amy paled, the blood leaving her face in a rush. Are they dead? Did the zombies catch them?
We don't know yet, miss. Maybe they were lucky and got to cover in time. If they did, they'll be fine, he answered.
But what if they didn't? What if they got trapped? Caught? Surrounded? Amy cried as one horrifying scenario after the next rushed through her mind.
You mustn't think like that, miss. Be positive, the man said. I'm sure they're fine. Officer Brown isn't the type to be caught with his pants down.
You don't know that. How can you? She asked. The mere thought of losing Alex was enough to make her want to curl up and die. She swayed as a fit of dizziness hit her, and the stranger reached out to steady her.
Come on, miss. Let me help you inside. There's nothing you can do out here, he said, helping her back toward the hospital. Besides, we're going on lockdown until the threat has passed.
Lockdown?
Yes. That means no noise, no lights, no movement until the horde has left the vicinity, he explained as they walked. We have to protect our people.
Protect the people, Amy repeated in a faint voice. But what about Alex? Who's protecting him? She allowed the man to lead her back to her room, where he handed her over to Dr. Williams.
The doctor was not a happy man, his pen tapping against her file in a manner that indicated he was upset. Where have you been? You missed lunch, and we're on lockdown, little lady. Or haven't you heard? He asked as his graying brows knitted together.
I heard, Amy replied, sinking onto the side of the bed.
In truth, she didn't give a crap about either the lockdown or the missed lunch. Dr. Williams paused in the middle of his tirade. Are you all right? You look pale.
I'm fine. It's Alex, Amy said.
What about him? Dr. Williams asked.
Amy told the doctor about the supply run, her gut twisting with misery the entire time. He might be trapped or even dead. I have no way of knowing.
To her surprise, Dr. Williams snorted. My dear, you are worried for nothing. Your brother is much tougher than he looks. The same goes for Officer Brown. That man is like a cockroach. Nothing can kill him, and he always looks after his team, including Alex.
You think so? Amy asked, relieved despite herself.
I don't think so. I know so, the doctor replied. Now, I want you to get some rest. I'll send Simone with something to help you sleep.
But I don't want to sleep, Amy protested.
And I don't want to hear any more buts, Dr. Williams said. There's nothing you can do except wait for Alex to return.
Dr. Williams left, and Amy threw herself onto the bed with a groan of frustration. Wait. That was all she ever did. Wait for Alex to return. Wait for Dylan to come back. Wait for the zombies to leave. Well, I'm done waiting. When Alex comes back, we're leaving. It's time we found Dylan. Time we found our own place in the world. Chapter 6. Tara. Hold still, you big baby, Tara admonished. It'll be over in a jiffy. I hate needles, Saul said, wrinkling his nose when she inserted the point into his vein.
With smooth efficiency, she withdrew and labeled several vials of blood. They went onto a tray next to Dylan's and Sergeant Dean's. Even though the sergeant, showing no signs of turning into a zombie 3 days after receiving the cure, the major was still skeptical. He'd insisted on a full blood analysis for each of the 3 cured individuals. What's more, the tests had to be run by someone other than her or Ethan. Guess he doesn't trust us. That wasn't a problem. Despite the shortage of manpower, there were still plenty of scientists capable of such a task on the base. They were all employees of USAMRIID, and most of them lived and worked in Fort Detrick. Through luck, they were not inside the lab when it fell prey to the dead. They were either off sick or not on shift that day. The problem lay in the equipment available to them. The most sophisticated stuff was inside the lab, while the infirmary boasted a more pedestrian selection. Even so, she hoped that this final test would serve to mollify the major and encourage him to clear out the laboratory. Tara wasn't the only one who hoped so. Many of the scientists were tired of twiddling their thumbs and eager to explore the possibility of a vaccine. None of the remaining staff knew Tara. She'd been gone too long for that. But they all secretly rooted for her. "There you go," Tara said, taping a wad of cotton wool over Saul's wound. "All done." "You're a monster, you know that? Exploiting a man for science like that," he said, getting up from the stool. Dylan snorted and looked up from the magazine she was reading, her legs stretched out before her. "Who'd have thought that tough guy Saul had a weakness for needles?" He pointed a finger at her. "You keep quiet about that, or I'll skin you alive. You too, Sergeant Dean." The sergeant donned an innocent look. "Me? I'd never rat on a fellow soldier." "Me neither. I have enough enemies on this base without making more," Dylan replied. Tara sighed. That was true. Led by Miller and Jackson, a growing number of soldiers were turning against Dylan. They didn't view her as human, but rather as a freak. It didn't matter to them that both Saul and Sergeant Dean were the same as her. They were soldiers, compadres. Dylan was not. Dismissing the thought for the moment, she scooped up the tray of blood vials and handed it over to Dr. Patel and Dr. Wilkins. Major Reed had insisted on 2 scientists to minimize the chances of Tara bribing them. She thought he was being ridiculous, but could only shrug and roll her eyes. In secret, of course. "Thank you both for agreeing to do this," Tara said. "The only request I have is that you submit your findings to the major as soon as possible. Time is of the essence." "Of course," Dr. Patel answered, her ebony hair shining in the fluorescent lights of the infirmary. "We'll get the results, Dr. Lee," Dr. Wilkins said with a benign smile on his freckled face. The scientists left the room, and Dylan jumped to her feet. "Right. Are we finished here?" Tara glanced at her watch. It was past 5 in the afternoon. "Yes, you're done, but I still have a meeting with the major at 6. "What for?" Dylan asked. "It appears he values my ideas regarding our defenses. It pays to know so much about the zombies, I guess." "At least he's listening to you," Saul said, grabbing his jacket. "I'll accompany you to his office." "Thank you," Tara said. "Oh, and did anyone remember to pick up our rations this morning?" Now that they were living in a house in the private quarters, the major had assigned them weekly rations that they could cook themselves. "I did," Dylan replied. "There's no way in hell I'm eating in the cafeteria again." "Yes, I think it's better that you avoid the place," Tara agreed. "Or any place where the soldiers congregate." "Like a military base, you mean?" Dylan asked with a raised eyebrow. "Touché," Tara replied. "I'm sure they'll get over it in time," Saul said. "They just have to get to know you, right, Sergeant Dean?" "Right," the sergeant answered, though he didn't sound very confident. "It doesn't matter," Dylan said.
I'm leaving as soon as I've helped you guys to clear out the lab.
I'll be sad to see you go, Tara said. In truth, she didn't want Dylan to leave. They'd become friends despite their rocky start, but she understood Dylan's reasons. Maybe you could bring Alex and Amy here?
Maybe, Dylan replied with a shrug. I don't think I'd be welcomed back, however.
Nobody had anything to say to that, and Saul changed the subject. It's getting late.
Yeah, let's go, Sergeant Dean said. I'll escort Dylan to your home, and you can take the doctor to the major's office.
What about Ethan? Dylan asked. He's working late, Tara said, grabbing her things as they all prepared to leave.
Again? Dylan complained. I never get to see him anymore.
Miss him?
Saul teased as they exited the room.
Dylan's cheeks flushed.
Not like that. As a friend.
Saul laughed, but Tara didn't miss the way Sergeant Dean studied Dylan with a speculative look. Do I detect a lover's triangle forming? They left the infirmary and crossed the grounds at a brisk walk. Already the sun was beginning its descent, signaling the coming of night. Tara tucked her hands inside her coat. It was freezing, and she wondered if she had enough blankets on her bed to keep warm. Because the base was running on backup power, only the most essential buildings got electricity, such as the infirmary. The rest had to make do with candles, lamps, and gas stoves. The spotlights along the fence line got a chunk too, but she was going to suggest they switch those off at night. They'd be used only in the event of an attack. The light would only draw more infected their way, and not using them would stretch their fuel reserves. Tara paused when she spotted the Usamarid building in the distance. Without meaning to, she switched direction and walked closer. Her boots crunched across the gravel walkway, and neatly trimmed bushes lined the path. Even during the apocalypse, the army still maintained rigorous attention to appearances. The others followed without protest, and they gathered a few feet away from the security perimeter. To Tara, her old workplace looked like it always had. Square, beige, bland, and boring. Only now it was surrounded by barbed wire, the entrances were blocked, and a couple of soldiers stood on guard. To keep the monsters in. In the gathering gloom, the building exuded an air of menace, and the thought that 100+ zombies roamed its hallways sent a chill down her spine. A shadow flitted past one of the windows, and she reached for Saul's hand. He gripped her fingers with his, and she leaned against him.
"This is it, huh?" Dylan asked. "Your old workplace? The one chock full of zombies that need killing?"
"That's right," Tara confirmed.
"It's not going to be easy," Sergeant Dean said.
"No, it's not," Tara agreed.
"I'd go so far as to say it's a suicide mission," Sergeant Dean added. Dylan punched him on the arm. "Don't jinx it. We're bulletproof, remember? Saul and I can't get infected. Neither can you." "That doesn't mean you can't get ripped into itty-bitty pieces," Sergeant Dean said. "And you're not going in alone. I'm going with you."
"You are?" Tara asked. "Why?"
Sergeant Dean shrugged. "It's a worthy cause, one worth dying for."
"I'm glad you think so," Tara said, turning back to gaze at the lab. "You guys go ahead. It's getting dark."
"What about you?" Dylan asked.
"I want to stay here for a minute or two before I see the Major. It will remind me what I'm fighting for," Tara said, though in reality she wanted a few moments alone with Saul.
"Fair enough," Dylan said, tugging on the sergeant's arm. "See you in time for dinner, I hope."
"Wouldn't miss it," Tara said, waving at their retreating backs. Dylan and the sergeant disappeared into the distance, and Tara glanced at Saul. "It's just me and you again, I guess." "Just like old times," Saul agreed. He looped one arm around her waist and drew her closer to his side. "We finally made it, didn't we?" Tara nodded, basking in the warmth of his body. We did. All those months spent traveling, first in the Congo, then Pointe Noire.
Our plane getting rerouted to Marrakesh in Morocco, Saul continued, finally landing in the USA.
In Charlotte, no less, Tara said.
We were lucky to get an army escort to Fort Knox, and even luckier to get out of there alive when it was overrun, Saul said.
Luck had nothing to do with it, Tara said with a snort. It was all you.
Not all me. You were pretty tough yourself, Saul insisted. And if it weren't for you, I'd be a zombie today, craving brains. Not just any brains. Your deliciously clever brain. He mimed, chewing on her head, and Tara giggled. Zombies don't care about brains. This one does, especially yours.
Tara smiled, enjoying his good humor. Seriously, though, I know what got us this far.
What's that?
Fate got us here, Tara said.
Fate?
That's right. We were meant to be here. Now. Today.
A scientist who believes in fate. Now there's an oddity, Saul mused.
What can I say? I'm a complex woman, and something brought us together, Tara said.
Together, Saul added, gazing down into her eyes as he pulled her ever closer.
Just you and me, Tara agreed, knowing he was about to kiss her. And this time she let him. Saving the world could wait. Chapter 7. Dylan. It was a fair distance to their new home, and Dylan stared at her feet as they walked. Sergeant Dean was still very much an unknown quantity, and she wasn't sure what to say to him.
So, have you got a name, Sergeant? It's Nick.
Nick for Nicholas?
Just Nick.
Have you got any family, Nick?
Used to. Not anymore,
he replied, not expanding on the topic.
I'm sorry to hear that. Don't be. It's not your fault. How about you? He asked.
Orphan. I grew up in foster care and spent the last few years in juvie.
Juvie? What for?
I stabbed my foster dad with a knife. Got him right in the gut, Dylan said with a grim smile. He didn't die, however. More's the pity. Nick shot her a disbelieving look, but didn't reply. Silence fell between them once more, and she lengthened her strides, eager to get home. It wasn't grand as houses went. A simple 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom affair in a quiet cul-de-sac. It had a pretty garden, though, and a patio where you could watch the sunset over a cup of coffee. Best of all, there were no nosy neighbors to contend with. The nearest occupied house was a block away. Major Reed probably did it out of spite, but to Dylan, it was a bonus. Saul had added a couple of security features. Steel rods welded onto the window frames and an extra lock on all the doors. That, combined with a security fence, granted them a modicum of safety. Anything to help them sleep at night. They'd covered most of the distance when a trio of soldiers walked past them. They greeted Sergeant Dean, but all she got was a couple of hostile stares.
Wow, I'm not winning any popularity contests, am I?
Guess not, Nick said. Soldiers, huh? They're just scared. Scared of what? Dylan asked.
The unknown.
The unknown? Dylan repeated with a sarcastic twang. Be more specific.
The monster in the closet, the boogeyman under the bed, the big bad wolf, whatever you want to call it,
Nick said, waving his hands around.
What the hell is that supposed to mean? Dylan said, her temper flaring.
The big bad wolf?
You're an unknown quantity. They don't know what to make of you, or how you'll react in a fight. They're scared you'll turn on them, and to a soldier, that's one of the biggest no-nos in the world. We stick together, and we always have each other's backs.
What about you and Saul? Aren't they scared you'll do the same? She asked.
Nope, I'm one of them, a brother in arms. So is Saul. He might be a foreigner, but he's still Army. He knows the creed. Bullshit. Just because I'm not a soldier, that makes me a monster? Dylan cried. I didn't say that. Yeah, you did. That's exactly what you said, she replied. Okay, sorry, but we're not all like that, Dylan. I'm not, Nick said. So it's just Jackson and Miller? She asked. They'd reached her house, and she stopped to open the small garden gate to let them in. Well, you did attack him first, Nick said as he followed her into the yard. Jackson, I mean. Dylan stopped mid-stride. Because they tossed me into a cell with no explanation. Nothing. For days. Days! Major Reed thought he was doing the right thing to protect his men, Nick said, a flush creeping up his neck. Major Reed is an asshole. If he had any sense at all, Tara would be working on a vaccine in the lab by now. That's how he can protect his men, not by throwing innocent strangers into jail, Dylan cried. It's not that easy, Nick said, his voice rising in pitch. He's got thousands of people under his command. They rely on him. Yeah, it is that easy, Dylan cried. Are you seriously going to back him and Jackson? Miller? All the rest of them who treat me like shit because they're scared of the fucking boogeyman? No, it's just... I understand where they're coming from. You should too, he said. Excuse me? Dylan said, her hands curling into fists. I'm starting to regret saving your ass. Remind me not to do it next time. You know what? Nick yelled. What? Dylan yelled back, preparing to sock him. You're very pretty when you're angry. Dylan blinked. Huh? And you're right. I'm acting like a dick. But it's not easy talking to you. Why not? I don't bite, Dylan said, unclenching her fists. Yeah, you do. You fight like a Viking berserker, and I'm scared you'll rip my head off. Plus, you saved my life, so I owe you one. Dylan stared at him, unable to believe her ears. Suddenly, a chuckle welled up from the depths of her chest. It soon turned into a full-blown laughing fit. She couldn't stop, no matter how hard she tried. You're scared of me? Seriously? She managed to say between gasps of breath. Would you stop laughing? He said. This isn't funny. Yes, it is. It's hilarious. Humph, he said, folding his arms. Finally, Dylan managed to regain control and straightened up. With a shaky hand, she wiped the tears from her cheeks. Whew! Oh, that was fun. I haven't laughed like that in years. Yeah. Are you done now? Nick asked, rolling his eyes. I'm done, Dylan said, though a smile lingered on her lips. Want to come inside for coffee? Nick opened his mouth to reply, but froze. His eyes were fixed on a spot behind her, and all humor had fled from his expression. What's wrong? Dylan asked before swinging around to look at the house. Spray-painted in big red letters across the wall were the words, Die, zombie freak. Dylan stared at the single sentence until her eyes began to burn. Finally, she blinked and said, I need a drink. Want one? Sure, Nick replied, following her up the steps to the front door. She stepped inside and rummaged in the kitchen cupboard for a bottle of scotch they'd received from another scientist as a housewarming gift. Technically, it belonged to Tara, but Dylan didn't think she'd mind under the circumstances. She poured them each a glass before sitting down at the dining room table. A gas lamp cast a pool of golden light over the room, and Dylan raised her hand in the air. Cheers to the freaks. Dylan, Nick said, you're not a freak. Yes, I am, and so are you. The sooner you accept that, the better, Dylan said, tossing back the liquor. It burned a fiery path down her throat before settling into the pit of her stomach, and she coughed. Shit, that stuff is strong. You're not supposed to drink it all at once, Nick said, leaning over to refill her glass. You're supposed to sip it. Dylan waved her hand in the air.
Whatever. My point is, you don't know what it's like. The episodes, it takes complete control of your mind. It's like you're not even there. Nick nodded.
Saul warned me about it, but I figured I'd be lucky because I got cured so soon after being infected.
You think so?
Maybe, but I wouldn't count on it.
Your episodes might be milder than mine, but you'll still get them. The Vita virus is a real bitch, you know. Nick nodded.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, Dylan said, tossing back her second glass.
Why did you stab your foster dad?
Because I'm crazy, didn't you know?
I'm serious,
Nick said.
Dylan sighed and poured herself another glass of scotch. Fine. I stabbed him because he got too friendly with me, his 15-year-old foster daughter.
And you were the one who got sentenced to juvie? Nick asked.
Who'd believe the word of an orphan, a foster kid with a reputation for being difficult?
Nick chuckled.
I have no problem imagining you as a difficult teen, but a liar? Never.
Thanks, but that's the system for you, Dylan said, waving her glass around.
I'm sorry about what those assholes did to your house, Nick said. I'll organize some paint in the morning.
It's okay. I'll get back at them somehow, Dylan said with a wicked smile.
Do I even want to know? He asked.
It's probably better you don't, Dylan replied before downing her third glass.
You really should learn to sip your drink, Nick said. And you should loosen up. Have some fun.
She waved her hands around and danced to an imaginary beat.
I'm loose, he said with a fake rapper accent. I'm down with the rest of you.
Dylan laughed, but stopped when the room began to spin around her head.
I think I'm about to pass out. Oh boy, let me help you upstairs, Nick said, jumping up from the table.
Thanks, Dylan said as he hauled her upright. She giggled the entire way to her room, each step a challenge to her wobbly knees. She fell onto the bed and hugged her pillow while he removed her boots. As he covered her with a couple of blankets, she asked,
Do you really think I'm pretty?
Nick brushed a tendril of hair away from her cheek.
I think you're beautiful.
Dylan grinned as glorious darkness descended over her, dragging her into the depths of sleep.
A beautiful monster.
Chapter 8. Saul. Saul was woken up the next morning by a loud knock on the door. With a groan, he eased out of bed, taking care not to wake Tara. She mumbled something in her sleep before turning over, and he extricated himself from the blankets without disturbing her. Hopping around on each foot, he pulled on a pair of pants and a shirt. Shivering in the bitter cold, Saul jogged downstairs and yanked the door open with a scowl on his face. "Sergeant, what are you doing here so early in the morning? It's a Sunday, for God's sake."
Sergeant Dean smiled. Sorry, but I come bearing gifts.
The sergeant held up a can of white paint, a brush, and a brown paper bag. Saul stared at the man like he'd grown two heads. "Fine, I'll let you in, but this had better be worth dragging me out of bed at 7 on a Sunday morning."
"Coffee would be great," Sergeant Dean said in reply before placing his things on the kitchen counter.
He opened the brown paper bag and pulled out 5 freshly baked muffins and a small container filled with butter.
"It'll go great with these."
Saul stared at the muffins with his mouth agape. The delicious scent of melted chocolate chips teased his nostrils, and his stomach growled with protest. "Where did you get those?"
"Oh, they're for higher-ranking officers only. A weekly treat prepared in the kitchens. But I know one of the cooks, and he owes me a favor," Sergeant Dean said with a wink.
"What's the paint for?" Saul asked.
"You don't know?"
The sergeant leaned back with a frown on his face.
"What time did you come home last night?"
"Around 9. Why?"
"It would have been too dark for you to see it then."
"See what?" Saul asked with rising confusion.
"You'd better go check the front of the house. Someone left a message for Dylan, and it's not pretty."
Saul walked onto the porch and stared at the writing splashed across the white wall, the red paint garish in the early morning light. Son of a... He stomped back inside and put a pot of water on to boil. Dylan saw that? She did. That explains the missing half bottle of scotch.
Yeah, I had to put her to bed. She's got no head for strong liquor, Sergeant Dean said with a shake of his head. Anyway, I thought I'd get here early and cover it up. I really don't want to experience a Dylan pushed to the edge of sanity.
Trust me, you don't, Saul said, remembering the night Fort Knox fell. She'd been a vision from hell that day. Not something you wanted your kids to see.
What's this? A visitor so early? Tara said, appearing in the kitchen.
She was bundled up in several layers of clothing and stifled a yawn behind her hand. Saul explained about the message, and Tara went to have a look. She came back as pale as a ghost. Poor Dylan.
That's why I brought the paint,
Sergeant Dean said, accepting a steaming cup of coffee. At that moment, Dylan came stumbling down the stairs. She wore an oversized hoodie, boxers, and bunny-eared slippers. Her hair was a mess, and purple shadows decorated her eyes. She looked like a zombie, and for a moment, Saul wondered if the virus had finally won the battle.
God, you look awful.
She pulled a face.
Thanks.
He eyed her bare legs.
Aren't you cold?
Nope. She stared at them for a couple of seconds before falling into the nearest chair.
Man, my head hurts.
I'm not surprised, Sergeant Dean said, fishing a couple of painkillers out of his pocket. Here you go.
You're a lifesaver.
She swallowed the tablets with a glass of water handed to her by Tara before spotting the can of paint. Thanks for bringing that.
I hope it's enough.
I could only get the small can, the sergeant said.
Don't worry about it, Nick. I'm sure it'll be fine,
she answered with a wave of one hand.
I could use a cup of coffee, though.
Nick, Saul said as he poured Dylan a cup of the hot brew.
That's your name?
The one and only, Nick replied.
Good to know,
Saul said as he distributed the muffins.
There's one extra here.
It's for the doctor. Isn't he here? Nick asked.
He didn't come home last night. I assume he spent the night at the infirmary,
Saul explained.
I'll put it away for him,
Tara said, tucking the brown paper bag into the nearest cupboard.
It won't be so fresh, but that doesn't matter. Thanks anyway.
My pleasure, Nick replied, taking a huge bite from his muffin.
Delicious,
Dylan said, wiping stray crumbs from her shirt. With nonchalance, she placed both slippered feet on the table and slumped down in her chair.
Much better. I guess I should be the one to address the elephant in the room, Saul said as he eyed her feet. Where did you get the slippers?
Dylan shrugged. I found them in a box full of old clothes. Aren't they cute?
Cute isn't the word that comes to mind, Saul muttered beneath his breath.
Guys, did you know we missed Thanksgiving? Tara said.
It was this past Thursday, wasn't it?
We did? That's too bad. I could have gone for some wild turkey, Dylan said, licking her lips. Stuffing, pumpkin pie, roast potatoes. I must say, I didn't even think about it, Nick mused. I suppose we could celebrate it tonight. With what? Army rations aren't exactly holiday-friendly, Dylan said.
How about now? Tara asked. It doesn't get much better than freshly baked chocolate chip muffins and coffee.
I suppose, Dylan conceded with a shrug.
We don't celebrate Thanksgiving in my country, Saul said. What do we do?
Normally, we'd all sit around a table eating turkey and pumpkin pie with friends and family we hardly ever see, Tara explained. Then we'd take turns saying what we're thankful for this year before breaking into a huge fight. Sounds about right, Nick said.
Okay, I'll go first, Saul said, flashing her a big smile. I'm thankful I got to meet you, Dr. Lee.
Tara blushed bright red. "And I'm thankful I met you, Lieutenant." Saul drew her into a tight hug, every nerve in his body singing at her nearness. He buried his face in her neck, drinking in her musky scent. "Aw, that's so sweet," Dylan said, fluttering her eyelashes. "A bit schmaltzy, but still sweet. Glad to see you two finally got it on." Saul smothered a sigh. "Keen observation, Dylan." "I'm just thankful I'm not a zombie right now, thanks to Dr. Lee's cure," Nick said. That earned him a look of wrath from Dylan. "That was my line. Take it back." "Nope, no backsies," Nick said with a smug smile. "Fine. I'm thankful I've got friends for once in my life, even if they can be real shits at times," Dylan muttered. "Hear, hear. A good meal and a fight," Nick applauded. "Now that we've observed the holiday traditions, what are you guys up to today?" "I'm not sure. I guess I'll—" Saul was interrupted mid-sentence by a knock on the door. Who could that be? He walked to the front door and opened it, revealing a soldier standing at attention. "Can I help you?" "This is from Major Reed, sir," the soldier said, handing over a note. Saul took it with muttered thanks. On his way back to the kitchen, he opened it and scanned the writing. "Interesting. What does it say?" Tara asked. When Saul didn't answer straight away, she tapped her foot on the floor. "Well?" Saul looked up at her with a massive grin on his face. "It says that we're all summoned to a meeting at 10:15 this morning." "What for?" "The Major has given permission for the lab to be cleared," Saul said. "I can't believe it. It's happening!" Tara cried, her voice shrill with excitement. She threw herself into Saul's arms, and he twirled her around in a circle. "All our hard work, all the crap we've had to put up with, it's finally paying off." "That's good news," Nick added, saluting them with his coffee cup. "Another thing to be thankful for." The only one who didn't seem thrilled about it all was Dylan. She threw her head back and groaned. "Why did this have to happen on the one day that I've got a major hangover?" Saul had little sympathy for her. "Too bad. Take a cold shower and shake it off. I'll paint the house while you're busy." "I'll help," Nick offered. "Thanks, you guys," Dylan called as she ran up the steps. "You can thank us later. Just get your ass into gear," Saul said with a grim smile. "We're going to war." Chapter 9. Alex. Very little light penetrated the gloom caused by the mob of undead streaming past the truck, and the stench of decay filled the tiny area until Alex wanted to choke. With his free hand, he pulled up his shirt until it covered his nose. The flimsy material didn't block the smell completely, but it was better than nothing. He looked over at Tony and noticed he'd done the same. Their eyes met, and they exchanged grim looks. "What now?" Tony mouthed silently. "We wait," Alex mouthed back. And wait they did. 30 minutes passed, and the undead ranks showed no signs of thinning. Alex shifted around to make himself comfortable. He ended up with his head resting on his free arm while the other cradled his rifle. He stared at the legs moving past and tried to amuse himself by guessing what type of person they belonged to. Laddered stockings and court shoes indicated a middle-aged secretary, perhaps, or a librarian. Ballet pumps with glitter detail pointed to a teen girl, fancy sneakers to a skateboarder, maybe. A pair of steel-toed work boots meant a construction worker, of course, and the sensible shoes belonged to a nurse. After a while, he closed his eyes and tried to forget where he was, but the noise made it impossible. It was a mixture of sounds that blended into one continuous symphony. Feet shuffled across the tar, shoes crunched on gravel, material rubbed against the side of the truck, and throats moaned with hunger. Now and then, the truck rocked from side to side above their heads, the suspension creaking with the movement. At other times, snarls broke out, and a scuffle ensued as 2 or more of the infected bumped heads. While they might be the same kind of creature, that didn't mean they were friends. 2 hours passed with excruciating slowness, and Alex began to feel thirsty. His lips dried, and his mouth grew sticky as the saliva thickened. With a muffled groan, he closed his eyes again, determined to get a little rest. It was a lost cause. His joints ached from the lack of movement, and his muscles had gone numb. He'd lost all feeling in his feet and lower legs, while pinpricks stung his fingers. Suddenly, one of the undead stumbled over its own feet and fell to its knees. Its hands hit the road, skinning its palms. Bits of skin and flesh clung to the gravel. Alex held his breath, hoping the infected didn't fall. If it did, they were doomed. After a couple of seconds, the zombie got back to its feet and shuffled onward. Alex heaved a silent sigh of relief. While he prided himself on being brave, he wasn't an idiot, and he didn't want to die. I want to see Amy again. I want to travel. I want to live. The constant fear was wearing him out. Every time a fight broke out or a zombie stumbled, his body released a fresh spurt of adrenaline. That prompted a fight-or-flight response, which he was forced to ignore. The hormonal spikes were exhausting, and he found himself praying for an end to the ordeal. Please make it stop. Please stop. Next to him, Tony suffered the same tortures of hell. Another couple of hours rolled past, and still they lay, silent, unmoving, and terrified of discovery. Their thirst grew worse, especially in the muggy heat caused by so many bodies around them. Muscles cramped and limbs ached. Without being able to stop themselves, they fidgeted nonstop, unable to lie still for more than a few seconds at a time. The undead kept coming, streaming past in a never-ending river of death and decay. Alex had long since realized that they were in the middle of a swarm of zombies thousands strong. It had to be the Fort Knox group. It couldn't possibly be an ordinary crowd. The next moment, Tony twitched. His legs jerked, banging against Alex again and again. A curious groan left his lips, low but audible. Then he spoke. No more. No more. Horrified, Alex looked at him in the gloom. Tony's eyes were wide and staring, unseeing. His mouth twitched, the lips flapping open and shut like a fish out of water. No more. No more. Shit, he's gone off his rocker, Alex thought with alarm. He reached out with his free hand and shook Tony by the shoulder. The other man's eyes swiveled about in their sockets before settling on Alex. A semblance of sanity returned to his gaze, but the twitching didn't stop. Desperate to calm Tony down, Alex leaned closer and whispered, For God's sake, hold still. Stop moving. It didn't work, and the shuddering grew worse. Tony's eyes glazed over again, and he kept swinging his head from side to side. Stop. It has to stop. His voice was rising in pitch, and very soon the infected would be able to hear him even above the racket they caused. Alex had to do something, and fast. He shook Tony again and again before risking a slap across the cheek. Tony, please, you'll kill us both. What about my sister? Tony paused. Sister? Yes, Amy. She needs me, Tony, Alex said. I can't die here like this. Amy, Tony mumbled, his body relaxing in slow increments. Relief flooded Alex's veins. Yes, that's it. Think of Amy. She's waiting for me back home. For us. Waiting for us? That's right. She needs us to be strong. She's only 16. 16.
Sweet 16, Tony said, his voice dropping to a whisper. I had a daughter once. She was also 16. Yeah? What was her name? Alex asked, determined to keep the man's attention away from the zombies. Alice. Her name was Alice. That's a beautiful name, Alex replied. She was beautiful, just like her mom. What happened to them? Alex asked. She died. They all died, Tony said. I'm sorry to hear that, Alex replied, saddened by the grief he saw in Tony's expression, the hurt that lay in the back of his eyes. You can't let that happen to Amy, Tony said the next moment. She's innocent, one of the genuinely nice people left in this world. She's like Alice. Alex was taken aback by the sentiment. He'd always figured Tony for a man of no emotions and zero attachments. He had no friends except Officer Brown, no hobbies except killing zombies. I was wrong. He had a family once. A life. I won't let anything happen to Amy. I promise, Alex said, looking at the passing legs of the undead. Did he imagine it, or were they thinning out? Good. I'll hold you to that, Tony replied, his posture more relaxed now that the panic attack had passed. After a while, Alex grew confident that the crowd was growing less. Gaps appeared between them, allowing a breath of fresh air to sweep beneath the vehicle. The gloom lifted, and his vision grew sharper. As the front and mid-runners passed by, the stragglers became evident. Those slower than the rest, either because of the natural frailty of the host or an injury. As the horde thinned, so did the noise, and Alex knew they had to be careful. In the lowest whisper he could manage, he said, They're almost gone. Just a few more minutes, but we have to keep quiet, okay? Tony nodded, his lips pressed together. Together they waited. And waited. After another long hour, the last zombies made their way up the street and around the bend. Once they were gone, Alex took a careful look around. The area looked deserted. See anything? Nothing on my side, Tony answered as he leopard crawled out from underneath the truck. A child zombie emerged from behind the other vehicle and spotted Tony the moment he moved. Somehow they'd missed the young boy. Somehow they hadn't seen the skinny legs hidden behind the thick tires of the other vehicle. The infected kid snarled and pounced on Tony, landing on his back. Tony reached back with one hand to hold the little demon at bay. Get it off! Get it off! Alex rolled to the side, hampered by the small space. His rifle was useless in the tight quarters. He needed something smaller, more maneuverable, and reached for his sidearm. Hold on! Hurry the fuck up! It's gonna bite me! Tony cried. The zombie boy clung to him like a leech, its hands buried in his jacket. Sharp teeth nipped at the back of Tony's neck, missing by less than an inch each time. Tony was holding the kid back with only one arm. The other was trapped beneath him. He kicked with his legs and wiggled his way out from under the truck. Once in the clear, he twisted to the side and grabbed for the infected with both hands, frantic to keep it at a distance. The two struggled back and forth across the asphalt. Alex gripped his sidearm and pulled it out. He tried to line up a shot, until he realized his mistake. If he pulled the trigger, the noise would draw the horde back. He didn't dare use a gun. He dropped the sidearm and grabbed for his knife instead. I'll have to come at you from the other side. Hold on, Tony. I'm trying. Hurry up, Tony shouted. Alex rolled out from underneath the truck and shot to his feet. He was hampered by the lack of blood circulation in his veins, and his body refused to function correctly. He hobbled toward the struggling pair with the knife gripped in one hand. I'm almost there. He rounded the corner and froze when sudden silence met his ears. Tony's wide eyes were fixed on his, and his mouth was stretched open in a silent scream. The infected child had latched onto his throat like a piranha. It reared back with a chunk of flesh clinched between its teeth, and blood sprayed into the air. Alex's heart sank. I'm too late. He ran closer and stabbed the zombie kid through the eye, thrusting the knife to the hilt. The infected stiffened in death, and he flung the corpse aside. Alex whirled toward Tony, but one look was all it took. It was over for the man. A gaping tear in the side of his neck spurted arterial blood. It pumped out with each heartbeat, and death was imminent. Even so, Alex refused to give up. He dropped to his knees and pressed both hands to the wound. Blood pushed out between his fingers, and Tony gasped for breath as he began to choke on the thick fluid. "Hold on, Tony. Help is coming," Alex cried, one hand reaching for the radio. He switched it on. "Officer Brown, come in. Over." "Officer Brown here. We saw what happened. We're grabbing medical supplies and coming out. Over." "Copy that. Over." Alex tossed the radio aside and tried to stem the flow of blood once more. Suddenly, Tony reached up and grabbed Alex by the elbow. "Stop. It's over. I'm done." "No, you can't give up. We can still save you. We just have to patch up this wound and take you to Fort Detrick. There's a cure, Tony. A cure." Tony shook his head, bloody froth bubbling from his lips. "Forget me, Alex. Go home. Go home to Amy." "No, don't give up," Alex pleaded. Tony blew out one long breath, and his body went limp. His eyes stared up at the sky, and his facial muscles slackened in death. "You can't die," Alex cried, shaking his head. He was suddenly reminded of all the people he'd lost. His parents, childhood friends, army chums, ex-girlfriends, teachers, bosses, distant cousins. All either dead or undead. A steady hand descended onto Alex's shoulder, and Officer Brown spoke in his ear. "Tony's gone. Let him be." Alex shook his head. "It's not fair. I could have saved him." "It wasn't your fault," Officer Brown said, pulling him away from the body. "You did all you could." Molly moved closer and draped her jacket across Tony's face. "Goodbye, Tony. You were a good man." Alex shook his head. "This isn't right." "Such things are never right. Let him go to his family. He deserves that much," Officer Brown said. Alex slumped as the anger left him in a rush. "He told me about them." "He did? I'm surprised. He never spoke about them to anyone except me," Officer Brown replied. "It's because of Amy," Alex mumbled, his mind a haze. "He saw his daughter in her. Why didn't he say so earlier? Why did he hate me?" "He didn't hate you. He envied you," Officer Brown replied. "You had what he'd already lost, a family." Alex watched as Officer Brown made sure Tony wouldn't reanimate before loading the body onto one of the trucks. The rest of the supplies went onto the empty trailer, and then they were on their way back to base. "Here, take this," Molly said, handing him a bunch of tissues. "For your hands." On autopilot, Alex took the tissues and wiped the blood from his skin. Some of it had already dried, and the stains wouldn't come off. To him, it seemed fitting. "It's my fault he died. I should have moved faster. I should have tried harder." Chapter 10. Amy. Amy lay nestled on her side, both hands tucked between her knees. Her eyes were closed, but she wasn't asleep, despite the medicine Dr. Williams had prescribed. She was far too worried about Alex for the pills to take full effect. Instead, she drifted in a haze, daydreaming. A knock on the door caused her to jerk upright.
"Who is it?" "It's me, Simone. I've come to tell you that your brother is on his way back. Officer Brown radioed it through. No need for you to worry anymore," Simone answered, her eyes sparkling. He's coming back?
Amy cried. In a flash, she was off the bed, still fully dressed. The next moment, her feet were flying across the floor.
Hey, wait for me, Simone cried.
Hurry up, slowpoke, Amy replied, not slowing down. She raced through the hospital toward the emergency ward exit. The doors were closed and watched over by an armed guard. He raised one hand to stop her and said, "No one is allowed outside during a lockdown, miss."
Please let me through. My brother is on his way back from a supply run, and I need to see him.
I'm sorry, but I can't allow that. Step away from the exit, he said, his face set into a stubborn mask. Amy groaned with rising frustration.
What to do? What to do?
Simone reached her side and added her pleas to Amy's.
Come on, Joey, let the poor girl through. I'll walk with her and make sure she doesn't get into any trouble.
Joey hesitated. I don't know. It's against the rules.
We won't tell. I swear it, Amy said.
Joey shook his head. Officer Brown will kill me.
He doesn't have to know it's you, Amy said. We'll tell him we snuck out.
Please, Simone said, fluttering her lashes. I'll go on that date with you. A date? You heard me. You've been asking forever. Now's your chance. Amy danced from one foot to the other, hoping that Joey would agree despite his fear of the rules and Officer Brown. You're going to get me into a lot of trouble, you know that, Simone? Joey replied. But I'm worth it, she replied, flashing him a 1,000,000-watt smile. He sighed and stepped aside. Make it quick, ladies, and don't tell anyone it was me.
Thanks,
Amy cried, barging through the set of double doors and into the late afternoon sun. Together, she and Simone ran toward the parking lot. They arrived at the same time as Alex. The two trucks rolled into the lot and stopped side by side. A passenger door opened and Alex stepped out, his rifle slung across his back. He spotted Amy and smiled. Hey, sis, did you come out here to greet me? She flung herself into his arms.
Of course I did. I was worried sick. You should have been back ages ago. And then I heard about the horde of zombies on your side of town.
Whoa, slow down, sis. I'm fine, I promise, Alex said. Still me, no zombie bites. Amy studied his face and spotted the tension that he was trying to hide from her.
I'm not buying it. What happened?
It's a long story, Alex said.
Well, I've got lots of time,
Amy said, leading him to a nearby bench. Simone disappeared into the crowd, making a beeline for Molly and Jax. The three were friends and had gone to Radcliffe High in the past. That suited Amy, since she preferred to talk to Alex in private. They sat down on the seat, and Alex told Amy everything that had happened. He didn't sugarcoat any of the events, and Amy gasped with shock when he reached the part about the zombie kid.
I'm so sorry, Alex. That must have been terrible for you. Are you feeling okay?
She asked. Alex shook his head. I wish I'd moved faster. I could have saved him, sis. Amy reached over and grasped his hand.
Listen to me, bro. It's not your fault, and I'm not just saying that to make you feel better. This is life. Bad things happen, and they'll keep on happening until we die.
Wow, great pep talk, Alex replied with a raised eyebrow.
It's true. One day I might lose you, or you might lose me. Anything could happen. It's the apocalypse, after all. That doesn't mean it's your fault. You did the best you could. Find peace in that.
Alex sighed. I'll try.
My point is...
There's a point to all of this? Alex asked with a wry smile. Amy slapped him on the knee.
Be serious. I mean it.
Okay. Go ahead.
The point is, we might not have a lot of time left, so let's not waste it. I want us to find Dylan. She's part of our family now, and I want us to find a home, too. A place where we can be happy, no matter how long we've got left.
You've done a lot of thinking about this, I see, Alex said.
I have.
And you're 100% sure you want to leave? I mean, it's safe here, and the people are nice. We could stay. Or I could look for Dylan on my own.
No, I'm going with you. This is a great place, and the people are pretty nice. But it's not our home. We have to find the right place for us.
What's all this talk about leaving? A new voice asked right beside them, causing them to jump. Officer Brown, I didn't see you coming, Alex said, his cheeks flushing bright red. That's kind of the point.
Amy looked up into Officer Brown's face and decided to shoot straight with the man. I'm sorry, sir. You've been good to me, and so has everyone else here. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be alive today. But we can't stay for much longer.
Why not?
We've got people out there, and we need to find our own home, she answered.
Your mind's made up? Officer Brown asked.
It is, sir, Amy said with a determined tilt to her chin.
To her surprise, Officer Brown smiled. I get it, miss, and I won't stand in your way. When you're ready to leave, I'll return your things, and you can be on your way. All I ask is that you wait until the horde has left the vicinity. I cannot risk drawing them back. Deal?
Amy stood up and stuck out her hand. Deal.
Officer Brown chuckled as they shook on it. Your sister is a lot tougher than she looks, Alex. Don't underestimate her. You'll come up short. I hear you, sir, Alex replied. There will be a memorial for Tony tomorrow morning in the gardens. I hope you'll both attend. We'll be there, sir, Alex said.
Amy nodded her agreement. Of course, sir.
Officer Brown looked at Amy. I'll see you later, miss. In the meantime, your brother can help us unload our take for the day. Like it or not, life goes on, and people need to eat.
Yes, sir.
Amy watched Officer Brown leave with a twinge of regret. It would have been nice to stay in the community, but she knew that leaving was the right thing to do. She hugged Alex goodbye and found Simone in the crowd.
Ready to go?
Yes, I'm done. Besides, we wouldn't want to get old Joey into trouble, Simone said with a wink.
No, we wouldn't,
Amy agreed, looping her arm through Simone's.
Let's put the poor boy out of his misery.
Chapter 11. Tara. At 10:15 on the dot, Tara and her group were escorted into a large office by 2 soldiers. The room contained a long rectangular table ringed with chairs, a projection screen against the wall, and a side table loaded with coffee, tea, milk, sugar, and an urn. Every seat at the table was equipped with a notebook, pen, and a bottle of water. It was all very pedestrian, more like a boardroom meeting than a council of war. Major Reed was already present, seated at the head of the table like a king. He acknowledged Tara and the others with a brief nod and said, "Please be seated. The meeting will begin as soon as everyone is here." "Thank you, Major," Tara said, but he'd already returned his attention to the pile of papers in front of him and effectively dismissed her. With a shrug, Tara helped herself to a cup of coffee and took the seat directly opposite the Major. A deliberate choice. Saul and Dylan joined her on either side, and not long after that, Ethan showed up too. He sat down next to Dylan and looked around. "Hi, everyone. Sorry I'm late." "No need to apologize, Doctor. We all know how hard you work in the hospital," Tara said. "You look tired, Ethan. Aren't you getting enough sleep?" Dylan asked with a worried frown. Ethan returned her smile, but it was apparent the long hours were getting to him. "Maybe not, but I've got the rest of the day off, at least." "That's great. It'll give us a chance to catch up," Dylan replied, leaning toward him. Tara eyed the two with speculation, wondering where the friendship was going, especially with Nick on the scene as well. If she wasn't mistaken, both Ethan and Nick had the hots for Dylan.
The question was, how did she feel about them? Tara wasn't sure. Dylan was still adamant about leaving the base as soon as she got the chance. Her main focus lay on Amy and Alex, not romance. Either way, this is not going to end well. Within the next couple of minutes, more people filtered in. Dr. Patel, Dr. Wilkins, Lieutenant King, Sergeant Dean, and a few strangers. Nick eyed Ethan with a look of disfavor before choosing the seat opposite Dylan and next to Saul. He kept throwing her covert glances, which she seemed to miss. Ethan, on the other hand, missed nothing, and his growing hostility toward the sergeant was palpable. Tara could only heave an inner sigh. And so it begins, the famous lover's triangle. Thank God I've got Saul. She reached over and squeezed Saul's hand. This is it. We're here at last. I told you I'd get you here, even if it killed me, he replied with a warm smile. Lucky you didn't. Her attention was drawn away from him when Major Reed stood up and cleared his throat.
Can everyone find a seat, please? We don't have all day.
The buzz of conversation in the room died a sudden death as the last few stragglers grabbed a chair and sat down. Once dead silence reigned, the Major gave a nod of approval and opened with a short speech.
You all know why we're here. I've approved a request by Dr. Lee to clear the Usamarid laboratory of infected individuals and reinstate its employees. Their main purpose will be to manufacture more of the cure to the Vita virus and to develop a vaccine. Any questions?
A man Tara didn't know raised his hand.
Does the cure really work? I've heard the rumors, but it works, Major Reed confirmed before pointing at Nick. It was tested on one of our own, Sergeant Dean, and as you can see, he's in perfect health. Any side effects?
Major Reed hesitated.
If the cure is not administered quickly, there can be lasting damage to the brain caused by the virus. This manifests in the form of mood swings and increased hostility. However, in the sergeant's case, it was given soon enough to prevent this.
All heads turned toward the sergeant, and Nick nodded at everyone.
I'm quite sane, I assure you. Not at all hungering for your flesh. Doctors Patel and Wilkins also tested the blood of the 3 people who've received the cure thus far. Their results were conclusive, Major Reed continued.
Dr. Patel looked up from her notebook. There were no remaining traces of the virus in their blood. They are also immune to it after receiving the cure. In other words, they cannot be reinfected.
That's astonishing,
the stranger mumbled, and Tara later learned he was a civilian contractor and engineer in charge of the base's infrastructure.
Indeed, the Major said. Such a thing will give our troops the edge they sorely need in the fight against the undead. Therefore, the sooner the lab can be cleared, the better.
Where do we begin? Tara asked.
We need to select a fighting unit to go in and clear the building, floor by floor, Major Reed said. Lieutenant King has volunteered to lead the unit. He also has 6 other volunteers, all soldiers, ready to join him.
Tara's eyebrows rose at the news. She hadn't expected much help on the mission, although she'd hoped they wouldn't be sent in alone. It seemed that the Major was wholly on board now, a fact that worried her a little. What does he want out of this? To be hailed as a hero?
Sergeant Dean, Lieutenant Lamini, and Miss Young will also be part of the unit, mostly because they cannot be reinfected. This gives them a decided advantage that cannot be ignored, Major Reed continued. It brings the unit up to 10, which is enough given the breadth of the halls in the laboratory. In this case, more is not necessarily better.
What about me? Tara asked.
We cannot risk your life, Dr. Lee. You are the only one with intimate knowledge of the cure. You will remain where it's safe.
But
it's not open for discussion, Dr. Lee, the Major said, throwing her a sharp look.
For a moment, Tara considered arguing with the man, but it would be a wasted effort. The Major's mind was made up. Plus, Saul was throwing her the kind of looks that meant he agreed with the Major. Besides, they did have a valid point. Without her, there was no cure. It would take months, or at least weeks, for the other scientists to interpret her work. With reluctance, Tara inclined her head. Fair enough. Suddenly, Ethan spoke up. I'm going with them in case someone is wounded. I'm afraid not, Dr. Hayes. As an experienced medical doctor and surgeon, you are too valuable and cannot be risked. One of Lieutenant King's men is a trained medic and can perform such services for the unit. But I insist, Major, Ethan said, looking at Dylan. You're not an experienced fighter, Doctor, Sergeant Dean said, and Tara wanted to kick him. Ethan raised his chin. I can handle myself. Dylan looked from one to the other, her eyes wide, but she wisely kept her mouth shut. For once, she showed a bit of discretion. The decision has been made, Dr. Hayes. You will not accompany the unit. If you wish, you can wait outside with a medical team when they emerge, Major Reed offered, which was more than Tara had thought he would. For a moment, it looked like Ethan would press his case, but in the end, he said, All right, I'll be on standby with the team. Thank you, Dr. Hayes, Major Reed said. Rest assured they'll have access to the best equipment we have to offer. Full protective gear, weapons, ammunition, rations, comms, and a map of the building. We all want this mission to succeed with minimal loss of life. Good to know, Dylan muttered. What else? Tara asked. We'll need to provide electricity to the building, another stranger said, raising his hand. Otherwise, they won't be able to access different floors. That's correct, Mr. Davis. That's why you're here, Major Reed said. We'll need a steady, uninterrupted power supply while the unit is inside. Can you ensure that? I might have to do some rerouting, but yes, it can be done, Davis said. Good. We'll also need a full set of passwords and keycards to allow them access to the different levels, Major Reed continued. Doctors Patel and Wilkins, can you assist us in that regard? Of course, Major, Dr. Patel answered. We'll get right on it. Excellent. For the first time since she'd met him, Tara saw the Major smile. When are we going in? Dylan asked. Tomorrow morning, the Major replied. All members of the infiltrating unit are expected to report to Armory B1 at 0700 hours tomorrow. They will gear up and receive their instructions at that time. Any questions? I've got one, Dylan said, sitting upright. What about the infectious diseases inside the lab? Isn't it dangerous? Won't we be exposed to the pathogens? The Major hesitated, and Tara silently applauded Dylan. It was a valid question, and a clever one. Major Reed turned to Dr. Patel. Can you answer, Miss Young? The scientist nodded, her dark eyes gleaming. Recent safety concerns led the government to shut down research involving dangerous microbes like the Ebola virus and tularemia. This was before the outbreak began, and the ban was never lifted. As long as you observe basic safety protocols, you should be fine. Basic safety protocols? Dylan asked. Dr. Patel smiled. It's simple. Don't touch it if you don't know what it is. If it looks dangerous, it probably is. Dylan laughed. Good tip. I'll remember that when a dozen bloodthirsty zombies are chasing me. I'm sure Dr. Lee can brief the unit on the safety protocols, as well as anything else they might need to know, Major Reed asked. Tara nodded. Of course, I'd be happy to, and I'll also set up a decontamination process for them when they emerge from the building. We can help you with that, Dr. Lee, Dr. Patel said. Thank you, Tara said, inclining her head. Good, then it's settled. Are there any more questions or concerns? The Major asked. A couple of people raised a few minor things, but in essence, the meeting was over. Half an hour later, Tara and the others were standing outside discussing the mission to come. How do you guys feel about Lieutenant King leading the mission? Tara asked. He seems competent enough, and I'm willing to take all the help we can get, Saul replied. But doesn't it seem odd to you that the Major is so eager for this to succeed? It feels to me like he's got an agenda, Tara said.
Don't they all? Dylan asked. Governors, politicians, officers, they're all the same. They use circumstances and people to make themselves look good.
Either way, you're getting what you want. You should be celebrating right now, Ethan said. I'll celebrate when Saul and Dylan make it back alive, Tara replied. We'll make it. Don't worry, Saul said. I think we should all get as much sleep as possible. Tomorrow is going to be a long day, Tara said, making a mental list of everything that had to be done. I could use the rest, Ethan agreed.
Anything to get rid of this hangover, Dylan said, pressing one hand to her forehead. Okay, guys, nice chat, but I need to get going, Nick said, excusing himself.
Where to?
Dylan asked. I've got some things to take care of first, but I'll see you at the debriefing tomorrow morning, he said, turning toward the barracks. Enjoy your day off. You heard the man. It's our day off. Let's make the best of it, Dylan said, heading toward the civilian quarters.
Tara followed at a slower pace, her mind buzzing as she looked for loopholes in the plan. Anything could go wrong. Anyone could die. This was what she'd wanted, yet now that the time had arrived, she had second thoughts. Don't do that, Saul said, falling in next to her. Do what? Worry yourself to death. It will all work out, I promise, he said. You'll see. I hope you're right, Tara said, leaning into his side. Because I don't know what I'd do if I lost you. Chapter 12. Dylan. Dylan stamped her feet and rubbed her hands together as she walked, trying to ward off the bitter cold. It was 10 to 7 in the morning, and they were on their way to the armory. Nick, Saul, Tara, Ethan, and herself had convened at the house for breakfast at 6 before braving the elements. At that time of the morning, the sun wasn't even up yet. The wind howled through the bare branches of the trees and cut to the bone. Despite the thick jacket, jeans, and boots she wore, she couldn't feel her fingers or her toes. Every breath produced a puff of white mist, and her ponytail had turned into an icicle. Man, this isn't funny, she complained to Nick. Does it always get so cold here in winter?
It can drop below freezing, and it will likely snow one of these days, he replied, looking up at the gray clouds above their heads. That sucks, Dylan muttered. I'm not fond of the cold. I prefer sunny weather. I spent a big chunk of my teens in Florida. Nick nodded. Yeah, it can get pretty miserable around here, but it's not as bad as the northern states. Still, you'd better get yourself proper gear for the season. Thermal underwear, a waterproof jacket, gloves, a beanie, that kind of stuff. Dylan shot him a wry smile. I'll put it on the list next time I go shopping. Nick rolled his eyes. Tell you what, if we make it out of this, I'll take you to the quartermaster, and we'll get gear for all of you. It's a deal, Dylan said, looking up at the building that loomed in front of them. Armory B1. It's about to get real, isn't it? I'm afraid it is, Nick said. They stopped in front of the entrance and turned toward Tara and Ethan. Tara hugged Saul and smiled at the rest of them. This is where we part ways for now. I'll be at the lab entrance, setting up the decontamination room. I'll see you there. And I'm organizing an emergency unit for you guys in case one of you gets hurt. See you later, Ethan added. Bye, guys, Dylan said, watching them leave. Nick tugged at her arm. Come on, let's go inside. You'll see your friends soon enough. She stepped through the door and felt immediate relief from the cold. While not precisely warm inside, the armory did offer shelter from the icy wind. Lieutenant King and his men were already there, sorting through the gear lying on the counter. They were dressed in fatigues with a matching helmet, and each carried a backpack, rifle, sidearm, combat knife, ammunition, and a radio.
King looked up as they entered and pointed toward 3 bundles.
That's for you, guys. Miss Young, you can dress in the back room. No one will bother you there.
Thanks, Dylan said, scooping up her stuff and ducking into the offered room. She closed the door behind her and examined her gear with a frown. She wasn't with the army, and the uniform was alien to her. Oh well, here goes. With nervous fingers, Dylan undressed and folded her clothes into a neat pile. She tugged on the t-shirt, followed by the pants and belt. The boots went on next, followed by the jacket and vest. The combat knife, Beretta, and radio went onto her belt, but she had no use for the rifle. She wasn't experienced enough with its use and would probably kill someone if she tried to shoot it. Instead, she added a machete to her arsenal of weapons and tucked another knife into the top of her right boot. There, that should do it. After rummaging through the backpack, she determined it contained a canteen of water, a packet of rations, batteries, a flashlight, a first aid kit, and extra ammo for the rifle and sidearm. She tossed the rifle bullets aside and tucked several full magazines for the sidearm into the available pockets on her vest. A knock on the door announced Saul. "Need any help?" "I can't use the rifle," she answered, pointing to the gun and its ammunition. "I'll take the pistol, the knife, and my machete." "That's all right. Your load will be lighter in any case. You'd better use this, though," he said, producing a silencer. "Thanks, but these aren't really silent. Not like in the movies," Dylan said, eyeing the hollow tube. "That's a myth." "I know it's not silent, but it will help to reduce the noise. Trust me, you don't want to fight in narrow hallways with automatic rifles and pistols thundering in your ears. You'll burst an eardrum." "Why not wear earplugs?" Dylan asked. "Then you won't be able to hear anything coming at you." He screwed the silencer onto her Beretta before helping her put on the backpack, gloves, and helmet. Afterward, he looked her up and down with an approving nod. "You're a proper soldier now." "That's hilarious," Dylan replied. But one look in the mirror showed her he was right. With her hair tucked into the helmet, the chin strap, full uniform, and the jacket zipped to the chin, she looked like a boy. A soldier boy. Nick appeared in the door and stared at her. "Looking good, Miss Young." "Why, thank you, Sergeant. You're looking rather dashing yourself," Dylan replied with a flutter of her eyelashes. The humor helped to relieve the nervous tension in her stomach. "Are we ready to go?" Saul asked once they all had their gear in place. "I am," Dylan said. "Me too," Nick replied. They walked out into the cold and joined Lieutenant King and his team. Together, they jogged toward the Usamarid building, where Tara, Ethan, Dr. Patel, Dr. Wilkins, Major Reed, and a few others waited. The perimeter bustled with armed guards huddled behind a wall of barbed wire and concrete. "The Major really doesn't want the zombies to get out, does he?" Dylan asked with a whistle. "Evidently not," Saul replied. "Not that I blame him," Nick said. A decontamination tent had been set up close to the entrance of the lab, and Tara gave them a tour. It was a simple affair. Bins lined with plastic waited for their clothes and equipment. A chemical shower, a regular shower, and a dressing room lined the wall, cordoned off with plastic. "Where are your clothes?" Tara asked. "Back at the armory," Dylan said. "I'll send someone to fetch them. Lieutenant King and his men's stuff as well," Tara added. "Thanks, Doc," Dylan replied. "And please remember what I told you about safety inside the lab. I don't want to lose any of you to germs." "Aye, aye, Captain," Dylan said with a mocking salute. Before Tara could cuss her out for not being serious enough, Ethan showed up. "Hey, Dylan, can I talk to you for a second?" "Sure, Ethan, anytime." Ignoring Nick's scowl, Dylan followed the doctor outside to the medical tent that stood waiting for an emergency. It, too, was simple. A couple of beds with clean sheets and fresh pillows were lined up, and trays with gleaming surgical implements gleamed in the light. It was empty inside, and Ethan turned toward her with a nervous look on his face. "Look, I'm not sure how to say this, so I'm just gonna get it over and done with." "What's wrong, Ethan?" Dylan asked. "Nothing's wrong. It's just—" Ethan hesitated for several seconds before bursting out. "I like you, Dylan. From the first moment I met you, I knew you were the one for me. I left Vandalia to look for you, and I was never happier than when I found you again." Dylan stared at him, dumbstruck. Granted, she'd known there was something between them, a spark, but there hadn't been any time to explore it. They'd never had the chance to talk or get to know one another. I don't know what to say." "You don't have to say anything," Ethan said, raising his hands to forestall her. "I just had to tell you how I felt before you went into that building. I realize you might not feel the same about me, but no matter what, promise me one thing." Dylan swallowed, her mouth dry. "What's that?" "Promise me you'll come out alive," Ethan said, placing his hands on her shoulders. Dylan was held captive by the intensity of his gaze. She'd never noticed until now how beautiful his eyes were. A liquid honey brown filled with all the love and compassion he could muster. "I promise." "I need you to mean it," Ethan insisted, leaning closer. "When you're inside that lab and all seems lost, remember this moment. Remember your promise." Dylan nodded. "I'll remember." Ethan stared at her for a couple of seconds longer, searching her expression. Suddenly, he pressed a kiss to her lips, his hands pulling her close to his chest. It lasted for only a moment. Before she could blink, he was gone. "Ethan!" she called, but he ducked out of the tent without looking back. Beyond him stood a familiar figure, gazing at her. Her eyes focused on the man's face, and she sucked in a horrified breath. Nick! How much did he see? The expression on his face, angry and betrayed, said it all. He'd seen the kiss, and no matter what she said, he'd never believe she didn't ask for it. "We're about to go in. The team is waiting for you," Nick said. Without another word, he whirled around and strode away, his back and shoulders ramrod straight. Dylan's hands balled into fists, and her teeth clenched together as she uttered a frustrated cry. Why now? Of all the worst possible times in the world, Ethan had to choose this one to confess his feelings. And of course, Nick just happened to see it. A swirl of conflicting emotions churned inside her brain. She didn't know how she felt about either of them. She liked Ethan. He was a good man, and she could do a lot worse, but she hardly knew him. As for Nick, he was fun. He made her laugh, and he got her. Somehow. That didn't mean she loved him or wanted to be more than friends. "Ugh, men, the stupid things," she muttered. With a stamp of her foot, Dylan stalked out of the tent. It didn't matter how they felt or even how she felt. When the mission was over, she was leaving. Bye to Fort Detrick and all its assholes. The good ones and the bad ones. "Please be careful, Dylan. Promise me you'll look after Saul and that you'll both come back alive," Tara pleaded, her eyes brimming with tears. "I promise, Tara," Dylan said, though the irony of making more promises she could hardly be expected to keep wasn't lost on her. "Don't forget Nick. He's one of us now," Tara added. Dylan and Nick exchanged loaded looks, but she smiled at Tara. "Of course I won't. He's a good friend." Nick's lips thinned at the word friend. He managed to keep his cool, however, and said, "I'm glad you think of me like family, Tara, and I'll do my best to watch over them both." "Thank you, Nick." With a loud sniff, Tara turned toward Saul, and the waterworks began again. After a tearful goodbye, she reluctantly allowed them all to leave. With Saul in the lead, Dylan and Nick were allowed through the concrete barrier by the guards and joined Lieutenant King and his team. They assembled in front of the Usamarid building's main entrance. The doors were imposing, the frosted glass impossible to see through. She shifted from one foot to the other, wondering what lay beyond. Nick avoided her gaze, and she returned the favor. She was in no mood for games, not with reality staring her right in the face. Within the next few minutes, she'd be entering a laboratory filled with deadly diseases and flesh-eating zombies. The chances of dying were high, no matter what promises she'd made to who. When it came down to it, life was fragile, and anything could cut the slim thread that tied a person to it. Lieutenant King looked at each of them with his pale eyes.
"Are you ready?"
"Sir, yes, sir!" his team and Sergeant Nick yelled, their bodies at attention. Saul looked just as eager as they did, and none of them betrayed the nervous tension and fear they must have felt. At least, Dylan hoped they did, because she was scared shitless. "Please don't let me be the only scaredy cat around here." Yet underneath the terror, there was growing excitement. It bubbled through her veins, and when two of the men approached the entrance, she found herself ready and eager for battle. The doors to the lab swung open, a yawning cavern to unknown horrors. Everyone tensed, fingers hovering above the triggers of their guns. But nothing came howling out. Only silence and a waft of putrid air emanated from the inner confines. Dylan gagged and turned her head away. The smell was like something out of this world. Thick, cloying, and pervasive. Saul glanced at her and must have felt pity. The next moment, he handed her a bandana. "Try this," he whispered. "Thanks," she replied, tying it over the lower half of her face. The material reeked of cologne and helped to mask the stench of death. Once again, Saul proved to be a lifesaver. Lieutenant King signaled to his team, and they moved forward, scanning the entrance with their rifles at the ready. Saul followed them inside, with Dylan right on his tail. She swallowed hard on the knot in her throat, her fingers sweaty around the handle of her machete. Behind her, the doors swung shut and sealed them inside. This is it. No turning back now. Chapter 13. Alex. 2 days after Tony's death, Alex and Amy were ready to hit the road. After a quick shower and breakfast, they gathered around the truck along with Officer Brown, Dr. Williams, and Nurse Simone.
"Thank you for everything, Officer Brown. If you hadn't taken us in, we wouldn't be alive today,"
Alex said, shaking the man's hand.
"It was a pleasure. It's not often that one meets decent folk in the apocalypse," Officer Brown replied. "If you ever need a home, you'll find it here." "We'll remember that," Alex replied.
Amy said her goodbyes, giving Dr. Williams and Simone each a warm hug.
Dr. Williams wagged a finger at Amy. "Look after yourself, dear. Remember, your body is a temple, and you should look after it."
"This is for you," Simone said, looping a thick woolen scarf around Amy's neck. "Just a little something to remember me by." With much waving and looking back on Amy's part, they pulled out of the lot. It took 2 more blocks before they were completely clear of all the barricades and guards, and another few before they exited Radcliffe. Alex sped up and cracked open his window. The wind felt good on his face, even though it was cold, and Amy didn't seem to mind. Her entire focus lay on the road ahead, and her excitement was palpable. It didn't take long to reach the old safe house, and after a careful look around, Alex pulled into the driveway. He idled the engine for a couple of minutes to make sure there weren't any lost zombies wandering around.
"See anything?"
Amy craned her neck to study the yard and look into the broken home. It looked nothing like it had before. Every window on the lower floor was broken, and the front door hung askew on its hinges. The yard was trampled to dust, and the wall had been pushed over in several places. There were plenty of bodies, too. The infected they shot during their escape to the basement. "I don't see any living zombies," Amy confirmed. Jeez, it looks bad. I didn't know it looked this bad.
Alex grunted. It's even worse inside. Lots of blood and guts. More bodies, too.
Amy wrinkled her nose. Ew. Here, take my scarf. It might help with the smell. Alex tied it around his lower face, and its faint perfume invaded his nostrils. Probably Simone's. Either way, he'd take it if it took the edge off the stench. He opened the door and gripped his rifle.
Wait here. I'll be right back.
But I want to come with you, Amy protested.
Not a chance. It's too dangerous,
Alex said.
Besides, I'm just checking to make sure Dylan isn't here. That's it.
Amy folded her arms and huffed. Fine, but you'd better hurry or I'm coming after you.
Don't you dare, Alex said, wagging his finger at her.
He jogged toward the house, but stayed on high alert with his rifle held at the ready. He nudged open the broken door and picked his way through the debris. Room by room he searched, but found nothing. There was no sign of Dylan. Not a note. Nothing. He did find their backpacks, however, filled with their clothes and personal belongings. He grabbed both and slung them onto his back. Back at the truck, he filled Amy in on his findings.
Dylan's not here, and it doesn't look like she ever was. But I did find this inside the house.
Amy grinned and grabbed her backpack. You found my stuff!
Indeed I did. Happy?
She leaned over and planted a kiss on his cheek. Happy.
Then I guess we can go, he replied.
What if she does come here later on? Can't you leave her a message? Amy asked.
You know, that's not a bad idea. I'll get right on it.
Alex returned to the kitchen and scribbled a note to Dylan, which he stuck onto the refrigerator.
We are alive. Amy is fine. We are heading toward Fort Detrick. Alex.
He stood back and surveyed his handiwork. The red lettering was bright and bold against the white background and couldn't be missed.
There, that should do it.
On the way out, he decided to stock up on a few extra things. While the truck was loaded with supplies, thanks to Officer Brown, it never hurt to have extra. After squeezing a few cases of water, canned food, and jerry cans of fuel into the back of their vehicle, he remembered the weapons in the basement.
I'll be right back, sis. One more trip and we're out of here.
Okay, but be careful, she answered. Alex returned to the basement with a flashlight to light the way. It was just as he remembered it, and the sight sent a shudder down his spine. The days and nights they'd spent trapped in its confines were the worst of his life, and he never wanted to experience something like that again. A vivid flashback of the moment they were trapped inside forced its way into his mind. Alex risked a glance over his shoulder and spotted Amy's silhouette framed in the open doorway of the basement. The lamp shone next to her feet like a beacon, and he ran toward it as fast as he could. "Watch out!" Amy raised her shotgun and fired off a blast. The buckshot whizzed past his ear, so close he could feel the wind on his skin. A dull thud sounded, and a zombie collapsed right behind him. He twisted sideways and snapped off a couple of quick shots. "Move it, Alex," Amy said. "There's too many of them." The infected pressed in from every side, the house a leaky sieve with no end in sight. Amy fired again, and 2 zombies crashed to the ground at the same time. For some reason, that struck her as funny, and she began to laugh hysterically. "Hey, look! A twofer!" Alex ignored her and kept shooting, picking off the infected one after another. They piled up in a circle around him, tripping those that came next. That gave him a slight lead, and he closed the gap between him and the basement. He finally reached Amy's side, and she yanked him to safety. 2 zombies filled the open doorway, and she fired her third and final round into their snarling faces. The blast obliterated their features, and she cried, "Shut it now!" Alex lunged forward and slammed the door shut. With a deft twist, he engaged the lock. Immediately, the hammering of dozens of fists formed a steady beat in their ears. The infected screeched and howled like banshees, loud enough to burst an eardrum. That was the moment he knew. They were caught like rats in a trap. To this day, Alex still didn't know what caused the zombies to move on. He only knew that if they hadn't, he wouldn't be alive, and neither would Amy. Alex shook his head. It didn't help to dwell on such things. It only drove a person mad. Like Tony and little Laura. He'd failed them both, but it didn't help to wallow in self-pity. He'd made mistakes. It was human, after all. The main thing was that he learned from those mistakes and didn't repeat them. Grabbing 2 duffel bags, he set about filling them with the weapons Saul had collected. It was all still there. Nobody had found the stash, which was a huge bonus. When he'd crammed in the whole lot, he dragged it outside and loaded it into the truck. There, that's everything. Grateful to be out of the dank, dark basement, he jumped behind the wheel. Okay, sis, let's hit the road. Alex started the engine and reversed out of the driveway. As they sped down the road, Amy reached into her bag and removed a CD. She popped it into the player, and the soothing strains of Johnny Cash filled the cab. Where did you get that? He asked. I took it from home. It was Dad's favorite, and I wanted something to remember him by, Amy said. Wow, that was cool of you, Alex said. I've also got Mom's wedding ring and a photo album, Amy continued. So that's why you were so happy to get the backpack, Alex mused. That's right. It contains everything I most cherish in this world, except for 2 things. Yeah? What are those? Alex asked. You and Dylan. You're my family, and more important than anything else in this world, Amy replied. Alex looked over at her, a lump forming in his throat. You know what, sis? What? I love you a little bit more every day, which I didn't think was possible since I already love you so much, he said. I love you too, bro, Amy said, scooting over until she could lean against him. And for now, it's just you and me and the open road. Just us, he agreed, glancing down at Amy's blonde head nestled against his shoulder. The music swirled around him, reminding him of home. Inside his chest, his heart swelled until it felt like it would burst. He had his sister, and his mom and dad were with him in spirit. I have everything I need right here. What more could I ask for? Chapter 14. Dylan. The first thing Dylan saw was the blood. It was everywhere, sprayed onto the walls, pooled on the floor, and splashed across the furniture. The second thing she saw was the body. A pair of feet stuck out from behind a counter, and on closer inspection was revealed to be a woman. Or so Dylan thought, judging by the long hair. The rest of the woman's face was unrecognizable. A smashed computer monitor looked like the murder weapon, its screen cracked and bloody. Gore stuck to the edges, and it looked like it could slot right into the groove in the deceased scientist's head. Lieutenant King wasted little time on the woman or her fate. She'd likely turned into a zombie and attacked a human who fought back and bashed her head in with the closest thing they could find. As the soldiers moved past, Dylan tried not to look. She'd seen enough death to last her a lifetime. While she was ready and willing to kill zombies, she didn't revel in it. It was often the small shit that haunted your dreams, like the dead eyes of the zombie kid that tried to munch her back at the roadblock in Charleston. They left the entrance behind and moved deeper into the facility. At one stage, Lieutenant King raised his hand, and everybody froze. A rasping groan echoed through the hallway, growing louder and louder. A zombie staggered around a bend and snarled when it spotted them. It lifted both hands and charged. One of King's men, a crack shot judging by his aim, pulled the trigger twice. Both bullets scored a hit, one in the shoulder, the other in the head. The infected collapsed to the ground, but kept sliding forward, carried by momentum. When it finally stopped, King stepped forward and nudged it with his foot.
"Good shooting, Perez."
"Thank you, sir," Perez acknowledged. For several seconds they waited as the shots echoed around them, muffled by the silencer on Perez's rifle. As usual, Saul had been right. While not cutting out the noise, it did lower it to an acceptable level. When no more zombies attacked, they moved onward. King's unit worked like a well-oiled machine. The men understood his commands, watched each other's backs, and never lost their cool, even when raging infected jumped out of nowhere. They were thorough, too, not missing a beat. They looked under tables and counters, inside closets and cupboards, behind desks and filing cabinets. Not even the air vents were neglected. Every nook and cranny was searched. Dylan admired their methods, though she didn't understand the half of what King said. Most of his commands went over her head, and she followed along by copying the rest. Saul and Nick understood the man, and they were able to meld with the unit in a tactical manner, which was more than she could say for herself. It wasn't long before she began to feel like a third wheel. I could have stayed with Tara. They don't need me. In this fashion, King and his men cleared the bottom floor before moving to the next. They used the stairs because no one trusted the elevators, though Dylan would have preferred taking her chances in a metal box than up the dark, shadowed steps. They filed out of the stairwell and onto the next floor, pausing to take it all in. More bodies littered the floor. Long dead zombies who got killed during the initial attack. The stench of decay lay thick in the air, and not even the bandana could block the smell. Dylan stared at the nearest corpse. It was a man dressed in a lab coat, his eye sockets empty, and his flesh liquefying as nature took its course. Maggots wriggled beneath his clothes, giving the illusion of movement, and she quickly looked away. "Don't throw up. Don't throw up." Lieutenant King barked out several orders, and his men dragged the bodies aside to clear a path. Once the way was open, they continued with their mission. More scenes of carnage revealed themselves as they progressed. A dismembered hand lay on the floor. A woman was draped across a windowsill with a shard of glass protruding from her back, and a security guard sat against the wall with his gun in his hand and a hole in his head. The rest of the lab was equally as grim. They encountered, and quickly dispatched, a few more zombies, each one hungrier than the last. These were mostly trapped inside rooms, unable to get out. The unit entered the various laboratories through metal doors that were several inches thick and fitted with airtight seals in case the lethal agents within were to escape. Inside were unlocked freezers with samples of deadly biological organisms, and overhead orange lights warned of harmful contamination. Across the hall, decontamination suits hung within easy reach. To Dylan, they looked spooky. Plastic suits in orange and blue that still held the shape of their former occupants. Nearby chemical showers were not in use, but the doors stood open, and the spigots ready to spray. A room nicknamed the Slammer boasted 3 plastic-encased beds available to quarantine any contaminated workers, while another lab was nicknamed the Morgue. The security measures seemed wasted to Dylan. None of it helped even a little the day the lab fell prey to the Vita virus. All it took was for one infected human to fool the rest, and boom, lab down. Guess nothing's foolproof after all, no matter what you do. Finally, King waved them onward, and they moved deeper into the lab. So far, they'd encountered very few infected, which meant they were probably going to run into all 100+ of them at once. Tension rippled through the unit, and Dylan gripped her machete with sweaty palms. Suddenly, a rifle looked like a better option. A shudder worked its way down her spine when they braved the dark stairwell once more. Each step they took echoed up and down the confined space until she was sure the entire zombie population knew they were there. She leaned over the railing and looked down into the dark space below. Any manner of awful things could be hiding in its depths, and she found it hard to look away. She jumped when a hand touched her elbow. "Come on, Dylan," Nick said. "We're falling behind." "Sorry," she said, running up the stairs with haste. She was the last to step onto the floor, and the lieutenant threw her a sharp look. They were about to move forward when one of King's men accidentally knocked his gun against a steel gurney. To the infected, it sounded like the dinner bell rang, and they came running. Within seconds, all hell broke loose and howling filled the corridors. "Take your positions, men," Lieutenant King cried. A swarm of zombies appeared from 2 directions at once, their faces contorted with hunger. They sprang at the soldiers with eager cries, their arms and hands extended. "Fire!" A hail of bullets cut through the undead ranks, and they fell one after the other. Still they kept coming, and the falling bodies stacked up until they were 3 deep. Congealed blood pooled onto the tiled floors and spattered the soldiers like black rain. A couple of zombies sprang over their dead friends and vaulted toward the unit. One charged through its center and came straight at Dylan. Swallowing her panic, she stepped to the side. As the infected bowled past her, she brought her machete down onto its head with both hands. The blade sank into the crown of its skull with a solid thunk. With one foot planted on the zombie's back, she yanked her weapon free. The sound of running feet heralded the arrival of another swarm, and Dylan whirled around to face them. They were everywhere, and she hacked and slashed at their faces with her blade. Gore spattered onto her uniform, and she almost fell when her boot landed in a puddle of blood. A set of hands yanked her out of the path of 2 raging zombies, and she found herself facing one of King's men. "This way!" he shouted, pointing to an empty corridor. When she hesitated, he shoved her toward it. "Run!" Dylan ran, hoping the rest would follow. Within seconds, she found herself lost in a maze of hallways lined by glass-fronted labs. Echoing footsteps caused her to look over her shoulder, and she spotted a group of zombies close on her heels. Their snarls filled her ears until it became her entire world. Terror spurred her onward, and she flew past the labs. They were all shut, and she didn't have the passwords or keycards to any of them. Desperation set in, and her breathing sawed in and out of her lungs. A barrage of gunfire caused hope to flare in her chest, and she slowed. The infected behind her turned to face their new enemy, and more shots echoed through the passage. One by one they fell, and she huddled against a wall, hoping not to get hit by a stray bullet. The next moment, Nick was there, hauling her to her feet. His face was red, and he shouted at her in a hoarse voice. "Why did you run away? We always stick together." "I don't know. It was that other guy," she cried, confusion flooding her mind. What was he going on about? She was told to run. "Run, there's more coming," Nick said, and they sprinted further down the corridor. Suddenly, another group of infected emerged at the far end of the hall, cutting off their escape. Dylan's heart stuttered in her chest, and she stumbled to a halt. "What now?" Nick shook his head, his lips pressed together in a thin line. "We fight." He began shooting at the nearest zombies, but within seconds his rifle clicked on empty. "I'm out." While he fumbled for a fresh magazine, Dylan pulled out her own gun and began to shoot. But they were surrounded. Just when she thought all was lost, she spotted an open lab. Its door was propped open by a foot, while the rest of the corpse lay inside the room. "Over there!" Sprinting toward the door, Dylan shoved her way inside. Without pause, she grabbed the corpse by its jacket and threw it aside with the kind of strength she didn't know she possessed. Nick followed, and together they slammed the door shut. The automatic locking mechanism slid into place, sealing them inside the lab. Dylan backed away from the glass, heaving for breath. Within moments, her vision was filled with the faces of the infected. They hammered on the glass with their fists, threw themselves at it, and even smashed their heads against it, driven mad by the tantalizing flesh that hovered out of reach.
"Can they break through the glass?" she asked. "I don't think so. It's an inch thick, not your normal household variety," Nick replied, his face pale. "Bulletproof?" "Probably not," he said. "Then watch where you're waving that thing," Dylan said, pointing to his rifle while holstering her Beretta. "It's empty anyway," he said, ejecting the magazine. He removed a new one from his vest and popped it in with a grim smile. "That's better." "I guess we'd better call for help?" Dylan asked. "I'll do it," Nick said. With the use of his radio, he called Saul and explained to him where they were, and that they were safe for the time being. "Sit tight. We'll be there as soon as we can. Over," Saul replied, and Dylan was glad to hear he was still alive. "He'd better be, or Tara will kill me." Dylan sank onto the nearest counter, her legs trembling. "What did you mean when you asked why I ran? One of King's soldiers told me to. He shoved me down that hallway. I thought the rest of you would follow." Nick shook his head. "They went the other way. I'm only here because I spotted you running off on your own. A stupid stunt if I ever saw one." "You know I wouldn't do that," Dylan said. "Wouldn't you?" he asked. "Because I thought I knew you, but it seems I don't. Not really." Dylan groaned. "Is this because of that kiss?" Nick didn't reply. He simply looked the other way, his expression blank. "You really want to do this now?" she asked, waving at the infected pressed to the glass. "We're trapped in a glass box surrounded by zombies." When he still said nothing, she sighed. "Fine, let's do this. Yes, Ethan kissed me. No, I didn't ask him to. It was as much of a surprise to me as to you." "You expect me to believe that?" Nick asked, his voice bitter. "I've seen the way you two act around each other. He moons over you, and you do nothing to stop it." Dylan gasped. "He doesn't moon over me. We talk, that's all. We're friends." "Just friends?" Red-hot anger flowed through Dylan's veins, and she jumped up. "You know what? I don't expect you to believe me, and I don't care. When this is over, I'm out of here, and you two can fight over my shadow." With her arms folded, she turned her back on him. After a while, he sighed and said, "I'm sorry." "Sorry for what? Calling me a liar or being an asshole?" Dylan asked. "Both," he said. "I'll admit it, I'm jealous. I like you, and I thought we had something going. Did I misread the signs? Do you like Ethan more than me?" Dylan stared at the floor, not sure what to say or even think. Her thoughts were a mess, and her feelings a mystery. "I don't know how I feel about anyone, Nick. All I know is that I have unfinished business out there." "This Amy and Alex stuff?" Nick asked. "Yeah, they're like a brother and sister to me, especially Amy, and I need to find her," Dylan explained. "How can I start something with anyone if I know I'm going to leave?" "What if I said I'd go with you?" "I'd say you were out of your mind," Dylan replied. "It's dangerous out there, and you're better off here. Besides—" "Dylan, forget about all of that. We've got problems," Nick interrupted, his voice strained. "Why, what's wrong?" Dylan asked, whirling around to face him. "The glass isn't going to last," he said, pointing at a spot. Dylan stared at the window, her eyes widening when she spotted the crack. In front of her horrified gaze, it ran upward before splitting into a starburst. More cracks joined the first, forming a pretty pattern across its breadth. A pattern of death. "I thought you said it couldn't break." "I was wrong. There's too many of them pressing at once." "You'd better tell Saul to hurry," Dylan said, or we'll be zombie chow soon."
While Nick got onto the radio, Dylan gathered all the loose furniture around them. That formed a half-moon barricade that might give them a few extra seconds to fight. With shaking hands, she pulled out her Beretta. The machete wouldn't do her much good now. With the gun held in both hands, she glanced at Nick.
"We're going to die within the next few seconds." "Probably. It's been nice knowing you," she added. He winked at her. "See you in heaven." Or hell. The glass shattered, bursting into a million pieces, and the infected threw themselves over the jagged edges. They wormed their way across, leaving shredded flesh and entrails behind.
Dylan chose her shots with care. She didn't have ammo to waste, and she couldn't afford to miss. Luckily, it was close range, and she was able to make the most of her shots. Nick dealt fearsome damage with his rifle, and the room was filled with exploding heads. To Dylan, it resembled a watermelon fight. Only this time, the enemy wasn't the other school kids, and the pink stuff wasn't fruit. When her gun clicked on empty, she cried, "I'm out!" "Reload, I'll cover you," Nick said, and Dylan hurried to obey. Once her gun was full, she tossed him a grin. "All good. Your turn." With the Beretta gripped in both hands, she laid down a blanket of fire while Nick refilled his gun. The zombies were coming in thick and fast, but they struggled to get past each other. As more of them died, they blocked the shattered window with their bodies, forming a natural barricade. This granted Dylan and Nick a small opportunity. If they could keep the zombies from getting in, they might be able to last long enough to be rescued. That hope was shattered when the first one wormed its way through a tiny space and fell to the floor. It scrambled upright and lunged for Dylan. She snapped off a couple of shots that missed and tossed aside her gun. Grabbing her machete, she stabbed it through the soft tissue underneath the chin. The blade slid into the roof of the mouth and pierced the brain. With a hard pull, Dylan freed her weapon. As more zombies got through, she lost herself in the rhythm of hacking and slashing at anything that moved. Soon, she felt the familiar haze of an episode coming on. Fresh energy filled her muscles, and anger took the place of fatigue. The thrill of the kill buzzed through her veins and exploded in her mind. For once, it wasn't all-consuming, and she didn't black out. Instead, she had full control of her actions. It was a strange experience. It made her stronger, faster, and fiercer, but it also made her reckless. It wasn't long before Nick pulled her back to his side when she wanted to take the fight to the zombies. "Stick with me, Dylan. Stay behind the barricade," he cried. "Whatever you say, boss," she answered with a blood-splattered grin. "Are you enjoying this?" he asked with disbelief. "Aren't you?" "Maybe just a little," he admitted. "But we're still going to die. There's too many of them." "I know," Dylan answered. "Let's make it count." They continued to fight, taking down one infected after the other. The bodies piled up around them, hacked to death by machete or shot by the rifle. When the rifle bullets ran out, Nick switched to his handgun. When that emptied, she passed him her magazines. When that ran out too, he grabbed his knife. As he'd predicted, though, it couldn't last. There were too many. Dylan, still wielding her machete, gasped for oxygen. Her limbs quivered with fatigue, and sweat streamed down her skin. The salt stung her eyes, and she was rapidly losing strength. Finally, when she barely had the energy to lift her blade, the first zombie breached their barricade. It jumped on her, its fingers closing around her throat. Teeth snapped at her face, and she had to use every ounce of will she had left to keep the monster at bay. Nick grabbed it by the shoulders and flung it away with an angry roar. She scrambled to her feet and reached for her discarded Beretta. It still had a few bullets left in the magazine. At point-blank range, she shot 2 more zombies trying to climb over the barricade. She aimed at the third and pulled the trigger. Its snarling face disappeared in a cloud of blood and brains. Then her ears picked up a different sound. Automatic gunfire. Nick? Is it them?
He nodded, still wielding his knife. It has to be.
Finally!
The infected clamoring to get inside the lab began to fall away. Dylan and Nick continued to fight, hope granting them extra strength. The zombies thinned until she could see through their ranks and spotted Saul. It is them! It's Saul! Saul inched closer to the enclosed lab, taking expert shots. Lieutenant King and his men flanked him, and together they dropped the last of the zombies. A curious silence settled over the lab, and Dylan sagged with exhaustion. Nick slumped down next to her, breathing hard, and they shared a triumphant look.
I can't believe we made it, Dylan said.
Me neither, Nick admitted, wiping a hand across his face. Blood smeared his skin and splattered his uniform, and she surmised she looked much the same. What a day. Saul picked his way through the corpses and began shifting those that blocked the lab's door. A couple of the soldiers moved to help him, and soon they'd cleared a path. Dylan grabbed Nick's hand and dragged him through the pile of bodies until they reached the door. She waited with growing impatience for Lieutenant King to unlock using a keycard and password. They could have climbed through the broken window, but Dylan didn't fancy clambering over a dozen dead infected. When the door slid open, she exited with a sigh of relief. Thank you, Lieutenant King. His pale eyes flicked from her to Sergeant Dean. Don't mention it. He turned and walked away, signaling the rest of the unit to follow. Dylan fell in beside Saul and quizzed him. What took you so long? I'm sorry, but we were in a different part of the lab and had to fight our way here, Saul said, his expression somber. I'm just glad you made it. I thought we were going to die in there, Dylan said with a big grin on her face. Saul shot her a strange look. You have no idea. Okay, Dylan said, but she was soon distracted by something else. Who's that? She pointed to a stranger that walked behind the lieutenant. The man wore a grimy lab coat and walked with a shuffle. His glasses were perched on the end of his nose, and his thinning hair was greasy and shiny with oil. It was apparent he hadn't bathed in days. That's a scientist. We found him barricaded inside the kitchens, Saul said. Dylan gasped. He's been here all this time? Poor guy. Saul nodded. Lucky for him, Tara arrived at the base, or he'd have died in here if the Major had his way. What about the rest of the lab? Dylan asked. She patted her vest. I'm all out of ammo. Nick, too. Don't worry about it. It's clear. Lieutenant King will send in another unit to sweep the place for stragglers, but the worst is over. It's over? We can get out of here? Dylan asked. That's right. We're done, Saul said. Thank God, Dylan said, her relief genuine. You can say that again, Nick said, looping a casual arm around her shoulder. Let's get out of here. Chapter 15. Tara. Tara shifted from one foot to the other while she waited for the team to emerge from the lab. All morning she'd sat on a chair and watched the entrance. She hardly dared go for a bathroom break or even a glass of water for fear of missing something. When the shooting began, distant and muffled, her heart nearly stopped. It carried on like that throughout the long hours, and by the time they came out, it felt like she'd run a marathon. She stood on tiptoe as the doors opened and cried out with joy when she spotted Saul. Dylan and Nick followed him, and not one of them appeared to be injured. As they neared the tent, she almost threw herself at them, but restrained herself at the last minute. Saul, Dylan, Nick, you made it! Saul reached out to hug her, but she raised a hand to forestall him. Sorry, my love. Decontamination first, hugs and kisses second. His face fell, but he managed a rueful smile. Show us the way. Before Tara could move a muscle, however, a familiar voice greeted her, one she never thought she'd hear again. Dr. Lee, I can't believe you're here. I never thought I'd see you again. Not in this lifetime, at least.
She whirled around, and she gasped when she recognized her superior. Dr. Bannock!
Indeed. I see you are every bit as surprised as I am, he replied with a raised eyebrow. A happy surprise, I hope?
Of course, Tara managed to say while she stared at him, a million different thoughts running through her mind. You were inside the lab this entire time?
Yes, I've been a prisoner of its walls these past few weeks.
He frowned.
Has it been weeks? I confess I lost track of time. It certainly felt like a long time, but I suppose it could have been days.
Tara shook her head, running the calculations in her head. No, you're right, Doctor. It's been about 2 weeks, maybe more.
I see.
He smoothed his hands over his stained and wrinkled lab coat.
I'm afraid I require a grooming session. Bathing was a luxury not afforded to me while I was trapped.
How did you survive in there all this time? She asked.
I barricaded myself into the kitchen. There was enough food and water to last me a while. Even so, I'd all but given up hope of rescue when the soldiers showed up.
You're lucky to be alive, Tara said.
I am, and I'm very grateful to be standing here today, especially in such illustrious company.
Dr. Bannock accompanied his words with a broad smile. Tara stared at him, taken aback. This was a side of Bannock she'd never seen before. A warm, friendly Bannock. Maybe his ordeal changed him? Gave him some sort of epiphany? She was pulled from her thoughts by Lieutenant King. He approached her with his rifle in one hand and his helmet in the other.
Dr. Lee, forgive my intrusion, but can we begin with the decontamination, please? My men are tired and hungry. The sooner we can get out of here, the better.
Of course, Tara agreed, feeling sheepish. It was an emotion she despised, and one that Bannock always seemed to bring out in her. This way. Tara spent the next hour taking the lieutenant, his team, and Dr. Bannock through the process of decontamination. Upon completion, they were passed on to Ethan, who gave each a thorough examination and drew blood for testing. The examination served a dual purpose. It was to check for injuries and to make sure no one had been bitten by a zombie. The last thing any of them needed was for the Vita virus to sneak its way into the population. The blood Ethan drew would be tested against the diseases studied inside the lab to ensure none of the unit had contracted any of them. Saul, Dylan, and Nick were the last to go through the process. After they'd passed through both her and Ethan's hands, she met them outside the medical tent.
"Where's that kiss you promised me?" Saul asked, and Tara happily obliged. "By the way, is that Dr. Bannock, your superior in the Congo?"
"That's the one."
"I can't believe it. Of all people, to find him inside that kitchen," Saul mused with a faraway look on his face. "Listen, guys, we need to talk. There's some serious shit going down in this place," Dylan interrupted, and they all turned to look at her.
"What do you mean?" Tara asked.
"I almost died today, and so did Nick," Dylan said. "And it wasn't because of the zombies. Okay, it was kind of, but not really. What she means to say is that she was deliberately separated from the group by one of the soldiers," Nick said. "If it weren't for the fact that I saw her running off, she'd be dead now."
"One of the soldiers?" Saul asked with a deep frown. "I meant to ask you what happened. One moment you're there, and the next you're radioing from the other side of the lab." "Do you know which soldier it was?" Tara asked.
"I'll know him when I see him again," Dylan said, "but I didn't get a name."
"This is very serious, Dylan. It means they're not just trying to discredit you, but actually kill you," Tara added.
"There's something else, too," Saul said.
"There's more?" Tara asked.
"Yes, but I'd rather talk about it somewhere private. There are too many ears around here," Saul said. I vote that we meet up at your house as soon as possible, Nick suggested. The doctor, too.
Not today, Tara said. You're all exhausted and need to rest. Besides, both Ethan and I are working late.
Working late? Saul asked. What for?
Major Reed is sending in another team to sweep the building for stragglers. After that, a cleanup crew is going to clear the bodies. We have to stay here until they're done, Tara explained.
That could take all day, Saul said. Maybe even all night.
I know, but I don't have a choice, Tara said.
What about tomorrow morning, then? Nick asked. We could meet around breakfast time? Say 7?
That sounds good, Tara agreed.
In the meantime, I'll find out who was all on Lieutenant King's team today. If Dylan can identify the culprit, we'll be one step closer to fixing this mess, Nick said. Or I could just pack my stuff and leave, Dylan said. That would solve everyone's problems.
You don't know that, Dylan, Tara argued. They could be after all of us.
Fine, we can talk about it over breakfast, Dylan agreed.
Great, I'll see you in the morning, Tara said. After saying goodbye, Tara watched Saul, Dylan, and Nick walk away. A million questions churned through her brain, raised by the events of the day. Even worse, she had no answers to any of them. With a sense of growing unease, she turned back to the decontamination tent, but Dr. Bannock spotted her and hurried over.
Dr. Lee, one moment, please, he said.
With reluctance, Tara waited for him to catch up. The sight of his face roused a familiar set of feelings within her. Frustration, anxiety, inferiority, and rage. She couldn't afford to show her hand, however. Whatever Dr. Bannock might be, he was her superior and higher up on the ladder of Usamarid. If he wanted to, he could kick her out of the lab.
Yes, Dr. Bannock?
I spoke to one of the men now, and I heard the most extraordinary thing, he said.
What would that be?
Tara asked, though she had her suspicions already. That you had somehow discovered a cure to the Vita virus, he continued. Why didn't you say so earlier?
It didn't seem important at the time. Not after the trauma you suffered, Tara said with a false smile. Inside, she seethed with red-hot anger. She hadn't missed the doctor's emphasis on the word somehow. What does he mean, somehow? There was no somehow involved in the months of work that I put in, the thousands of hours I slaved over blood samples and printouts.
That's understandable. Yet now that I know, I look forward to being briefed in full on your progress, he continued. Perhaps, with our combined expertise, we can even develop a vaccine.
That was the plan, sir, Tara said, her cheeks aching from the fake smile she had to present.
Yes, my dear, but now that I am here, imagine how much faster it will go, he said, his words dripping with sugary acid.
Of course, Tara replied, inclining her head. I look forward to working with you.
Excellent, he said, before looking over her shoulder and waving at someone. Now I really must go. I'm in sore need of a hot bath, clean clothes, and a decent meal. We can catch up later.
Dr. Bannock walked away, and Tara stared at his retreating back with all of the rage and hatred she could summon. With his last words, Bannock had tipped his hand. He hadn't changed after all. He was simply putting on an act for the benefit of others. He's after my work. He wants to save the world and be hailed as a hero. Chapter 16. Bannock. Dr. Bannock was escorted to the offices of Major Reed by Lieutenant King. Along the way, he smoothed his hands over his clothes and hair. He wanted to make the right impression when he met the man in charge of operations. As ever, ambition was his driving force, his reason for living, and he intended to take full advantage of any opportunities presented to him. They entered after a brief knock on the door, and the major greeted him with his hand extended.
Dr. Bannock, I don't believe we've met before. I'm Major Owen Reed, and this is Lieutenant King, my right-hand man."
"Lieutenant King and I have met. He and his men were the ones to save me, after all," Dr. Bannock said.
"Yes, of course. I forgot about that," Major Reed said. "Please be seated, and I trust you've been taken care of since your rescue?"
"I have, thank you. It's amazing what a hot shower and a good meal can do for one's state of mind."
"Agreed,"
the Major said, sitting down behind his desk. "May I ask as to the nature of this meeting, sir?" Dr. Bannock asked.
"I asked you here to talk about Dr. Lee."
"Dr. Lee? Tara Lee?" Dr. Bannock asked.
"Yes. I understand you used to be her superior?"
the Major asked.
"Is that correct?"
"Yes, it is, sir," Dr. Bannock said. "She reported to me while on loan to the World Health Organization in the Congo."
"And she was the first person to study the outbreak of the Vita virus? She was there at the source?"
Dr. Bannock nodded. "Yes, indeed. I only wish she'd been more forthcoming about the virus from the very beginning."
"What do you mean?" Major Reed asked with a frown.
Dr. Bannock hesitated before answering. "As her superior, it was Dr. Lee's job to report her findings to me."
"Did she?"
"Yes, she did, but her reports lacked vital information," Dr. Bannock continued. "Information regarding the virulence and infection rate of the virus. By the time it mutated and began to spread, it was already too late to contain it."
"Are you saying she allowed it to spread on purpose?" the Major asked with a doubtful note in his voice.
"Not on purpose, sir, but through negligence. Dr. Lee has always exhibited a lackadaisical approach to her work, and the Congo was no exception. I believe she wasn't doing everything she should have and picked up on the severity of the situation too late. By then, there wasn't much any of us could do," Dr. Bannock said, carefully weaving fact with fiction.
"I see. What more can you tell me about her?" the Major asked.
Dr. Bannock shrugged. "There isn't much to tell. She was an average employee at best. Nothing special. In fact, I believe if we'd sent someone else to study the virus at its origins, things might have turned out very differently. It's something that plagues me to this day, and I feel I carry partial responsibility for the outbreak."
"If Dr. Lee is such an average scientist, how did she manage to discover a cure?" Major Reed asked, leaning forward in his chair.
"Pure luck, I'd surmise," Dr. Bannock said. "Luck, and the help of other scientists at Fort Knox."
"I don't believe in luck, Doctor."
Dr. Bannock shrugged. "She probably piggybacked off others' work, and when the fort fell, she saw an opportunity to claim all the credit."
"In other words, you don't think she's qualified to spearhead this research regarding a vaccine?"
Major Reed questioned. "Spearhead, no. I'd suggest you put someone with more experience in charge. But she's perfectly capable of doing basic research and taking notes, that sort of thing."
"And who would you suggest as the lead scientist?" the Major asked with a wry smile. "Yourself?"
"Certainly, sir. I have many years of experience in the field," Dr. Bannock said. "I am more than qualified for the job and would make a success of it."
"I will take your suggestion under advisement,"
the Major said before waving at Lieutenant King.
"Do you have anything to report, Lieutenant?" "Yes, sir. We received a report from Mount Weather regarding a severe storm coming our way," Lieutenant King replied.
"Mount Weather?" Bannock exclaimed. "Are they still operational?"
"They are, and they report to all the bases and institutions that are still standing," Lieutenant King replied. "Now, if I may continue?"
"Oh, my apologies for interrupting. Please proceed," Dr. Bannock said, waving toward the lieutenant.
"How severe will the storm be?" Major Reed asked. "Temperatures well below freezing, several inches of snow, and blizzard-force winds, sir." "When will it hit us, and how long will it last?" the Major asked. Tomorrow afternoon, perhaps night, and it's expected to last several days, sir, Lieutenant King said.
The Major thought for a few seconds before relaying his commands.
Make sure the men are equipped with adequate clothing and shelter against the cold. Even during a storm, we cannot afford to let our guard down, and patrols must continue. Fit all vehicles with snow chains. Yes, sir. Inform the civilians of the coming storm and instruct them to remain inside their houses. No one is to wander about the base without a valid reason. Everyone is to collect a week's worth of rations tomorrow morning. That will have to last them until the worst is over. And tell Davis to make sure that all essential buildings have an uninterrupted supply of power, even if it means having a team on standby. Yes, sir. Once the storm hits, the base will go on lockdown until it passes. Understood? The Major asked. Yes, sir. Excellent. I will see you in the morning at the staff meeting. You can report back to me then. Dismissed, the Major said. As for you, Dr. Bannock, we will talk again soon. Thank you, sir. I look forward to meeting you again, Dr. Bannock replied, shaking the Major's hand with vigor. Oh, Lieutenant, Major Reed said. A quick word before you go. Yes, sir. You may wait outside, Doctor. We won't be long, the Major assured Bannock.
With a duck of his head, Bannock exited the office and waited for Lieutenant King. He didn't have to wait long. Within a couple of minutes, the private meeting was over.
Allow me to escort you to your quarters, Dr. Bannock, Lieutenant King said. Thank you, sir. That's very kind of you.
They walked down the passage and turned a corner. There, the lieutenant opened a door and ushered Bannock inside.
We need to talk, Dr. Bannock. I have a proposal for you.
Bannock raised his eyebrows.
A proposal? Yes. You see, the Major was not impressed by your interview. He believes you are lying about Dr. Lee because you want to take over the project for yourself.
Bannock sputtered.
That's outrageous. Lieutenant King studied him. Is it? What are you suggesting? That you are an ambitious man, one who looks to the future. Did you lie about Dr. Lee? Probably. The Major can smell a lie a mile away. Do I care? Not in the least. All I want is your cooperation. Regarding what? Dr. Bannock asked with a frown. Getting rid of Dr. Lee and her group, Lieutenant King said. I take it this is not for the Major's ears? Bannock speculated. No, it's not. Lieutenant King's voice hardened, and his pale blue eyes turned to ice. It's to stay between us, Dr. Bannock. If I find out you blabbed about it to anyone, I will make sure you regret it. Understand?
Dr. Bannock swallowed, a knot of fear forming in his belly.
I understand. Good. Because if you stick with me, I'll put you in sole charge of Usamaryd and its many scientists. You can take over Dr. Lee's work, and when you produce a vaccine using her research, you can claim it for your own.
You'd let me do that? Dr. Bannock asked.
Yes. You'd be the man of the hour, Doctor, Lieutenant King said.
A shiver of excitement ran down Bannock's spine. The words had a certain ring to them. The man of the hour.
What do I have to do? He asked. It's simple. During our operation at the lab today, I discovered 3 infected specimens being held in captivity.
Dr. Bannock nodded.
When the outbreak hit the world, killing millions, Usamaryd realized the severity of the outbreak. All available staff, including me, were relocated here to study the virus. We were given all possible resources, including live specimens to study. Lucky for you, I didn't kill them. They were locked in secure cells, and it was obvious they were there for medical purposes, Lieutenant King continued. What does that have to do with me? Or Dr. Lee? Bannock asked. Now that the lab has been cleared, Dr. Lee will be eager to resume her research. She was the driving force behind the opening up of the building. In a way, Doctor, you owe her your life.
Dr. Bannock blinked, taken aback. I didn't know that.
Be that as it may, she will be in the lab tomorrow. While she's there, I want an accident to befall her.
An accident?
Yes, Dr. Bannock, and I don't expect her to survive.
What do I do?
I'll leave that up to you. Surely a man as brilliant as yourself can think of something,
Lieutenant King said. Why her? What's she to you? Bannock asked.
She's just another obstacle standing in my way to complete power.
Lieutenant King studied Bannock with eyes that held no mercy.
Make sure you don't become an obstacle as well.
No, sir. But what's the plan?
The less you know, the better. All you need to know is that tomorrow night the storm won't be the only thing hitting Fort Detrick. Several other changes will happen.
I see, Bannock said, beginning to get the picture.
All you need to do is get rid of Tara Lee. Once you've accomplished that, return to your quarters and wait for the storm to pass,
Lieutenant King said.
Understood?
Dr. Bannock nodded. Understood, sir. I'll get it done. And indeed he would. If there was one thing he lived for, it was bettering himself and his situation. Dr. Lee be damned. Chapter 17. Tara. The morning after the laboratory was cleared, Tara woke up extra early. She wanted everything to be ready for that morning's breakfast meeting. She slipped out of bed and padded across the thick carpet to the bathroom down the hall. The reflection in the mirror wasn't kind. Purple shadows lined her eyes, and she looked exhausted. She'd gone to bed after 12 the night before, and it showed. The previous day had been a nightmare of never-ending decontamination. After the sweeper unit finished, the cleanup crew had gone in. Not once, not twice, 3 times. That's how long it took them to clear out all the bodies, bits, pieces, blood, gore, and broken glass. After that, a team of scientists went in, led by Dr. Patel. Their job was to ensure that the pathogens in the lab were safely stored away and the equipment adequately sterilized. Even after all that, there was still a lot more work to be done, but she was eager to resume her research. After splashing cold water on her face, she brushed her teeth, tied her hair into a ponytail, and washed her hands. Over her flannel pajamas, she wore a thick woolen robe and a pair of slippers to keep her feet toasty. With a gas lamp in one hand, she descended the stairs and lit a few candles throughout the kitchen and dining room. They cast a warm golden glow, which gave the house a homey feel. Plus, Saul had covered up the awful message on the front porch. It was starting to feel like a real home at last. She put a kettle of water on the stove to boil, along with a pot of oats. While that was busy, she set the table with bowls and spoons. In the middle, she placed sugar, a carton of UHT milk, and a tub of margarine. Margarine was a scarce commodity, and according to Nick, the remainder in storage wouldn't last long. Might as well enjoy it while it's there. She was stirring the oats with a wooden spoon when Dylan walked down the stairs. She, too, was bundled up in her warmest pajamas, the infernal bunny slippers still on her feet. Tara eyed the pink footwear with a snort of amusement. It was the kind of thing you expected from a 10-year-old. And Dylan. "Good morning, Dylan. Did you sleep well?" Tara asked as she poured them each a cup of coffee. "Well enough, thanks, considering how much everything hurts," Dylan replied, dropping into the nearest chair. "Hurts?" Tara asked. "How so? Are you sick?" "No, just stiff. Fighting a bunch of zombies is hard work," Dylan explained. And I'm grateful for it. Because of you guys, I can carry on with my research, Tara said, her face wreathed with smiles.
Glad I could be of service, Dylan said. Where's Ethan and Saul?
Still sleeping. Ethan came home at the same time I did, after 12, Tara said.
Dylan whistled. That late, huh? How are you even awake?
I'm used to pulling late nights in the lab, though I must admit it's getting harder every year, Tara admitted.
On the bright side, guess what I discovered yesterday, Dylan said.
Do tell.
I had an episode, but this time I was able to control it.
Tara's eyebrows raised. You were? That's amazing.
The weird thing is, Nick fought with me, and I don't think he had one at all, Dylan said.
Maybe he did, Tara said, but his was so mild he was able to control it.
I'll have to ask him, Dylan said. This is interesting stuff, and it makes me wonder, am I learning to control it on my own, or is my brain healing by itself?
That's what makes my job so great, Tara said. What I wouldn't give for a look at your brains.
Dylan raised her eyebrows. Really?
With an MRI scan, of course, Tara added hastily. At that moment, Saul and Ethan entered the kitchen. Ethan, as usual, looked tired, but Saul had a spring in his step, and he greeted Tara with a bone-crushing hug.
Someone's in a good mood today, Tara exclaimed when he finally let her go.
He shrugged. I feel good, that's all. Glad to hear it. Coffee? Tara offered. Yes, please.
Me too, Ethan groaned. I don't feel so hot today. Maybe you should see a doctor, Dylan quipped. Why, so he can lecture me on the dangers of burnout? Ethan asked with a wry smile. No thanks. Seriously, though, you should take it easy, Dylan said. I will. I'm pulling day shift today. I'll be home just after 5 this afternoon, Ethan said. There's rumors among the hospital staff of a storm tonight. The roar of an engine interrupted the flow of conversation, and Tara frowned. Is that a car in our driveway?
It must be, Saul said, walking toward the front door. She walked with him, curious to see who it might be. They stepped onto the porch and shielded their eyes against the glare of the headlights. The lights switched off, and Tara squinted into the pre-dawn gloom.
Who's there?
A slender figure dashed up the steps, and Tara gasped when she recognized Amy.
It's me, Tara!
Oh my God! Amy, I can't believe it! Tara cried, hugging the girl close to her chest.
Amy grinned.
In the flesh, and Alex is here too.
How did you know where we lived? Tara asked.
Your friend Nick showed us the way,
Amy said. The next moment, Dylan stormed out onto the porch and latched onto Amy with a glad cry. Nick, Alex, and Ethan joined the group, and introductions were made. For a while, the porch became extremely crowded. Once everyone had greeted everyone, Tara hustled them all inside. Come on, you lot, it's freezing.
We'll be right in, Tara, Nick said. First, we need to unload the truck. There's a shitload of supplies in the back.
You guys go ahead. I'll boil more water, Tara agreed. The men proceeded to carry in all the stuff while Tara made more coffee. Once they were all seated around the table, she asked, So, tell us everything?
It's a long story, Alex said.
We've got time, and don't leave anything out. In bare terms, Alex laid out their story from the moment the horde crashed the safe house to the time they arrived at Fort Detrick.
Seems like you had quite the adventure, Saul said.
I'm just glad you made it out alive, Dylan added. To think I was going to leave in the next day or two to go looking for you.
It's a good thing you didn't, Alex agreed.
How did Nick find you? Tara asked.
A buddy of mine was on gate patrol when they showed up and asked for you by name. He called me, and I put them down as civilians in need of refuge.
What about the major?
He won't know they're friends of yours. According to the report, they're ordinary people seeking a safe place to live. They'll be issued with rations and a place to stay like the rest of you. I'll try to get them in the house next to this one."
"Not that you need the rations, judging by everything you brought with you," Ethan said as he eyed the huge pile of supplies on the floor.
"Yeah, before we came here, we went back to the safe house. I loaded all the weapons, ammo, and a bunch of other stuff. Water, food, batteries, candles, and so on."
"That's good news," Tara said.
"I also took the liberty of adding a few duffel bags of cold-weather gear for you," Nick said. "Thermal underwear, thick socks, scarves, beanies, gloves, and parkas."
"Why so much? It's not that cold," Tara said.
"We got reports from Mount Weather that a snowstorm is moving in. It'll hit us tonight, and the Major has ordered that the base go on lockdown."
"What does that mean?" Tara asked.
"It means that all civilians will be expected to stay inside their houses while the storm rages. Only personnel with permission are allowed to move around," Nick explained. "Including you, Tara."
"And it's hitting us tonight?" she said.
"That's right. I suggest that whatever you need to do today, you make sure you're back here by 5 at the latest," Nick said. "Which brings us to our other point of business. What do we do about the attacks on Dylan?" "Attacks?" Alex asked with a frown. "What attacks?"
Tara quickly laid out the story as she'd memorized it, with input from Dylan and Nick. The incident in the cafeteria, the graffiti on the side of the house, and finally, the attempt made to isolate Dylan during the clearing out of the Usamarid building.
"I saw her run and followed," Nick added. "That's how we ended up trapped inside one of the labs, radioing Saul for help."
Saul stepped forward. "There's more. After you two radioed me, the lieutenant refused to go to your aid. He kept saying he couldn't risk his men, and that they needed to clear out the rest of the lab first."
"He delayed the rescue action?" Nick mused. "That means the lieutenant is in on this as well."
"Do you think the Major is part of it?" Tara asked. "The lieutenant is his right-hand man, after all."
"I've thought about it, but I don't think so. The Major has a strict moral code. If he wants you dead or gone, he'll play by the book," Nick said.
"What do we do now?"
Dylan asked. "Do we leave?"
"I can't. I need the lab to do my research," Tara protested. "We have to stick it out."
"Stick it out how? If they tried once, they'll try again," Dylan protested. "Call me finicky if you like, but I don't fancy ending up dead."
An uneasy silence reigned over the once cozy kitchen.
"Are they only after Dylan?" Alex said. "Or is it all of you?"
"We don't know yet," Tara replied.
"Then I suggest we find out," Alex said. "Identify the culprits, gather evidence, and lay it in front of Major Reed. If he's such a stickler for the rules, he'll do something about it." "Alex is right," Nick said. "I have a list of everyone who was on King's team yesterday. All we need to do is find the one who tried to kill her and question him."
"Won't that be dangerous?" Tara asked. "In fact, what if we're all in danger?" "Tara is right. Let's make 2 rules. None of us go anywhere alone, and we're armed at all times," Saul suggested.
"The Major won't like that," Nick said. "He doesn't approve of civilians carrying guns. Other weapons, yes, but no guns."
"The Major doesn't have to know. Not if we conceal it under our clothes, and the weather is perfect for that," Saul said.
"Good thinking," Nick agreed.
"What's the plan, then?" Dylan asked. "How do we go about this?" "Ethan needs to report to the infirmary or he'll be missed," Tara said. "Besides, it's unlikely they'll go after him. Out of all of us, he's the most valuable."
"Alex and Amy need to register for rations," Nick said.
"Do they both have to go?" Saul asked.
"No, not really. Alex can register for his sister, seeing as he's responsible for her," Nick said.
"How about this, everyone?" Saul said. "Nick, Dylan, and I can accompany Alex to the rationing offices. At the same time, we'll fetch our week's supply of food and drop it off here before the storm breaks. We've got the truck now, so it'll go fast."
What happened to the Humvee, by the way?
Alex interrupted. The Major confiscated it when we got here, Saul replied. Anyway, after we unload the rations, we look for this guy of King's and question him. If we can get him to spill the beans, we can go to the Major with the evidence. Then he'll have to do something about it. What about Amy and me? Tara asked. They're expecting you at the lab, Tara, Saul said. It will look suspicious if you don't go, and you can take Amy with you. It'll be safe there with the other scientists around.
Yeah, once we're done with our things, we can swing by and pick you up, Nick said. Ethan, too, and we can all get back here before the storm hits.
Sounds like a plan of sorts, Tara agreed. But what if the Major refuses to help?
If that happens, we'll have to consider other alternatives, Nick said. Such as? Dylan said. Leaving for good.
You'd do that?
You'd leave here with us? Dylan asked. If it came to that, but first we should exhaust all other options. As Tara said, she needs a working lab.
Agreed, Saul said, standing up. Let's eat and get dressed, people. It's going to be a long day. Tara picked up a spoon and began dishing out bowls of oats. It might not be bacon and eggs, but it will stick to your ribs and keep you warm.
Hear, hear, Dylan said, topping hers with 1/2 pound of sugar.
Geez, not that much, Dylan, Tara admonished.
But it's the best way,
Amy said, copying Dylan. Tara sighed. Looks like I've got 2 kids to look after now. She didn't mind, though. Not in the least. It felt great to have everyone together again around one table. This is my family now. My apocalyptic family. Chapter 18. Amy. Amy stared at the infected woman locked up in her glass cage. She was middle-aged and wore a stained pair of jeans and a sweater that had seen better days. Her greasy ponytail hung limply down her back, and she swayed back and forth as if in a trance. But she wasn't. Her eyes, as black as ink, flickered back and forth while the slightest sound caused her to snarl. It was the first time Amy got to study a live zombie up close without it trying to eat her, and she found it fascinating.
I wonder if she can still think and feel. Maybe she's trapped in there. I hope not, for her sake.
With a wild shriek, the woman threw herself at the transparent barrier. She scratched at the glass until her fingernails tore. Failing that, she bashed her head against it until dark blood ran down her forehead. The other 2 infected in the cages next to her reacted in the same manner. Within seconds, the air was filled with their howls and screams. Amy backed away on trembling legs and pressed both hands to her ears. The sound reminded her of the basement. Come on, sweetie. You shouldn't be here, Tara said, taking her by the elbow. It's far too morbid for someone your age. Amy eyed the cages.
Are you sure they can't get out?
Not a chance, Tara said. The glass is bulletproof, and the door is solid steel with an automatic locking mechanism.
What if the power goes off?
There's a built-in failsafe. Even with no power, the lock remains in place. The only way to open it is with the correct password, keycard, and thumbprint. Even I don't have that kind of access. Not yet, anyway, Tara explained. The only other way is by manual override from the control room, and for that you need high-level clearance. Okay, Amy murmured as she allowed Tara to lead her away. So you see, you're perfectly safe. Isn't she, Dr. Patel? Tara asked. 100%, young lady, Dr. Patel answered. I wouldn't have allowed you in here if I didn't think it was safe. Yes, thank you, Dr. Patel. It was nice of you to do the authorization. Otherwise, she'd have spent the entire day in the lobby. Tara led Amy back to an empty table and chair. Can you keep yourself amused for a while? I need to run some blood samples.
Of course,
Amy replied, though in truth she was bored to death. Going to the lab with Tara had not turned out to be as much fun as she'd thought it would. She didn't even have a book or magazine, and none of the computers had any games on them. Besides staring at the zombies, there wasn't much to do in the place. Amy sat down in the chair and twirled in a circle until her eyes fell on a nearby window. She walked over and stared out at the grounds. The sky was gray and dreary, with the sun in permanent hiding. Thick clouds hung low above the ground, and the treetops whipped back and forth in the strong wind. She glanced at her watch. 4:30. The storm wasn't far off. Very soon, Alex and the others would come for them.
I wonder what they're doing now. Did they find that guy that tried to kill Dylan? I hope so.
With a sigh, she turned away from the window and wandered down the hall. The smell of bleach hung thick in the air, strong enough to give her a headache. All around, she could see evidence of the zombie outbreak. Bullet holes marred the walls, and numerous glass walls gaped open and empty. If she closed her eyes, she could almost imagine all the blood and guts. Suddenly, a man shoved past her in the hall, almost sending her flying.
What the? Watch where you're going, mister!
He glanced at her over his shoulder, his spectacles perched on the end of his nose. Without a word of apology, he stormed off, leaving her stunned and bewildered. With a shrug, she turned away. What an asshole! Without noticing it, her feet carried her back to the containment room. Once again, she stared at the zombie woman with fascinated curiosity. The woman reminded her of her mother in a strange way, or of what her mother might have become if she hadn't ended her own life. For a moment, Amy allowed her memories of the past to surface. It was a place she rarely went to, for it never failed to make her cry. This time, she couldn't fight it. "Listen to me, sweetheart. You have to do what I say," Amy's mom said, steering her away from the main bedroom. "Your father's gone."
No, that's not true. It can't be,
Amy cried, unwilling to believe that her father, the strongest man she knew, was dead. Or even worse, a zombie. Amy's mom shook her by the shoulders. "You have to accept the facts, Amy. He's not coming back. If he could have, he would have been here."
No,
Amy said, fighting against the knowledge that welled up inside. Her mother was right. She knew it. But she wasn't ready to accept it. Not yet. "Come now." Amy's mom tugged on her arm again, pulling her toward the stairs. "You have to focus."
Why?
Amy asked, though she knew the answer to the question already. It was written in her mom's waxen skin, the sweat that beaded on her forehead, the blood that stained the bandage on her arm. She was infected, doomed to become a zombie, a flesh-seeking cannibal. "Because very soon you'll be on your own, at least until your brother gets here," Amy's mom replied. "He's on his way. He said so, but until then, you have to look after yourself."
Mom, please,
Amy begged, yanking her arm back.
I can't do this alone. I need you.
"Yes, you can. You're 16, not a child anymore." Her mom paused, staring at her with sad eyes. "I can't protect you any longer. It's up to you now. This is the moment when you decide whether you want to live or die. I can't make that decision for you." Suddenly, a red light flashed above the cage, and a shrill alarm went off. Yanked out of her thoughts, Amy backpedaled until she hit the wall behind her. A soft hiss drew her eyes to the locking mechanism on the door, and she gasped when she saw the steel bar disengage. The cage was open, and not only the one, all three. Adrenaline jolted through her veins, and Amy found herself running back to her desk and chair. She spotted Dr. Patel first and screamed,
"The zombies are out! Run!"
The woman stared at her with disbelieving eyes. "What?"
"Just run!"
Amy didn't stop to help the woman. There was no time for that. Spurred on by the vicious howls that rose behind her, she pushed her legs to go faster. She reached her desk and fumbled with her parka that lay on top. Hidden within its folds was her shotgun, the one she'd smuggled into the lab for protection.
"Tara, where are you? The zombies are out!"
She gripped the gun and whirled around as a shrill scream cut through the air like a knife. The infected had found Dr. Patel and were ripping her apart. Amy aimed the gun at the nearest infected. It was only a few feet away, the perfect distance for the shotgun. 3 shots. That was all she had. 3 shots for 3 zombies. Breathing out, she steadied her hands and pulled the trigger. Boom! The infected fell to the ground as its head disintegrated. 2 more to go. Dr. Patel was still screaming as the remaining zombies tore into her flesh. Crimson blood spurted from the wounds and sprayed onto the pristine white floor. It overrode the smell of bleach with its coppery tang, and Amy had to fight not to gag. She squeezed the trigger again, and the second infected fell in a spray of blood and brains. "I got you." The last zombie whirled on Amy. It was the infected woman, her mouth wide open as she screeched. Dr. Patel's blood dribbled from her lips, and Amy's knees began to tremble. It was a sight from her worst nightmares, and she found herself frozen with fear. "Come on, Amy. You can do this." She pulled the trigger just as the zombie launched itself at her. The shot missed, punching into the infected woman's chest instead. The zombie woman staggered back with the force of the blast before regaining her balance. With a hideous howl, she sprang at Amy, rapidly closing the distance. Amy was unable to move, and her gun was empty. The parka, with its pockets full of spare shells, was too far away. A 4th boom rang out, and the infected woman slewed to the side before toppling over a counter. Tara appeared next to Amy and grabbed her arm. "Are you okay?"
"I'm okay, but Dr. Patel..."
They ran toward the scientist, but it was already too late. Dr. Patel choked on the blood that fountained from her mouth, and half of her face was torn off. Her wild eyes fixed on them, and with foam bubbling on her lips, she said, "Kill me." Tara straightened up and pointed her gun at the dying woman. "I'm sorry." Amy turned away, flinching when the shot punched through Patel's forehead, ending her suffering. Then Tara was there, shaking her shoulders. "What happened? Who let them out?"
"I don't know. I was standing there and the cages opened by themselves," Amy said.
Tara squeezed her eyes shut. Manual override. She grabbed Amy's parka and handed it to her. "Reload your gun and put on your jacket. We'd better get out of here."
"Why? What's happening?"
Amy asked, her mind still in a daze. "Someone wants us dead, Amy. Someone with high-level clearance. Did you see anyone else besides Dr. Patel and me?" Amy nodded.
"There was a man earlier. He bumped into me in the hall without saying sorry. It seemed like he was in a hurry."
"What did he look like?" Tara asked as she shrugged on her parka and reloaded her sawed-off shotgun.
"He was short, with thinning hair and spectacles perched on the tip of his nose. Oldish guy."
Tara's teeth clenched as she growled in anger. "Dr. Bannock. Damn that man. This is the last time he plays with people's lives, I swear it. Next time I see him, I'm going to kill him." She whirled around and stormed down the passage. "Come on, Amy. We need to find the others. I fear there might be more going on here than we thought." Amy obeyed, running after Tara while shrugging on her parka. As they burst through the exit, they paused to look around. It was bitterly cold, and the wind tugged at their clothes and limbs as if it would blow them away. A touch of ice on her cheek caused Amy to look up at the sky. Snow fell from the heavens, tiny flakes of pure white that whirled about in the breeze. It fell in droves, rapidly growing thicker, and she realized something. The storm had arrived, and they were right in the middle of it. Chapter 19. Dylan. Dylan leaned against the door jamb of the storage room with her arms folded across her chest. She stared out onto the grounds, searching for movement. It was cold, and getting colder by the minute as the wind was picking up speed. Inside the storeroom, an interrogation was taking place, conducted by Alex, Saul, and Nick. She was there to make sure no one stumbled across them until they had the information they needed. It had taken them most of the day to find Harris, the man who'd tried to murder her inside the lab. After collecting their rations and depositing them at home, they'd begun the search. The first man on the list was easy, and she'd vetoed him without a second glance. Perez. The guy they were looking for was pale-skinned with light eyes, not Latin American. The other 5 were not so easy. When they finally found Harris, it took forever for Nick to lure him to the storage room. The small building was off the beaten track, and with the coming storm, no one was around. The problem was, Harris didn't want to talk. She glanced at her watch. 20 minutes past 4. They'd better hurry. Tara and Amy would be worried if they didn't show up soon.
"How's it coming along in there?" she called over her shoulder. "Any progress?"
The sound of flesh striking flesh sounded, and she flinched without meaning to. Nick approached her from within, fresh droplets of blood splattered across his clothes. He stepped outside and pulled a cigarette from his pocket. With shaking hands, he lit the end and took a deep drag.
"I didn't know you smoked,"
Dylan said, as the scent of nicotine awoke the craving within her blood.
"I don't. It belongs to Harris," he said. "But I could really use one now. Interrogation is not one of my strong points."
Dylan shuddered.
"I can imagine it's not pleasant. Can I have one?" "Sure, help yourself,"
Nick said, handing over the smokes. She lit one and sucked on the filter. Acrid smoke filled her lungs, and she coughed.
"It's been a while." "We're not getting anything out of Harris. The man's like a block of stone. The more he bleeds, the more he laughs about it. Not even Saul can get him to talk, and that man is as tough as nails."
Fuck, we need that information. Without it, Major Reed will never take us seriously.
"If he doesn't talk, the Major will take his side, and we'll all be dead," Nick said. "This has gone way too far already. We were just supposed to talk to him, maybe threaten him a little."
"Yes, I know what you mean. I'm sorry about this, too," Dylan replied. She took a few more drags before killing the cigarette with her boot.
"Let me have a shot at it."
Nick stared at her.
"You can't be serious." "It's time to try a different tactic,"
Dylan said. She strode into the room and paused for a moment to let her eyes adjust to the dim light. Bound to a chair was Harris, his face bloody and swollen. 2 fingers were dislocated, and he was missing a fingernail. Dylan pulled a face. While she didn't have much sympathy for the man who'd tried to kill her, this was too much.
"Whoa, guys, let me talk to Harris for a second."
Saul stared at her. "Dylan, this is not the place for you. Get out." Alex said nothing, but he looked ready to puke at any moment, and she jerked her head toward the door.
"Wait outside, Alex."
When he hesitated, she sharpened her tone.
"Now."
With a shrug, he left the building, and she turned to face Saul.
"I just want to talk to the man. Nothing more."
"And you think that will work when nothing else has?" Saul asked.
"No idea, but it's worth a try,"
Dylan replied, facing the prisoner.
"What do you say, Harris? Want to talk?"
He spat out a glob of bloody saliva at her feet and grinned. "Sure, pretty lady. Let's talk." Dylan smiled and took a step closer.
"Harris, how do you feel about zombies?"
He frowned, clearly puzzled by her question. "They're monsters, not good for anything but a bullet between the eyes." "That's right. Then you should know that I nearly became one. If it weren't for Dr. Lee's cure, I'd be a flesh-eating cannibal right now." "Yeah, so?
I've heard all about you and your crazy ass."
"Let me guess. Pete Miller and Bobby Jackson filled you in."
He pressed his lips together and glared at her.
"Let me tell you a little story, Harris," Dylan said in a low whisper. She bent over until they were eye to eye. "I once tore out a man's throat with my bare teeth and drank his blood. I did the same to his buddy, and there almost wasn't enough left of them to burn."
He blinked, taken aback.
"You see, I am a monster. Despite the cure, the virus is still within me, waiting for the right moment to come out." Dylan smiled, baring her teeth. "A moment like this."
"You're lying," Harris said, but she detected a hint of uncertainty in his voice.
"Am I? Look me in the eyes and tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm not crazy, and that I won't rip you to pieces with my bare hands." Dylan stared at him, locking her gaze with his. She allowed the memory of that day to run through her mind with a vivid intensity. The day she killed Ray and his buddy like they were nothing more than prey. Once again she tasted the rich, warm blood that had flowed down her throat, and the meaty flavor of a man's throat clenched between her teeth. The virus within her blood had reveled at the taste. It had wanted more, craved more. It hijacked her brain and senses until she became a demon from the depths of hell. Dylan smiled, running her tongue over her lips. "Well?" Harris's eyes were wide, and sweat ran down his temples.
"You'd do that?"
"I would, and I'd enjoy every second of it," Dylan said. "What's worse, you'll become a zombie too."
"What?"
he asked with a croaky voice. "That's right. You see, once a zombie, always a zombie. I might be cured, but I'm still infectious. One bite and you're a goner." Dylan leaned closer and took a deep whiff of the prisoner's skin. She snapped at the air with her teeth, barely an inch from his throat. "Care to find out if I'm telling the truth?"
No, please, don't do it. I don't want to be a zombie,"
Harris cried out, pulling as far away from her as his bonds allowed. Dylan straightened up and folded her arms. "Ready to confess?" Harris nodded.
"I'll talk."
"Good. I'll wait outside. And remember, if I find out that any of it was a lie, you're a dead man. Or should I say, undead." He bobbed his head.
"I won't lie. I promise."
Dylan stepped away and drew Saul to the side. "He's all yours. Make sure you get every detail." Saul nodded, his expression somber. "Thanks. Don't mention it. And I mean that. Don't mention this moment to me or anyone else ever again," Dylan said, her eyes fixed to his. Saul nodded. "Understood." Dylan walked outside and beckoned to Alex while removing a package from her jacket's inner pocket. "Alex." He walked over, his expression strained.
"Yeah?"
"Harris has agreed to talk. Write it all down and make him sign it at the end. No more torturing." Alex took the book and pen with a look of wonder. "What did you say to him?" "I'd rather you didn't know. It would just taint that sweet, sweet mind of yours," Dylan replied. Alex ducked back inside, and Dylan leaned against the wall with her back. She closed her eyes and sighed, trying not to cry. Nick moved closer. "Want another smoke?" "Please." He handed her a lit cigarette, and this time it was her hand that shook like a leaf. "Did you hear any of that?" Nick nodded. "I heard it all. Is it true?" "It's true. I was on my second day, and these two guys jumped me. They tried to run me off the road. Anyway, long story short, I killed them. Ripped out the one's throat with my teeth and drank his blood. I enjoyed it, too. The virus was already taking control. I even tried to kill Alex at one point." "That's rough," Nick said.
Be glad you got the cure so early. I still have nightmares about that day, Dylan said, her heart heavy in her chest. That was some performance, though. You even had me going at one stage, Nick admitted. Do you still think you like me? Do you still want to be with me? She asked. Be honest. I do. And what's more, I think you want it too, Nick replied, flashing her a grin. Yeah? How do you figure that? Because I know everything about you, every ugly little secret that you try to hide, and I still want you, Nick replied. I don't think you can say the same about Ethan.
Dylan was silent, aware that he'd struck a nerve. As much as she liked Ethan, she didn't think he'd be able to cope with her dark side. He was too good for that.
You're probably right about Ethan, but that still doesn't mean I'm going to fall into your arms. I don't expect you to, but don't be surprised if I club you over the head and drag you to my lair. I've got a dark side, too. Dylan smiled. Oh, I'm counting on it.
10 minutes later, Dylan stared up at the sky as the first snowflake tumbled to the ground. The temperature was dropping fast, and the wind speed was picking up. Her watch told her it was almost 5 o'clock, and she knew their time was up. Amy and Tara were waiting for them. The meeting with the Major would have to wait until the storm had passed. At least they had a signed confession now. Before she could call out to him, Saul stormed out of the storage room with a grim look on his face. We need to get to the lab. Alex was hot on Saul's heels, his eyes wild. Let's go, guys. What's wrong? Dylan asked, her stomach forming a knot. I'll explain on the way, but right now, both Tara and Amy are in danger, Saul said, striding toward the truck. What about Harris? Dylan asked as she ran after him. Screw him. We'll come back for him later, Saul said, jumping behind the wheel. They tumbled in after him, and he started the ignition. With a roar of the engine, they sped away. During the drive, Saul told them about Harris's confession. There's a lot more going on here than either of us thought. Not only is Lieutenant King and his men staging a coup, but they're also planning on getting rid of us for good. How do they plan on doing that? Dylan asked. Bannock is supposed to kill Tara while King and his men take out the Major. Amy's just a bonus. They don't even know about her or Alex yet. After that, they're supposed to come for us at the house, Saul explained. How did they think to manage all of that? A coup and mass murder? Wouldn't the other soldiers and civilians catch on? Dylan said. Not while the base is on lockdown during one of the worst blizzards of the season, Saul said. By the time the storm passes, the new command will be in place and will have disappeared. Wow, that is clever, Dylan admitted. King is one smart guy, I'll give him that. He'll be a dead guy once I get my hands on him, Saul said as he spun to a stop in front of the lab's entrance. Before any of them could move a muscle, Tara and Amy came running straight for them. They jumped into the car, red-faced and out of breath. A flurry of snow followed them into the cab, and Dylan leaned forward to crank up the heat. Thank God you came, Tara cried. I was so worried something happened to you. Happened to us, Saul said. We were worried about you. We learned that Bannock was going to try and kill you. He did, but we got out. He set the lab's captive infected on us, Tara said. Thanks to you, we were armed, but Dr. Patel wasn't so lucky. She's dead? Dylan asked. The zombies got her, Tara confirmed. Bannock will pay for that, I swear it. Dylan looked at Saul. What now? You said they were going after the Major. Not if we can stop them, Saul said. Wait, how many of them are in on this? Dylan asked. We can't be outnumbered. These are trained soldiers. So am I. Alex and Nick, too, Saul pointed out. Besides, there are only 3 of them left. King and 2 of his henchmen. Harris was supposed to join them, but he's going nowhere. What about Bannock? Dylan pointed out. He just tried to kill Tara. Won't he be there? Apparently not. He's supposed to wait it out in his quarters. Tara was his one job, Saul said. So it's 4 against 3, Dylan said. Not this time, Dylan, Saul said. You, Tara, and Amy will wait in the truck. If anything goes wrong, you get the heck out of here. You expect me to do nothing? Dylan said, her blood up at the mere thought. I do. If something happens to us, I need you to look after Tara and Amy. You're the only one I trust enough to do that, Saul said, his expression serious. Dylan stared at him, shocked to the core. You mean that? I do. At least let me watch the entrance, she bargained. Fine, you can watch our backs, but if things go south, you get out of there. Deal? Saul said. You get them somewhere safe. Deal, Dylan replied. Don't we get a say in this at all? Tara asked with an exasperated frown.
Yeah, what she said, Amy cried.
No, came the single answer spoken in 4 unanimous voices. Saul glanced at them in the rearview mirror as he gunned the truck, heading toward the major's office. Sorry, ladies, but it's 4 against 1. The majority has spoken. Chapter 20. Saul. Saul burst into the major's office with his rifle at shoulder height, ready to shoot. Nobody move! Nick appeared beside him, followed by Alex. They each took up a position near the door with their guns aimed at the 4 figures within the room. In the passage behind them, Dylan stood guard, ensuring no one could sneak up on them. What the hell is this? Major Reed shouted, his face flushing with hot blood. How dare you barge in here and point a gun at me? I'll have you flogged. Standing at attention in front of the major were 2 soldiers, Pete Miller and Bobby Jackson. Pete was the one who'd accosted Dylan in the cafeteria, while Jackson was the bodyguard who held a grudge. Next to the major stood Lieutenant King, his face a blank canvas. Saul hesitated, unsure how to proceed. He'd busted into the office, confident he'd interrupt an attempted coup. Instead, he faced what looked like an ordinary meeting between a major, his right-hand man, and 2 soldiers. Nick broke the silence. Our apologies, sir, but we're here to save you. Save me from what? Old age? Was the major's sarcastic reply. No, sir. We've uncovered a conspiracy involving these men. They're planning to overthrow you and take over the base, sir. That's preposterous, Major Reed burst out. Pete Miller and Bobby Jackson? No offense, boys, but they're not smart enough to pull off something like that. Maybe not them, but the lieutenant is, Nick continued. And what proof do you have of these wild allegations, Sergeant Dean? The major asked. During the operation inside the lab, one of Lieutenant King's men, Harris, tried to murder Dylan and me by separating us from the unit. When we radioed for backup, the lieutenant delayed for as long as possible before rescuing us. No doubt he hoped we'd be dead by then. Lieutenant, what do you say to that? Major Reed asked. The lieutenant shrugged. Nothing. It's all lies. I hope you've got something more to offer than that, Sergeant, the major said. We do. We have a signed confession from Harris, revealing the entire plot. It's all on paper, sir. Witnessed and signed, Sergeant Dean said with a smug smile. Even better, less than an hour ago, Dr. Bannock tried to kill Dr. Lee on orders from the lieutenant. He failed and killed Dr. Patel instead. What? The major roared. Where's Bannock now? Waiting for his reward like a good little henchman. I'm sure he'd be happy to confess under a little pressure. He doesn't strike me as the manly type, Sergeant Dean said. All right, it seems the gig is up, Lieutenant King said. Faster than any of them could blink, he pulled out his gun and pointed it at the major's head. Major Reed glared at Lieutenant King. Is that how it is? I give you everything, and you betray me? You gave me nothing but orders, sir, and now you're going to get me out of here in one piece. King's pale gaze traveled over Saul and his friends. I'm leaving now, and if any of you try to stop me, the major will die. With those words, he began to edge toward a door set in the far wall, his gun trained on the Major's head. His free hand reached for the handle.
"Stop him!" Major Reed said, his face twisted with rage.
Saul hesitated. Starting a firefight in the confined space of the Major's office was not a good idea.
"What about you, sir? He'll kill you." "Forget about the Major. What about us?" Miller said. "You've got to take us with you, King."
"Why should I?" King asked. "You've served your purpose."
"You're leaving us here,
you coward," Jackson said with a sneer twisting his lips.
King shrugged. "You know what they say. There's no honor among thieves."
"Screw that," Jackson said, pulling out his sidearm. Before anyone could react, Jackson fired several shots at King. One of the bullets hit the Major in the chest, and red bloomed on his jacket. He coughed and collapsed to the ground without another sound. King fired back at Jackson, but most of his shots went wild, and Saul ducked as bullets punched into the wall above his head. Moving faster than a striking snake, King ducked through the door at his side and disappeared into the night. Miller was on his knees, shooting at Nick, and Saul let loose a volley on full automatic. 3 of the bullets found their mark, and Miller went down like a sack of potatoes. Saul whirled toward Jackson, but either Nick or Alex had gotten to him first. The soldier lay on the ground with half his head blown away, staring into the unknown. Nick jumped to his feet and ran toward the door King had escaped through. "Come on, he's getting away!" Saul sprinted after Nick, followed by Alex, and they ran out into the gathering storm. As one, they stopped, disoriented by the raging winds and icy sleet. Already it was pitch black outside, and the temperature was well below freezing. Saul turned this way and that, but King was gone, lost in the storm. He could barely make out the figures of his friends, let alone an escaping criminal.
"It's too late." "No, we have to find him," Nick cried. "It's impossible. We'll die out there, Nick," Saul said, grabbing Nick by the arm. "We have to get to shelter."
"No," Nick said, unwilling to give up.
"Listen to me. He won't get far. Not in this. We'll find him once the storm has passed if he doesn't freeze to death first."
Nick hesitated. "What if he gets away?"
"Where would he go, Nick?" Saul asked. "There's nothing out there but death and zombies. We've got a whole base full of people to look after right here."
Alex added his pleas to Saul's, and they managed to coach Nick back inside, where a grim scene awaited them. The Major was dead, shot through the heart. There wasn't much they could do about it, though, not with the blizzard raging outside. Working fast, they dragged Major Reed, Miller, and Jackson out into the cold. It would preserve their bodies until they could be dealt with at a later stage. They could do nothing about Dr. Patel inside the lab, however. Next, they collected a frantic Dylan and ran back to the truck. Amy and Tara welcomed them back with glad cries, kept warm by the vehicle's heater. Somehow, despite the snow being inches thick already, Saul managed to drive them back to the house. They stopped in the driveway, and Saul switched off the ignition. With the wind howling around the truck, he stared at the house. It was dark, cold, and unwelcoming. Yet it was their home now, and he reminded himself that it was the people inside who made it worthwhile.
"What do we do now, Saul?"
Tara asked in an uncertain voice. The events of the night had taken its toll on them all, and they looked to him for guidance.
"Now?" Saul asked. "Now we wait out the storm, and once it's gone, we rebuild. And this time, we do it better than before."
Epilogue. Dylan. Just like Saul had promised, the storm passed, and the sun rose on a new day. The snow began to melt, and each day it was a little warmer than the one before, until it felt like an ordinary winter. Cold, but bearable. With the loss of Major Reed and Lieutenant King, the burden of command fell on Sergeant Dean's shoulders. It was not a role he accepted with grace, preferring to take orders rather than dish them out. Despite his reluctance, he did his best, and Dylan saw little of him during the passing weeks. The storm had wreaked havoc on the base, and the task of rebuilding loomed large in all their minds. Even so, Nick and the remaining soldiers gave it their all. With the help of the civilian contractors and workers, they repaired the damaged structures and defenses and restored power to much of the base. Raiding parties were sent out to bring back fuel and supplies, returning triumphant most of the time. It seemed the storm had brought about one good thing, at least. It drove away most of the zombies within a large radius, which granted the base breathing room to recoup its losses. Plus, with winter still holding sway, it didn't look like they'd be back any time soon. Tara surmised that the cold slowed their metabolic functions and made them less active. It certainly looked that way with the new infected they kept captive inside the lab. This time, there was a whole list of extra security measures set in place to prevent another tragedy. Not only was the manual override measure removed, but the infected themselves were chained to the walls with a steel chain and collar around their middles. They weren't going anywhere. Lieutenant King was never found, and neither was Dr. Bannock. Both disappeared into the mist as if they'd never existed at all. With time, people forgot about them. Except Tara and Dylan. Tara swore she'd find and kill Bannock one day, while Dylan was convinced they hadn't seen the last of them. Men like Lieutenant King didn't give up that easily. Major Reed, Miller, Jackson, and Dr. Patel were cremated along with Harris, who froze to death inside the storage room. Nobody shed a tear for him. Tara resumed her research while Saul became Nick's new second-in-command. Alex joined the Army once more and spent much of his time inside the workshop, tinkering on trucks and engines. Ethan approached Dylan with the offer of going on a date, but she refused. After that, he moved out of the house and kept pulling late nights at the infirmary until another doctor forced him to take time off. Amy refused to set foot inside the lab ever again and returned to the classroom with the rest of the teens on the base. As for Dylan, she tried to keep herself busy by joining raiding parties and training with the soldiers. She was dead set on learning how to handle a rifle. Even with all of that, she often found herself staring into the distance, feeling a little lost and without purpose. It was on one such a morning that Nick found her sitting on the patio watching the sunset, a thick blanket warding off the cold. She jumped up when she saw him and threw herself into his waiting arms. "Nick, it's you!" "In the flesh." "It's been so long, but I know you've been busy, and He smothered her garbled words with a kiss that left her trembling and breathless. With a teasing grin, he asked, "Ready to be clubbed over the head and dragged to my lair?" She found herself smiling back, all thoughts of loneliness fading away like mist under the sun. "I'm ready." He grabbed her around the waist and tossed her over his shoulder while she shrieked with surprise. "Good, because I'm done waiting." "Are you really going to haul my ass all the way back to your quarters?" Dylan asked. "God, no, you're far too heavy for that. I've got a truck waiting outside," Nick replied, whacking her on the bum. "Let's go home, my beautiful monster." This concludes Apocalypse Z by Bailey Higgins. Narrated by Kristen James. Copyright 2019 by Bailey Higgins. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Bailey Higgins and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Apocalypse Z, Book 4 by Bailey Higgins. Narrated by Kristen James. Chapter 1. Amy. Amy's eyes snapped open when a hand clamped shut over her mouth. In the dim light of her room, she could barely make out the shape of her attacker. All she could see was a hulking shadow bent over her bed, its figure silhouetted against the moonlit curtains. She lashed out with her hands and feet, hampered by the heavy folds of her winter blankets. Her voice came out as a muffled cry, and the smell of the stranger's skin was sharp in her nostrils. Panic shot through her veins, and the only person she could think of was her brother.
"Alex, help!"
Seconds later, Amy froze when the cold steel of a gun barrel pressed against her temple. In a low voice, her attacker said, "Stop moving, or I'll shoot." She could tell it was a man, but couldn't place his identity. He was a stranger, and somehow that made everything worse. It was the middle of the night, and a strange man held a gun to her head while she lay in bed. She'd never felt so vulnerable in her life. Dressed in PJs with her shotgun 3 feet away, she was defenseless. The barrel dug into her skin, and the man said, "Don't say a word. Not a peep out of you, or your brains will be scattered all over this room. Got that?" His voice was cold, and Amy believed every word he said. With wide eyes, she nodded.
"Just do whatever he wants for now."
Suddenly, the hand across her lips was gone, and she sucked in a deep breath. Despite her overwhelming desire to scream, she kept quiet. The man chuckled. "That's a good girl. Now get up and walk downstairs to the living room. We're having a meeting tonight, and you're invited." On shaky legs, Amy climbed out of bed and shoved her feet into the waiting slippers. On autopilot, she crossed the room and walked toward the stairs. Her attacker followed, a menacing danger. A shiver ran down her spine at the thought that he could shoot her at any moment. The house was dark and silent, but a faint glow emitted from downstairs. She made her way toward it, and the light grew brighter. On the kitchen counter, a lamp shined, and another burned on the dining room table. A couple of candles lit the rest of the area, though dark hollows remained in the corners. A group of people stood in the center of the living room, and Amy spotted both Tara and Alex in an instant. It took all of her self-control not to cry out with horror, but she remembered the stranger's threat. With her lips pressed together, she halted a few feet away from them and waited. Alex was on his knees on the carpet, his hands placed behind his head. Tara was next to him, but on her feet, arms folded around her chest. Both looked shocked and bewildered, much like Amy felt. The rest were strangers, except for Dr. Bannock, whom she recognized in an instant. She'd only seen him once on the day he let free the zombies in the lab. It had been a brief moment, but enough to brand his aging, bespectacled face into her memory for life. A tall man with pale eyes addressed her kidnapper. "Is she the last one, Red?" The man behind her grunted. "She's the last, Lieutenant. I didn't see anyone else." Amy's eyes flew to the lieutenant, her mind buzzing.
"King. It must be King and Bannock. What do they want? Revenge?"
Both the lieutenant and doctor were dressed in ordinary clothes, and a glance at Red confirmed his plain garb as well. They were rough and unshaven, their bodies rail-thin. Apparently, life outside the base was a lot harder than on the inside. The others were dressed in fatigues, their hair cut short and their jaws as smooth as a baby's behind. Soldiers, all 3 of them. It seemed that despite his disgrace, the former Lieutenant King still had friends inside the fort. That explained how he got inside and how he made it across the grounds without getting caught. Amy glared at the soldiers, anger boiling in her chest.
"They're supposed to protect us, not betray us.
Cowards. King frowned at Red's answer and turned toward one of the soldiers.
Damn it, Perez, where are the rest? You said they'd all be here.
Perez shook his head. I'm sorry, sir. I thought for sure they'd be together. It's New Year's Eve, after all.
So what happened?
King asked. When no one answered, he leveled his gun at Alex.
Where are the rest of you?
Alex stared at King, his lips pressed together.
Screw you.
King sighed.
Let's try again, shall we?
He turned the gun on Amy, and Alex's eyes widened.
No, don't hurt her. Answer my question, or I'll kill her right now,
King said, his expression as smooth as marble.
If you hurt my sister, I swear to God. Enough with the insults. They're pointless,
King interrupted.
Either you tell me what I want to know, or she's dead.
Alex stared at Amy with a helpless look on his face.
Alex, don't tell him. They're our friends,
Amy cried, but she knew it was futile. He'd do anything for her. It was both his greatest strength and his greatest weakness.
Saul and Dylan are helping Nick to keep the peace tonight. They're patrolling the perimeter and doing spot checks in the barracks,
Alex said, his shoulders sagging with defeat.
Why?
King asked.
Nick's in charge, isn't he? Why's he doing the dirty work? Nick's not like that. He's a hands-on leader,
Alex replied with reluctance.
And we can't afford to let zombies breach the walls because a couple of soldiers decided to get drunk and abandon their posts. Then why aren't you out there as well? I'm due for a dawn patrol. What about the doctor, Ethan Hayes?
King asked.
Ethan is at the infirmary. We rarely see him anymore since Dylan and Nick got together. What a shit show,
Lieutenant King said, pacing back and forth.
I guess I should have seen this coming. Instead, I relied on intel from a bunch of morons.
Directing an angry look at Perez and the other two soldiers, he continued.
I suppose my revenge will have to wait. We've got Dr. Lee. That's the important thing.
What do you want from me? Tara asked, her voice thin but steady.
I want you to work for me, Dr. Lee. I want you to manufacture the cure for my men, and eventually, the vaccine.
King's eyes scanned her face.
You will be looked after, and you need not fear being harassed.
Forget it, King, Tara replied, her hands curling into fists. I'm not going anywhere.
I'm afraid you don't have a choice, Doctor. You're coming with us,
King said. He waved at Perez.
Tie her up.
Yes, sir. Perez used a cable tie to secure Tara's hands behind her back. Her feeble struggles were no match for his brute strength. Amy wanted to protest, but one look at Red's face and the way his gun pointed at her back convinced her otherwise. She pressed her lips together while trying to think of a way to escape. The entire time, Dr. Bannock watched from a shadowy corner, his sweaty hands wringing together in a display of nervousness. His eyes blinked behind his thick spectacle lenses, and his thinning hair did little to disguise his shiny scalp. Dr. Bannock, Tara cried, aren't you going to do something? This is crazy. You can't just run around kidnapping people. Dr. Bannock shrugged.
Why not? It's a new world out there, Dr. Lee, and Lieutenant King has promised to look after me.
He's lying. He only cares about himself. Dr. Bannock smiled.
Great minds think alike.
Tara whirled toward King. Why take me? Why not my research? You've got a scientist already. Take what you want and leave us alone.
It's not that simple, Dr. Lee. Dr. Bannock has assured me of his usefulness in that regard, but apparently it will take some time for him to interpret your work, King said. Time I do not have since I've been forced to flee the fort. Without a secure base, I need that cure, or my men don't stand a chance."
"I can't believe you're doing this," Tara muttered, an angry flush staining her cheeks.
"Believe it, Dr. Lee," Bannock replied. "Soon we'll be working together again, just like old times."
"Screw you, Bannock," Tara said.
"What about the rest of them?" Perez asked. "We can search the base. I'm sure we'll find them. There are only so many places they could be." "It's too risky," King said. "I would have liked to grab the doctor. I could use a surgeon, but it will have to wait for now." "But, sir—"
"No, Perez. We can't afford to get caught. We're leaving, and that's final," King replied. "Besides, there will be other opportunities. This isn't the last Fort Detrick will see of me."
"And these two?" Red said, nudging Amy and nodding toward Alex.
"Kill them," King commanded. "We don't need either of the two."
"No!" Alex shouted, surging to his feet. He charged at the nearest soldier, but stopped mid-stride when a shot rang out. Red bloomed on his white t-shirt, and he stared at the spot with a disbelieving gaze. "Alex!" Amy screamed, her voice taut with horror and pain. She tried to run to him, but Red grabbed her by the arm and held her back. His grip was rough, and the gun barrel he jabbed into her spine held the promise of death. She didn't care. All she cared about was her brother. Their eyes locked across the room, and time slowed to a trickle. Amy remembered all the years they'd spent together as a family, years that had bonded them as brother and sister. The fights, the laughter, the tears, and the sorrow. It was all there, a glittering tapestry of love and loss ripped away by a single bullet. "I'm sorry." Alex blinked once, and his lips formed the words, "I love you, sis." Slowly, he toppled over to lie face down on the carpet. A growing pool of blood spread around his body, thick and viscous. Voices buzzed around Amy's head, but she couldn't make out the words. None of it mattered, not even the thought of dying. She closed her eyes, preparing herself for the shot that would end her life. It never came. Instead, Tara threw herself at King and pleaded with him. "Please don't kill her. She's just a child. She's 16 years old, for heaven's sake." King shrugged.
"Her age doesn't exempt her from death. The apocalypse should have taught you that by now, Doctor."
"I'm begging you, please, spare her. If you do, I promise I'll do anything you want," Tara said, her cheeks wet with tears.
King's gaze grew calculating. "Do you swear it? You'll work for me without complaint and without trying to escape if I spare her life."
Tara nodded, her hands twisting behind her back, already swollen from her bonds. "I swear it."
King nodded. "It's a deal. Red, tie the girl's hands. She's coming with us." "Yes, sir," Red replied.
"Leave her here," Tara said. "I swore, didn't I?"
"Maybe, but I'd feel better if she comes with us to ensure your obedience," King said.
Tara shook her head, and she looked at Amy. "I'm sorry. I tried." Amy nodded. "It's okay." With rough hands, Red yanked Amy's arms behind her back and secured her wrists together with a plastic cable tie. The sharp edges cut into her skin, but she hardly noticed. Her eyes went back to Alex, searching for signs of life, any sign at all.
King followed her gaze and said, "Perez, make sure he's dead. I don't want to leave behind unfinished business. It'll only give the girls something to yearn for."
"Yes, sir," Perez answered, raising his gun.
"No!" Amy screamed, struggling against Red's hold as Perez pumped 3 more bullets into Alex's back. No, 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 no!
Alex jerked with each successive shot, and the pool of crimson blood beneath him spread ever further. He made no sound, and at that moment, Amy realized he was dead. She squeezed her eyes shut and fought against the pain that threatened to overwhelm her. It was no use. Sorrow burned through her veins like acid, and she found herself unable to think or even move of her own volition. King continued to shout out orders, and the soldiers stripped the house of all its supplies. They even emptied Tara and Amy's cupboards, stuffing their belongings into duffel bags along with the available food, water, and weapons. Once they were finished, Red forced Amy outside, where a van awaited them. Light snow crunched beneath her slippers, and she shivered in her thin pajamas. The moon shone down with a cold eye, distant and uncaring. Amy considered screaming, but what was the use? There was no one to hear her, no one to help. Her brother was dead, and the rest of her friends scattered around the base. She was alone, except for Tara. At the entrance to the van, Red taped her mouth shut with duct tape and tossed her into the back. She rolled across the cold metal floor, wincing when she hit her head on the side. Tara was thrown in with as little ceremony, and together they helped each other up into a sitting position. The supplies from the house followed them into the van, and Amy nearly cried with relief when Perez tossed them a couple of blankets. Huddled inside the warm folds, they could do nothing but wait as fate and a group of criminals tore them away from their home and loved ones. Leaning against Tara's warm body, Amy stared into the darkness, her heart as hollow as a drum. The love and affection it once held was gone, replaced by anger, bitterness, and sorrow. With her teeth clenched together, she made a vow. I swear on my life that King and his men will pay. One day, I'll kill them all. Chapter 2. Tara. Tara stared out of the back of the van as they pulled away with King behind the wheel. Perez and Bannock sat next to him, while Red and the other two soldiers followed in a second vehicle. She was still stunned after the brutal killing of Alex, an act so cold and final she couldn't make sense of it. Next to her, Amy sat silently, and Tara could only imagine how she felt. Tara knew, however, that she couldn't allow grief to cloud her mind. She couldn't let King and his men take them away from the base to an unknown location. Once that happened, their chances of rescue shrank to almost zero. Think, Tara, think. First, she needed to get rid of the duct tape across their lips. That way, they could call for help if the opportunity presented itself. Mumbling at Amy, she tried to indicate her thoughts, pointing with her shoulder to her mouth. With a frown of concentration, Amy sat upright and tried to interpret the motions. Finally, her eyes widened and she nodded. With awkward movements, she turned around and wiggled her bound fingers at Tara. Tara lowered her head until Amy was able to grip the edges of the duct tape. With a yank of Tara's head, the sticky tape came free. Oh, that's better. You're next, Amy. Once they were both freed from their gags, Tara said, Right, we need to get these cable ties off. I'll look around while you sit tight. Okay, Amy replied in a small voice. Tara's heart twisted in her chest. It'll be all right, Amy. I promise. My brother. A couple of tears wound their way down Amy's cheeks. I know, but he might still be alive. You think so? Amy's tone held a thread of desperate hope. Tara hesitated. In truth, she didn't think Alex had survived the attack, but she couldn't admit that to Amy. He's young and strong. Anything is possible. Amy's expression fell. Even she could hear the lie in Tara's voice.
I don't think so, but thanks anyway.
I'm sorry, Amy. I really am. But we have to get out of here. We can't do anything for Alex or our friends while we're stuck with these assholes.
I understand.
You keep watch while I search for a way out. She cast around the supplies for something to cut their bonds. Anything with a sharp edge. It was difficult, shuffling around on her knees with her hands tied behind her back. The van shuddered and slid from side to side as it drove across the rough, snowy grounds of the base. The driver, King, paid scant regard to the speed limit or the terrain. Several times she toppled over and had to fight her way upright again. She nudged through bottles of water, canned food, packets of noodles, and instant soup. None of it gave her what she needed. Finally, she shuffled toward the door and tried to open it. It wouldn't budge beneath her hands. Locked. Even the windows had been welded shut. There was no escape. Damn it!
Nothing?
Amy asked. Tara sighed and moved back to Amy's side. I'm sorry, but no. Still, that doesn't mean we should give up. Anything can happen. Amy nodded, the blanket pooled across her body. In the faint moonlight, the drying tears on her cheeks looked like silver paint. Tara shifted closer to the girl, offering what warmth and comfort she could. Suddenly, the van slowed to a stop, and Tara straightened up. Her heart banged in her chest as she wondered what was next. Somebody shouted to them, and a bobbing flashlight appeared next to the vehicle. Craning her neck, she spotted a sign and a stretch of fence. Realization flashed through her mind. They'd reached the gate, and the soldiers on guard had stopped the van. Behind them, Red and the others drew to a stop as well. Hope surged through her body, and she threw herself at the window, screaming, "Help! Help us!" With all her might, she banged against the glass with her shoulder, screaming nonstop. Amy added her cries to Tara's, and together they created as much noise as possible. The dim figure outside turned toward them, and the flashlight shone directly at their faces. Tara grinned at Amy. They heard us. We're saved. But her smile faltered when the soldier slammed his fist on the window next to her face. Shut your mouth, would you? What? Tara cried, unable to comprehend. What are you saying? Why aren't you helping us? Keep quiet. Please, Tara begged. We've been kidnapped and— I said shut it, the soldier growled with a final slam of his hand on the glass. What's going on? Amy asked, her face pale in the spotlights that shone from above. I don't know, Tara said. She stared at his receding figure with disbelief and watched as he was joined by two more. They talked to King for several moments, and one even had the gall to laugh and point at the girls in the van. Amy gasped. They're supposed to be on our side. Tara could hear that tears weren't far from the surface. While Amy was a tough girl, Alex's death had taken its toll. Don't worry, Amy. I'll get us out of this. I promise. Amy nodded, but didn't reply. Instead, she huddled deeper into her blanket until only her eyes showed. Tara turned back to the soldiers, hot rage running through her veins. You traitors! She screamed. Dirty scumbags! They continued to ignore her as the soldiers returned to their posts. All except King, who walked back to the driver's side. He paused and cast her a baleful look through the dirty window. You're wasting your time. Nobody is going to help you. They're on my payroll. You asshole! Scream all you like, Doctor. Where we're going, nobody will hear or care. Except for the zombies. He graced her with a faint smile before sliding behind the wheel and slamming the door shut. With a roar of the engine, he started the van and pulled away. The soldiers he left behind stared at the vehicle, their expressions remote. King was right.
Nobody would lift a finger to help them. With a sigh of despair, Tara sank back next to Amy. The fiery anger of moments before leached away until she was left cold and shivering. She huddled beneath the blanket, desperate for warmth. The base retreated into the distance until it was lost in the darkness. Their home, everything and everyone they loved, gone with the snap of a finger. Her mind whirled as she tried to think of a plan, but nothing jumped out at her. Instead, the minutes passed as King took them further and further away from Fort Detrick. Saul is going to be so worried. Dylan, Nick, even Ethan. What are we going to do? Amy asked. I don't know, sweetie. I don't know. We have to do something, Amy persisted. We can't give up. She began to wiggle back and forth while Tara watched with a sense of confusion. What are you up to now? You'll see. Before long, Amy had worked her bound hands over her buttocks before pulling her knees close to her chest. With a final grunt of exertion, she tucked her feet through the loop formed by her arms and smiled. Her tied hands were now in the front. Your turn. Tara snorted. I haven't tried that move since I was a kid. I'll probably rupture my spleen. Amy shrugged. It's worth a try. Tara bit on her lower lip. Here goes. It took her a bit longer than it had taken Amy to complete the maneuver, but at last her bound hands were at the front of her waist. She wiggled her fingers back and forth to restore the blood flow, wincing when they prickled. Amy, in the meantime, had copied Tara's actions from earlier and searched through the supplies for anything useful. She rummaged through the stuff King and his men had taken from their cupboards and produced a small black kit. Yes! Amy cried, waving around the little bag. What's that? Tara asked. It's my sewing kit. Without explaining further, Amy unzipped the bag and produced a pair of tiny scissors. Tara held out her hands. Amy, you're a genius. Amy flashed her a smug smile as she sawed at the thick plastic that held Tara prisoner. The small scissors weren't very sharp, and it took several minutes to cut through the cable tie. At last, Tara was free, and it was Amy's turn to sit with her hands extended, her knees braced against the rocking of the van. Tara hacked at the girl's bonds, frustrated by the length of time it took. Every moment took them further and further away from home and made escape that much more difficult. With a small cry of triumph, Tara severed the final piece of plastic and the tie dropped away. Amy massaged her swollen wrists and fingers. What's next? We have to get out of this van, Tara said. Then we have to make our way back to the fort. But we don't even know where we are, Amy protested. Tara sank back on her heels, thinking it through. If King wanted her to continue her research, his base had to contain a lab with a biosafety level of 4, or at the very least, level 3. At the same time, he'd spoken of returning to Fort Detrick in the near future. That meant his new base had to be within a reasonable striking distance. Add in the fact that it had to be secure against the zombies, and the options became limited. There weren't any level 4 labs nearby that she knew of, but there were several level 3s. Among them were a number of university campuses, research facilities, and colleges. Her shoulders sagged when she realized it'd be impossible for her to guess. Still, they couldn't give up. Not yet. Tara pressed her face to the glass, desperate for any information on where King was taking them. She waved at Amy. Look for a sign, anything that will give us a clue about where we're going. Okay, Amy said, scrambling to the other side. Minutes passed in silence as they scrutinized their surroundings. It was difficult to see in the dark with only the bouncing headlights of the 2 vehicles to light the way. They flashed across the monotonous gray countryside until it all blended into one featureless landscape. After a while, however, Tara's eyes adjusted, and she was able to make out more specific details. For the most part, they drove through deserted country lanes dotted with small towns. They passed a few wooded areas, a couple of farms, and a golf course at one point. There weren't many zombies around. The cold seemed to drive them into hiding, but they were there. When least expected, a monstrous face would jump out of the darkness and smash into the van, growling with hunger and rage. After the last such an incident caused her to jump with fright, Tara sat back with a sigh. "Anything?" "No, I can't see much," Amy replied. Suddenly, she gasped. "Wait! There's a board!" "Where?" Tara scrambled over, but she missed the sign by a millisecond. It flashed past her face before she could read what it said. "Damn it!" "I saw a bit of it," Amy said, grabbing Tara's hand. "What did you see?" "It said George something followed by Manassas," Amy replied. "Does that mean anything to you?" Tara grinned as excitement fizzed through her veins. "Yes, it does. Now I know exactly where we are." "Where?" Amy asked, her eyes shining with excitement. "King is taking us to the George Mason University at Manassas. They have a biomedical research lab off campus where research is performed on, among others, Burkholderia and equine encephalitis viruses." Amy frowned. "English, please? How far are we from home?" "About 70 miles, Tara said. 70 miles? Amy exclaimed with a look of horror. 70 miles through strange, zombie-infested territory in the dead of winter? I'm afraid so. Amy began to dig around in the supplies around them. Then we'd better grab what we can before we escape. Food, clothes, blankets. It's a pity we don't have any weapons, but I guess we'll... Amy, Tara said, hating to squash the girl's youthful enthusiasm. Have to make do. We can always find something along the way, Amy continued in a rushed babble of words. Amy! Amy paused, a pair of bald woolen socks in one hand and a vest in the other. What? There's no time. We're almost at the university, and once we're inside, our chances of getting out again are almost zero. So? What are you saying? I'll create a distraction while you make a run for it. Alone? I can't leave you, Amy protested. Yes, you can. It's the only way. Tara reached down and grabbed a big can of peaches, hefting it to check the weight. If you're going to escape, you'd better do it now before it's too late. I don't even know which way to go. Head north. North? Until you find your way, yes. But there's no time to waste. Do you hear me? Tara insisted. We have one shot at this. We won't get another. What are you going to do? Amy asked, eyeing the heavy can of fruit. You'll see, Tara said, making her way toward the van's door. Just remember, when I say run, you run. Got it? What about you? Amy asked, her eyes wide. Don't worry about me. Whatever happens, you get back home and you tell them where I am. No, I can't do it, Amy cried, shaking her head back and forth. I'll never make it on my own. It's too far. Tara pinned Amy to the spot with a somber look. Yes, you can. You're a lot tougher than you look. Smarter, too. Tara, please, Amy begged. Don't make me do this. Don't make me leave you. We don't have a choice. You're our only hope, Tara said. Once Bannock learns the details of my research, they'll get rid of me. You as well if you don't escape. Amy shook her head again. No. Yes, Tara insisted. I know you can do this. You're strong enough. Amy's shoulders sagged in defeat. I'll be alone. It doesn't matter. I believe in you, Tara said. Now, tell me you can do it. Say it out loud. I need to hear you say it. I can do it, Amy said. Again. I can do it, Amy said with all the confidence that she could muster.
Louder.
I can do it.
Tara smiled.
Promise?
I promise.
Good, because I'm counting on you, Tara said, raising the can of peaches in the air.
Now get ready to run.
Chapter 3. Dylan. Dylan trudged through the thin layer of snow with her hands tucked deep inside her pockets. A stiff breeze swirled around her form. It tugged at the layers of clothing she wore and played with the long hair that stuck out from underneath the beanie on her head. Despite the thick woolen socks and boots on her feet, she couldn't feel her toes. They'd probably fallen off somewhere along the way.
Are you doing okay?
Nick asked. He knew she hated the cold.
You can go home, you know. Saul and I can manage on our own.
Dylan flashed him a determined grin, her jaws clenched together to prevent them from chattering.
Not a chance. I'm finishing my shift.
Nick shrugged.
It's your funeral.
Dylan suppressed a grumble, reflecting that the icy temperatures might well be the end of her. Not that she could complain. Not really. As cold as it might be, it wasn't a patch on the blizzard that had raged only weeks before. The same storm during which Lieutenant King had made his move. He'd failed in his attempted coup, but the damage was done. The loss of manpower, coupled with the severe weather, had almost brought the base to its knees. Thankfully, after many sleepless nights, Nick had managed to turn things around. With the zombies driven off by the plunging temperatures, the civilian contractors on the base were able to effect the repairs needed to keep the place running. They even managed to fortify the buildings and fences. Taking full advantage of the lack of infected, Nick sent out raiding parties to find supplies. Food, fuel, water, material, clothes, and medicine. They collected it all by the truckload. More survivors trickled in, and Ethan recruited a few of them to bolster his troops. Many civilians also volunteered to help guard against zombies and insurgents. With the proper training and equipment, they proved effective both as defense and supply hunters. Everyone had their place. Everyone contributed, even the children. Slowly, the base was turning into a true haven for those who'd survived the initial onslaught of the apocalypse.
That didn't mean they were out of the woods yet. Far from it.
Clusters of zombies remained, as did the cold weather, threat of bandits, disease, and a myriad of other problems that cropped up each day. Neither Nick nor those close to him could afford to let their guard down, no matter how much they wanted to. It was the reason they were out in the middle of the night on New Year's Eve, patrolling instead of celebrating. The perimeter had to be guarded, and noise kept to a minimum. The last thing any of them needed was a couple of soldiers getting drunk and becoming trigger-happy. As Nick often pointed out, it only took one slip-up for the whole deck of cards to come tumbling down. Dylan shook her head to rid it of such morbid thoughts. It didn't matter what anyone said. The fact was, they were still alive. They'd made it through the year and stood on the cusp of a new decade. A fresh chance. A new beginning. The thought cheered her, and she walked faster as they drew closer to the gate on the east side. They'd done nearly a full circuit of the base, and this was the last one. After this, she could go home and snuggle up in a warm bed. Not that she really knew where home was. Of late, she was splitting her time between the house she shared with her friends and Nick's army quarters. Neither place was ideal, but she was hesitant to broach the subject with Nick. Not when everything was still such a mess. It can wait for now. We've got more important things to focus on. Spring is coming, and with it, the zombies. Dylan gazed through the fence into the darkness beyond. They were out there. She knew it. She could feel it in her gut. The cold had driven them into hiding, sheltered from the icy winds and snow. Many had moved to the south and its warmer climes, like migrating birds. But they were coming back, and we'd better be ready for them. The guard shack appeared from the gloom, its rough rectangular shape offering shelter from the cold. A single flickering bulb hung from the ceiling, its yellow glow shielded from the outside. Ever since Tara advised them that the infected were drawn to lights, they'd taken care to hide the base in darkness every night. The big spotlights that dotted the perimeter were only used during attacks. 3 soldiers turned to greet them with stiff salutes and grim nods. Their thick clothing and bulky equipment meant they looked larger than usual and moved with slow, deliberate steps. Their pinched expressions revealed how they felt. Miserable and half-frozen. Human popsicles. "How's it looking out there?" Nick asked after returning their greetings.
"Quiet, Sergeant. No sign of infected,"
one guard answered.
"Or anything else for that matter."
Nick nodded.
"Good, I'm glad to hear that." He glanced at his watch. "Don't worry, guys. Your relief will be here soon." The soldier nodded. "Thank you, Sergeant." "I gave orders for the kitchen to be kept open all night. There will be hot soup and coffee waiting for you when your shift is over." The guard smiled. "Sounds good." "And 2 beers each," Nick added. The soldier's expression brightened. "Really? Now that's a treat." Nick shot them a stern look. "But don't let me hear any stories about misbehavior, all right? 2 beers each. Drink it, see you in the new year, then get some sleep. Tomorrow it's business as usual." The soldiers saluted with crisp attention to detail. "Yes, Sergeant." Dylan couldn't help but smile at their newfound enthusiasm. It was amazing what the promise of alcohol, no matter how little, could do for morale. Everywhere they went, Nick managed to blow new life into his troops with that small incentive. She nudged Saul and whispered, "He's a good leader." "Of course. It's the reason I follow him." They watched as Nick inspected the gate and perimeter before talking to the soldiers one last time. It was a familiar routine, one he followed wherever he went. For a leader, he was well liked and respected by both the men under his command and the civilians. It made things easier for everyone. "All right, guys, see you later," Nick said as he turned away. "Where to next?" Dylan asked, leaning into his side. "Let's check out the last gate, then call it quits," Nick replied. "I could use a bowl of hot soup." Dylan shivered. "Coffee for me, please, and after that, a warm bed." "In that case, we'd better hurry. It's almost 3 in the morning," Nick said. "Just so you know, I'm sleeping in tomorrow," Dylan said. "Don't expect me to get up before noon." Nick laughed. "Deal." He nudged her with his elbow. "And if you're nice to me, I'll even bring you breakfast in bed." Dylan laughed. "Yeah, right. You can't cook." Nick snorted. "I can. I'm quite good at it, too. Better than you, in any case." Dylan gasped. "Are you saying my food is bad?" "No, sweetheart. I'm saying your food is terrible." "It's not." Saul cleared his throat. "Not to interfere, but Nick is right. Your cooking is awful. Why do you think Alex and Tara volunteer to make dinner all the time?" Dylan grumbled for a few more seconds before giving in with a good-natured laugh. "Yeah, all right. I'll stay out of the kitchen from now on." "Thank God," Nick said with a relieved sigh. "Now we might stand a chance at surviving the apocalypse." Dylan punched him in the arm in protest, but soon fell quiet as they walked deeper into the night. She stared into the shadows that surrounded them, and a sense of wrongdoing seeped into her veins. Her senses strained to pick up on the feeling, but all she got was silence. Something was off, but she couldn't tell what. "Sarge!" a voice called. "Sarge, wait!" As one, Dylan, Nick, and Saul stopped dead in their tracks. One of the soldiers they'd just met ran toward them, waving a two-way radio. "Sergeant Dean, I just got a message from one of the base patrols." What's wrong?
Nick asked. Gunshots! The patrol heard gunshots!
Where?
The soldier hesitated.
Sergeant,
Spit it out, man. Whatever it is, we'll deal with it, Nick said, his tone sharp with annoyance. The soldier looked at Dylan and Saul.
The shots came from the vicinity of your home.
Dylan paled. The news couldn't be worse. Together, she, Saul, Tara, Amy, and Alex occupied the only house on the block. The rest were empty and waiting for new families to move in. If a patrol heard shots near there, it almost certainly came from their home. She grabbed Nick by the arm.
What do we do? Alex, Amy, and Tara are alone tonight, sleeping. If someone went in there with guns...
She didn't want to finish her sentence. Couldn't finish it. Nick pointed at the soldier.
Tell the patrol to get their asses over there and find out what's going on.
The soldier nodded.
They're already on their way, Sergeant.
Good. Get back to your post until you're relieved, Nick said.
Yes, Sergeant.
Nick turned to Dylan and Saul, his mouth set in a thin line.
Let's go.
He set off at a swift jog with Saul right on his heels. With her heart in her throat, Dylan followed. Fear for her friends coursed through her veins, and for once she didn't feel the cold. A silent prayer jingled through her head. Please don't let anything bad happen to my friends. Chapter 4. Alex.
Amy, no!
Alex listened to his sister's cries as she was forced out of the house by King and his men. Tara echoed her distress, and both women sounded terrified. Horror and rage rushed through his veins in equal measure, and his fingers flexed as he tried to push himself upright. He had to help them. He had to do something, but his body refused to respond. It was no use. With a groan, he fell back to the floor. His strength leached into the thick fibers of the carpet beneath him, carried on a tide of crimson blood. A blast of cold wind swirled across his form, whistling through the open front door. He hardly noticed. Outside, he heard the roar of 2 engines pull away from the house. Silence fell, thick and heavy. It was too late. She was gone. Amy was gone, kidnapped by the worst of humanity, and there was nothing he could do about it. Nothing but die.
I'm sorry, Mother. I made a promise, and now I'll have to break it.
He knew he was dying. He couldn't feel his arms or legs anymore, and with each passing moment, he grew weaker. The rage and helplessness he'd felt earlier ebbed away. It didn't seem quite so important anymore. Amy was on her own. He couldn't help her anymore. There was pain. It burned in his chest like a hot bed of coals. But even that was fading. The beat of his heart sounded loud in his ears, each pump of the great muscle a little slower than the last. The rough fibers tickled his nose, and he wished he had the strength to scratch the spot.
Oh well, at least I'm warm. I never did like the cold.
The icy breeze tugged at his hair and collar, but Alex was unresponsive. His eyes fluttered shut, and his breath rustled over his lips. A thin stream of bloody sputum leaked from his mouth as liquid filled his lungs. A sharp cry sounded from the doorway.
Alex! Oh my God!
Footsteps thumped across the floor, and urgent hands tugged at his body.
Alex, it's me, Dylan. What happened? Where's Amy? And Tara?
Alex's eyes flared open at the mention of his sister's name, and he tried to form the words.
Amy.
Shit, there's too much blood. Why is there so much blood? Dylan cried as she cradled his head in her arms. Hold on, Alex. You have to hold on.
Alex didn't reply. He couldn't muster the energy. Instead, he focused on his sister's face, her blonde hair and blue eyes swimming across his vision. Her smile, the cute little dimple in her left cheek. She had such a baby face. It always caused people to underestimate her. She was a lot tougher than she looked. Dylan ripped open his shirt, and her horrified gasp was everything he needed to know. He was hurt badly. "Nick, he's been shot, and I need to slow the bleeding. Bandages, towels. Where is the first aid kit?" Seconds later, Dylan placed Alex's head on a pillow she'd grabbed from the nearest couch. It was a lacy square full of frills that Amy had scrounged up from the supply shop. He'd never liked the silly little thing. It was too girlish for his tastes. But his sister had. Now he was bleeding all over it. Amy's going to kill me if I ever see her again. "There's no first aid kit. They emptied the cupboards," Nick said. "But I found some gauze in the bathroom and a roll of duct tape. A couple of towels, too." "Thanks, but we need to get him to the hospital," Dylan replied. "He's hurt bad." "I've called for transport, and I've sent someone ahead to alert Ethan. Just do what you can for now," Nick replied. "I'll try," Dylan replied. She set to work on Alex's injuries, plugging the bullet holes with gauze and tape. Afterward, she wrapped up her handiwork with towels and rolled him into the recovery position. It enabled him to breathe a little easier, but it didn't change the fact that he was dying, slowly drowning in his own blood. "Nick, we'd better hurry," Dylan called, wiping the fluid from his chin. "He's bleeding out, and I think one of the bullets punctured a lung." "The transport is on its way," Nick said, shouting more orders to the soldiers who'd searched the house. "All clear, Sergeant. No sign of the intruders," one soldier answered. Moments later, Alex heard Saul's deep baritone. "Tara is gone. So is Amy. They were taken." "Taken?" Dylan asked. "Taken by whom?" "We don't know yet," Saul replied. The man's voice was remarkably calm. Even so, Alex could detect an undertone of rage beneath the surface. It stirred up his own anger, pushing through the fog that clouded his mind. He mustered all of his strength and whispered, "King Bannock." "King did this?" Dylan asked. "King and Bannock?" Alex nodded. "Find them. Find Amy." He sagged to the floor as the last of his energy fled into the same darkness that threatened to swallow his mind. A thick fog crept over his vision, and he listened to the others argue above his head with growing disinterest. "Damn it! I knew we should have kept looking for them. We gave up too quickly. I'm going to kill those sons of bitch." "Calm down, Dylan. We need to think things through," Nick replied. "Calm down?" Dylan asked. "Are you crazy? Maniacs have kidnapped my two best friends, and you tell me to calm down?" "He's right, Dylan," Saul said. "We need to think." "All right, fine. Have you thought that maybe they're still on the base?" Dylan asked. "Still on the base?" Nick asked, sounding puzzled. "They wouldn't hang around, not at the risk of capture." "Wouldn't they? Maybe they're here for more than just two girls. Like revenge," Dylan said. "And even if they did make a run for it, they haven't had much time to get away. We could still catch them." "She's right," Saul said. "The patrol heard those shots barely 10 minutes ago. In that space, they had to load up Amy and Tara. Plus, they stripped the house of supplies before they left. They could still be around." "Right, I'll get on it," Nick said, turning away. The crackle of his radio sounded as he gave the command for all the gates to be shut down and search parties to be formed. Dylan tugged at Alex's shoulders. "Don't you worry, Alex. We'll find them. I promise. You just hold on, you hear me? Hold on." Alex managed a faint nod before closing his eyes. He'd done what he could. He'd told them who took Amy and Tara, and now it was up to them. As much as he loved Amy, he had to place his trust in his friends now. "I'm out." Chapter 5. Amy. Before Amy could say a word, Tara brought the can of peaches down on the van's window with a resounding crash. She didn't stop, smashing the glass over and over again until it cracked and splintered along the entire surface. Amy winced with every blow, the racket loud enough to wake the dead. She wasn't sure what Tara's game plan was, but trusted in the other woman's judgment. Whatever it was, it had to work. She had to get away.
But you'll never make it on your own, not without Tara,
a small voice whispered in her ears. Her stomach churned at the thought, but there was no choice. She was Tara's only hope.
I can do this. I have to.
Suddenly, King slammed on the brakes. Cans of food and bottled water went flying, and Amy was thrown sideways. She hit the far wall of the van with bruising force, her teeth clipping together on the tip of her tongue. Blood washed across her taste buds with its familiar metallic tang, and she groaned as pain shot through her lower back. Tara had fallen as well, but quickly jumped upright with the dented can still in her right hand. "Amy, get up! Quick!" Amy obeyed, scrambling to her knees.
"I'm up. What now?"
"Remember what I said," Tara whispered in a fierce tone of voice. "When I say run, you run, and you don't look back."
"Okay."
Amy readied herself, dropping into a low crouch. The front doors of the van opened, and King and Perez exited. They walked toward the back with swift strides, their shadows falling across the windows. She shivered as nervous anticipation ran down her spine and coiled in the pit of her stomach. It's now or never. The second vehicle was parked not far behind them, idling as it waited for a command from King. Its lights flooded the cab, almost blinding Amy, and she raised one hand to ward off the bright light. With her muscles bunched for action, she waited for the confrontation to come. The rattle of keys sounded, and the door opened to reveal a furious-looking King backed by Perez. "What in hell's name do you think you are doing?" King asked. "Now, Amy!" Tara cried, taking a wild swing at King. She hit him on the forehead with the can of peaches and landed a lucky blow. His knees buckled, and he crumpled to the ground. Without pausing, Tara threw herself at Perez and tackled him. With a look of shocked surprise, he went down beneath her furious attack. Amy jumped forward, spurred on by Tara's brave acts. She vaulted through the open door across the struggling duo. Landing on the snow-covered ground, she glanced over her shoulder at Tara. Despite everything, she still hoped they could escape together.
"Come with me!"
Tara had Perez pinned to the ground, but could barely hold her own. Meantime, King picked himself up off the ground with one hand pressed to the knot on his forehead. "You bitch! You'll pay for that!" Tara aimed a vicious kick at his knee and scored a hit. As King toppled sideways, she cried, "Run, Amy! I can't hold them much longer!" Amy nodded, her hopes dashed. She was on her own. Her leg muscles bunched, and she shot into the night. She'd only run a few steps, however, when her gaze fell on the second vehicle driven by Red. She swerved to avoid it, cutting sideways across the road. As she bolted through the yellow beams of the headlights, she caught a brief glimpse of Red's furious expression through the windshield. The rage in his eyes caused her heart to skip a beat, and she knew he'd happily slit her throat if he had the chance. He slammed his fists on the wheel and bellowed, "Catch the girl, you idiots! Move!" The passenger door opened, and one of King's soldiers tumbled out of the cab. In his haste to catch her, he tripped over his own feet and fell face down in the dirt. The second soldier followed, jumping over his friend and reaching for her with both hands. Acting on instinct, Amy ducked her head and narrowly avoided his grasp. He swore when he missed her fleeing figure, the tips of his fingers ripping a few strands from her ponytail. With the way ahead cleared of any obstacles, she shot forward like a bullet fired from a gun. Dressed only in flannel pajamas, she fled into the night, driven by fear. Pumping her arms and legs, she put as much distance between her and the two vehicles as possible. Stones cut into her bare feet, and the icy wind tore at her exposed skin. With every step she took, fiery pain lanced through her lower back, thanks to the tumble she took in the van earlier. Damn you, King. Gritting her teeth, Amy ignored the sting. The only thing that mattered was escape. She had no real plan in mind. There hadn't been time to think things through. All she could do was run, each step taking her closer to home. A quick glance over her shoulder spurred her on to even greater speed. Red was after her, his headlights swerving across the road as he executed a quick U-turn. Within seconds, he came barreling down the lane. Amy choked back a sob of fear. Her heart hammered in her chest as the truck closed the distance. Panic spurted through her veins, washing away all rational thought. He's coming to get me. She had to get off the road, but a thick row of hedges hemmed her in on either side. Red was drawing closer, and she wondered if he'd even stop. Or will he just run me over like a dog? For a brief second, Amy considered giving up. Maybe if she begged for mercy, Red would let her live. King needed her, after all. He needed her to keep Tara in line. Then Amy remembered the moment King gave the order to finish off her brother. The moment when any hope she had left was crushed.
Perez, make sure he's dead. I don't want to leave behind unfinished business. It'll only give the girls something to yearn for.
King was wrong. Killing Alex was a mistake, for it gave her something else to yearn for. Revenge. The thought of killing King and Perez caused newfound strength to wash away the fear that threatened to rob her of her mind. As Red's truck closed in, Amy looked to the sides for escape. There had to be something. A gap in the hedge. Anything. Her searching gaze found a small hole, and she jumped at the chance. Sharp branches cut into her exposed skin and lashed her across the face as she pushed her way through the thick foliage. She fell to her knees on the other side, breathing hard. Already, exhaustion was setting in, sapping her strength. At least she didn't feel the cold. Not yet, anyway. Behind her, Red slammed on the brakes, and the tires squealed across the tar as he slid to a stop. Amy glanced back, bathed in the glow of his headlights. There was no time to waste. He'd be after her within seconds. I must find a place to hide. Amy forced herself to her feet and sucked in a couple of deep breaths. The oxygen revived her, and she cast around for a means of escape. Her eyes fell on a wide swath of trees, and faint hope filled her chest. Perfect! She broke into a slow jog, angling toward the forest. The sound of slamming doors announced that Red and his men were in pursuit. She wanted to run faster, but couldn't risk a broken leg. The moon shone overhead at half-mast, its silver glow bolstered by a thick carpet of stars. It lit the way, and she crossed the ground in a low crouch. The small forest welcomed her into its whispering depths. Gray tree trunks rose around her, and thick foliage swayed in the cold breeze overhead. A carpet of dead leaves and muck cushioned her feet and silenced her steps. The scent of decaying plant matter and fresh dirt flooded her nostrils. It felt like home. Amy knelt down and placed one hand on the earth. Any lingering fear leached out of her body and into the ground. For a brief moment, she allowed herself to relax. If she hoped to escape, she needed to keep her wits about her. It didn't occur to her to be scared of the woods. She'd spent too many days and nights camping and hiking in the forests around her home to be afraid. The true danger she faced was hypothermia. She'd have to keep moving to keep warm until she could find better clothes. Also, if she hoped to make it back home, she'd need camping and cold weather gear. Weapons, too. There was the possibility of zombies as well, but she didn't think it likely that many would be wandering around the trees in the bitter cold. They preferred urban areas and warmer climes. She just needed to keep her guard up and her eyes open. Red and his 2 soldier buddies crossed the open field toward the forest. They were slow and clumsy, stumbling and cursing like a trio of bull elephants. Their thick-soled boots hampered their strides, much to her amusement. Amy watched their progress for a couple of minutes. Her harsh breathing smoothed out, and her frantic heart slowed in her chest. Finally, she was ready to move on and got back to her feet once more. She turned to face the woods with rising optimism. She was confident she could lose her pursuers in its depths. In there, she was in her element. A ghost. Chapter 6. Tara. Tara had Perez pinned to the ground, her entire body lying across his chest. King was down as well, both hands wrapped around his damaged knee. His face was contorted with pain, and she allowed herself a quick grin of satisfaction. She'd landed a solid kick, and something had gone crunch at the moment of impact. While she might not be a doctor, she knew he was severely injured. With King out of the way, she returned her attention to Perez, determined to hold him down. She had to give Amy a chance, and watched as the girl ducked past Red's henchmen. Tara had to give it to her. Her younger friend was both fast and agile. To their chagrin, the soldiers failed to catch her, and she disappeared into the night. "Run, Amy, run!" It wasn't over, however. Not by a long shot. Even as Tara watched, Red roared down the road in his truck at full speed. The soldiers gave chase, while King screamed out conflicting orders. Thus far, Bannock had failed to put in an appearance, tucked away in the front seat where it was safe and warm. Coward. A sudden blow to her jaw caused lights to explode before her eyes, and Tara lost her grip on Perez. He tossed her to the side and crawled to his feet, his face purple with rage. He aimed a kick at her ribs, and she gasped as the breath left her lungs in a whoosh. A second kick sent agonizing pain lancing up her side, and she was sure he'd cracked a rib. With both arms wrapped around her body, she curled into a tiny ball. "Stop, please!" "Leave her, Perez," King commanded. "Much as I'd like to see her suffer, we need her whole and in one piece." Perez stopped mid-kick. "Fine, but she'd better behave from now on." "Just help me up and into the van," King said. "Stay there," Perez ordered Tara with a pointed finger before helping King back to his feet. King stood with his injured leg bent in the air while nursing the knot on his forehead with one hand. The knee Tara had kicked was swollen to twice its size already, and he couldn't put any weight on it. With a muttered curse, he leaned against Perez and hobbled to the passenger side of the van. "Just find the girl, Perez, and keep that woman out of my sight." "Yes, sir," Perez said as he helped his boss into the front seat. Bannock was there within moments, offering his assistance with a schmaltzy smile. Tara watched the three for a few seconds, her lips twisted with disgust. As ever, Bannock struck her as a supreme coward, unwilling to risk even one hair on his head. Like a rat, he scurried around, looking for favor with those he deemed more powerful than himself. As for Perez and his men, they were the ultimate traitors. After King and Bannock fled, they pleaded allegiance to Nick and Fort Detrick, only to betray them at the first opportunity. Even worse, there were at least 2 more such men back at the base. Silent moles tucked away until King saw fit to use them in his next attack. "We have to warn the base. Everyone is in danger." For the moment, Tara was alone and unobserved. She considered running, but realized she wouldn't get far with her injured ribs. No, she had to trust Amy. Trust that the girl could make the journey back to Fort Detrick in one piece. She can do it. I know she can. After a few seconds, Tara crawled to her feet, prompted by the bitter cold. Her hands and feet were numb, and her teeth chattered nonstop. With Amy gone, she had to look after herself now. Who knew what she faced in the future? Ignoring the ominous look Perez shot her, she rummaged through the supplies in the back of the vehicle. Piece by piece, she located her things and got dressed over her pajamas. Woolen trousers, socks, boots, gloves, a jersey, and a jacket completed the ensemble. Then she tied her hair and tucked it into a beanie before strapping on a belt. Next, she looked for the first aid kit. After wrapping several bandages around her ribs, she cracked open a bottle of painkillers and swallowed 2. The rest of the pills she tucked into her pocket. She'd need them later on. She sorted the rest of her and Amy's belongings into 2 backpacks. Hers contained the rest of her clothes, a towel, toiletries, and a couple of notebooks and pens. To this, she added Amy's sewing kit, a blanket, a pillow, a couple of packets of trail mix, and a few bottles of water. She wanted to be prepared for anything. Amy's things were different. Besides the usual clothes and stuff, there were also a couple of books, a photo album, a jewelry pouch with a ring in it, and a Johnny Cash CD. Paging through the collection of photos, Tara got a lump in her throat. Pictures of Amy and Alex posing with their parents abounded. They looked so happy. Their smiles were warm and genuine, not faked or strained like you often found in so-called perfect families. It explained a lot about their personalities, the reason they were so open-hearted and kind. Tara knew that these were cherished belongings. The ring used to be Amy's mom's wedding ring, and the CD, her dad's favorite. For that reason, Tara would make damn sure that nobody, not King, not Bannock, and certainly not that ape called Red, touched any of it. I'll keep it safe for you, Amy. I promise. After placing the bags to one side, Tara created order in the van. She packed all the food and water in neat rows before making a soft nest for herself out of extra pillows and blankets. As she worked, her fingers encountered a screwdriver, and she froze. The tool was as long as her hand, the edge flat, and the handle sturdy. King's men must not have noticed it between all the other stuff. With a quick look around to make sure no one saw, she slipped the object into the bandages wrapped around her torso, right between her shoulder blades. Hopefully, no one would think to look for it there. It made her feel more confident knowing she was armed, even if it was just a screwdriver. Once Tara was finished, she tucked herself into her warm nest and sipped on bottled water. After a while, her body stopped shaking, and her extremities warmed until she could feel them once more. She was good for the moment. Warm, comfortable, and relatively safe. Even zombies couldn't get to her inside the back of the van. With nothing else to do, she watched her kidnappers through the windows, following their every move. King sat in the front with his bad leg propped up on the dash, while Perez paced the road with frustrated rage. He caught her eye once and snarled, "What are you looking at?" Tara shrugged and looked away. He didn't scare her. Besides, it amused her that things weren't going their way. Every time he talked to Red on the radio, the news was bad. Amy continued to elude them despite their best efforts. With a faint smile playing on her lips, she lay down and closed her eyes. Despite being worried about Amy, sleep beckoned to her exhausted mind and body. It had been a long night, and it was still far from over. She might as well grab a few winks while she could. Bit by bit, her muscles relaxed. The last thought she had before falling asleep was that it would have been nice to have a few keepsakes as Amy did. Something to remind her of her family. But she had nothing. The Congo had swallowed her whole and spat her out naked. She'd barely escaped with her life, and if it weren't for Saul, she wouldn't have made it at all.
Tara ran as fast as she could, her boots slapping on the tarred road that led to the Antonio Agostinho Neto International Airport. They'd lost their transport a couple of miles back at a roadblock. When the terrified police refused to let them pass, they were forced to continue on foot. It was chaos. Pointe Noire was under attack, both by the infected and its safety forces. Army personnel raced through the streets, firing at random. As many innocents fell before their bullets as zombies did. Looters ran amok, smashing windows and stealing valuables that would serve them little in the future. Gangs roamed about, and more than one woman was dragged into a side alley to suffer a fate worse than death. Groups of infected prowled the streets and pounced on anything that had a pulse. The heavy tang of blood, guts, sweat, and fear hung in the air. It added to the haze of smoke that belched from the burning buildings above their heads. Saul ran ahead of her, along with two of his men. Together, they cleared a path for the rest of the party. People were shoved out of the way without pause or mercy, and anything that looked infected was shot on the spot. The rat-tat-tat of gunfire assaulted her hearing until she thought her head would explode. "Come on, Tara, we're almost there," Saul called to her over his shoulder when she began to falter. She sucked in a deep breath and willed her legs to move faster. Every muscle in her body ached, echoing the burn in her lungs. A stitch stabbed up her side with each step she took, and Tara knew she couldn't last much longer. 3 more soldiers surrounded her, among them Johannes. He'd taken up the role of Saul's right-hand man since they lost Mokoena to the murderous villagers back at the river. He was a good man, loyal and brave. He proved that loyalty now by mowing down anything that came close to her. Zombie or not, it didn't matter, and his rifle gave a full account of its destructive capabilities. He'd given Saul his word that he'd protect Tara with his life. They all had, and now they were paying for that promise. A woman burst through a shop window in a shower of razor-sharp glass. Blood streaked her skin, and she growled with unearthly rage. Her hands reached for Tara, who screamed in terror as she threw up her arms in self-defense. Vusi, one of Saul's men, threw up his gun and pulled the trigger. Nothing happened as it clicked on empty. With a wild yell, he launched himself at the woman, and they went down in a tangle of arms and legs. He slammed the stock of his rifle into the woman's face, but she was as fast as a snake. Her teeth clamped down on his wrist, tearing a chunk of skin and sinew from the bone. Tara stumbled toward them, her heart stuttering at the horror of it all. Vusi shook his head and yelled, "Run!" "No!" Tara cried, reaching out to the soldier. She knew he had a family back home, 2 young sons and a wife who waited for his return. His eyes fixed on hers, liquid with pain. "Run, doctor! Save my family!" Before Tara could protest, Johannes grabbed her by the arm and hauled her away. A couple of bullets from another soldier's gun ended the lives of Vusi and his attacker. Small mercy. Dragged along by Johannes's steely grip, Tara could do nothing but run. They'd covered barely a few yards when a knot of infected streamed out of a side alley and attacked. 2 more of their number fell, throwing themselves between the zombies and Tara. This time there was no chance to dispense any mercy. The soldiers disappeared beneath the teeth and nails of the monsters, intent on ripping them apart, while their hearts still beat in their chests. Johannes never faltered, ensuring that she kept moving no matter what. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she stumbled forward on numb legs. Her mind flashed back to Vusi and the others. They'd given their lives for her, those soldiers.
They'd known she was humanity's only hope of survival. Within her brain lay the answer to the plague that threatened their world and their families. For that, they'd sacrificed themselves. With a cry, Tara collapsed to the ground. She couldn't go any further. Her body refused to move even one more step. It was all too much horror for her mind to process. I don't want anyone else to die for me. I never did.
Tara, Saul cried, shaking her shoulder. Get up. You have to run. Tara's head lolled back on her neck, her eyes closing as she gave up the fight.
Leave me.
Leave you? Saul cried in disbelief. After we've come all this way.
Yes, I can't go on. I'm done,
Tara protested, slapping away his hands. Saul paused to shoot at something behind her, and a screeching man slid to a bloody halt next to her on the tar. Even that couldn't get her moving, and she sat frozen in a puddle of misery and fear. Suddenly, Johannes was there, his expression enraged. He slapped her across the face and said, "Get up, run. Those men, our friends, died for you, and you will not give up. Not now, not ever. You hear me?" Tara blinked as his words sunk in. Horror filled her at the thought that she'd been about to throw away the men's sacrifice. I can't do that. I have to make it all worth it somehow. Gritting her teeth, Tara pushed herself upright. I'm sorry. Let's go. Johannes eyed her through slitted lids before he nodded. Good. Together they turned back toward the airport, now only a few hundred yards away. As one, they set off, clustered together in a tight knot. Of their original number, only 4 remained. 3 soldiers and 1 scientist. But it would have to be enough to save the world. Tara jerked awake with a gasp as a loud bang rang through her head. For a moment, she had no idea where she was, her mind still swirling with images of the Congo and Pointe Noire. Then she remembered everything that had happened, and anger rushed through her veins. Who were King and Bannock to play with the lives of people as if they were gods? She eyed Perez through the window of the van. He was on his radio, and it seemed the news was even worse. Still no sign of Amy. He kicked the side of the vehicle again, and the bang rang through her head like a bell. With gritted teeth, Tara stared at the man. After a few moments, her gaze slid first to King, then Bannock in turn. She wanted to remember this moment in the months to come, the moment when she decided to fight back instead of sitting around and waiting for rescue. She'd made a promise to Johannes and the other soldiers never to give up or surrender, and she wasn't about to break it now. She'd come too far. I survived the outbreak. I survived the Congo. As surely as the sun rises in the east, I'll survive this too. Chapter 7. Amy. On silent feet, Amy weaved through the trees. Now and then, she'd glance up at the sky. Fort Detrick lay to the north, and she had to keep moving in that direction. The forest canopy blocked her view, however, and she couldn't locate the North Star. Nor did she have the time to climb up a tree or look for a clearing. Red and his buddies were right behind her. I need to move faster. With the treetops blocking most of the light, the way ahead was shrouded in darkness. But her eyes adjusted after a few seconds, her pupils expanding to catch even the tiniest glimmer or shine. The deep gloom faded to a murky gray, and she picked up the pace. The carpet of dead vegetation and mud beneath her feet silenced her steps and provided cushioning to her tender soles. She was able to move with little sound, each step putting more distance between her and the soldiers. With one arm raised to fend off sharp branches, she cut her way through the woods at a swift jog. After she'd covered roughly a mile,
Amy paused to listen with her back pressed to the trunk of an old oak tree. Her pursuers had fallen behind and were no longer right on her heels. They'd spread out, hoping to cover more ground, and called to each other across the distance. It wasn't hard to pinpoint each one's location. They crashed through the brush with little regard for the noise they made. Amateurs, Amy thought with a satisfied smirk. They're not used to the outdoors. It'll be easy to lose them in these woods. With newfound determination, she set off once more, settling into a smooth jog. As she ran, she kept her eyes and ears open. Every sense was on high alert. Not only did she have to watch out for Red and his buddies, but there was the possibility of zombies, however low. An owl hooted above her head, its head swiveling to watch her flight. A small animal scurried across her path, and once the silken strands of a cobweb caught her hand. None of it fazed her. Snakes, spiders, mosquitoes, and bears. It was all part of nature, and she'd spent many a night out in the wilds, hiking, camping, and hunting. At first she'd gone out with her father and Alex, eager to be counted as one of the boys. Despite Alex's youthful resentment, her dad welcomed her presence. He taught them how to shoot, track game, set snares, make a fire, and dress a kill. He even taught them about the local vegetation, which plants were edible and useful for healing. Nothing was wasted, and they cultivated a deep respect for the wild. Once they were old enough, it was often just her and her brother. By that time, he'd outgrown his boyish dislike of little girls and took over their father's role as a teacher. They'd play war games and try to outmaneuver each other. Often they'd pretend one of them was a bank robber on the run and the other a sheriff in pursuit. These games now stood her in good stead, Amy realized, as she picked her way across a patch of stony ground. Her feet left no tracks on the barren rock, and she left no other signs of her passing. Red and the two soldiers were falling even further behind, their voices growing faint in the distance. She'd traveled another mile or so before pausing to rest for a few moments. She was growing tired, and the cold was affecting her despite the constant movement. Her hands and feet felt like blocks of ice, and the tip of her nose was numb to the touch. Still, she'd made excellent progress, and her enemies were far behind. All I need to do now is find a road, and after that, a house. Shelter of some kind. With growing optimism, Amy picked her way between a couple of berry bushes, their branches bare of fruit in the winter season. Her foot came down on the ground, only to find there was nothing. With a startled cry, she tumbled forward, and her stomach lurched as she fell down a steep incline. Her body rolled and bounced over the rough earth, and she flailed about with no control. Her head slammed into a stone, and a flash of agony flared behind her closed eyelids. Pain shot through her torso as her already injured back twisted and turned in the air. Tufts of bush and clods of dirt followed her descent, dried leaves crunching beneath her body. Amy came to an abrupt stop at the bottom and lay sprawled on her back like a starfish. She stared at the sky above, struggling to catch her breath. A groan escaped her lips as she raised one shaky hand to her forehead. Her palm came away wet with blood, crimson in the faint light. "Ow," she muttered, pushing herself upright. Every bone in her body ached as she climbed to her feet. A few tentative steps showed her that speed was out of the question. Each movement sent a flare of fiery pain lancing up her spine, reducing her to an agonizing shuffle. Then she heard voices in the distance and froze to the spot. "What was that?" a man called. "It sounded like a scream," another man replied. "It came from over there, you idiots," a rough voice shouted. "Move it!" Red. Horror flooded her veins. They'd heard her cry when she fell, and now they knew where she was. Despite the pain, Amy broke into a stumbling run, spurred on by fear. It drove away all rational thought and nipped at her heels until she thought the hounds of hell were after her. Branches whipped across her face, and blood flowed from the cut on her forehead. She grabbed the rough tree trunks for support, her aching back refusing to carry her body weight. Several times she fell, her feet tripping over stones and branches. Her clumsy body was leaving a trail that even a 2-year-old could follow. A swath of broken twigs, bruised leaves, overturned stones, and muddy footprints. After a while, Amy slowed as fear gave way to rational thought once more. She'd never be able to outrun Red, not with her injuries. If she wanted to escape, she'd have to outsmart him. Pausing to catch her breath, she took a moment to calm herself. Think, Amy, think. With fresh determination, she assessed her surroundings. A patch of silver light indicated a break in the canopy overhead, and she hobbled to the spot with eager steps. Tilting back her head, she stared up at the heavens. The moon stared back with a cold eye, remote and unfeeling. No longer a friend, but a spectator. A cold shiver wormed its way down her spine, and each breath puffed out in a white cloud. Tiny beads of ice formed on her upper lip, caused by condensation. With brisk movements, she rubbed her hands over her upper arms. It didn't help much. I have to get out of here. The longer I stay in these woods, injured as I am, the sooner I'll die. Raising her hand to the sky, she located the Big Dipper and traced a straight line to Polaris, the North Star. That showed her which way was north. Not only would it take her back to Fort Detrick, but also the nearest town, Manassas. Moss was another indicator. It usually grew on the northern side of tree trunks, but it was less reliable and hard to spot in the dark. Amy walked toward the bright star on the horizon, noting its position and that of the moon as well. Even when the trees closed in above her head, she kept moving in the same direction, using a tall pine tree as a landmark. As she went, she cast about on the forest floor for a branch or a stick, one sturdy enough to bear her weight. She found one not long after and gave it a few whacks to rid it of possible insects. After stripping away the excess leaves and twigs, she gripped the top and used it as a walking stick. The relief on her sore back was instantaneous, and she was able to move faster. Even so, her pursuers were gaining on her. She could hear them shout to each other, their voices growing stronger by the second. Red was the loudest, the venom in his tone palpable. She could only imagine what he'd do to her if he caught her, and it took every ounce of self-control she had not to panic again. If she did, all was lost. Instead, her mind winged back to the game she'd played with Alex. One of the tactics she'd used on him came back to her, and a faint smile graced her lips. It's a long shot, but it's the last thing either Red or his friends will expect, especially from me. Amy found a stretch of open ground covered in mud and dead leaves. She then walked across it, dragging her feet to leave a trail. She took a different direction, heading due west instead of north. Halfway through, she knelt and scooped up handfuls of the muck, which she smeared across her face and hair. Her hands, feet, and pajamas got the same treatment until she resembled a featureless brown blob. It had the added benefit of plugging up the wound on her scalp. Afterward, she continued along the path while leaving behind as much sign of her passage as possible. Once she'd created a clear trail for Red and his men to follow, she doubled back. At the midway point, a ridge of stony ground abutted a thick stand of thorny bushes. Stepping with care, Amy crossed the stones without disturbing them before pushing her way into the bushes. The thorns cut her skin and tugged at her clothes, but she used her walking stick to push back the worst of it and create a small clearing. Once tucked inside her hidey hole, she curled up into a ball and covered herself with dead leaves, twigs, and foliage. With her camouflage completed, she settled down to wait. It wasn't easy. Thus far, a combination of fear, adrenaline, and sheer grit had kept her going. Now, there was nothing to do but pray that her plan worked. Before, the constant movement had kept her from freezing. Now, her body began to shake and shiver with the early onset of hypothermia. She knew the symptoms well. Her father had drilled them into her head on numerous occasions. Shaking, followed by shallow breathing, confusion, drowsiness, slurred speech, lack of coordination, and a weak pulse. Not long after that, unconsciousness and death. A person could die before realizing how far gone they were. Amy had no choice, however. She had to try and stick it out. Burrowing deeper into the ground, she attempted to cover herself with dead leaves and debris. But the earth was damp and cold, providing no insulation or warmth. The shivering worsened until she had to bite down on her walking stick to keep her teeth from chattering. Her body shook so badly she was afraid of being spotted, and after a few minutes, she couldn't feel her hands or her feet at all. Even her face was stiff like a mask frozen over her bones. Closing her eyes, she wrapped her arms around her legs and prayed for it all to be over soon. It wasn't long before Amy heard a rustle of leaves, followed by heavy footsteps. A second pair sounded soon after. Harsh breathing sawed through the air, followed by a grunt of annoyance. "God damn it, I nearly broke my ankle again." "Shut up, will you?" another voice said, not far to her right. "What for?" "The girl might hear you." Amy shook in her nest. The soldiers had caught up to her at last. In her mind, she dubbed them Soldier 1 and Soldier 2. The question was, where was Red? He was the one that terrified her, the one with death in his eyes when he stared at her. "Who cares about one fucking girl? She's long gone, I tell ya. That kid is fast. Too fast for the likes of us," Soldier 1 said. "Don't tell that to Red," Soldier 2 cautioned. "Don't tell what to Red?" a harsh voice demanded, almost right above her head. Amy nearly jumped out of her skin, and a spurt of pure terror rushed through her veins. She pressed one trembling hand to her lips. "Red." Nothing, Red," Soldier 2 mumbled. "Keep it that way," Red replied. "If I hear one more peep out of either of you, I'll kill you myself." "Yes, Red," the two soldiers muttered. "Now keep quiet and follow me." "She went that way," Red said. "How do you know that, Red?" Soldier 1 asked. "Are you blind?" Red asked with a low growl. "She left a trail, you idiot. Probably got scared and made a run for it." Soldier 2 laughed. "She won't get far, that's for sure." "She will if you keep blabbing, you moron. Sound travels at night. Now for the last time, shut up." "Sorry, Red," Soldier 2 mumbled. With Red in the lead, the trio followed the false trail Amy had made. One by one, they walked past her nest, so close she could almost reach out and touch them. Her heart bounced in her chest like a frightened rabbit, and her jaws ached from biting down on the stick. Amy watched until they were long out of sight before she dared to make her move. She uncurled from her thorny nest like a beast emerging from its lair. Her skin and clothes were caked in mud, and bloody scratches adorned her arms and legs. She couldn't feel them. Her limbs were dead pieces of flesh that flapped around without purpose. On her hands and knees, she crawled out from underneath the bushes. As she went, The feeling returned to her arms and legs in a painful, tingling rush. Nevertheless, she was grateful. Using the walking stick as support, she managed to get to her feet. There, she paused for a few seconds to regain her bearings. North. I need to go north. Somehow, she located a tall pine tree she'd been using as a landmark and stumbled toward it. Every step was a battle. Her joints ached, and she'd stopped shivering. That was a bad sign. It meant she was progressing to the next stage of hypothermia. Shaking her head to clear away the fog of confusion that kept creeping in, Amy set her sights on the way ahead. With her jaw set in a determined line, she pushed forward. Keep moving and you'll make it out alive. If you don't, you'll die. Chapter 8. Dylan. Dylan had both hands pressed to the towel she'd placed over Alex's wounds. Despite the tape and gauze she'd applied underneath, he continued to bleed, and she was afraid he'd never make it to the infirmary. His breathing was labored, and bloody foam beaded his lips. Come on, Alex. Hold on. He didn't respond. Dylan raised her head and called, Damn it, Nick, where's that transport? It just got here, he cried from the doorway. We're moving him now. Thank God, Dylan muttered, relief flooding her veins. Nick and Saul appeared with a stretcher, and together they rolled him onto the canvas material. Alex grunted with pain, but remained still otherwise. His skin was pale, the color and sheen of a wax candle. Turn him on his side, Dylan ordered when he began to choke. He can't breathe otherwise. The two men obeyed, and she used a couple of pillows to prop up his head and hold him in position. All right, he's ready. With haste, Nick and Saul carried the stretcher out into the night. They loaded it into the back seat of a double-cab truck, careful not to jostle Alex. Dylan squeezed in beside him while Nick took the wheel. Saul handed Dylan a couple of blankets before stepping away. I'm staying. What? Dylan asked. I'm joining the search party. King can't have gotten far, Saul said. I'm going after them. Okay, but don't take any unnecessary chances. Tomorrow is another day, Nick replied. Saul nodded, his expression blank. I know. Be careful, Dylan said, worry eating at her insides. She would have preferred the three of them to stick together. They were the ones being hunted, after all. But Saul's mind was set. He was going after Tara, and nothing would stop him. Saul closed the door, and Nick drove off without delay. He tossed a quick look over his shoulder. I'll try to be as careful as I can, but it'll be a bumpy ride. Just hurry. We don't have time to waste, Dylan said as she wrapped the blankets around Alex's form. He'd begun to shiver. Either from the shock, cold, or both. She leaned closer and placed her arms around him, hoping her body heat would help keep him warm. Please don't die. His breath whistled in and out of his lungs, and she closed her eyes, listening to its rhythm. At any moment, she expected it to stop. He'd been shot 4 times in the torso. 2 of the wounds didn't look too bad. One was situated low down to the side. The other had cut a groove through the flesh on the ribs. It was the remaining 2 injuries that bothered her. One bullet had punctured a lung, while the other was still lodged inside his chest somewhere. She'd spotted the entry wound, but had found no exit wound. That meant surgery was needed. Dylan chewed on her bottom lip. He's lost so much blood. Is he even strong enough to survive an operation? She didn't think so, but who was she to say? Ethan is one of the best. I've seen him work. If anyone can save Alex, he can. What's that? Nick asked. Huh? Oh, nothing, Dylan replied, not wanting to awaken Nick's latent jealousy against Ethan. Just talking to myself. Well, we're nearly there, Nick said. You hear that, Alex? Dylan whispered. We're almost at the hospital. Seconds later, Nick drew to a stop in front of the infirmary. He jumped out and ran around the truck to open the door. "We're here. We made it. Is he—" Dylan breathed a sigh of relief. "He's still alive, but barely." Ethan waited at the entrance with a team of people, prepped and ready to go. They rushed forward as one to assist. With swift efficiency, they loaded Alex onto a gurney and wheeled him inside. Dylan followed them inside, with Nick close on her heels. There was no way she could leave without knowing whether Alex would be okay or not. As much as she wanted to chase after Tara and Amy, he needed her too. For now, she had to trust that Saul would do everything in his power to find the kidnapped girls. They ran down a long hall of gleaming white tiles, whitewashed walls, and bright white lights before turning left into an annexed room that led to an operating theater. A set of double doors swung open and shut as staff rushed back and fro, each of them engaged in a specific task. One nurse hooked Alex up to a heart monitor, while another checked his blood pressure. Yet another sucked the blood from his mouth with a gadget, while two more cut the clothes from his body. Dylan moved toward the doors, but a middle-aged nurse with wiry black hair stopped her with stern authority. "Ma'am, I'm sorry, but you can't go inside. You'll have to wait out here." "I know. I just need to tell him something," Dylan said. "I'll be quick, I promise." The nurse shook her head, her lips set in a straight line. "I cannot allow that. Please wait outside until someone calls you." The nurse turned to leave, but Dylan persisted. "Please, you don't understand. He's my friend. I need to speak to him, and this could be my only chance." "Certainly not." An annoyed frown graced the nurse's brow as she continued. "I must insist that you back away and let us do our jobs." Dylan gaped as fiery heat rushed through her veins. Black spots danced in front of her eyes, and her ears sang. Before she could stop herself, her arm shot forward and her fingers closed around the nurse's throat. Slamming the woman into the wall, Dylan lifted her until she stood on the tips of her toes. Her fingers squeezed the woman's delicate flesh until her eyes bulged from their sockets and her face turned puce. With bared teeth, Dylan said, "Who are you to tell me what to do, you little worm?" The nurse gasped, unable to form a coherent word. "Dylan, stop!" Nick cried, grabbing her arm. "What are you doing?" Dylan stared at the nurse, her entire focus on the woman she was about to strangle to death. "I'm teaching her a lesson." "Are you crazy?" "Maybe, but you heard her. She wouldn't even let me have a few seconds with Alex. What if he dies tonight? What then?" "I realize that, but this is not the way to go about it, Dylan," Nick insisted. "Why not? She deserves it," Dylan growled in low tones. Nick tugged at her arm. "Let her go. I'm sure we can sort something out." Dylan resisted his pleas, tightening her hold on the woman's neck. Just a few more seconds. "Dylan, let go of Nurse Phyllis this instant," a sharp voice said, cutting through the fog in Dylan's brain. Dylan blinked twice before abruptly letting go of the nurse. The woman collapsed against the wall and clutched at her bruised neck with both hands. She sucked in huge gulps of air while a concerned Ethan rushed over. "I'm so sorry, Nurse Phyllis. Please, let me help you," he said in soothing tones. The woman nodded, casting a terrified look over her shoulder. Her voice was rough when she spoke, like gravel grating on concrete. "Thank you, Doctor. Just keep that woman away from me. She's a monster." Ethan flashed Dylan a dark look. "Never fear. She won't bother you again. I swear it." Placing one arm around her shoulder, he led her away. "Oh, please. I didn't hurt her that much," Dylan muttered under her breath. Nick gaped at her. "Seriously?" "She's exaggerating."
You nearly killed her. No, I didn't. She's perfectly fine. Nick threw his hands in the air. That's it. I'm done. I can't talk to you when you're like this. Dylan frowned. I'm sorry, but she's the one that... She's the one that what? Ethan interrupted. Tried to do her job? She wouldn't let me talk to Alex, Dylan said. Of course not. Look at him, Ethan cried. He's dying, and you're standing here wasting precious time. Ethan stormed toward the door, but Dylan stopped him. Please, I'm begging you. Just a few seconds. That's all I ask. He's unconscious, Ethan pointed out. It doesn't matter. He'll hear me. I know it. Fine, go ahead. But after that, I want you to stay the hell out of my way. Got that? Ethan said, his expression thunderous. And keep your hands off my staff. Got it, Dylan said as she ducked into the room. She made her way through the chaos until she reached Alex's side. There, she hesitated for a moment. He looked so much worse than even a few minutes before. His lips were tinged blue, and his skin was clammy. The heart monitor beeped erratically, evidence of the strain his heart was under. Aware that time was running out, she bent down and whispered into his ear. Afterward, she straightened up and exited the room, hopeful that her words would have the desired effect. When she passed by Ethan, she paused for a moment. I'm sorry. I am. I didn't mean to hurt. Just get out, he interrupted. I've got a life to save, no thanks to you. Dylan flinched beneath his icy gaze, but she didn't argue. I understand. After a last look at Alex, she burst through the doors and threw herself into Nick's arms. He caught her up and held her close. Did you say what you wanted to say? I did. I just hope he heard me. I'm sure he did, Nick said, smoothing one hand over her hair. What if he doesn't make it? She said. He'll be fine, sweetheart. You'll see. Alex is strong. I know, but what if he isn't? Dylan asked. What do I tell Amy? I can't do that to her. She's already lost both her parents. Nick sighed. There's nothing we can do about it now except wait, sweetheart. Wait and trust that he'll pull through. Dylan nodded. I guess you're right. Come on, let's grab some coffee and let Ethan do his thing. It's going to be a long night, Nick said. Night? Dylan asked, glancing at her watch. It's past 4 a.m. I know, and I've got a feeling sleep is still a long way off, Nick replied. We need to find out how King and his men got in and how they got out. Dylan nodded, her expression hardening. And when we do, we'll make them pay for what they've done. Chapter 9. Alex. In the distance, Alex was aware of voices talking, always talking, sometimes to each other, sometimes to him. That was Saul saying, I'm going after them. After who? Alex thought he should know, but the effort of remembering was too much. Instead, he wanted to give in to the growing numbness inside him. It felt like he floated on a cloud, and all his fears were as nothing. It was a nice feeling. Maybe dying isn't so bad after all. Hands tugged at his limbs, and he was lifted into the air. A cold wind enveloped his body and swirled around him. Then it was gone. He heard the slam of car doors as Nick said, I'll try to be as careful as I can, but it'll be a bumpy ride. Just hurry, Dylan replied before wrapping up his shivering form in thick blankets. She threw her arms around him as well and held him close. The entire time she whispered reassurances to him, a monologue of nonsense words that meant nothing and everything. They'd come a long way since the first time they met. First, she'd contemplated stealing his car and abandoning him and Amy to their fate. Then she helped to save his life. Not long after that, she'd tried to eat him. Fun times.
Please don't die, she pleaded, and he wished he could answer her. But the warmth felt so good, and he felt himself slipping away again. He didn't want to fight anymore. Living was hard. Too hard. We're almost at the hospital, Dylan whispered, but he ignored her. It didn't matter. Nothing mattered anymore.
I'm done. Sorry, Dylan.
Alex drifted into a deep pool of darkness, his body as weightless as his mind. Or did he have a body? Maybe it was just his consciousness that swam in this never-ending sea of nothingness. For a moment, he wondered if he was dead, but somehow he didn't think so.
It feels like limbo, like an in-between place. Does something like that even exist?
Above his head, occasional flashes of light caught his attention, and he honed in on them with laser focus. After a while, he realized what they were. Memories. He reached out and plucked a couple from the sky with both hands. There was the time he fell off his bike and broke his arm. That had hurt, but not as much as the day Charlie, his golden retriever, died. He'd loved that dog, and it broke his heart when the vet put him down. Cancer, they said. Inoperable. With a frown, Alex released the lights and watched them float away. They weren't the kind of memories he wanted to dwell on. He snatched up a few more and studied each of them in turn before moving on to the next ones. It felt like he was reliving his life in bits and pieces. The time he taught Amy how to swim, and their last Christmas together as a family. His 18th birthday, and his first day in the army. It all blended into one big tapestry of life sewn with emotions, feelings, and experiences. Everything that made up a human being. These strange thoughts gave him pause.
Am I hallucinating? Or am I stuck inside my head?
The brain was a beautiful thing.
Or so his science teacher used to tell him.
The most complex organ in the body, it produced every thought, action, memory, feeling, and experience a human being ever had. Weighing in at roughly 3 pounds, it contained 100 billion neurons, each connected to 10,000 other neurons.
Well, I guess my teacher was right.
A bright blue orb caught his attention, and he reached for it. It was the last conversation he'd had with his mother, the one in which he swore to watch over Amy. He'd meant it, too, and he'd tried his best to protect her until now.
Now she was the prisoner of King, a cold, callous man who'd kill her as soon as she ceased to be of value to him. Tara, too.
There was nothing he could do about it, however. He was dying. It was up to others now. Guilt filled his mind. It seeped into his memories, and they flared to life in a sea of emerald green. Each one of them contained Amy, and they swirled in the air around him until her face became his universe. There she was right after she was born, pink and bald, tiny. He'd been jealous until his mother explained that he was now a big brother and that it was his job to protect her. There were nights spent under the stars, camping around a fire and sharing ghost stories. Times at school when she'd been picked on by other kids for being such a small little thing. That is, until he taught her how to throw a proper punch. They'd left her alone after she broke the biggest bully's nose. Crying is for sissies. How many times had he told her that? And she'd done him proud. She'd grown up to be tough and smart, a real fighter.
But I won't be there to see her get married or have kids of her own. I'm going to miss all of it.
Bitter regret pushed back the numbness that had seeped into his muscles.
And what if King kills her? What then? I promised to protect her.
Suddenly, Dylan was there, her voice echoing inside his head. Alex, please listen to me. You have to fight. You mustn't give up.
I can't. It hurts too much.
I'm going after Amy and Tara. I'm going to save them, but you'd better be alive when we get back. Do you hear me? Or I swear I'll journey to the afterlife only to drag your sorry ass right back here." If Alex could have laughed, he would have. Oh, Dylan, always the fighter. "Live, Alex. Your sister needs you." As suddenly as she was there, Dylan was gone, and Alex was left with a choice. Do I give up, or do I fight? Life is pain, but I'll take it, for Amy's sake. Raw agony flared in his chest. It spread throughout his body, setting each limb on fire. His breath gurgled in his lungs, and he gasped for oxygen. His eyes flared open in time to see Ethan push a needle into his arm. "Ethan," he rasped. "Don't worry, Alex. You're going into surgery now. Just try to relax. You're in good hands," Ethan said. Alex nodded. This time, when the darkness came, he knew it was just temporary. Chapter 10. Saul. Saul roared down the road leading to the infirmary with little regard for the icy roads or the speed limit. When he reached the front entrance, he slammed on the brakes and spun the wheel to the side. The truck performed a wild turn to the left, tilting onto its side. To onlookers, it looked like it was about to flip, and for a brief moment, all hung in suspense. Somehow, the vehicle settled back onto all four wheels and shuddered to a stop right in front of the hospital doors. With a slam of the door, Saul jumped out and marched up the steps. At the entrance, he was greeted by Dylan. She eyed him with a frown before running one hand across her hair. In the other, she gripped her gloves and beanie. Her jacket lay forgotten on a chair in the waiting room. With the sun well into the sky, it wasn't nearly as cold as during the night. "You're in a mood," she remarked. "Aren't we all?" he asked in brisk tones. "I suppose so, yeah, but you almost flipped that truck right into me. You'd have squashed me like a bug." "I know what I'm doing," he replied with a flick of his hand. "How's Alex?" Dylan's face fell. "We don't know yet. He's been in surgery for almost 5 hours now." "Good. That means he's still alive," Saul said. "Where's Nick?" "Getting his 10th cup of coffee," Dylan said, throwing a look over her shoulder. "Oh, look, you're in luck. Here he comes." Nick arrived a few seconds later with 2 cups in his hands. He offered Dylan one, but she shook her head. "I've had enough. Besides, I think Saul could use a hit of caffeine." "Here you go," Nick said, extending one hand. Saul sighed, and for the first time since Tara was taken, he allowed weariness to settle onto his shoulders. He took the cup, downing the hot brew in one gulp before tossing it into the nearest trash can. "Thanks." "No problem," Nick said, taking a sip of his brew. "You look like you need it. Do you have any news about Tara and Amy?" Saul swallowed as the bitter tinge of defeat coated his tongue. "I was out all night searching for them, but I found nothing. Neither did the other scouting parties that I sent out. There's simply no sign of them." "That means King made a run for it," Dylan remarked. "It's what I would have done." Nick nodded. "Wherever he's holed up, it'll be close enough for him to reach us without too much hassle, but far enough to make it difficult for us to find him. Any thoughts on how to find the bastard?" Saul nodded. "I do. Follow me." He turned on his heel and walked back toward his truck. Opening the passenger door, he removed a map which he spread out onto the hood of his vehicle. He pointed at a dot. "This is Fort Detrick. To track him down, I think we should mark all of the likely places King would choose for a 100-mile radius." Nick whistled. "That's a tall order, Saul, like searching for a needle in a haystack." "Not exactly," Saul replied. "Such a place would be carefully chosen. King is not a reckless man, nor is he stupid. It would have to be defensible,
off the beaten track, well fortified, and close to supplies. He'd also need men. So what then? Prisons, supply depots, that kind of thing? Nick mused. We should look at police stations and gun shops, too, Saul added. That still leaves you with a vast amount of places to search, Nick pointed out. We could start close to the base and move outward in ever-widening circles. That way, we won't miss anything, and we might pick up a clue or two as to their whereabouts. What about manpower? We're short on people as it is, Nick said. We'll ask for volunteers from the civilian raiding parties. A few of them should be willing to help out, Dylan said, stepping forward. Besides, I won't rest until we find them, and neither will Saul. I'll help out as well, Nick said. No, Dylan said. You should stay. This place needs a leader to keep it running smoothly and zombie-free. Really? I can't get away for even one day? Dylan shook her head. Thousands of people rely on you. All of them need to be fed, housed, clothed, and protected. Plus summer is coming, and with it, the infected. There is still so much to be done here before we can call ourselves safe. Fine, Nick grumbled. I'll stay, but I don't like sending you out there alone. It's for the best, Dylan said. Besides, I won't be alone. I've got Saul. Nick sighed. I suppose, but you'll need reliable vehicles and fuel. You can get that at the reserve center over there. The Major set it up as a fallback in case we got overrun. He pointed at a spot not far from the fort. You should find stores of weapons, ammunition, and food, too. Why didn't you tell us about this place before? Saul asked with a frown. It was supposed to be a secret, a kind of safe house in case something happened here, Nick said. But now I'll organize a couple of parties to go there and strip the place to the bone. We'll need those supplies. Is it guarded? In the beginning, but when we ran short of capable hands, the Major pulled them back. What if King had the same idea? Saul asked. What if he's already been there? I didn't think of that, Nick admitted. You should have. One doesn't leave a place like that unguarded. It's a gold mine, Saul said, anger flaring in his breast. Do I have to think for everybody? I'll arrange a couple of teams straight away, Nick said. We can go with them as soon as you're ready. Fine, but there's more you should know, Saul said. Perez and 2 other soldiers are missing. Missing? Nick asked. I knew it, Dylan exclaimed, stamping her foot. That traitorous asshole! What do you mean? Nick asked, confusion washing across his face. Don't you remember Perez? He was on King's team when we cleared the lab of zombies. He's a crack shot and an excellent fighter, Dylan explained. Nick's expression cleared. I remember him. After King and Bannock disappeared, we questioned him, but he swore he had nothing to do with their escape. We questioned all of those close to King, and they came up clean. He obviously lied. I always knew he was King's man, Dylan said, her cheeks turning fiery red. I felt it in my gut. I agree with Dylan. I think Perez and the other 2 were waiting for King's return. They helped him kidnap the girls and ran away with him afterward, Saul said. Nick's face hardened. If that's the case, they are all traitors and deserve to die. Agreed, Dylan said with a sharp nod. There's more, Saul said. More? Nick asked. Can this day get any worse? Don't say that, Dylan remonstrated. You'll jinx it. Sorry, Nick muttered, turning back to Saul. Lay it on me. They must have had help getting in and out of the gates. Neither Perez nor the other 2 were on guard duty. That means more traitors, Saul said, pulling out another map from beneath the one of the county. He pointed at a red dot with several red lines running from it. See that? That's the house. Radiating outward are all the roads that King could have taken. Each one leads to a specific gate. Nick nodded, his expression thoughtful. Did you pick up any tire tracks? There were 2 sets in front of the house, but I lost them almost immediately after that. There's too much traffic on the roads, Saul said. As for the guards, none of them know anything. They're lying, of course, Dylan said. Some of them, not all, Nick pointed out. Well, when I find out who it is, I'll kill them with my bare hands, Saul said with a growl. I've made a list of everyone who was on guard duty last night. He removed a piece of paper from his jacket and handed it to Nick. Nick perused the list with a frown before pointing at 3 names. We can scratch these off. They were the last people we visited before the incident occurred. Right. We were with them when the shots were fired, and we didn't see any vehicles on our way to the house. Whichever way King and Bannock fled, it wasn't in our direction, Dylan said. Whatever, but we need to interrogate the rest of them, Saul said, taking the list back from Nick. We have to make them talk. Whoa, easy there, Nick said with one raised hand. You can't make them talk. Some of these men are innocent. And some of them aren't, Saul said with rising frustration. So what do you propose? Torture? Nick asked. You know we can't do that. Saul gritted his teeth, grabbing hold of his rising temper. The only thing I know is that Tara is out there somewhere, and I'll do whatever it takes to find her. Saul slammed his fist on the hood of his truck. Anything, you hear me? Dylan laid a soothing hand on Saul's arm. Calm down, we're on the same team here. Saul yanked his arm away. Are we? Because it seems to me I'm the only one doing anything to find them. That's not fair, Nick protested. Isn't it? What have you done so far to find them besides drink coffee and lounge about in hospital chairs? Saul asked, pacing up and down. Dylan shook her head. We're here for our friend, Alex. You know that. I understand you're hurting. We're all hurting. But giving in to your rage isn't the solution. Saul didn't answer at once, and he kept up his furious pace for several more seconds before he stopped at last. His shoulders drooped, and he sighed. I'm sorry. I'm just so angry since they took her. It's messing with my head. Tara means everything to me. We miss her too, but we have to work together, Dylan said. That's why you and Nick are going to question the guards to get some answers. I'll wait here for Alex to come out of surgery. Divide and conquer. All right, thanks, Saul said with a faint smile. Yeah, let's go, Nick added before pointing a stern finger at Dylan. But you'd better behave yourself while I'm gone. No more strangling the nurses. Dylan rolled her eyes. I said I'm sorry. You tried to strangle a nurse? Saul asked with raised eyebrows as he packed his maps away. And you're telling me not to give in to my rage? I promise to behave, okay? Dylan said. Just don't torture any innocent guards. We'll see who's innocent first, Saul replied with a wicked grin, only half meaning what he said. The pressure within his chest had lessened a little, and he felt more at ease as he slid behind the wheel. At least they had a plan of action now. More than that, he still had people around him that he could call friends, no matter what. Chapter 11. Amy. Amy leaned against the rough bark of a tree, her breathing harsh and shallow. Behind her lay half a mile of rough forest terrain, its dark depths no longer as welcoming as before. The icy wind had sapped her strength, and her frosted skin felt raw to the touch. She'd long since stopped shivering, and she kept veering off in the wrong direction. Her injuries added to her misery. Every step was a battle, a fight against exposure and exhaustion. If I could just lie down for 1 second. 1 second. I'm so tired. Her body sagged toward the ground, and her eyes drifted shut. It felt so good to do nothing,
to give up the struggle, if only for a single moment. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. "What am I doing?" Prompting herself back to her feet, she scraped together the last of her courage. With the walking stick as her aid, she pushed onward. 1, 2, 3, 4, she counted beneath her breath. When she reached 10, she started over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Amy almost didn't notice when she broke free from the trees and stumbled onto a tar road. When she did, hope exploded within her chest. The moon shone brightly above her head, illuminating the way ahead. Amy paused, confused. Which way do I go? The North Star winked at her, and she smiled. That way, I guess. Of their own volition, her feet broke into a run. Hope kept her moving. The belief that she'd find a house, a farm, anywhere that she could take shelter from the weather and get warm. I've forgotten what it feels like to be warm. She pictured a fire in her mind, crafting each yellow and orange flame with meticulous care. She imagined the heat radiating from the coals, caressing her skin with its golden glow. It was a magical thing. This mental picture kept her running long after she thought possible. Her circulation picked up, and life-giving blood streamed back to her frozen extremities. Her agility improved, though her back still ached with every step she took. The cut on her head had stopped bleeding, clogged with mud, but it throbbed with every beat of her heart. She'd probably develop a nasty headache soon. Still, it felt good to move. The exercise pushed back the cold and cleared her mind. Even so, she knew she couldn't keep up the pace. Every step required precious energy, which she had no means of replacing. Sooner or later, she'd use up the last of her reserves. If that happened while she was still outside, she was as good as dead. The events of the night rushed back to plague her. Each moment was branded into her psyche with brutal clarity. The moment she was awakened in her bed by a stranger, and the moment a bullet punched into Alex's chest. The moment King ordered Perez to make sure her brother was dead, and the sound of her screams ringing in her ears. The moment she was tossed into the van, and her subsequent escape. Even the dumb can of peaches flashed before her eyes. It all condensed into a final picture. Alex's eyes on hers, and a million regrets all rolled into one. Why didn't I tell him how much I loved him while he was still alive? Why didn't I spend more time with him when I had the chance? Now I'll never see him again, and it's all my fault. Guilt and loss burned through her veins like acid. It sapped away the momentary burst of hope she'd felt upon finding the road, and she felt herself slowing. A run turned into a jog, and a jog became a walk. Why do I even bother? Every fiber in her being screamed at her to give up, and she longed to lie down. It wouldn't hurt. She knew that. Freezing to death wasn't that bad. She'd slip into a coma, and before she knew it, it'd all be over. But what about Tara? She needs me. She relies on me to make it back. The knowledge that Tara had entrusted her life to Amy gave her the energy she needed to keep going. Leaning heavily on her makeshift stick, she hobbled forward with dogged determination. With her eyes fixed ahead, she concentrated on putting one foot in front of the other. For Tara's sake, she had to try. Even if she failed to make it back to Fort Detrick, she had to try. I can't give up. Not now, not ever. With this thought fixed firmly in her mind, Amy kept walking along the road. Even when she could go no further, she didn't stop. Her inner fighter kept up a running monologue that managed to push her past her boundaries, past the moment when her reserves finally ran out. Just one more step. Come on. You can do it. There you go. Now one more. In this fashion, Amy rounded a wide bend in the road until it headed in a northeasterly direction. Her gaze fell upon an object shrouded in gloom, and she frowned. Her thoughts, muddled by the cold, struggled to make sense of what she saw. As she drew closer, her eyes widened, and fresh hope bloomed in her chest. "Is that a car?" She broke into a jog, her bare feet stinging from the cut of gravel and stone. At the last moment, caution set in, and she stopped abruptly. This was not her first encounter with a wreck or an abandoned vehicle. Often they were occupied by zombies, the stupid creatures either trapped inside by locked doors or a seatbelt. With her stick held ready to strike, she edged closer. A beam of silver moonlight fell across the car, and she spotted the lights on top of the roof. They were dormant now, nothing but dull plastic. They did mean something, however, something important. And the paint job of the vehicle corroborated her theory. It was a police car. Round holes punched into the driver's door drew her attention, and she sucked in a deep breath. Bullet holes. Through the window, she spotted the driver. He sat with his head tilted back, his eyes open and unseeing. Dead, not undead. After a thorough check, she determined he was the only occupant and reached out to open the door. "Here goes nothing. You better not be a sleeping zombie. That would be a first." With her heart in her throat, she gripped the handle and pulled. The door swung open with a loud creak, and she tensed in readiness. When nothing happened, she relaxed a bit. Definitely dead, then. She leaned closer to examine him and noticed the dark splotches of blood on his uniform. The bullet holes in the door went right through, and she suspected they were the cause of death. The body was still in good shape, and she guessed his death was recent. Maybe not even a day old, though the cold could have helped to preserve him for longer. Poor guy. Amy felt sad for him, but she didn't have time to waste. Her energy was spent, and she was freezing to death. Plus, Red was still out there with his two buddies, searching for her, and Tara was in danger. Time was of the essence. Whatever she decided to do, she had to do it fast. A quick search of the car revealed little of interest. Whoever shot the police officer had stripped his vehicle of all valuables. The trunk was empty except for a lone bottle of water meant for emergencies, such as a leaking radiator. It sat in a cardboard box along with a dirty cloth and a half-empty bottle of motor oil. The only other items were the spare wheel, a bottle jack, and a tire iron. It was a disappointing find, but Amy was grateful for the water. Her parched tissues begged for mercy, and she grabbed the bottle with eager hands. The liquid was stale and tasted like plastic, but right then, she didn't give a damn. After taking several deep swigs, she placed the rest aside. The back seats were empty, as well as the passenger side. Inside the glove box, she found nothing except a handful of receipts. Not even the floors or nooks and crannies held anything of use except for a few lost coins, which she tossed aside. Money was useless now. Amy slammed her hands on her thighs when she got up, her hopes dashed in an instant.
"You're kidding me, right? Not even a pack of gum?"
That left only one more place to search. With a sigh of reluctance, she walked back toward the driver's side. She'd left the corpse for last, not keen on touching its dead flesh with her own. With trembling fingers, she searched the cop's pockets and belt. But to her immense frustration, she found nothing except his wallet. No weapon, not even a baton or a taser. She reached out to check the ignition and found the keys were still there. If the engine worked, she might be able to drive to Fort Detrick. That was something, at least, and cheered her by no small measure. But first, she'd have to get rid of the body. Wrinkling her nose with distaste, she gripped the dead officer underneath his armpits and pulled with all her might. After several seconds, she'd only managed to shift him a few inches. The man was much heavier than she'd thought he'd be, and her strength was waning fast.
Come on, move, please.
With one foot braced against the seat, she sucked in a deep breath and pulled again. Her muscles strained, and her back screamed with pain. Blood rushed to her face until she thought her eyeballs would pop. Little by little, the cop shifted sideways until he came tumbling out in a tangle of arms and legs. He flopped onto the tar with a dull thud, and Amy collapsed on the ground next to him. Her chest heaved as her lungs sought oxygen, and her vision swam. But she was triumphant.
Holy crap, I did it.
With a grin, Amy leaned forward. As much as she wanted to rest, it was too cold. Instead, she forced her shaking hands to strip off the man's jacket. It was thick and would keep her warm. That was all that mattered. Most of the blood was caked onto his shirt and pants. His gloves were soaked through as well, and she left them behind. The boots and socks gave her pause. As much as she needed them, the thought of wearing something that had been close to a dead man's skin was gross. In the end, practicality won out, and she stripped off the boots. It turned out they were too big, and she had to discard them anyway, but the socks were made of thick, durable wool. Once Amy was finished, she sat back on her heels and studied the police officer. His face was smooth in death, and he looked relatively young. Late 20s, perhaps? His proud features and dark hair spoke of Native American descent, and she wondered what he was doing out here all by himself. The apocalypse wasn't kind to loners. It wasn't difficult to figure out what had happened to him. He'd run into the wrong crowd, plain and simple. They shot at him and scored a couple of hits. Wounded, he'd tried to escape, but died of his wounds beside the road. Whoever killed him followed and stripped the car of supplies. At least they'd left the car behind, a small mercy that might save her life now. If it still runs. She thought it would, though. The cop hadn't been dead for long, and the engine should still work unless a stray bullet had damaged it. Either way, she'd find out soon enough. With a sigh, Amy got to her feet and pulled on the jacket. As expected, it was too big, hanging down to her knees, but that didn't matter. She rolled up the sleeves and put on the hood. The relief was instantaneous, and it felt even better when she tugged on the socks. With the jacket zipped up to her chin, she slid behind the wheel. Praying it would start, she turned the key. The engine coughed a couple of times before it died. She tried again, hopeful she could get it going. The battery hadn't had time to run flat, and the tank was half full. It had to work. And it did. After another couple of tries, the engine caught on and roared to life. Amy crowed with delight and slammed both hands on the wheel. Finally, something was going her way. After idling the car for a short while, she cranked up the heat and basked in the warm air that flowed across her shivering form. Within minutes, her body temperature had reverted to normal, and the threat of hypothermia receded into the nightmarish past. Hot blood flushed her cheeks, and she could feel her fingers and toes again. After taking a few more sips of water, she drove off into the darkness. Because Red was still after her, she'd decided not to switch on the lights. Instead, she navigated by the light of the moon and kept her speed low. It was far better to be safe than sorry, and people like King and Red could not be underestimated. A thought occurred to her, and she wondered if the policeman had run into King and his men. It made sense. They were holed up nearby and wouldn't hesitate to murder innocent people for their belongings. Bunch of murderous thugs. A sense of horror and regret filled her at his senseless death, and she felt terrible for leaving him by the side of the road to rot. There was nothing she could do for him, however, not in her current state. All she could do was offer thanks to his spirit. "Thank you, sir. Whoever you are, you saved my life, and I'll always be grateful to you for that." Chapter 12. Tara. Another half-hour passed before Red and his two soldier buddies returned from their search. Tara watched the truck approach, its yellow lights bobbing up and down before it parked next to them. A livid Red disembarked, both hands curled into fists. The soldiers followed, their faces grim and defeated, and she surmised Red's attitude had a role to play in their demeanor. "Maybe the other side of the fence isn't quite as green as you thought," she thought with a smirk. "Those barracks are looking better and better now, aren't they?"
"Did you find her?" Perez asked, though it was pretty obvious they had not.
"No, we didn't. The little bitch got away,"
Red answered, his face flushed with anger.
"She's smarter than I thought."
"King's not going to be happy to hear that," Perez answered in a low voice.
"I'll bet he isn't," one of the soldiers mumbled.
Red rounded on the unfortunate man.
"Have you got something to say, Thomas?"
"No, Red," Thomas replied, shaking his head.
"Are you sure?"
Red shouted, one hand raised in a ready punch.
"Or has the cold addled your brain?"
"No, Red," the soldier replied, his head hanging low.
"And you, West, have you got something to say?"
Red asked the other soldier.
"No, Red,"
West hastened to reply, and Tara filed their names away in her memory bank. West and Thomas. Traitors. Both of them.
"Good. Make sure it stays that way."
Red turned away with a brisk nod and followed Perez to King's side. King still lounged inside the van with his bad knee propped up on the dashboard. Bannock had wrapped a bandage around the injured limb, the only first aid they had available to them on the road. Tara patted her pocket full of painkillers with a self-satisfied smile. They didn't know about the little pills, and she wasn't about to share that knowledge either. Finders keepers, losers weepers. King got out of the seat with a grunt of pain, his leg lifted off the ground. He stared at Perez and Red as they approached, his expression anything but friendly.
"Where is she?"
Red shrugged.
"She gave us the slip, Lieutenant."
"Gave you the slip?"
the lieutenant asked.
"Yes, sir."
"And you looked everywhere?"
"Yes, sir."
"That can't be right."
"Sir?" Red asked with a frown.
"Well, if you looked everywhere, you would have found her,"
King replied. He shifted his attention to the other two soldiers. They shuffled their feet and avoided his gaze. To Tara, they looked like naughty schoolboys standing in front of the principal.
Oh, they're in for it now. Someone's gonna get it.
"What have you got to say for yourselves?"
King asked. Neither one of the two answered.
"Where's the girl?"
Thomas and West shook their heads, faces pale beneath King's icy glare.
"Come on, then. Answer me."
We don't know, Lieutenant. She disappeared into the forest," Thomas managed to say after a while.
"Disappeared into the forest," King mused. "How clever of her."
His voice was deceptively mild, and Tara couldn't help but feel threatened even though his comment was not aimed at her. She rocked back on her heels, one hand feeling for the screwdriver between her shoulders. The van creaked beneath her weight, and King's gaze shot to hers. Their eyes connected, and his nostrils flared. Before Tara could utter a word, King nodded at Perez.
"Fetch the doctor and bring her here."
Perez obeyed,
crossing the distance with swift strides. He slid open the door and reached for Tara. She tried to duck, but he caught her upper arm in an iron grip and hauled her out of the vehicle. Without mercy, he dragged her across the ground until they came to a halt in front of King. Despite the pain in her ribs, Tara yanked her arm free from Perez's grip and faced King with her chin lifted and her shoulders square. "Yes, King, what do you want?" King's eyes narrowed, and his manner grew even colder if possible.
"What I want is for you to obey. You gave me your word back at the house, remember? You promised you would do whatever I said if I spared the girl's life. Correct?"
Tara nodded. "Correct."
"But now she's gone, and you're to blame," King continued. "You broke your promise."
"No, I didn't," Tara countered. "You never said I couldn't help her escape."
King's lips peeled back from his teeth, and he growled. "Don't be petty, Dr. Lee. We're both grown-ups here."
"All right," Tara replied. "Then listen closely. I don't give a crap what promises you wring from my lips. They mean nothing to me. Not while I'm a prisoner. Got it?" King smiled, and the temperature in the air appeared to drop even further.
"I don't take kindly to threats, dear doctor, but I'll tell you what. I'll make you a promise right now."
Tara frowned. "What's that?" With one quick move, King pulled a gun from the holster on his belt, pointed it at the nearest soldier's head, and pulled the trigger. Tara screamed as the bullet punched a neat hole in Thomas's forehead, right between the eyes. For a single frozen moment, nobody moved, not even Thomas. A thin stream of blood leaked from the hole and ran down his face before he collapsed to the ground. With one trembling hand pressed to her lips, Tara stared at the corpse, unable to believe her eyes. Neither West, Perez, or Red moved, and even Bannock had the good sense to keep his mouth shut. "What did you do?" Tara whispered. "Why did you shoot him?"
"To teach you a lesson, my dear. Disobey me again, and the next bullet will be lodged inside that clever brain of yours," King replied. "Don't think for 1 second that I won't kill you just because I want the cure." He turned in a circle, pointing the smoking barrel of his gun at each of them in turn. "In fact, let this be a lesson to all of you. None of you are indispensable. All of you can be replaced if need be. If you fail me, you die. Got that?"
Everyone nodded in turn, though Red's eyes darkened.
"I understand."
"Good," King replied, lowering the gun.
"Now that we're all on the same page, here's what we're going to do. Perez, Bannock, and West will return to the lab with me."
Perez nodded.
"Yes, sir." "Red, it's your job to find that girl. If she makes it back to Fort Detrick, all our plans are for nothing," King continued.
"Yes, sir," Red replied, as a cruel smile twisted his lips.
"What do I do with her once I have her?"
"Kill her," King said with a dismissive wave of his hand. "No, please," Tara cried. "You can't do that."
"You should have thought of that before you helped her to escape, Dr. Lee. Actions carry consequences. Hopefully now you've learned the value of obedience."
"Spare her, I beg of you. I won't try to escape again, I promise," Tara said. "I'll do whatever you say."
"Save it, Doctor. You've already proven that your word means nothing," King replied. "The girl is dead. Forget about her."
"If you kill her, you can forget about the cure," Tara cried. "I won't produce it for you. I refuse."
"Yes, you will, Dr. Lee, or I'll cut off your toes one at a time, followed by your feet, and finally your legs."
"You wouldn't," Tara said with a horrified gasp.
"Of course I would. You don't need your legs to work, do you?" King asked. Face it, Dr. Lee. You've been outmaneuvered by a superior opponent. Accept your defeat.
Tara's shoulders sagged as weariness settled over her shoulders. The bitter tang of bile burned the back of her throat. She was beaten. "Please don't do it. Don't kill Amy," Tara pleaded one last time, though she had little hope that King would give in. She was right. He ignored her, waving Red away.
"Get moving, Red, and don't come back without the girl's heart on a platter."
"It will be my pleasure, sir,"
Red replied, but Tara didn't miss the rebellious look he shot at King as he walked away. The man was a loose cannon, too driven by rage to see common sense. One day he'll turn on King. The dog will bite the hand that feeds him. The thought gave Tara a sense of courage and stiffened her spine. If Red could stand up to King, then so could she. The lieutenant wasn't quite as invincible as he thought himself to be. Everyone makes mistakes, and when he does, I'll be there. King pointed to the van.
"Perez, lock her back inside. We need to get out of here before the sound of the gun draws infected."
"Yes, sir," Perez replied, grabbing Tara's arm once more. She allowed him to lead her back to the vehicle without protest. As they walked past the soldier's body, her eyes lingered on the pool of blood. That could have been Amy. He could have shot her just as easily to make a point. I'm glad I helped her escape. As they drove toward the lab, Tara's eyes followed Red's truck in the opposite direction. For him, the hunt had begun, but she wasn't so sure. Amy wasn't quite the pushover that everyone thought she was when they first met her. She was a lot smarter and stronger than she looked. Tougher, too. Maybe Red finds more than he bargained for. Chapter 13. Amy. Amy had driven only a few minutes when she spotted a board that announced Manassas was right ahead. Muttering a silent prayer of thanks, she concentrated on keeping the car on the road. While she'd had a few lessons, she was by no means an experienced driver, and her stomach churned every step of the way. With her hands clutching the wheel, she leaned forward and peered into the gloom ahead. While visibility was poor, she could navigate well enough by keeping her speed low and following the white lines in the middle. On the distant horizon, a gradual lightening of the sky announced the rising of the sun, and a glance at the car radio told her it was past 5 in the morning already. The thought of daylight sent a blast of fear running through her veins. She was much too close to King's hideout for comfort. Only a few miles separated Manassas from the research lab of George Mason University. If King decided to send a couple of vehicles after her, she'd be caught in no time. Hide. I have to find a place to hide for the day. Moments later, she spotted another sign that welcomed her to Manassas. After checking that her doors were locked and the windows closed, she entered the silent streets of the city. Buildings loomed on either side, dark and broody. Vehicles lined the road, abandoned by their owners, and uncollected rubbish filled the alleyways. Many of the shops had been vandalized, their windows shattered, and the contents pillaged. A few times she spotted movement in a window or an enclosed building, but never ventured closer. While it could signal survivors, it was just as likely to be zombies. Those that didn't flee the snow and blizzards were usually stuck inside a space and unable to get out. The city was a desolate sight that inspired little hope, but Amy refused to give up. A growing orange glow on the horizon spurred her on, and she cruised through one block after another. Her eyes swiveled from side to side, looking for a place to hide from King's men. Especially Red. She considered a couple of apartment buildings and a hotel or two, but none of them appealed to her. They were too obvious, too fancy. She wanted the kind of place that would fly under the radar and go unnoticed by passers-by. Plus, it had to have space for the car. The last thing she needed was for it to be flagged, bullet holes and all. The suburbs were a no-no as well. The houses were too open and exposed. After 10 more minutes of aimless driving, Amy found herself in a rougher part of town. The buildings were dilapidated and run down. Most of them needed a fresh coat of paint, and the roads required repair. The raw taint of sewage hung in the air, and she spotted several rats scurrying about the sidewalks. There were bodies, too, decomposed and rotting on the tar. Not even a thin layer of snow could freshen up the atmosphere. While the place was uninspiring, she didn't leave the block. If she felt awful about it, others would too. Besides, it struck her as the last kind of neighborhood that King and his men would search for her. Amy finally found what she was looking for in a small convenience store. Its front windows were still intact, and there was space for the car in the alley next to it. A second floor with small shuttered windows indicated a possible apartment as well. Well, it's worth a look anyway. She drove up and down the street, studying her surroundings. Her keen eyes cataloged every feature and analyzed it for possible threats, just like Alex had taught her. The buildings on either side of her target were multi-storied apartment blocks. Many of the windows were smashed, and a couple of curtains whipped lazily in the breeze. Across the road were a couple of other shops and an office building. The shops gaped open and empty, while the offices were locked tight. Further down the street, a small clinic offered free health care to the poor, and it was here that she encountered a bloody scene of carnage. Looters had stormed the clinic, either looking for a cure for the Vita virus or drugs. Either way, they'd slaughtered the staff. A nurse lay slumped over the windowsill, a jagged piece of glass embedded in her middle. Another lay sprawled in the doorway, one hand resting on a bloody clipboard. Bullet holes riddled the walls, and pools of old blood covered the sidewalk. With a shiver, Amy slowed to a stop and stared into the interior. The lightening sky allowed her to make out a few details, and she spotted several bodies inside the front lobby. There was a child. One foot was bare, while the other wore a tiny sneaker. Bile rushed up her throat, and she swallowed hard to stop herself from vomiting.
Oh, God, that poor kid.
As traumatic as it was, she forced herself to keep looking. She had to make sure the clinic was deserted. She couldn't afford for lurkers or infected to prowl the street while she had nothing to defend herself with, which led her to another point. She needed to locate a gun shop, or a gun and ammo. While the zombies might be scarce during the winter, that didn't mean they weren't around. After a few minutes, Amy turned the car around and returned to her chosen hidey hole. As far as she could see, both the clinic and the street was empty. Other than the rats, nothing moved. The only other people around were either in hiding or dead. She rolled to a stop in front of the small convenience store and studied the interior. It appeared to be empty. The racks were bare, and a sign on the door announced that it was closed. The owner had relocated, taking everything with him. It explained why the place hadn't been looted, and hope rekindled in her breast. If the owner was gone, she had nothing to worry about. Placing one hand on the door handle, she squared her shoulders. Here goes nothing. Amy left the warmth of her vehicle with a regretful shiver. In socked feet, she crossed the pavement and tested the front door. It stuck in the frame at first, but a determined push cracked it open, and the door swung wide. For a tense moment, she waited, prepared to rush back to the car. But nothing happened. She moved forward and tested the air with a sniff. It was clean, with no hint of rot or decay. That was a good sign, and she slowly walked deeper into the shop. By now, the sun was well up into the sky, and she guessed it was past 6 already. Light streamed in through the windows, allowing her to make out the interior. The sign on the front proved correct. Whoever used to own the store had stripped it clean and made a run for it. Smart for the owner, but not so great for Amy. A thick layer of dust coated the counter and empty racks, highlighting the fact that there was nothing of use left behind. At the back of the shop, she encountered another disappointment. The door leading to the second floor was locked tight. Both the frame and wood was sturdy, and there was no way she'd be able to break it down. There were a small storeroom and a toilet, however. Both sported thick curtains on the windows, and there was an old sofa against one wall. Even so, the shop would provide her with shelter and a hiding spot for the day. She had water and could go without food for the time being. It would also give her the chance to plan her next move. It'll have to do, I guess. With her decision made, she settled down for the day. It only took a minute to park the car in the alleyway next to the shop. The uncollected rubbish that decorated every street now came in handy as camouflage. Once the car was suitably hidden beneath the mountain of black bags, she went back into the shop. A final look up and down the street proved it was still empty, and she quickly pushed an empty rack up against the door. Feeling a little bit safer, she searched the counter and till for any forgotten items. All she found was a couple of paper clips, a telephone directory, and a map. Nonetheless, she gathered it all up and retreated to the storeroom. After dumping her treasure onto the sofa, she went to the bathroom and tested the tap. To her amazement, water flowed out. It was brown at first, but soon cleared. There was even a sliver of soap and half a roll of toilet paper next to the basin.
Holy crap, I can't believe it. Miracles never cease,
Amy cried aloud before clapping a hand across her mouth. Sounds traveled, and she didn't want anything to hear her. Careful now. With a massive grin on her face, she quickly stripped off her clothes and washed the mud from her skin. It took a lot of maneuvering in the tiny wash basin, but she managed to cleanse both herself and her hair. The cut on her forehead required extra care. Once the mud was gone, it started bleeding again. Eventually, she tore one arm off her pajama top and wrapped it around her head like a bandana. By that time, she was shivering with the cold once more and got dressed with haste. The thick curtains on the window provided a makeshift blanket, and she curled up on the sofa to rest. Not even the dust prevented her from heaving a sigh of relief as her aching body melted into the warm cushions.
Now this is heaven.
Flexing her fingers, she shoved them into her jacket pockets, but frowned when one hand encountered an object. It was the police officer's wallet, a worn leather square that smelled of polish and cologne. Curious, she opened it. The first thing she saw was his identification, and it confirmed her earlier suspicions. Officer Stephen Greenfeather was indeed of Native American descent and in his late 20s. It also gave away his address, a house somewhere in the suburbs of Manassas. As she flipped through the wallet, 2 slips of paper fell onto her lap. The first was a photo of a woman and a little girl. Both were beautiful with their long brown hair and dark eyes.
This has to be his wife and daughter. I wonder if they're still alive.
The second piece was a note written in a childish hand. It read, "I love you, Daddy," and was covered in little hearts and kisses. Amy turned it over and gasped, surprised to find the note dated. Even worse, it was dated 2 days earlier. I guess that answers my question. The wife and kid are still alive. Hot tears welled up in Amy's eyes as she thought of the man's family waiting for him to return. Their growing despair as yet another day passed without a sign from him. If they only knew. With a sigh, Amy laid her head down on the couch. She was exhausted and in pain, both physically and emotionally. Everything that had happened since she'd been kidnapped crashed down on her like a ton of bricks. It was all too much to handle, and her tired brain shut down. Within seconds, she was fast asleep. Chapter 14. Dylan. Dylan? Wake up, Dylan. Huh? Dylan's eyes cracked open to reveal a magazine plastered across her face. She blinked at the blurred writing, not realizing where she was. Dylan, wake up, a stern voice said, accompanied by a rough hand on her shoulder. What? Dylan yelled as she jerked upright, instantly regretting the move. Every bone in her body screamed in protest as she unfolded her long legs from the uncomfortable chair she'd slept in. An empty polystyrene cup clattered to the floor, spilling a few drops of coffee, and one boot shot across the room to land with a thud against the wall. The magazine crumpled to the floor, the pretty face of a now-dead model smiling up at her with perfect teeth. She pressed one hand to her thumping breast. Holy shit, don't do that. You scared me half to death. Who is it? It's me, Ethan, the voice replied. Dylan came awake in an instant and shot to her feet. I'm sorry, what happened? Is it Alex? Is he okay? Please tell me he's okay. Ethan raised a hand to forestall her many questions. Please, be quiet. Dylan snapped her jaw shut and stared at him with wide eyes. Go ahead. Ethan glanced at the clipboard in his hands and said, The operation was successful. We removed the bullet lodged in his chest and repaired the damage to his collapsed lung and other organs. His vitals look good, and he's stable for the moment. Oh, that's wonderful news, Dylan exclaimed. It doesn't mean he's out of the woods yet. There are still many things that can and probably will go wrong. Infection is one of them. Dylan nodded. I understand. Can I see him, please? No, he's sleeping, and that's the best thing for him right now, Ethan replied with a firm shake of the head. Dylan sighed. I understand. Do you have any idea when I can see him? Perhaps later this afternoon. Otherwise tomorrow, Ethan said. It all depends on when he wakes up. All right, thanks for letting me know, Dylan said. No problem. Look, about earlier with the nurse. I don't want to hear another one of your excuses, Dylan. I'm tired, and I've just come out of a 6-hour surgery. I'm not in the mood. Please, Ethan, just hear me out, please, Dylan begged. He sighed. Make it quick. I know I shouldn't have done that to the nurse, and I'm sorry. Do you even remember her name? Ethan interrupted again. Her name? Dylan asked with a dumbfounded look. Yes, her name, Ethan prompted with a look of impatience. She has one, you know. Yes, of course I know. It's... Goodbye, Dylan, Ethan said as he spun on his heel. No, wait, it's Phyllis, Dylan cried, reaching out for his hand. She grabbed and squeezed his fingers. Am I right? He nodded with more than a touch of reluctance. It is. See, I do care, and when I see her, I'll apologize for my actions. No, Ethan yelled. Rather not. She's quite traumatized, and the sight of you will just make it worse. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. An awkward silence descended while their fingers lingered together. Dylan was the first to pull away, a deep blush staining her cheeks. She turned aside and wrapped her arms around her middle. I don't know what's wrong with me. I keep losing control, and I'm so angry all the time. You can't keep blaming the Vita virus, Dylan. I know it caused damage to your brain, but look at Saul and Nick. They know how to keep themselves and the virus under control. I know, but it's harder than it looks, Dylan protested. Stop acting like a child. Yes, it's tough, but you need to get a grip, Ethan said, his voice hard and uncompromising. I know. You can't keep running around, causing havoc whenever you feel like it. I know. You're not special, and it's about high time you start considering other people's feelings. I know. Ethan stopped mid-rant and stared at her with a suspicious look on his face. Why do you agree with everything I say? That's not like you. I agree with you because you're right, Dylan replied. That's never happened before. I can admit it when I'm wrong, Ethan, and I've been wrong about a lot of things lately, Dylan said. Like what? The fact that I think I can treat people however I want because of the virus. That I think I'm the only one who's had it rough because of my upbringing. Dylan slumped back down onto the chair. The truth is, I didn't like the way the nurse looked at me earlier, like I'm a vicious monster or something. Ethan sighed and ran one hand through his dark hair. I don't know what to tell you, Dylan. All I know is that you'd better figure things out, because if you don't, somebody is going to get hurt. Someone like you? She asked with hesitance. Me? Ethan asked. I hurt you, didn't I? Dylan said. I hurt you badly. Ethan stared at her for a few seconds before nodding. There was a time when I thought there was something between us, something special. I was wrong. Dylan looked up at him, and it felt like a fist was closing around her heart. You weren't wrong, Ethan. There was something between us. Then why did you pick him? Ethan asked. It's hard to explain, Dylan said, her shoulders drooping beneath the weight of his stare. Try, Ethan said. For once, just try, because God knows I've tried to figure it out, and I can't. I thought we were meant for each other, and then you chose Nick. Nick with his stupid jokes and his stupid grin and his stupid everything. Dylan blinked, taken aback by the raw hurt in Ethan's voice. I didn't know you felt that way. Of course I do. There was a time when I'd have trusted my life to you. You still can, Dylan protested. I'm still your friend. Friend? Ethan repeated. I don't want to be your friend. But I left my home to look for you, he added. My family, my friends, my practice, everything. I left it all behind for you. I know, and I'm sorry, okay? Dylan cried as guilt rushed through her veins. Sorry? I don't care about sorry. I want to know why, he bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the small room. Dylan stared at him as the echoes faded away. All these weeks, she'd never suspected that he was hiding such a wealth of pain. She'd never thought of the damage her careless actions caused to a man of such intelligence and integrity. I loved you, Dylan, he said at last, all the fight leaving his posture, and he stood, a man defeated. Just tell me why. All right, I'll try, Dylan replied after clearing her throat. You know when you told me to let go of Phyllis earlier? Yes, I remember. It was the look in your eyes that made me stop. That look of shock and disbelief, Dylan said. Like you couldn't believe me capable of such horrible deeds. Ethan frowned. I don't understand. You're a great guy, Ethan. A surgeon with a brilliant mind and a kind heart. You're almost too perfect. And I'm not. Dylan laughed. Hell, I'm so far from perfect, it's not even funny. I still don't get it. You went with Nick because I'm too perfect? Ethan asked with more than a hint of disbelief. No, I chose Nick because he's flawed like me. He understands me. He'll never look at me with loathing when he realizes how far gone I am. That's ridiculous, Ethan protested. Is it? Dylan asked. Did you know that when I left Vandalia, Ray and 2 of his friends chased after me? No, You never told me that. What happened? He asked, his back stiffening. They tried to run me off the road, but I got lucky. Ray crashed his truck into a tree, and I had my chance. I shot the first one as he tried to get to his feet. He'd been thrown from the truck in the crash. An easy target. What about Ray? Ethan asked. Dylan shrugged. He was unconscious and slumped over the wheel. You see, both his legs had been crushed in the accident. His friend, well, he was awake, alive and kicking. Her voice dropped to a monotone as she allowed the memories to wash over her mind, and she closed her eyes to block out the sight of Ethan's face. He wanted to know who she was, so she'd tell him the truth about her. The whole truth. Ray's friend was groaning, with both hands pressed to a gash on his scalp. It bled profusely, like head wounds tended to do, and the metallic taste of blood coated the inside of her mouth. Her nostrils flared as she relished the aroma, and her stomach clenched with sudden hunger. Her vision darkened around the edges, and the world appeared washed in crimson. Before she could stop to think, Dylan dropped her gun and grabbed him with both hands. Not so cocky now, are we? Let go, you crazy bitch, he mumbled, swatting at her with his fists. She didn't feel a thing, his blows no more than the buzzing of insects. Her focus narrowed onto his face, and she sneered. I thought you wanted to have a little bit of fun. Aren't we having fun yet? He shook his head, eyes wide with fear when he looked into her eyes. Eyes that spelled out his death. Let me go, please. Dylan laughed, her gaze flickering to his throat. It looked soft and inviting, vulnerable. With a growl, she lunged forward and sank her teeth deep into his jugular. Blood spurted into her mouth and washed across her tongue. Hot, fresh, and oh so delicious. Her eyes drifted shut as ecstasy overcame her, and she sucked down deep mouthfuls of the warm fluid. Her victim thrashed beneath her, his horrified screams turning into gurgles as his life left him in a crimson stream. Dylan's eyes snapped open when he stilled, and his struggles grew weaker and weaker. She tossed him aside like a rag doll, one hand wiping away the blood that ran down her chin. It covered the front of her jersey in a red waterfall, and she sniffed at it with disgust. Ugh, so messy. She sighed. And I just had a shower. A frightened voice drew her attention, and her gaze traveled to Ray. He stared at her with wide eyes, and his voice shook when he asked, What the hell are you? What am I? Dylan asked. I'm your worst nightmare. He attempted to pull his gun from its holster, but Dylan reacted in a flash. She leaned over and snatched it away. Ray shook his head and pushed open his door. You're a monster! He struggled in his seat, attempting to climb out. But it was futile. He was pinned in place by the engine block. Oh dear, it seems like you're stuck, Dylan said. I'd help, but you know, I'm just a monster. Besides, I don't think there's much anybody could do for you now. Ray gaped down at his broken legs, aware of his awful injuries for the first time. Oh God, help me, please! I don't want to die! You should have thought of that before, Dylan said as she searched the cab for more weapons. Both his friends had been armed with handguns, plus they'd brought along a rifle. Nice stash, thanks. Afterward, she fished inside her pockets for her cigarettes and lighter. She hadn't had one in a long time. Dylan lit one with relish and inhaled the acrid smoke deep into her lungs. Ray kept begging for help, but she ignored him as she searched the back of the truck until she found what she was looking for. A jerry can. Opening the nozzle, she poured gas over the truck with methodical care. Ray watched with growing fear and realization. No, please! Oh, yes.
You can't do that, please. I'll do anything, I swear it, he screamed. Just name it, and I'll do it.
The only thing I want from you is to die, was her cold reply. Dylan stepped back and flicked the remains of her cigarette onto the ground next to a puddle of gas. With a whoosh, the fumes caught alight, and flames raced along the path she'd laid. Ray continued pleading, but his blubbering cries soon turned into agonized screams when the fire enveloped the cab. He twisted and turned as his flesh blackened in the searing heat, his clothes and hair a blazing inferno. Dylan watched for a couple of seconds before turning away. The fire was as hot on the outside as she felt on the inside. A boiling pit of lava sat inside her stomach, ready to erupt at any moment. It made her feel strong, invincible, and she liked it.
My God, you ate his flesh? Ethan asked, his voice thick with horror. Dylan's eyes snapped open as the memories faded back into the deepest recesses of her mind, and her voice grew dull. Not so much his flesh as his blood. My hunger for flesh was still growing at that point, and blood was enough to satisfy my cravings. Ethan made a choking sound. And you burned Ray alive? Yes, I did. His father searched for him for days, Ethan said, shaking his head. When they finally found his truck, there wasn't much left, and they could never figure out what happened. Now you know, Dylan said. It nearly killed his mother, Ethan continued. I had to dose her with tranquilizers just to get her through the funeral, and she tried to commit suicide twice. What do you want me to say? Dylan asked as sudden anger snapped to the fore. That I'm sorry he's dead? Because I'm not. He was out to rape me, Ethan. They were going to rape me, and what do you think they'd have done with me afterward? Let me go on my merry way? So don't try to make me feel guilty that 3 assholes have left the world and made it a better place by doing so. It's not the fact that you killed them that gets me, Dylan, Ethan replied. It's the fact that you enjoyed it. Enjoyed it? I didn't enjoy it. It was the virus, Ethan. I had very little control over my brain at that point. Hell, I even tried to eat Alex a few hours later. That's what you say, but how do I know that's true? Ethan asked. I heard you speak. I saw your face while you were telling the story. You reveled in their destruction. You weren't there. You didn't feel the fear and hopelessness I felt when Ray tried to push me off the road. The knowledge of what they were planning to do to me? The thought that I was going to die, and the rush of power when the tables got turned. Dylan looked Ethan in the eyes. Did I enjoy it? At that moment, yes. Do I regret killing them? No, I don't. But I do regret the way I did it. It still haunts me, and I curse the day I got bitten by a zombie in the first place. Now I have to live with the consequences, and the memories of what I've done. Ethan stared at her for a few moments, his expression remote. When he spoke, his voice was thick with disgust. You drank a man's blood, Dylan. You burned another alive. What else have you done that I don't know about? What are you? Ethan, try to understand, Dylan pleaded. She reached out one hand to him, but it hung in midair when he backed away. There's nothing to understand. Phyllis was right. You are a monster, Ethan said before he turned around and walked away. Dylan watched him leave without trying to call him back. She'd known what she was doing when she told him the story about Ray. She'd known it would change the way he felt about her forever. It was a sacrifice she was willing to make if it allowed him to move on. She just hadn't counted on it hurting so much. The look of loathing he'd thrown her way burned like acid, and unshed tears stung her eyelids. I'll miss you, Ethan. More than you'll ever know. Chapter 15. Amy.
Hours later, Amy woke to find herself blinded by a ray of sunlight. With one hand held up to shield her face, she blinked at her surroundings. To her disappointment, it hadn't all been a wild and silly dream. She was still in the storeroom, asleep on an ancient couch wrapped in bathroom curtains for warmth. Her brother was dead. Tara was a prisoner, and she was on the run from Red. Amy groaned and sat upright. Her mouth was dry, and she reached for the water bottle. After a couple of eager gulps later, she refilled it at the tap and relieved her bladder. After washing her face, she peered through the window. The sun hung low on the horizon, its yellow beams turning fiery red when they touched the rooftops of the city. She'd slept throughout most of the day, and now it was time to go. After a final quick wash, she sat down to wait for the last of the light to fade. Her eyes fell on the cop's wallet, and she frowned. It bothered her that his wife and kid would never know what happened to him. At the same time, she had no room for error, and a side trip was precisely that. A mistake. What if his family were dead or gone? What if they were to shoot first and ask questions later? No, I can't take the risk. She reached for the telephone directory and paged through it. Once she found what she was looking for, she opened the map and spread it out onto the floor. With the pointy end of one of the paper clips, she marked a few places of interest. Gun shops, a couple of Walmarts, gas stations, and supermarkets. Before she left town, she needed to resupply. Most importantly, she needed a weapon. Amy was under no illusions that Fort Detrick was just a quick drive away. While covering the 70-odd miles would take little more than an hour, anything could happen along the way. Traveling was no longer as easy or as simple as in the old days. Now a myriad of dangers awaited you along the way. Infected, robbers, traps, bad roads. Something as ordinary as a flat tire could mean the end of your life. While she worked in the fading light, Amy's eyes fell on the cop's wallet once more, and she opened it. Her eyes found the address, and without meaning to, she searched for the house on the map. For several seconds, the paperclip hovered above the spot. Should she, or shouldn't she? With a determined shake of the head, Amy folded up the map and tucked it away without marking the house. It's too dangerous. After packing up her meager belongings, she made her way to the front of the shop and studied the street outside. It was deathly quiet, and she decided it was time to leave. Sliding aside the barrier and uncovering the hidden vehicle cost her a few minutes. Still, she slipped behind the wheel just as the sun winked out on the city skyline. Night had fallen. The car started with ease, and she switched on the parking lights. They would have to light the way forward, since she couldn't risk announcing her presence by putting the main lights on. With the map open on the seat beside her, Amy headed to the nearest Walmart. It was only a mile away, and if she were lucky, they'd have everything she needed. Amy hummed a tuneless song underneath her breath as she drove, happy to be on the road again. When she reached her destination, a satisfied grin played across her lips. Within those walls ahead lay food, drink, proper clothes, medicine for the cut on her head, and even weapons. This is it, a one-stop shop. Driving with care, she eased the car into the parking lot and headed for the front entrance. She'd only gone a couple of yards, however, when she was forced to stop. The lot was clogged with parked cars, wrecks, abandoned carts, and corpses. There was no way she'd be able to drive through the mess. Disappointment settled onto her shoulders like a heavy weight, and she slammed her hands on the wheel. Damn it! Amy loathed having to abandon the wealth of goods inside the Walmart that loomed so temptingly close, and hesitated. Should she try it on foot? It didn't look like there was anyone there. The parking area seemed deserted. Still, It was a risky venture without any weapons or backup. Her eyes fell on an overturned cart not far away from the car. It overflowed with canned goods, cold drinks, and bottled water. She even spotted a few chocolate bars, and her mouth watered. Her empty stomach convulsed at the thought of food, while the kid in her begged for candy. "I'll be quick. Just a few seconds. That's all I need." She opened the door and slipped out of her seat while leaving the car running. On socked feet, she crossed the distance and knelt on the asphalt. She reached for the nearest items and stuffed them into her pockets. Cans of cold drinks and chocolate bars. All the delicacies that her body craved. Once she had enough, she reached for a can of pickled fish and a box of fruit juice. As she leaned forward, a shadow flitted across her vision. Amy froze with her hand hovering in midair. The hair on the back of her neck rose in warning, and her frightened eyes searched for the source of the movement. Time slowed to a crawl, and her heart beat heavily in her chest. A low growl shivered through the air moments before her gaze landed on a menacing creature. It was crouched on top of a nearby truck's roof, its head a wild mane of matted hair. Its bared teeth gleamed in the moonlight, and slaver ran down its lips. Without warning, it pounced. Amy screamed and scrambled backward as the thing scuttled toward her on all fours. In the darkness, it resembled a grotesque spider, a demonic beast with crooked limbs. With the kind of speed she didn't know she possessed, she sprang to her feet and ran to the car. Its warm interior and golden light beckoned to her with its promise of warmth and safety. All thoughts of food and sweets were forgotten as she fled from the horror that craved her sweet flesh. Her screams rose in pitch when a clawed hand grabbed her ankle and yanked her backward. Her tender skin scraped across the tar as the monster pulled her closer to its gaping maw. Bloody teeth clipped at the air. Clack, clack, clack. With a wild yell, she pulled a can of cold drink from her pocket and threw it at the creature. It hit the thing right between the eyes, and it snarled with rage. A swift kick to its jaw loosened the creature's hold, and she pulled free from its grip. Sobbing with terror, Amy clambered to her feet. The open door of her car was mere yards away, though it felt like miles. Behind her, the monster regained its balance and reached for her again. Amy's leg muscles bunched underneath her, and she shot forward like a cannonball. Head first, she dove into the car. At the same time, she twisted around as one hand reached for the door handle. She grasped it by the fingertips and pulled. The door hitched, its hinges old and rusted. Crying with terror, Amy pulled harder. It creaked every step of the way, fighting against her pull. Through the window, she spotted the infected creature. It ran toward her with inhuman speed. Before she could react, it sprang into the air with both arms outstretched. The infected smashed into the window with brutal force, and the door slammed shut. A lucky mistake that saved Amy's life. The dumb creature hadn't recognized the window for what it was. Clear glass. Still screaming with terror, Amy locked the door. She jammed the car into reverse and roared out of the parking lot at a terrific speed. The wheels spun on the asphalt as she swung the car around and shifted into drive. White smoke from the burning tires swirled around the windows, obscuring her vision. Her head swiveled from side to side as she searched. Where is it? Where is it? A loud bang above her head caused her to duck. The zombie was on top of the roof. Roaring with bloodthirsty hunger, it pummeled at the metal that separated it from its victim. There was only one thing left to do. Amy switched on the lights and sped down the street as fast as she dared. She swerved from side to side, but the infected hung on with dogged determination. Its clawed and bloodied fingers clung to the edges of the roof on either side. Suddenly, its monstrous face appeared in the windshield, right in front of her face. Wild and feral, the zombie no longer looked human. It shrieked at her with its mouth wide open, a bloody hole in the pale skin of its face. With a yell of defiance, Amy slammed both feet onto the brakes. "Get off the car!" The vehicle screeched to a shivering halt, and the infected went flying. It crashed onto the road and rolled for several yards, its bones snapping like kindling. When it came to a stop, she watched with bated breath. Please be dead. Please be dead. Illuminated in the bright glow of the headlights, the thing that used to be human once tried to regain its feet. Its head swung toward her. A bloody flap of flesh hung down the side of its face, exposing jagged teeth and a death head's grin. Broken legs pushed its torso upright, and its eyes flailed around in their sockets. Before she could lose her courage, Amy jammed her foot on the gas. The car shot forward with the zombie hunched in its sights. The weirdest round of chicken ever played was about to unfurl. Time slowed to a crawl. Across the distance, Amy and the infected locked eyes. Their mouths opened as they roared at each other with hatred and defiance. Each one was determined to win. Human and zombie, pitted against each other in a battle for survival. At the last moment, Amy swerved to the left, and the right corner clipped the zombie's head. Its skull exploded in a shower of blood, brains, and bone. The messy pink goo splattered across the windshield in a horrid display of rotten human remains. Amy swallowed hard as vomit rushed up her throat. With a flick of one hand, she switched on the wipers. Another button caused soapy water to mix with the gunk. Bit by bit, the worst of it washed away. Foam mixed with blood and brains drained off the side of the windshield. Amy stared ahead, her knuckles turning white as she clutched the wheel. Fear still coursed through her veins, mixed with the heady rush of adrenaline. Ahead of her lay the unknown, a mixture of darkness and disease. But one fact remained. She was still alive. Zombies 0, Amy 1. Chapter 16. Saul. Saul drew to a stop in front of the reserve center's gates and swore. "Damn it all to hell! King got here first!" The gates hung open, and the thick chains that secured them lay on the ground. Cut. Beyond that, there was evidence of looting. Old tire tracks led away from the area, while the warehouses stood with their doors open to the elements. Nick slammed his fist on the dashboard. I should have known he'd come after this place when he first ran. He knew where it was. Shit, he probably even had the keys to the weapon lockers. I never did find them in the Major's office. Yeah, well, crying about it won't help us now. We'd better see what's left, Saul said with a shake of his head. Revving the engine, he drove the supply truck forward and nudged open the gates. With a wave of his hand, he signaled the convoy behind them to follow. One by one, the trucks rolled onto the grounds. They parked in a row in front of the warehouses and waited while the sweeper teams did their job. It was an efficient system. 3 groups of 4 people each deployed whenever they came to a new place and swept for zombies and baddies. Once they declared the area clear, the rest moved in. Due to the hazardous nature of their trade, sweepers got paid better than most, and they also got their pick of the best equipment. Gun vests, body armor, rifles, knives, and ammo. If they wanted it, they got it. They were also the first in line for the vaccine, should Terra ever manage to produce one. Once the sweepers were done, Saul ordered a couple of soldiers to secure the gates and stand guard. Only then was he prepared to go in. "Ready, Nick?" "I'm ready," Nick affirmed, and together they walked toward the building that housed the weapons. As expected, King had gotten to the stores first. The gun lockers yawned wide open, and half the racks were empty. Saul whistled. "They didn't joke around, did they?" "Nope, but at least they didn't take everything," Nick replied. Small consolation, but beggars can't be choosers, Saul agreed. Let's load up. After they'd stripped the stores of all the available weapons, the teams moved on to the other supplies. Even after King's men had taken what they wanted, there was still plenty left. Trucks, jeeps, guns, ammunition, cases of bottled water and MREs, tanks of fuel, medical supplies, uniforms, and blankets abounded. One soldier even found explosives packed into wooden crates of sawdust. With the supplies loaded up, the men proceeded to break down the remainder. Everything was stripped bare of appliances, furniture, wiring, wooden panels, and anything else of value. Even the light bulbs, plugs, and windows were removed until the buildings were nothing more than empty shells. "This is a good haul, the best we've had in weeks," Saul remarked. "We won't be able to get it all back to the fort in one trip." "No, but I'll oversee the rest of the operation. You should be able to get what you need out of the first batch," Nick replied. "Thanks." "Have you got bodies yet? Besides Dylan, I mean," Nick asked. Saul nodded. "A couple of volunteers signed up this morning, and I'm expecting a few more to show up once I've got the needed equipment." "When are you leaving?" Nick asked. "Tomorrow at dawn. I would have liked to go today, but I've lost too much time already," Saul said with a bitter twist of the lips. "Yeah, I'm sorry. Questioning the guards took longer than I expected," Nick said in an apologetic tone of voice. "It was a waste of time anyway. Since we can't put any real pressure on them, the traitors walked away laughing behind our backs." Nick shrugged. "There's no way I can sanction torture, Saul. Not all of those men are with King." "Some of them are," Saul said with bared teeth. "And they know exactly where that bastard is holed up. If I could just make them talk." "Don't worry, they're not in the clear yet. I've given orders for every single one of them to be watched 24/7, Nick said. "If they so much as sneeze in King's direction, I'll know about it." Saul glanced at the sky. It was mid-afternoon, and thick banks of clouds had rolled in from the east. "I just hope the weather holds. The last thing we need now is a blizzard. Even just a few inches of snow could derail the search." "I know what you mean," Nick said. "Things are hard enough as it is. On the plus side, a final cold snap before spring will buy us more time. We need to prepare for the return of the zombies, and we're nowhere near ready." "That's why you can't join Dylan and me on these trips. You need to get the fort into shape," Saul said with a faraway look in his eyes. "Something tells me that when they come, we'll be in the fight for the fight of our lives." "I think you're right, and I could use your advice on the matter," Nick said. "Tara's the one you should ask for advice. She knows more about the infected than all of us combined," Saul said. "Yeah, and now she's gone," Nick added. "I should have asked her when I had the chance." "I'll find her. Don't you worry," Saul said. "I'll find Amy, too." "I know you will." "You just make sure that when I do, everything is in readiness," Saul said, throwing Nick a sharp look. "We'll be ready. I know what this means. When you find King, it'll be war." "Exactly. And I plan to win. This time he won't get away so easily," Saul said. "As for Bannock, I've got something special planned for him." Nick shuddered. "That sounds unpleasant." Saul smiled. "It is." Nick pointed at their truck. "She's loaded up and ready to go. Why don't you head back to base and sort out the rest of your stuff?" "You're staying?" Nick nodded. "Yes, I'll wrap up here. I don't want King to get his hands on so much as one more bullet at our expense." "Good," Saul said. "I'll see you later." "Don't forget to get some sleep. You're gonna need it tomorrow." "I know, and the same goes for Dylan. Enjoy your last night together," Saul said. "If I can pry her away from Ethan's side, that is," Nick said. "Ethan? Don't you mean Alex?" Saul asked. "Not really. She's always singing the doctor's praises and making excuses to visit the infirmary.
Plus, she still hasn't moved in with me, even though she's there almost every night. What's stopping her?
Saul hesitated. Look, it's none of my business, but you don't have to worry about Ethan. There's nothing going on there.
Nothing? I'm not so sure about that. I know he's still in love with her.
Yeah, but she chose you, remember? That's all that matters, Saul added.
Maybe.
Saul heaved a sigh of exasperation. Let me give you some advice.
The kind that doesn't involve zombies? Nick asked with a teasing grin.
Exactly. Don't look for something that isn't there, and don't mistake Dylan's kindness for love. She probably feels shit for breaking the guy's heart. I mean, they were friends at one stage, and he left his home for her. Wouldn't you feel bad if you were in her shoes?
I suppose.
As for the part about moving in with you, have you ever asked? Saul said, eyeing Nick with raised eyebrows.
Asked? What do you mean, asked? She knows, doesn't she? I mean, she stays over all the time. Half of her stuff is there already, Nick said with a look of confusion. Even her toothbrush and other, feminine stuff.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but you're a real dumbass, you know that? Saul said with a deep laugh. First of all, you have to ask. Women like being asked. It doesn't matter if she already lives there. She still wants you to ask. It makes them feel wanted.
Wanted?
Nick repeated. Yes, wanted. And in the second place, you live in the barracks, right? That's no place for a woman. It's time for an upgrade.
What's wrong with my place? I've got it all to myself. Nobody else stays there, and it's private, Nick protested.
Trust me, Nick. To a woman, a barracks is a dorm room for overgrown boys. It's not a home, nor the kind of place she wants to settle down in, Saul said. If you want to keep her happy, get a real house.
A house?
Saul threw his hands in the air. Yes, a house. There's plenty on the base. Just get yourself a proper home and ask her to move in with you. Better yet, ask her to pick. Nick nodded, a thoughtful expression on his face.
Thanks for the advice.
No problem. Now I've got to go. There are still a million things I need to do before we can begin the search in the morning, Saul said. Just make sure Dylan is ready to go at dawn.
I'll tell her, Nick answered. Take care of yourself.
Will do, Saul said as he climbed behind the wheel of the truck. For a moment, he stared at his reflection in the rearview mirror. It wasn't a pretty sight. His skin was drawn and his eyes drooped at the corners. I'm beyond tired. That was nothing compared to how he felt, though. The absence of Tara had created a hole in his heart. A deep, dark void that he couldn't fill, no matter how hard he tried. I have to find her. If I don't... With a twist of the ignition, he started the truck and rumbled through the gates back to base. As he passed by Nick, he leaned out of the window. Oh, and one last thing.
Yeah, what is it?
Don't waste time about it. You never know when it'll be the last time you get to see her, Saul cried. Trust me, I know. Chapter 17. Amy. Amy followed the dots on her map in sequence. After Walmart, she tried a convenience store. It looked much like Walmart had. Desolate, dark, and dangerous. Without a weapon, she didn't dare leave the safety of the car. As she cruised past, it was clear a scene of great horror had unfolded there. Her wheels rolled over hundreds of empty shell casings, and bullet holes marred the walls. The rotting corpses of men, women, and children littered the parking lot. Cars were parked haphazardly, blood smeared on the windows. A few had their trunks open, the back filled with food and water. Once, her eyes fell on an overturned baby stroller. It was empty, but the sight was enough to make her want to cry.
I hate this. I hate what the world has become. So much pain and suffering. Why?
With a determined sniff, she wiped the tears from her eyes and drove to her next destination, a gun shop. That turned out to be another disappointment, but for a different reason. It was a small place tucked away between other large buildings, but whoever had owned it had fortified the shop until it resembled a fort. Iron bars covered the windows and front door, all set in impenetrable brick walls. In the alley behind the shop was another entrance, also barred with a sheet of solid steel. Thick curtains or blinds covered any openings, and it exuded a sense of watchfulness that she found hard to define. It felt like there were eyes on her the entire time.
Maybe there is. Maybe someone is riding out the apocalypse in there.
As Amy circled, a red light flickered across her face. She brought the car to a stop, searching for the source of that tiny sliver of light. It was elusive, and she thought she'd lost it until her eyes fell on the rearview mirror. In the center of her forehead was a red dot. Perfect, round, unwavering. In an instant, Amy realized what she was looking at and jammed her foot on the gas. As she raced away, the first shot clipped the car. The bullet punched through the metal with a terrific bang, and she almost jumped through the roof with fright. The second shot whined away into the night, a clear miss. By then she was out of range, but her heart galloped in her chest like a spooked Mustang.
Holy shit! What was that?
With one trembling hand pressed to her chest, she put as much distance between herself and the shooter as possible. Whoever it was, they could go to hell as far as she was concerned.
People today are nuts! Freaking nuts!
A few more yells and expletives calmed her down enough to think, and she decided to give it one more try. After a quick look at the map, she chose a place that sold outdoor gear and camping supplies. It was called Cabela's, and it was just around the corner.
Well, here goes nothing.
When she arrived, Amy stopped at a distance to study the area with her main lights switched on. This time, she wanted to know what she was getting into. To her surprise, the parking lot was empty. Or almost empty. A couple of cars were parked next to an overturned truck. The truck was a big one, carrying a load of some kind. It looked like the driver had lost control, swerved off the road into the open space, and tipped over. It crushed one of the cars in the process and blocked off one end of the lot. The rest of the parking space was empty except for a few abandoned carts, evidence of people's haste to get away. At least there were no bodies. No zombies either, unless they were hiding, which wasn't in their nature. The memory of the infected back at the Walmart hit her hard, and Amy shuddered. That one had stalked her like prey. It was hands down the most terrifying encounter she'd ever had with a zombie, and she prayed she'd never have another. The chances of that were low, however. The reality was that every day was a battle for survival. Every day could be your last. With extreme caution, she pointed the nose of her car at the store and crept forward. When she reached the front entrance, she stopped. Her headlights lit up the shop, and she took in every detail. The wooden building was large, with several peaked roofs soaring above the ground. 2 entrances flanked a bank of windows in the middle, smashed to pieces by looters. A cluster of mannequins sagged across the windowsill of a display, a plastic family on the way to a great adventure. To her great amusement, some idiot had tagged the walls with blue spray paint. It read, "The end is here." Amy snorted. No shit, Sherlock. On autopilot, she fished a can of Coke and a chocolate bar from her pockets. They were the only items that survived her fight with the zombie. Tearing open the wrapper, she took a bite of the candy bar. The zing of sugar flooded her taste buds, and she groaned with pleasure.
Man, that's good.
A swig of the Coke placed the cherry on top. Due to the low temperatures, the liquid was cold. Much better than the lukewarm stuff you had to force down in summer. The bubbles burned the back of her throat, and for a moment she could almost imagine she was a kid again. Once she'd finished her snack, Amy felt more energized. It was the first food she'd had all day. She switched her attention back to the store and peered into the interior. Besides the smashed windows and overturned carts, there was a wealth of stuff just lying around. She was worried about lurking zombies and bad guys, but reckoned the lights would have lured them out by now. After gnawing on her bottom lip for a few seconds, Amy made a decision. I'm going in. This looks like my best shot compared to the other places. After switching off the car, she took a final look around to make sure the coast was clear. Satisfied, she got out and ran toward the front entrance of the store. At the risk of running the battery dry, she'd left the headlights on. With no flashlight to show her the way ahead, she had little choice. At least I can see where I'm going. In her head, she recited the items she needed the most. Everything else was a luxury. The quicker she was in and out, the better. While the car's headlights were a necessary evil, they could also draw in potential baddies or infected. Maybe even red. That thought scared the living daylights out of her, and she wanted to move as fast as possible. However, her socked feet weren't meant for the maze of shattered glass and debris that faced her. She was forced to pick her way through with care until she was over the threshold. There, she paused for a few seconds to get her bearings. The shop was huge, its extended interior dark and threatening. The smallest sound echoed through its halls, and the taint of rot hung thick in the air. Strangely, it smelled like rotten fish. Wrinkling her nose, Amy decided to stick to the front. She was not about to brave the darkness empty-handed and dressed in pajamas. Not a chance. Nuh-uh. No way. Forget it. Instead, she headed for the mannequins and picked through the fake family until she found what she was looking for. A teen girl roughly the same size as her. The tags revealed that the staff had chosen each item with care. The clothes were expensive and made for durability, quality, and the roughest of weather. Perfect. Amy set about stripping the doll. First, she pulled off the backpack. To her delight, the pack carried a water canteen, a bedroll, and a flashlight attached to the canvas with a cord. She gave the torch a try, but no luck. It needed batteries. Once she had the pack unzipped, she stuffed in the rest of the mannequin's clothes with lightning speed. Gloves, hat, scarf, jacket, pants, belt, jersey, shirt, and socks. The boots she put on immediately. The last thing she needed was to cut her feet on a piece of glass. Plus, they'd help her run and fight if need be. With the backpack slung onto one shoulder, she sped about looking for the other things she needed. A till close to the front provided a host of small items. After checking that nothing lurked around the counter, she quickly helped herself to a couple of energy drinks, water, protein bars, an extra flashlight, and batteries. A nearby rack had the underwear she needed, including extra socks and a set of thermal wear. With her pack filled almost to the brim, Amy worked her way back to the car. She wasn't happy with her selection, though. The things she needed the most besides proper clothes were still lacking. She ran down the list in order of importance. A gun with extra ammunition, a secondary weapon like a knife, a jerry can for additional fuel, a box of matches or a lighter, a first aid kit, and a few blankets. That, coupled with what she'd scavenged already, would get her back to Fort Detrick if she took the car. Assuming something didn't happen along the way, she'd reach her home within a day or two at the most. She could sleep in the back and survive on energy drinks and stuff. However, if she lost the car for whatever reason, she'd need a whole lot more to get her back to the base. A tent, cooking gear, real food, a water filter, and fire starters at the very least. The question was, did she dare brave the interior of the shop, or did she make do with what she had? In the end, she realized she didn't have a choice. She was almost sure that Red was after her. King could not allow her to make it back to Fort Detrick. If she did, his base of operations would be compromised. With Red on her tail, she needed a weapon. It was the one thing she could not do without. As sure as spring followed winter, he'd find her. He was that kind of man. Ruthless, determined, and obstinate. And when he found her, he'd kill her. Unless I kill him first. With her mind made up, Amy took the spare flashlight and popped in the batteries. With a flick of the switch, the beam shone sharp and bright. She walked back toward the shop and picked her way over the threshold. Once inside, she found a working cart and made her way to the hunting and fishing section. It was dark inside the store. Dark and ominous. Everywhere she looked, she imagined crouching monsters. Fear coursed through her veins, and more than once she considered abandoning the search. It took every ounce of courage she possessed to keep going. At last she reached her destination, the hunting sector. To her dismay, the racks were bare, stripped of all the guns.
No, no, no! It can't be!
Abandoning the cart, she searched every nook and cranny, even crawling around on her hands and knees. As she was about to give up, a glint of metal beneath one of the counters caught her eye. She pulled out the item and nearly cried with relief. It was a Remington pump-action shotgun, model 870, her kind of weapon. She turned it around in her hands, admiring the finish. The synthetic stock felt smooth in her hands, and it carried a 6-round magazine, much better than the standard 3 rounds she was used to. Now all I need is ammunition. A second hunt around the area revealed a drawer filled with ammo, and she pulled out a box of shells. Without wasting a second, she loaded the weapon and practiced holding it and aiming. It felt comfortable in her hands and gave her a much-needed sense of security. With the most important item on her list fulfilled, she broadened the search. Further in, she found a small axe she could wield with ease, hand and feet warmers, a first aid kit, a utility knife, a raincoat, and a space blanket. Amy wheeled her cart down the next aisle with a smile on her face. The dark interior of the store still creeped her out, but the gun and flashlight helped a lot. Plus, she was getting used to being scared all the time. The rotten fish smell turned out to be a giant aquarium filled with dead fish and stagnant water. It was an awful sight, but it wasn't zombies. She'd take dead fish over infected any day. It was with a sense of confidence that she entered the camping section. She was on the lookout for a small tent when something crashed to the ground. Her heart jumped into her throat as she tried to pinpoint the noise. It was hard to tell in the gloomy, echoing store. Minutes passed while Amy stood silent in one spot, every sense on high alert. Her stomach churned, and her palms grew sweaty around the stock of the gun. Finally, she decided to go back to the car. It was better to be safe than sorry. She had enough supplies to tide her over. With the shotgun gripped tightly in her right hand, she pushed the cart with the left. The rickety wheels rolled over the dusty floor, and to Amy's ears, it seemed far too loud. She was sure the entire town could hear her. Her mouth grew drier with every step she took, and her knees began to shake. Her head swiveled on her neck until she resembled an owl. By the time she reached the entrance, she was ready to faint.
Come on, you're almost there. Keep going.
Maneuvering the loaded cart through the strewn debris and broken glass took a lot of finesse. Every snap and crackle of broken glass caused her heart to buck wildly in her chest. At last, she reached the car and opened the door. As she loaded the loot onto the back seat, Amy kept a wary eye on the store. There was something in there, she was sure of it. She didn't know what. Either way, she wasn't hanging around to find out. With her stuff loaded, she jumped behind the wheel and shut the door with a sigh of relief. One shaky finger engaged the central locking before she was able to breathe again. The shotgun lay across her lap, ready for action. Then her gaze locked onto a pair of glowing eyes right ahead of her. They stared at the car from within the store, too high up to be caught in the headlights. "What the—" Amy had no words for the terror that coursed through her veins at the sight of those golden orbs glowing in the dark. They blinked lazily, almost as if the owner were taunting her. Before she could make a move, they jumped away and disappeared back into the darkness. Whatever it had been, it was gone. It took several moments before Amy could gather her wits enough to drive. When her overwrought brain calmed down enough to think, she realized the eyes must have belonged to an animal of some kind. A cat or a raccoon, maybe. Humans and zombies weren't the only creatures that needed to eat. We're all hunters now. Or prey. Chapter 18. Tara. After 10 minutes of driving, the van drew to a stop. Tara stirred in her nest of blankets and lifted her head. As she'd suspected, they'd arrived at their destination, the Biomedical Research Lab at George Mason University. A lofty sign announced the location, but someone had spray-painted Zombie Town all over it. 2 guards wearing army uniforms and automatic rifles saluted King from their stations at the entrance. One opened and closed the gate for them, while the other did a quick inspection of the van. He passed them through, and Perez drove up to the lab's main entrance. Tara sat upright and peered through the windows, curious about her new home. She noticed a lot of activity along the way. Groups of men strung rolls of barbed wire along the fence, while others walked around with wheelbarrows and spades. Even more were at work building guard towers, mounting guns, and clearing vegetation. Several vehicles of army issue dotted the grounds, and she wondered where King got it all from. He must have raided a base or army depot. At the main entrance, they stopped again, and Perez got out. He opened the back door and beckoned to her. "Come on, the lieutenant is waiting." Tara stared at him for a brief moment, but resistance was useless, and she obeyed with reluctance. After grabbing both her and Amy's bags, she climbed out of the vehicle. Outside, King waited for her with a look of deep displeasure on his face.
"Bannock, fetch me a cane."
"A cane, sir?" Bannock asked. "Where would I find a cane?"
King sighed. "There's one in the main office, you idiot. Stuck in a basket along with a bunch of umbrellas."
"Crutches would be better," Tara said with a smooth expression.
"What?"
King asked, not happy with her interference. "Well, I don't know much about knee injuries, but that looks pretty bad," Tara said, eyeing King's swollen knee.
He scowled. "No thanks to you."
"Oh, no thanks is necessary. It was entirely my pleasure," she replied with a wide grin.
"You know, Dr. Lee, one day that mouth of yours will get you killed," King said.
"Perhaps, but until then, don't expect me to mince words around you," Tara replied. "You did kidnap me, after all." King shrugged.
"It's your funeral, madam. Bannock, fetch a pair of crutches from the infirmary."
"Yes, sir," Bannock grumbled before setting off.
"West, show Perez around and introduce him to the others. From now on, he's my new second-in-command."
"Yes, sir." Perez and West disappeared into their new home, while Tara and King lounged against the side of the van.
After a time, Bannock came huffing and puffing back with a set of gleaming new crutches. His face looked like an overripe tomato, and sweat dripped from his chin.
"Good God, Bannock, you really are unfit," Tara exclaimed. "Maybe you should lose a few pounds. It is the apocalypse, after all."
"Shut up, will you?" he said, struggling to regain his breath.
She shrugged. "I'm just trying to help. You know what they say. The fat ones get eaten first."
He shot her an ugly look. "Fuck off, Lee."
Tara laughed. "It's Dr. Lee. I worked for my degree, unlike you."
Now, children," King said with an admonishing look. "No more fighting. You'll be working side by side from this day onward."
"Over my dead body," Tara said with a snort.
King fixed her with a cold look. "Carry on, and that might be arranged."
Tara folded her arms across her chest. Whatever.
"Though I do agree with your assessment of Dr. Bannock," King added, fixing the squirming academic to the spot with a baleful glare.
Once Bannock had sweated enough, King accepted the crutches. After a few preliminary steps, he nodded.
"Good enough. Follow me, Dr. Lee. It's time to show you to your new quarters."
"Whoopee," Tara grumbled under her breath. "What about Bannock?"
King halted. "Dr. Bannock, please drive the van to the back of the kitchen and unload the supplies."
Bannock gaped at King. "Unload the supplies? But I'm a scientist, not a servant."
King's expression grew cold and stiff. "You are whatever I say you are. Got that?"
Yes, Lieutenant King."
King smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "There's a good boy. Besides, you could use the exercise."
Tara smirked at Bannock as she walked past him, but it was a small victory in the grand scheme of things. In the end, she was still a prisoner. King led the way up the steps and through the main entrance. A barricade of iron bars had been built in a V shape around the doors for added security. Plus, they were guarded. She didn't like the way the so-called soldiers watched her every move with lustful eyes. Despite their uniforms, nothing about them screamed army. They were just henchmen in fancy dress, which confirmed her suspicion that they'd raided an army depot. Their footsteps echoed through the halls, and Tara took care to jot down every detail in her mind. If she ever managed to escape, she needed to know the way out. That was starting to look more and more unlikely, though. Along the way, they passed through several checkpoints, and every entrance was guarded by more of King's pseudo-soldiers. The windows were barred from within, and cameras watched from above. By the time they reached the lab itself, Tara was feeling the weight of despair.
"This is impossible. I'll never get out on my own."
That meant Amy was her only hope. If the girl could alert the rest of their friends to her whereabouts, she stood a chance. If not, she was a dead woman. King, sensing her mood, smiled.
"As you can see, escape is improbable. Not only have I taken every precaution to secure this facility, but I also hold one of the only 2 key cards that can open that door."
He dangled the card he'd used to gain access to the lab in front of her eyes.
"Who has the other one?" Tara asked.
"Bannock. The man might be a fool, but he knows where his loyalties lie. He won't let you get your hands on it," King said. "And even if you did manage to get it, you'd never get out of the building."
"Your men, they're not the army,"
Tara said, fishing for information.
"That's a very clever observation, Dr. Lee. I liberated them from a nearby prison. They were starving and only too happy to throw in their lot with me."
"I'll bet," Tara said with a bitter note in her voice.
If I were you, I'd give them a wide berth. They haven't seen a real woman in months, King said. Not that you are allowed outside the lab. Everything you need is right here.
You'd let them rape me? Tara asked, horror flooding her veins.
Of course not. You're too valuable for that, and such a traumatic experience would impact your work, King replied. But if you tried to escape, such a lesson might be in order.
Tara sucked in a deep breath, shocked to the core at how far King was willing to go to get what he wanted. You're a monster.
King shrugged. Words are just labels, my dear.
You'll never succeed, Tara spat. Amy will make it back to Fort Detrick, and they'll come to rescue me. You and your men won't stand a chance.
King laughed, loud and long. I beg to differ. Even if Red doesn't catch your young companion, I've already alerted my allies at Fort Detrick. If she reaches the base, they'll be waiting for her.
Tara paled. How? That's impossible.
Nothing is impossible. Not with the right equipment, King replied with a smirk. I'll admit we're a little short on the niceties here, such as water and food, but we'll fix that soon enough. As for guns, I have plenty. More than enough for your friends should they discover my hideout.
Tara shook her head, at a loss for words.
Did you notice the guys with the spades and wheelbarrows? King asked.
Yes, what of it?
What do you think they were planting all around the fence? King added.
He mimed a mini explosion with his hands, and Tara recoiled. You mined the place?
Just one more surprise for your friends, King replied. So you see, instead of hoping for rescue, you should pray for the opposite. That way, your friends might live to see the spring.
They're smarter than that, Tara said. But inside, her dreams of freedom were dying a slow death.
You're wasting your time with false hope, King replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. Now, let me show you around. I don't have all day.
He hobbled around the lab on his crutches and switched on a desk lamp.
I've ensured that you have an uninterrupted supply of both electricity and water. That's more than the rest of us can say, so be grateful.
Tara didn't reply, but the information was useful. Blackouts meant the camera systems and alarms would go off, leaving only the guards and checkpoints to contend with during an escape.
In there are the specimen cages. Be careful. Betsy is a biter, King said, indicating a door with a sign that read, Danger.
Betsy? Tara asked with a frown. Who's Betsy?
That's what the men called her when they caught her. King shrugged. I assumed you'd need a zombie for your experiments. If you need another, say the word and I'll arrange it.
Can I see? Tara asked, reaching for the door.
You'll need this, King said, handing her another keycard.
Is this the only one? She asked.
Except for my copy and Bannock's, yes.
The door opened with a hiss, and Tara stepped into a small room. 2 glass cages lined the wall. Inside the first one stood an infected woman in her 20s with long dark hair and eyes. In life, she could have been pretty. Now, black lines covered her pale skin, and dirt matted her hair. When she spotted them, she threw herself at the door, howling with hunger and rage. Her hands left smears of blood behind, and more covered her chin and chest. Tara studied the cage.
Is it secure? Yes. That's bulletproof glass set in a solid steel frame. The only way to open it is with your keycard. If the power goes out, it switches to automatic shutdown. Nothing goes in or out. You can secure samples through the small window over there. But be careful.
You're sure she can't get out? Tara asked.
Of course, I wouldn't risk your life with poor-quality equipment. You're too
valuable. Yes, you keep saying that. But earlier you were quick to say none of us were irreplaceable, Tara interrupted. So which is it?
Both. You have the knowledge to produce a cure to the virus. That's of extreme use to me. Your possible ability to produce a vaccine even more so, King said. But if you prove to be more trouble than you're worth, I wouldn't hesitate to get rid of you.
I see.
I hope you do, Dr. Lee. For your own sake, King said.
What about food and a place to sleep? She asked.
Everything is here. You need only settle in. I'll allow you a day to rest and get familiar with your new home. After that, I expect you to get to work.
Fine, Tara replied, folding her arms.
If you have any further requests, pass them on to the guard at the door. He'll make sure I get them, King said. Now I've got to go. World domination and all that. Enjoy your new accommodations.
Without a backward glance, King left the lab. The door slid shut behind him, and she threw herself at it with a scream of frustration. It wouldn't budge. Not that she expected it to. Its smooth, shiny surface resisted all of her efforts. Finally, she sank to the ground and burst into tears. How did it all come to this? Saul, where are you, my love? I need you. But there was no one to answer her. Nothing but the clinical silence of a cold, empty lab. With a sigh, she wiped the tears from her face and stood up. For the moment, she had no choice but to accept her incarceration and obey King. He'd made it clear what to expect if she continued to rebel. That didn't mean she couldn't bide her time. There had to be a way to escape. Also, she had to trust that Amy would not only make it back to Fort Detrick, but somehow evade King's men as well. She had to have faith, an alien concept to someone like her. As a scientist, Tara didn't believe in God. She believed in facts and equations. What she could see, touch, hear, smell, and above all, prove. But Saul had taught her that there was more to life. For a soldier, he had steadfast ideas on destiny and the soul. Some of it had rubbed off on her during the months they'd been together. With a start, she realized she'd not spent a day apart from him since the outbreak started. He'd become her rock, and without him, she was lost. I guess it's time to stand on my own 2 feet again. With fresh determination, she set about exploring the lab. It was extensive, with all the equipment she needed, and living quarters had been provided for her on the far side. A glass cubicle served as a bedroom, complete with a bed, nightstand, wardrobe, and curtains for privacy. The cubicle next to it had been converted into a kitchenette. A wash basin and counter graced one wall, topped with a coffee maker, toaster, microwave oven, and a 2-plate stove. A fridge and a small table with 2 chairs rounded out the furniture. Inside the cupboards, she found cookware, cutlery, and a selection of food. At least I won't starve. There were bathrooms for both sexes, complete with showers and lockers, as well as the usual decontamination room. A thorough search of all the rooms satisfied her there were no cameras installed. There were plenty inside the lab itself, but none in her private quarters. Thank God King isn't a pervert. A killer and a monster, but no peeping Tom. Exhausted, Tara used the last of her energy to shower and crawl into bed. The blankets were thick and warm. If she closed her eyes, she could almost imagine she was home. It wasn't home, however, and she was the only living thing inside the lab. Fighting against the despair that threatened to overwhelm her, Tara called out loud, "Good night, Betsy." An answering growl made her smile. Instead of fear, she felt relief. Betsy was locked away tight, sealed behind several layers of security. There was no reason to fear her, and at least her presence meant Tara wasn't completely alone. With a chuckle, Tara added, "Sleep tight. Don't let the maggots bite." Chapter 19. Dylan. Dylan paced the narrow confines of the waiting room with barely contained impatience. Hours had passed since she and Ethan spoke, and she still wasn't allowed to see Alex. Every time she asked, she got the same excuses. He's still sleeping. He's under heavy sedation. The best thing for his body is to rest. She was beginning to think the staff all conspired against her. They probably knew about Phyllis and her fallout with Ethan. This is their idea of revenge, I'm sure of it. She ran her hands through her hair, wincing at the oily knots she encountered. Man, I need a shower. At that moment, a nurse walked past, and Dylan jumped at the opportunity. "Miss, is my friend awake yet? Can I see him, please?" "I am afraid not," the nurse replied. She was young, barely out of her teens, with coffee-colored skin and curly hair. Pretty in a girl-next-door kind of way. "Are you serious?" Dylan asked. "I've been waiting all day." "Please be patient. I'm sure they'll let you see him soon," the nurse replied. "You know what? I could be at home right now, having a hot bath, a hot meal, and a good night's sleep. Instead, I'm in a hospital, dying of hunger, stinking to high heaven, and sleep-deprived enough to become a zombie. Why? To support a friend who means the world to me, a friend I might never see again." "Ma'am, I'm sorry, but—" the nurse began. "I just want to know that he's okay," Dylan interrupted, with tears shimmering in her eyes. "That's all, I swear it." The nurse hesitated, and her gaze softened. After a quick look over her shoulder, she whispered, "He's in room 108. Make it quick, and if they catch you, you never spoke to me." Dylan grinned, the tears disappearing like mist before the sun. "Thanks, you're a lifesaver." On stealthy feet, Dylan made her way to the correct room. When no one was looking, she slipped inside and ran to Alex's bedside. He was as pale as the sheets he lay on and covered in tubes. One IV line was hooked up to some kind of medication, while another led to a blood transfusion. A monitor beeped every couple of seconds, its readings a mystery to her. "Oh, Alex, you look terrible," Dylan exclaimed. She reached out and laid a soft hand on his arm. "What will Amy think when she sees you like this?" Alex stirred at the mention of his sister's name, and his eyes fluttered open. "Amy? Where's Amy?" His voice was so soft, she almost couldn't make out the words, especially with the oxygen mask across his lips. "What's that? Are you asking about Amy?" Alex managed a shaky nod. Dylan took heart at that and squeezed his arm with gentle fingers. "Don't worry about your sister. Saul and I are going out in the morning to look for her, and I promise we won't come back without her." Alex nodded again, but that was the limit of his strength. Without saying another word, he drifted off into sleep again. Dylan sighed. "I hate seeing you like this. It's not fair. Out of all the men I know, you're the one who least deserves this." She leaned forward and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Sleep well, dear friend. I'll see you soon." Walking on tiptoe, she stuck her head into the hallway. A quick look to the left and right assured her it was clear, and she made a run for it. She'd almost reached the turn when a cold voice stopped her in her tracks. "Where do you think you're going?" Dylan froze mid-step and squeezed her eyes shut. Shit, it's Ethan. Plastering a smile on her face, she turned around. "Busted!" He scowled at her. "I did not give you permission to see Alex." "Yes, I know, but—"
Get out of my hospital."
"Excuse me?" Dylan asked, taken aback.
"You heard me. Get out."
"You can't be serious," she said. "You're chasing me away?"
"Yes, I'm serious. I want you to get out."
Ethan's voice was low and strained. "Why? Because I snuck in to see Alex? I've been waiting for hours, and I just wanted to check on him," Dylan protested.
"That's the problem with you, Dylan. You want, without regard for the consequences. Twice now you've endangered Alex's life with your reckless disregard for the rules."
"I did not," Dylan protested.
"Yes, you did. In the first instance, your actions delayed our efforts to provide life-saving treatment. In the second, you disturbed his rest, a vital part of the healing process," Ethan said. "In both instances, you disobeyed the rules. My rules. Not to mention the fact that you physically assaulted a nurse and a member of my staff."
"Look, I'm sorry, Ethan. I promise it won't happen again," Dylan said. "Just don't ban me from seeing Alex anymore. He's like family to me."
"You've left me no choice, Dylan," Ethan said with a firm shake of the head. "I want you gone."
Dylan's eyes narrowed. "Is this really about Alex and that nurse? Or is it because of what I told you?"
Ethan stiffened. "This has nothing to do with that."
"Are you sure? Because you're acting a lot like someone out to get revenge," Dylan said, folding her arms across her chest. "Is that it? Petty revenge?"
Ethan paled. "Petty? Are you calling me petty? I left everything behind to look for you, believing we had a connection, only to have you pick someone else. But I guess you did me a favor, because I could never love someone like you."
"Someone like me?"
"You know what I mean."
"Spell it out for me," Dylan prompted. "Say it, Ethan. I know you want to."
"A bloodthirsty killer, a half-human hybrid monster. That's what you are," Ethan said, the words harsh and cutting.
Dylan smiled, but it wasn't a friendly smile. "Remember those words, Ethan, because one day you'll be sorry you said them."
"Get out," Ethan said, his face turning red. "I don't want to see you in here again. Ever."
Dylan stared at him for a slow second, her lips twisted. "I thought you were a good man once. A kind man. I guess I was wrong."
"Out!" Ethan screamed, his expression one of a man on the edge of reason.
"I heard you the first time, asshole." Spinning on her heel, Dylan walked away with her head held high and her back ramrod straight. She'd be damned if she let him see how much his words had hurt her.
"Dylan, are you okay?"
a voice asked, breaking into her thoughts. Her eyes focused on Nick's figure, and she gasped. "Nick!"
"It's me."
"You heard all of that?"
"Every word."
Nick frowned.
"What's gotten into him? That's not like Ethan."
"It's a long story," Dylan said, shaking her head.
"You can tell me on the way to our place. I came to fetch you," Nick said.
"Fetch me?"
"That's right. Saul is leaving at dawn to look for Tara and Amy. If you want to go along, you need to eat and get some sleep."
"Sounds good," Dylan replied. "Let me get my things." After collecting her jacket, gloves, beanie, and scarf, Dylan walked with Nick to the barracks he occupied. It wasn't home, but at that moment, she didn't know where home was. Definitely not the house Alex got shot in. "I guess I'll have to go back there at some point to clean up the mess."
"Don't worry about it. Saul and I went there after questioning the guards this morning. We tidied the rooms and locked up. The carpet is a complete loss. We'll have to find another use for it," Nick said. "I also collected your stuff. I figured you wouldn't want to go back there anytime soon."
"Thanks, I appreciate it," Dylan said. "What about Saul?"
"He'll share with a couple of other soldiers for now. At least until Tara gets back," Nick replied.
Dylan sighed. "This is all such a mess.
Ethan, Amy, Tara, and Alex. How did all of this happen?
I don't know, but I do know we'll fix it, Nick replied.
How can you be so sure?
Because I know us, and I know you. You're strong and independent. You don't need me or anyone to fight your battles for you. That's why I didn't interfere back there. As for Saul, that man is invincible. Between the two of you, you'll find Tara and Amy, and you'll bring them back. Me, I don't scare worth a damn. I'm ready for King. Besides, if 4 bullets couldn't kill Alex, nothing will.
Dylan smiled.
Tara and Amy are nothing to sneeze at either. Those girls are tough. I wouldn't be surprised if they rescued themselves and waltzed up to the gate as if nothing happened. Nick laughed. I can picture it now.
Dylan joined in his laughter, and it felt good, but she knew she was delaying the inevitable.
Do you still want to know what happened between Ethan and me? I'm all ears. Lay it on me.
Without wasting words, she told Nick about the conversation she'd had with Ethan. By the time she was finished, she felt a bit lighter. Still sad over the loss of a friend, but lighter.
So what do you think? I think he's an asshole, Nick replied.
You do?
Of course. You didn't know what you were doing, and you had no control over your actions. It was the virus that made you crazy, Nick said. He's got no right to call you a murderer. Yeah, but there's no buts about it. If he cared about you, he'd understand. Or at least try to understand. You're right, Dylan said. Of course I'm right, Nick said, putting his arm around her. Forget about him. He's not worth your tears.
Dylan nodded. What about Alex?
Screw Ethan. He might be the boss in there, but I'm still the boss out here. You can see Alex anytime you want, Nick said. I'll make sure Ethan gets the message.
Thanks, Dylan said, leaning into Nick's side. I don't know what I'd do without you.
You'd probably be just fine, which stings a little, Nick admitted. But that's why I love you.
Dylan dragged him to a halt and looped her arms around his neck. I might not need you in my life, but I sure as hell want you in it.
That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me, Nick replied. I'm sure it comes from a movie, though.
It does not, Dylan protested.
It sounds like a movie speech, Nick teased. Shut up and kiss me, you idiot. Now I know that line comes from a movie.
Ugh, just come here already, Dylan exclaimed, drawing him in for a kiss. As their lips met, the lingering tension in her body fled. This was where she belonged. This was home. Chapter 20. Amy. Amy drove for several minutes before she realized where she was going. The Greenfeather home. Despite her decision not to go there, her unconscious mind made her drive straight to it the moment she was distracted. I can't believe I just took advantage of myself. Sucker. She chewed on her lip while she thought it over. Now that she was nearby, she might as well go over and take a look. What's the worst that could happen? Amy snorted. I could die, that's what. Nevertheless, minutes later, she rolled to a stop in front of a one-story house in an outlying suburb of Manassas. It looked like it used to be a quiet neighborhood before the apocalypse, and now it was utterly deserted. The streets were devoid of life. No cars or bodies could be seen anywhere. The houses were dark and shuttered, and the gardens were overgrown. There was a small park in the middle of the block filled with stark, leafless trees and a kid's playground. But the grass was wild and scraggly, and the empty swings creaked in the stiff breeze. Amy pulled up the handbrake and switched on the headlights. While the family might be alerted to her presence, she wanted to see what she was getting into. A stone walkway led through the yard to the front porch, and the driveway was empty. Not surprising, considering what she was driving. Someone, likely the cop, had covered all the windows from the inside with newspapers. A smart move. and she thought she spotted the outline of bars as well. It seemed he'd taken a great deal of care to keep his family safe. With the area being so quiet, they'd managed to ride out the apocalypse until now. Now their protector was dead. How do I tell them that? Where do I even begin? She was staring at something for a few seconds before she realized what it was. Blood. It was smeared on the whitewashed wall leading to the door, and a handprint marred the door jamb. Her heart skipped a beat. Oh no. Before Amy knew what she was doing, she was out of the car with the shotgun in hand. Her feet carried her over the path and up the steps before she slowed. With the gun cocked and ready, she inspected the door. It was cracked open, and she swallowed hard. That's not good. With the toe of her boot, she gave it a nudge. The door swung wide on silent hinges, and her silhouette fell across the threshold. With the car lights still on, the entrance of the house lit up like a beacon. Beyond that lay the darkness, thick and menacing. A blood trail led toward the shadows, and she wondered who it belonged to. The wife? The kid? A stranger? Please don't let it be the kid. As scared as she was, Amy couldn't turn around and leave. The thought of the little girl gave her pause, and she scraped together the remains of her courage. Clearing her throat, she called out, "Hello? Anybody there? I'm friendly, and I just want to talk." Instantly, the heavy thump of footsteps echoed throughout the house, and a tall figure sprang out of the gloom. The light fell across its diseased face, covered in black veins and clotted blood. Long black hair hung down its chest in matted strings. Acting on instinct, Amy raised the gun, aimed for the head, and pulled the trigger. The zombie's head jerked back as the 12-gauge shotgun shell blew it apart. The blast reverberated through her arms and down her spine, and her ears sang. Not wasting a second, she pumped the forearm and shucked the empty shell. With the gun raised to her shoulder, she waited for another attack. Time dragged by, broken only by the sound of her harsh breathing. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore and called out, "Hello? Is there anyone else that wants to take a bite out of me?" When nothing happened, Amy edged toward the corpse. Illuminated in the car's headlights lay the woman from the picture. At least she thought it was, from what little remained after the slug had done its job. A jagged wound on the woman's throat explained the origin of her infection. It looked fresh, too. Maybe a day old at the most. "What happened to you? Did you go looking for your husband? Food, maybe?" Amy asked in a low voice as sorrow filled her heart. "Where's your daughter?" The thought that the mom might have eaten the little girl sent a horrified shudder down her spine. Did she even want to look further? Would she like what she found? More importantly, would she survive it? She couldn't risk going into the dark house without a light, so Amy ran back to the car for a flashlight. She switched off the engine and killed the headlamps to save the battery. At the same time, she took a good look up and down the street. While it was the middle of the night, she could see well enough in the moonlight. It was close to a full moon, and the skies were clear. Nothing stirred. Even so, she needed to hurry. The blast from the shotgun would be heard for miles on such a quiet night. She'd better get out of there fast. Running back up the steps, Amy entered the house again. She stepped around the corpse and moved deeper into the house. As she walked, she called out every few seconds, "Hello? Anybody there?" Silence. The flashlight revealed a scene of chaos. Blood spatters, overturned chairs, broken cups and saucers. In the kitchen, she found a couple of bloody rags and a pool of blood on the floor. Footsteps led away from it, which led her to believe the mom had arrived back home injured. After trying to staunch the bleeding, she collapsed and died,
only to reanimate. That still didn't explain what happened to the kid until Amy stopped to think. What would I do if my mom became a monster? What would my mom tell me in the moments she had left? She'd say to me to hide. Amy walked back to the sitting room and said in a clear voice, "Little girl, if you're hiding, you can come out now. I promise I won't hurt you." When nothing happened, she tried again. "Please, I didn't mean to hurt your mom, but she was sick. She would have killed me. You understand, right?" With a sigh of despair, she considered giving up. The clock was ticking, and out there somewhere, a killer was on her trail. Then a thought occurred to her, and she cleared her throat. "I found your father. He wanted me to come here and make sure you're safe. He sent me." Holding her breath, Amy waited and hoped. After a couple of seconds, she heard something stir, and a girl stepped into the open. "Oh, thank goodness, you're alive," Amy said with a sigh of relief. "My daddy sent you?" the girl asked in a small voice. "He did. He wanted me to take you someplace safe," Amy said, silently praying for forgiveness for the lie. "Why? Where's Daddy?" "I'm sorry, sweetie, but your daddy died. Some terrible people hurt him," Amy explained. "But he sent me to fetch you and take you to a safe place full of good people." "I have to leave my home?" "Yes, but only for a little while. You can always come back later," Amy replied in a soothing voice. "What about Mommy? I don't want to leave. I want my daddy," the girl cried, her voice quivering with unshed tears. Amy knew she had to do something fast. While the child was entitled to her grief, now was not the time. Injecting a sense of urgency into her voice, she knelt in front of the girl and said, "Listen, sweetie, I'm sorry about your parents, and I know you're sad, but you have to be strong now. Bad men are coming here, so we have to leave. Understand?" "Bad men?" "Very bad. That's why we have to hurry," Amy said. "They'll hurt us?" "Yes, just like they hurt your daddy. But I won't hurt you. I'll look after you, I promise," Amy said, reaching out one hand. "Trust me, okay?" The girl thought it over before taking Amy's hand. "Oh, okay." "Good girl. Now tell me, do you have a backpack?" "Yes," the girl replied, looking confused. "That's great, because we need to grab you a few things. Can you show me to your room?" Amy coaxed. The girl took her to a small bedroom decorated with glow-in-the-dark moons and stars. "Wow, this is so pretty." "Thank you," the girl said with a shy smile. Amy stared at one wall decorated with the name Jenny, also in glow-in-the-dark stickers. "Jenny, is that your name?" The girl nodded. "I like that name. My name is Amy," Amy replied while stuffing the backpack with as many of Jenny's things as possible. Clothes, hairbrush, hair ties, a storybook, and a teddy bear. Once it was full, she led the way outside, pausing only to grab a family photo from the mantelpiece. She'll need something to remember her parents by, poor child. Rushing down the steps, Amy bundled Jenny into the back seat along with all her things. After checking that the street was still clear, she said, "Wait here in the car, sweetie, and don't say a word. I'll be right back, okay?" Jenny nodded, her eyes huge. "Okay." Amy ran back into the house with the speed of a gazelle and grabbed the girls' pillows and blankets. It was freezing outside, and Jenny would need them. Tucking the bedding under one arm, she raced back to the car. As she skipped down the steps, her eyes caught movement further down the street. She paused for a split second, just long enough to make out 3 howling figures sprinting toward them. Infected. "Crap!" Amy cried, yanking open the back door. She tossed the pillows and blankets inside without ceremony before slamming the door shut.
Jumping behind the wheel, she locked all the doors and started the engine. To her relief, it roared to life, and she jammed her foot onto the gas. With a squeal of burning rubber, she raced up the street. Only when she couldn't see the zombies chasing them anymore did she allow herself to relax.
"Whew, that was close," Amy cried. "Are you okay, Jenny?" "Yes, I'm fine," came the solemn reply. "Why don't you cover yourself in the blankets and try to sleep?" Amy asked. "When we get out of town, I'll stop and give you something to eat." "Okay." Amy watched in the mirror as Jenny settled herself in for a nap. Once the girl was silent, she turned her attention back to the road. Navigating through the rest of the city proved easy enough. While she did spot the occasional zombie, she was able to avoid them and drive off without mishap. The main problem she had was visibility. It wasn't easy using only the parking lights, yet every time she became tempted to use the main lights, she'd close her eyes and picture Red's face. That was enough to scare her back to caution. "Besides, it's not just me now. I've got a kid to look after, and I won't let him get his hands on her." With that vow fixed firmly in her mind, Amy left Manassas and headed toward the next town. According to her map, it was called Chantilly. She deliberately chose that route to stay off the highways and away from Washington. Fort Detrick, here I come. Chapter 21. King. King wrapped his fingers on the desk in a futile attempt to contain his rising frustration. His injured knee throbbed, adding to his ill humor. He knew he should be satisfied. The venture into Fort Detrick had been a risky one, and while he didn't get his revenge, he did capture Dr. Lee. Still, he wasn't a happy man. Too much was being left to chance. "Report," he barked to the unfortunate West. "Has Red secured the girl yet?" "No, sir, he has not." King sighed. "Is he close to finding her?" "Not yet, sir." "How is that even possible? He's had the whole damn day to look for her. Did she disappear into thin air?" King mused. "Red thinks she found a place to hide during the day and will continue to Fort Detrick tonight." "Oh, he does? How clever of him," King said before slamming his fist on the table. "Idiot. I don't pay him to think. I pay him to do. I want results." "Yes, sir," West replied, sweat beading his forehead. "Oh, shut up," King said with a dismissive wave of one hand. "Perez, what have you heard from our people in the fort?" King asked, shifting his attention. "After our incursion, Sergeant Dean and that foreign soldier Dlamini questioned all the guards, but were unable to get any information. They know there are spies, but they don't know who it is," Perez replied. "Good. What about the kidnappings?" "They sent out search parties but found nothing, sir. We've covered our tracks well. They have no idea where we are." "Excellent. What else?" "According to Grissom, Saul and the woman Dylan will lead another search party in the morning," Perez replied. "They plan to branch out in ever-widening circles from the fort, their numbers bolstered by other volunteers." King shook his head. "That's clever, and a problem for us. They could very well stumble across the girl if she makes it that far. What about the girl's brother, Alex? I trust he's dead?" Perez paled. "I'm afraid not, sir. He survived and is being treated at the infirmary by Dr. Hayes." King shot to his feet. "What?" "I'm sorry, sir." "I asked you to do one simple thing, and you couldn't even get that right?" King bellowed as rage flooded through his veins. "I'm sorry, sir." "Sorry isn't good enough. Sorry will get you killed. Do you understand that? Both of you?" King asked in a menacing tone of voice. "Yes, sir," Perez and West answered in concert. After a while, King slumped back into his chair with a groan, massaging his knee with one hand.
Listen closely, you two. This is your last chance to get it right. Fail me again, and you will regret it.
Perez and West drew themselves up in a desperate attempt to look competent.
Sir, yes, sir! Tell Red if he doesn't find and kill the girl, he'd better not come back here at all, King commanded.
West bobbed his head.
Yes, sir. And while you're at it, tell Grissom to make sure there's one of ours at every gate. On the off chance the girl makes it back, I want them to intercept her. They must make sure she doesn't get the chance to talk to anybody. We can't risk our whereabouts becoming known. We've come far, but we are not ready for a full-scale attack. What must they do with her, sir? West asked. The other guards at the gates won't be our men. Whoever intercepts her can volunteer to escort her to the infirmary. It won't look suspicious. A young girl like that, exposed to the elements and the trauma of kidnapping, will need medical care. Once they have her alone... King drew his finger across his throat. Understood? Yes, sir, West replied. And while they're there, they might as well get rid of her brother, too. I will not tolerate any loose ends. No witnesses, either. I'll get the message through, sir. Make sure you do, King said before switching his focus. As for you, Perez, I want you to leave tonight and head to Frederick. Wait until morning and create a distraction. A distraction, sir? Yes, you idiot. Do something to lure the search party far from the base and keep them off the roads. I cannot allow them to find the girl. She must be silenced first. What kind of distraction, sir? Must I think of everything? King asked. Start a fire, rig an explosion, whatever gets their attention. Yes, sir. Even better, once you've set the fire or whatever, have Grissom radio through to them. He can tell them that a raiding party or whatever spotted a fire and there might be survivors. They won't stop to think. King grinned. With any luck, the fire will lure a bunch of infected and they'll get caught in a trap. I won't fail, sir, Perez said. I promise. King scowled at him. You'd better not. Take West and a radio with you. You'll need to be in contact with Grissom at all times. Tell the man to be careful, though. It won't do for his extracurricular activities to become known to the fort. Yes, sir, Perez and West replied. After a final salute, they left the room, and King was able to relax. He leaned back in his chair, gazing out into the night. He was playing a dangerous game. For the time being, the odds were in his favor, but the slightest mistake could tip the balance. If Red, Perez, and Grissom did their jobs, all would be well. If not, he faced a full-on assault from the forces of Fort Detrick, and he wasn't sure who'd win.
Chapter 22. Amy. Amy yawned at the rising sun, her eyes bleary with exhaustion. Things hadn't worked out quite as she'd hoped. Driving in the dark took a lot longer than she'd thought it would. While they'd passed a couple of towns, including Chantilly, they were only halfway to Fort Detrick. She yawned again, her eyes drooping shut. She was exhausted, but didn't want to stop. She knew she should find a place to hole up for the day and sleep. Being out in broad daylight increased the risk of Red finding them, but she was eager to get home. Just a little bit further. She focused her gaze on the road and gripped the wheel with both hands until her knuckles shone white. When her eyelids drifted shut, she blinked furiously and shook her head from side to side. Her chin dropped to her chest. If she could close her eyes for a few seconds... A loud bang jerked Amy back to reality, and she woke up with a frightened cry. Tree branches and leaves scraped against the side of the car while the wheels bucked over the rocky ground. With a yank of the steering wheel, she swerved back onto the road. Slamming on the brakes, they ground to a stop in a cloud of dust. Holy crap, that was close. Her heart bounced around in her chest like a jackrabbit, while shrill screams from the back alerted her to Jenny's distress. She reached back a comforting hand. It's okay, sweetie. Calm down. What happened? Jenny asked with a sob. It's nothing serious. I just drove over a rock or something by accident. Are you sure? I thought it was the bad men come to catch us. No, it was nothing like that. It was just a silly little accident, Amy replied, lowering her voice to a soothing monotone. Everything will be okay, I promise. After a couple of minutes, Jenny had calmed down enough for Amy to take a good look around. They were in the middle of nowhere. To the back and front stretched the empty road, lined on both sides by trees. Nothing moved except for a couple of birds that flew across the gray sky overhead. Amy picked up the shotgun from its spot next to her seat and flicked off the safety. Sit tight, Jenny. I need to check that the car is all right. Don't leave me, please, Jenny responded in a scared little voice. I won't, sweetie. I'll be right here the entire time, Amy said before climbing out of the car. After shutting the door, she circled the vehicle. While the driver's side looked fine, her heart sank when she reached the other side. Both tires were flat, the wheels down to the rims. No, this can't be happening. Why both? Why? She looked back the way they came and spotted a ridge of sharp rocks sticking up into the air. Anger at her own stupidity overcame her. If she hadn't fallen asleep, they'd still have a working car. Now they'd be forced to walk. Damn it, how could I be so reckless? The urge to give up overcame her, and she crumpled to her knees. She sat with her eyes fixed on the nearest tire as if she could miraculously restore it with her mind. But the fact remained. They weren't going anywhere except on their own 2 feet. Bitter tears welled up, stinging her eyelids. How did it come to this? How? Amy, are you okay? Jenny asked from right behind her. Amy jumped, scared out of her wits. Jenny, where did you come from? I told you to wait in the car. I'm sorry. Amy sniffed and wiped away her tears. It wouldn't do for Jenny to see her in such a state. She had to look after Jenny, not the other way around. It's okay, sweetie. It doesn't matter anyway. We'll have to walk to the next town. Is the car broken? Jenny asked. Yes, the 2 tires are flat, and I only have 1 spare. Amy looked up at Jenny. Are you up for a little walk? Jenny nodded. I don't mind. My dad and I used to walk all the time. He loved being outside. That's nice, Amy said, standing up and dusting off her knees. She looked down at her clothes and realized with a start that she still wore the cop's jacket over her mud-streaked pajamas. Not once had she had the chance to stop and dress since raiding Cabela's. Fixing a bright smile on her face for Jenny's benefit, she said, Well, I guess we might as well take a break. Are you hungry, sweetie? I need to pee, came the instant reply. Amy laughed. You know what? So do I. Let's make sure there's no one around. Shotgun in hand, she did a quick tour of the area. Once she was satisfied, she allowed Jenny to do her business behind a nearby bush. When the girl was done, she also took a turn. The relief on her full bladder was instantaneous. Afterward, Amy stripped off her rags and got dressed in the clothes she'd stolen from the mannequin at the shop. Disinfectant and a clean bandage took care of the cut on her head, and she tied her hair into a rough knot. That's better, she said with a relieved sigh. It felt good to wear clean, warm gear, and she was able to loop her axe onto her belt as well. Now it's your turn, sweetie. Jenny didn't reply.
In her hands, she held her father's jacket while silent tears rolled down her face. Splotches of dried blood and ragged bullet holes marred the thick material. "I'm so sorry, sweetie," Amy said as the icy touch of grief invaded her heart. It was always there whenever she thought about Alex, but she felt it afresh on Ginny's behalf. Poor girl, she lost her entire family in one night. She's an orphan now, just like me. "This is my daddy's jacket," Ginny said, burrowing her face into the collar. "I know. He gave it to me because I was cold." Jenny nodded. "He was always nice like that. He wanted to help people. That's why he became a police officer." "He was a great man, your father. Without him, I wouldn't be alive today," Amy said, wiping the tears from Jenny's face. "You can keep the jacket. It belongs to you now. I don't need it anymore." "Thank you, Amy," Jenny murmured. "Anything for you, sweetie. Now let me help you get dressed." Once Ginny was washed and ready for the road, Amy reorganized both their backpacks. She tucked in her spare clothes, the first aid kit, flashlight, batteries, space blanket, and as much food and water as she could carry. The utility knife went into her pocket, along with the extra shotgun shells and the map. Into Ginny's pack went her extra socks, underwear, vests, her hairbrush and ties, a storybook, and the family photo she'd grabbed. She also tucked the father's wallet in there, along with an extra bottle of water and 2 protein bars. "Try this, Jenny," Amy said, handing over the pack. "Is it too heavy?" Jenny shook her head and picked up her teddy bear. "No, it's okay. I'll carry Rufus, too." "Well, if it starts to hurt, tell me," Amy instructed, before handing over a can of Coke and a packet of chocolate-covered nuts. "Eat this." "Mommy says Coke is bad for me," Jenny replied, eyeing the can with a dubious frown. "She's right, but this once won't hurt," Amy replied. "You'll need the energy. It's a long walk." After devouring 2 protein bars and a Coke, Amy felt prepared to take on the road. She draped the father's jacket over Ginny's shoulders for extra warmth and handed her a bottle of water. "That's to sip on if we get thirsty. Are you ready?" "I'm ready." "Stay close to my side the whole time, sweetie. I can't hold your hand because I need to be ready with this," Amy said, indicating the shotgun. "I'm a big girl. I don't hold hands anymore," Ginny replied. "Oh? How old are you then?" Amy asked with an indulgent smile. "I'm 8.5. Amy gasped. "Wow, you are a big girl, and you're tall for your age. I almost thought you were 10. Ginny giggled. "10? That's a lot." "Since you're a big girl, I'm going to give you a special job." "What's that?" "While we're walking, I want you to help me look for anything that moves. Anything at all, even a car or a bird. Deal?" Ginny smiled. "I can do that. Kind of like I spy with my little eye." "Yes, almost like that," Amy replied. Together, they set off down the road at a steady pace. Each kept a wary eye on their surroundings, though for Ginny it was all a game. Even so, her sharp little eyes missed nothing, and her bright chatter made the distance seem shorter. According to the map, the next town was Point of Rocks, and Amy hoped they'd make it by nightfall. It wouldn't do to be caught out in the cold woods at night, especially not with an 8-year-old in tow. While Ginny's presence was, in many ways, a blessing, it was also an added burden. Her health and safety were Amy's concern now, and the responsibility weighed heavily on her shoulders. Even so, she was glad she'd found the girl. If I hadn't gone to their house, she'd be dead. An hour passed without mishap, though Amy was beginning to feel the strain. She estimated they'd covered perhaps 4 or 5 miles, and wondered how much further they had to go. It didn't help to dwell on it, however,
and she put it from her mind. After the second hour, she noticed that Ginny was starting to lag. The child wasn't talking as much either, and the bottle of water was empty. "Hey, sweetie, let's take a quick break." Jenny bobbed her head and plonked down on the nearest stump of wood she could find. Amy dug out another 2 cans of Coke and 2 candy bars. While it wasn't nutritious food, she hoped the sugar would keep them going. As they ate, Amy noticed a steady drop in the temperature. A glance at the sky caused her eyes to widen. Thick banks of clouds were rolling in, heavy with a threat. The wind was starting to pick up, and she knew they were in for a big storm. "Come on, sweetie, we need to get going again."
"Already?"
Jenny groaned.
"My feet hurt."
"Let me carry your backpack for a while, but we have to hurry," Amy said, shouldering both packs.
"Why?"
Amy pointed to the sky. "There's a storm coming, and I don't want us to get caught outside." Jenny glanced up, and she paled.
"Yeah, let's hurry."
They set off once more, this time at a much faster pace. An hour passed, and another as the miles fell behind them with no end in sight. The storm grew ever more threatening, until at last it began to snow. Jenny was doing okay without the backpack, but Amy suffered beneath the combined weight of all their supplies. Her muscles burned, and her delicate skin was chafed raw beneath the straps. She was starting to despair when she spotted a faded sign that read, "Point of Rocks, 3 miles." On the one hand, it was a relief to know they'd made it, but on the other, she couldn't believe she had to walk 3 more miles. "I don't think I can make it." But in the end, she didn't have to. Scarcely a mile further, she spotted the outline of a building. The growing storm made it hard to see, but she thought it was a motel. One of those where you rented a crappy room for cheap when you couldn't afford a proper hotel in town. In their current situation, none of that mattered. They needed shelter, and they needed it fast. The air was freezing, and the snow was falling faster by the minute. Hope spurred her onward, and she began to run.
"Come on, Jenny!"
Within minutes, they'd reached the place, and Amy was proved right. It was a motel. Not a very big one, by usual standards, and pretty run down. To her, it was perfect.
"Guess what, Jenny? We've got a place to sleep for the night, and in the morning, I'll see if I can find us a new ride." "What about zombies?"
Jenny asked. "Don't you worry," Amy said. "I'll make sure it's safe."
"What about me?"
Amy eyed the girl. "Have you ever shot a gun before?"
"A little bit. My dad taught me some last summer,"
Jenny said. Amy lifted the shotgun. "Do you think you could handle this?"
"I could try."
"Let's see. You hold it like this, over here and here." Amy proceeded to give Jenny a quick lesson in firing. "Just lift, hold it very tight against your shoulder, and squeeze the trigger. Got it?" Jenny nodded. "Good girl. Remember to hold it really tight against your shoulder, right there," Amy added. "Your jacket is thick, which should help with the recoil."
"Recoil?"
Jenny questioned. Amy ruffled her hair. "Never mind. Just remember what I told you."
"Okay."
With the axe in hand, Amy approached the room right at the end of the line. It was the closest to the road and escape, and its windows were barred. A light tap on the door brought forth nothing but silence, and the door was locked tight. The number read 28, and she jogged to the reception area with it fixed in her mind. The doors were propped wide open, and the counter was covered in dust. The till yawned empty, and she guessed the staff had made a run for it on Z-Day with what cash they could grab. On the wall behind the counter hung the keys, and she quickly took them. Back at the room, she unlocked it with the axe held ready to strike. When nothing attacked, she stepped inside and gave it a quick once-over. The ensuite room was empty, and apart from a layer of dust, it looked clean. With a massive grin on her face, Amy ran to Jenny and grabbed their stuff. "It's clear, sweetie. We've got a place to spend the night. Whoop!" Red cruised along the road in his truck, his sharp gaze missing nothing. He'd been driving all night and all day. Dusk was falling, he was tired, and his temper was close to boiling point. He'd almost blown his top when that moron West relayed King's threat. Come back with the girl or not at all. "Who the fuck are they to threaten me?" Red growled for the 100th time. It didn't matter, though. He'd find her, and when he did, he'd wrap his fingers around her throat and squeeze until the life faded from her eyes. As for King, one day he'd discover who Red really was, and he'd be sorry. But first things first, the girl. Another couple of miles passed before he spotted the police car by the side of the road. After a quick inspection, he determined the girl was on foot. She'd taken what supplies she could carry and hoofed it to the next town. With any luck, he could catch her by the side of the road. 20 minutes later, he drew to a stop not far from a motel. A bad storm had blown in, and the snow was falling fast and thick. If the girl had any sense at all, she'd have sought shelter in one of the rooms. He fumbled for the binoculars inside the glove box. She has to be here. With the lenses pressed to his eyes, he searched the building. He was looking for any sign of her presence, any sign at all. Suddenly, a door opened, and there she was in the flesh. All his anger and rage surged to the surface, and he longed to get his hands on her. As he reached for the door handle, a slow grin spread across his face. "There you are, you little bitch. The time for running is over." Chapter 23. Saul. Saul marched down the row of vehicles prepared for the search party. There were 4 in total. Army Humvees with mounted machine guns. Fully enclosed and steel-plated, the vehicles were an awe-inspiring sight. Each carried 3 people, the driver, a gunner, and an extra passenger. That brought the total party up to 12. All were dressed in Army combat uniforms, complete with a helmet and Kevlar vest. While these items might not help much against the infected, they did protect against stray bullets. In addition, each person carried a rifle, a sidearm, a combat knife, extra ammunition, a couple of grenades, and a walkie-talkie. Loaded into the back of each Humvee was a selection of food, bottled water, camping gear, extra fuel, a first aid kit, and more ammunition. He'd made sure that he got the best of the best, and everything was in readiness for the search. "I am not coming back until I find Tara, and that's final." As Saul completed his final inspection, he nodded at each of the men and women who gathered around. They were good people who'd volunteered to join the mission. None of them were soldiers, but all of them were tough, loyal, and experienced fighters. The kind he could entrust with his life. His gaze locked with Dylan's, and she nodded, her expression somber. She was as eager as he was to find Tara and Amy. Clearing his throat, he addressed the group. "Thank you all for volunteering for this mission. It rests on our shoulders to find our kidnapped friends and bring them home. Let's do this." A round of cheers rose in the air before everyone sought their places. The roar of 4 engines blasted slumbering birds from a nearby tree, and they were off. As the sun peeked its head over the far horizon, the convoy left Fort Detrick and headed for the center of town. Once there, it turned left and began the first of many sweeps around the base. Every time they completed a circle, they moved farther out and repeated the procedure. It was time-consuming and frustrating, but also efficient. There was little chance that they'd miss any signs of King or his men. By late afternoon, however, Saul was starting to doubt his tactics. He squatted next to a small cooking fire with Dylan, sipping on a hot cup of coffee. He'd called for a brief break to give everyone the chance to unwind. Rattling around the city in the cold, picking off stray zombies, wasn't exactly fun. It also allowed him to talk to Dylan in private.
This is a waste of time. We haven't even swept Frederick, let alone the gazillion other cities they could be in. Plus, these Humvees are burning through our fuel reserves, Saul said in a low voice.
Yep, those things are gas guzzlers, all right.
But they're also the safest option should we run into trouble, Dylan replied.
Besides, there's a gas station not far from here. We can fill up there.
What about the search? We're getting nowhere, Saul said.
It's too early to give up, Saul. If King and his men left behind any sign of their passing, we'll find it. At the very least, it will give us the direction they fled in. That will narrow the search considerably.
Saul sighed. I guess you're right. It's just so hard. Every second that passes without finding her is like a piece of glass being ground into my heart.
Dylan nodded, her smile sympathetic. I understand. I'm so worried about Amy that I want to die. I keep thinking, what if? What if they hurt her? What if they—
Don't say it, Saul interrupted, his voice rough. I keep thinking the same things, and it will drive us mad.
Dylan bared her teeth in a grimace. I can tell you one thing. If I get my hands on King, he'll be sorry he was ever born.
That's if I don't get to him first, Saul replied, his smile equally as unpleasant as hers. But time is wasting. We'd better get moving.
Saul pushed himself upright and tossed the dregs of his cup on the ground.
Time to move out, guys. Mount up.
Sir? A voice called out. What's that?
Saul looked around and spotted a man called Ginger, so called because of his carrot-colored hair.
What's what?
That, sir, Ginger replied, pointing at the sky.
Saul looked in the direction he indicated and frowned.
What in hell's name is going on over there?
A thick column of black smoke rose against the sky, mushrooming outward as it hit the air currents. The sheer volume indicated a fire of massive proportions, which could mean one of several things. Sabotage, survivors, an accident, a gas leak, anything.
Do you think we should investigate? Dylan asked, sidling up next to him.
I do. Whatever it is, we should at least make certain it's not a threat to us, Saul said.
It could be a trap, Dylan argued.
That's possible, Saul conceded.
We're pretty well equipped, though. If it is a trap, it would have to be a good one, Dylan added.
We'll check it out from a distance, Saul decided. If it looks suspicious, we'll call for backup.
Dylan nodded.
Good idea.
Sir, I just got a report from the base about possible survivors trapped inside a burning building, a woman called. Saul looked around. It was Rita, one of the best sharpshooters he'd ever seen. She was also in charge of communications.
You spoke to base, Rita?
Yes, they raised me and said a raiding party spotted the fire. They investigated and think there are people trapped inside the burning building. They're calling for backup.
Saul nodded. Tell them we're on our way.
Yes, sir, Rita called, hurrying back to her post next to the radio.
You heard the lady people? Let's move, Saul cried, rallying the troops.
Everybody scrambled to obey, and within minutes, the convoy was rumbling toward the origin of the fire. Saul maneuvered his Humvee through the streets as fast as he dared. Even so, it took a good 45 minutes before they reached their destination. It was right on the edge of town, furthest from the base. As they grew closer to the blaze, the air grew hazy with falling ash, and he wondered what in the world could burn like that. His question was answered when they roared into an empty square in front of what used to be a library. The building was a furnace. Heat pulsed outward in waves, and orange flames covered every inch. The smell of ash and smoke filled his nostrils,
and he was thankful he always wore a bandana. He pulled it up over his nose until he could breathe a little easier. Dylan coughed, one hand held over her mouth. "Where is the raiding party?" "Good question," Saul answered. "There's no one here." "And there can't possibly be any survivors in that," Dylan said, waving at the fire. "Not a chance." Saul shook his head. "Call Rita. I want to speak to her. Meantime, I'm taking a quick look around." Dylan nodded. "Be careful. It could still be a trap." Saul jumped down from the Humvee and walked across the square. The extreme heat prevented him from getting close to the fire, but he was able to do a general recon. In a side alley sat an open trash can, and something prompted him to look inside. Empty jerry cans lay in the bottom. He picked one up and sniffed. Gasoline. With a muttered curse, he spun around and marched back to the convoy. Dylan and Rita awaited him, each eyeing the empty jerry can in his hand. "Where did you find that?" Dylan asked. "In a trash can along with several others," Saul replied. "So you're saying the fire was deliberate?" Dylan said. "Exactly, and there are no survivors either. Never was." "But the report from the base said," Rita began. "Who did you speak to?" Saul interrupted. "A man called Grissom," Rita replied. "Son of a," Saul cried. "He's part of King's men. This was all a setup." "How do you know that?" Dylan asked. "Because Grissom was one of the guards on duty the night of the kidnapping. Nick and I questioned him, but he played dumb," Saul said. "But why do all this?" Dylan asked, waving a hand at the fire. "It's a diversion. They wanted us off base, and they succeeded," Saul said, fiery rage bubbling in his veins. "In that case, we'd better get back," Dylan said. "Yes, but we're on the far side of town, and darkness is falling," Saul said. "It doesn't matter. We have to go back, even if it takes all night," Dylan said, her face determined. "Agreed. Let's go," Saul said. "Rita, try to get hold of Sergeant Dean. Warn him about Grissom. Tell him something is up." "I'll try, sir, but we're too far out at the moment. I'll have to wait until we get closer. My radio signal isn't powerful enough." "Keep trying," Saul said. He jumped into the Humvee, joined seconds later by Dylan, and they were off. "I just hope we're in time." "Me too, Saul. Me too," Dylan said. Chapter 24. Amy. Amy leaned over the bed and pulled the covers up to Jenny's chin.
"There you go. Snug as a bug in a rug."
Jenny smiled.
"My mom used to say that too."
"I'm sure your mom was a wonderful lady," Amy said with a gentle smile.
"She was the best mom in the whole world,"
Jenny said with the certainty that only the innocent possessed.
"Well, you just keep warm. I'll be right back," Amy said.
"Where are you going?" Jenny asked, her smile falling away.
"I don't want you to leave. What if the bad men come?"
Let me think," Amy said. "I tell you what, I'll leave my gun here on the edge of the bed. If the bad men come, you can shoot them."
"What about you?"
"I've got this," Amy said, pointing at the axe in her belt. "Besides, I won't be long. I just want to get some food from the vending machine." Jenny's face lit up.
"Food? What food?"
"There's lots of stuff. Cookies, chips, chocolates, peanuts, you name it," Amy said with a teasing smile. "Do you want some?"
"Yes, please."
"Well then, I'll be right back." Amy opened the door a crack and looked outside. The storm was worse than before. A vicious wind whistled around the corners and whipped the snow into a frenzy. While they had food and water in the room, she was afraid the storm would strand them at the motel. If that happened, they'd need the extra stuff in the vending machine. With one hand on the head of her axe, she ducked outside and braved the cold. The icy wind cut to the bone, and she raised her free hand to shield her face.
Within seconds, her teeth began to chatter, and shivers racked her body. Maybe this wasn't such a great idea. But the opening to the reception lay right ahead, and she pushed onward. She spotted the open door and aimed for it. As she was about to duck inside, a hand caught her by the upper arm. Before she could utter a sound, she was whirled away until her back slammed into the wall. Her skull thudded against the rough bricks, and the breath left her lungs in an audible rush. Stars tinged red with agony danced in front of her eyes. When her gaze finally focused on the face that loomed mere inches above hers, ice water ran through her veins.
Red. Thought you could get away from me, huh? He growled. The scent of cheap tobacco and spearmint washed across her nostrils. Thought you could make a fool of me, huh?
No,
Her words were cut off as his other hand clamped shut around her throat. Fingers as thick as sausages began to squeeze. Her airways closed, and life-giving oxygen ceased to flow to her brain. Pain radiated throughout her chest as her lungs convulsed. Every cell screamed for release, while Red gloated at her suffering. I want you to feel everything, little girl. Every second it takes for your body to die from lack of air. I want to see the light leave your eyes. Amy grabbed his fist with both hands, clawing at his flesh with her nails. She cut him to the bone, and blood leaked from the deep cuts. But he never flinched. His hold grew tighter and tighter until she thought her head would explode. Her eyes bulged from their sockets. Frantic, she hit at him with her fists, but her blows were feeble. She lacked the strength to harm him. The axe! With her right hand, she felt for the weapon at her belt. With her last strength, she pulled it free, only to have him knock it away with a negligent laugh. That's it. Fight. I want you to hope, because after that, you'll realize you've lost. You'll know you're going to die. You'll know I've won. Amy stared at him, her struggles growing weaker and weaker. Her toes scrabbled at the tiles beneath her boots. He was right. She was losing hope. This was what it felt like to die. This was how it would all end for her. It was all for nothing, wasn't it? Yes, that's it. That's the look. Utter despair giving way to emptiness, Red whispered. Amy closed her eyes. She wouldn't give him the satisfaction. She could deny him that, at least, if nothing else. Suddenly, Red slammed up against her, and a loud bang reverberated through her ears. His hands let go, and he toppled backward with a wordless cry. Blood pooled around his body, crimson in the fallen snow. Amy collapsed to her knees, hacking for air. She struggled to suck in enough oxygen to feed her starving cells. Each heave was agony. Every breath sent a pulse of raw pain shivering through her nerves. Her flesh felt as if it had been crushed, and her eyes refused to focus. Small hands grabbed the sides of her face, and Jenny's dark brown eyes peered at her.
Amy, are you okay? Amy, I shot the bad man. I killed him, I think.
Amy nodded, and her throat spasmed as she tried to form the words.
Yes, bad man. Very bad man. Are you hurt? You look hurt,
Jenny cried, on the verge of tears. Amy shook her head.
I'm okay. You saved me.
As her cells received the oxygen they craved, her mind cleared, and Amy was able to think. Staying at the motel was impossible. Infected would be drawn by the shot. They might even be on their way already. Who knew how many lurked inside the motel and its rooms? She stumbled to her feet and leaned over Red's body. Even in death, his face held terror for her, but she ignored it. A quick search of his pockets gave her what she needed: the keys to his truck. She straightened up and grabbed Ginny's hand. With the other, she picked up the shotgun where the girl had dropped it. "Come on, Ginny. Let's go home." An hour later, Amy stopped in front of the gates to Fort Detrick. Jenny was fast asleep beside her, tucked inside her father's jacket with her backpack as a pillow. Rufus rested on her chest, and his scruffy fur ruffled with every breath she took. Amy stared at the child for a couple of seconds, grateful that they'd made it to safety. As the soldier approached, she turned away and wound down her window. The soldier shone a light into her face and asked, "How can I help you, miss?"
"I'd like to see Sergeant Dean. My name is Amy Donahue, and I was kidnapped along with Dr. Tara Lee a few nights ago,"
Amy rasped through her bruised throat. The soldier sucked in a deep breath and shone the light back into her face. "Amy Donahue?"
"That's me."
"You escaped?"
"I did."
"What about Dr. Lee?"
"She is still being held captive."
"I see. That's too bad." Amy raised one hand to ward off the bright light.
"Please, can you let me in? I'm injured, and I have a little girl with me."
"Of course, miss. In fact, I'll escort you to the infirmary myself," the soldier said.
"What about Sergeant Dean?"
Amy asked. "I'll let him know you're here, miss. Never fear. You can count on me," the soldier replied with a broad smile. "Also, you might not know this, but your brother survived the attack. He's still alive." Shock reverberated through every cell of Amy's being, followed by a flood of happiness.
"Alex is alive?"
"Indeed he is. You'll get to see him at the infirmary. It will be one big happy reunion," the soldier said, opening her door. "Let me drive you there. That way you can relax. This must all come as a huge shock to you." Amy nodded as she scooted over.
"Thank you so much. You're a lifesaver."
"It's my pleasure, miss."
"Call me Amy, please."
The soldier shot her a smile as he drove through the gates. "Sure thing, Miss Amy."
"And you are?"
"Grissom. You can call me Grissom." This concludes Apocalypse Z by Bailey Higgins. Narrated by Kristen James. Copyright 2020 by Bailey Higgins. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Bailey Higgins and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Apocalypse Z, Book 5, by Bailey Higgins, narrated by Kristen James. Chapter 1. Amy. Amy stared at the familiar scenery of Fort Detrick as it flashed past the windows, lit by the truck's yellow headlights. It looked much like she remembered, yet it felt alien. She'd only been gone a few days, but it seemed like an eternity. She'd experienced too much, hurt too much, to be the same again. "I've changed." Jenny shifted next to her, whimpering in her sleep, and Amy reached out a soothing hand.
There. It's okay. You're safe now."
The child drifted back to sleep, and Amy brushed the hair from her forehead with gentle strokes. A wave of protectiveness washed over her, and she wondered what it felt like to be a mom. Maybe not a mom. I'm too young for that. Rather, an older sister. Amy leaned back and closed her eyes, thinking about that. It would be nice to have a younger sister. Besides, where else could Jenny go? Her parents were dead, and who knew if she had more family? "She can stay with us. I'll look after her." The thought was a pleasant one, but it didn't last long. The truck's interior stank of tobacco and chewing gum. It was a queer combination that caused her stomach to churn. It reminded her of red.
Every time she closed her eyes, she was taken back to the moment he had her in his grip. She could still feel his fingers crushing the life from her flesh and the smell of his breath in her nostrils. Amy gasped and jerked upright, trying to dispel the awful memory.
"Go away. You're dead."
Grissom glanced at her.
"Who's dead, Miss Amy?"
Amy shook her head.
"It doesn't matter. It was some guy who chased after me when I escaped."
"Some guy?"
Grissom asked with a frown.
"Did he hurt you?"
"He did. Or he tried. But he's dead now,"
Amy replied. Grissom's expression tightened and his voice turned flat.
"So you killed him?"
Amy blinked, a tiny worm of confusion wriggling inside her brain at his reaction.
"Yes, but I had no choice. It was either him or me."
Grissom flashed her a quick smile.
"Of course, Miss Amy. I'm not mad at you. I'm mad that someone would try to hurt an innocent girl."
"Oh, okay,"
Amy replied, her tense muscles relaxing a bit.
It's been terrible."
Grissom nodded.
"I can only imagine. But you're safe now, I promise."
"Thanks,"
Amy said, rubbing one hand across her eyes.
"Tired?"
Grissom asked.
"Exhausted,"
she replied.
"Why don't you close your eyes for a bit?" he asked. "I'll wake you when we get to the infirmary."
"Okay,"
Amy replied, snuggling closer to Jenny's warmth.
"You just forget about him. A man like that isn't worth thinking about," Grissom added. "Besides, it'll all be over soon."
With that thought in mind, Amy closed her eyes and drifted into a deep sleep. Grissom was right. She was safe now. She had nothing to worry about anymore. 20 minutes later, Amy was woken up by a gentle shake. It was Grissom.
"We're here, miss, just like I promised."
She blinked at the outline of a building that loomed behind him, its silhouette lit by the moon and stars.
"Where are we?"
Grissom laughed. "You must have slept harder than I thought. It's the infirmary, and your brother's waiting for you inside."
"My brother?"
In an instant, the fog cleared from her mind. She vaulted out of the truck with a glad cry.
"Alex!"
Grissom grabbed her by the arm.
"Whoa there, calm down, missy. Remember, he might still be alive, but he's hurt badly. Don't go jumping on him now."
Amy sobered, her smile falling away. In her joy, she'd almost forgotten the severity of Alex's injuries.
"Oh, right."
"Let me walk you to the door,"
Grissom said, offering his arm like a real gentleman. Amy hesitated.
"What about Jenny?"
"The little girl?" Grissom asked. "I'll come back for her."
"No, she should stay with me. She'll get scared otherwise,"
Amy insisted. Grissom's smile tightened, but he shrugged.
"All right, hold on. Let me fetch her."
He opened the passenger door with care before scooping the sleeping child into his arms. Jenny mewled, but didn't wake up, and Amy took the opportunity to grab her shotgun. She thrust it through her belt and tucked her jacket over it without anyone noticing. While she might be safe, she'd learned the hard way that having an ace up your sleeve was never a bad thing. Nor was the hatchet that rode on her other hip. She followed Grissom and Jenny up the stairs to the entrance. A security guard met them with a rifle slung across his chest and a cigarette dangling from his lips. He eyed Grissom before nodding.
"Good evening." "Good to see you too, Spitz,"
Grissom replied while pointing his chin at Amy.
"Look what I found. The girl who was kidnapped."
Spitz's blonde eyebrows rose, and his blue eyes scrutinized Amy's slender form.
"That's a surprise. She made it back here on her own." "She did. Tough little thing, ain't ya?"
Grissom asked as he shot Amy a smile. Amy didn't answer as she shifted beneath the two men's gaze. For some reason, she was feeling uncomfortable. The hair on the back of her neck prickled and her stomach churned.
Anyway, she picked up a kid along the way, and I thought it best to bring them both straight here. Is there a doctor in tonight?" Grissom continued.
"Dr. Hayes is on shift,"
Spitz replied.
"Again?"
"He's always here. The man will work himself to death one day,"
Spitz replied with a shrug.
"Go on in."
"Thanks."
"Is there anything I can do for you?"
Spitz asked with another long look at Amy.
"I haven't had a chance to let anyone know she's back yet," Grissom answered. "Could you let them know?"
Spitz gave a slow nod before dropping his smoke. The stub sizzled in the snow as it died, a faint trace of smoke and tar the only remains.
"Yeah, I'll let them know. I'll let everyone know."
Amy stared at him, puzzled by his manner.
"You mean Sergeant Dean, Sergeant Lamini, and Dillon?"
Spitz smiled.
"Of course I mean them. Your friends will want to know you're okay."
"Thank you," Amy replied, though something was still bothering her, and she lingered in the doorway. A stiff breeze plucked at her collar with icy fingers, which sent a ripple of premonition down her spine. Something was wrong, but she couldn't place her finger on it.
"Coming?" Grissom called. "It's warm inside, and your brother is waiting."
Thoughts of Alex chased away the worry that nagged at the back of her mind, and she turned away from the mysterious Spitz. His creepy smile was the last thing she saw before the infirmary welcomed her with its sterile arms. Grissom was right. It was a lot warmer inside than out, and not even the smell of disinfectant could bother her. All that mattered was that Alex was alive and waiting for her. That, and they were safe. Jenny and her. Ethan emerged from a doorway in the hallway ahead and paused when he spotted them. His frown smoothed away when he recognized Amy, and a broad grin enveloped his face.
"Amy, is that you?"
Amy ran the last few steps and threw herself into his arms.
"It's me. I escaped. Can you believe it?"
"Of course I can believe it. You're a tough cookie."
"And I just heard that Alex is still alive. Is it true?"
Amy asked.
"I thought he was dead."
"He's alive, but he's very badly hurt."
Fear wormed its cold fingers into her stomach.
"Can I see him?"
"Of course, but he's probably sleeping right now, and I'd rather you